You who think they can't afford term life insurance. To buy $1 million of affordable term life for you, all you need to do is call Big Lou at 800-200-1966. Lou will make sure the scales are tipped in your favor. Call 800-200-1966. Big Lou will answer your call and work to fit you into a term life policy that you can afford. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds, too. Call 800-200-1966. 800-200-1966.
Here at Total Wine & More, you'll love what you find this Halloween.
Me thirsty.
Oh, hey, Frankenstein. Did you enjoy that Cabernet?
Oh, good. Want margarita?
Well, all the villagers are raving about this tequila.
Ooh.
And we have it at the lowest price.
Economical.
Find what you love what you find, with the totally lowest prices for Halloween. Only at Total Wine & More. Drink responsibly, B21.
Anywhere fans go to cheer on their team, there are behind-the-scenes MVPs, ensuring everything is game day ready. We see you, Joe, fixing seats so every fan can enjoy every game. And Allie, who keeps her stadium running smoothly from the moment the first game starts to the last play of the season. At Grainger, you're our MVPs, and we're always here for you, with supplies and solutions for every industry and 24/7 customer support. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Are you seeing the telomeres here? Come here, look at the scope.
Dr. Ocasio's lab startup just discovered a gene therapy breakthrough.
The cells have already doubled.
He needs a fleet of research assistants before this breakthrough breaks them.
We need lab techs, research assistants.
Indeed can help him hire great people fast.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. We instantly connect you with quality candidates whose resumes on Indeed match your job description. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
In San Francisco this morning, cloudy skies, highs in the low 60s.
Weather brought to you by one thing. Cut up six-pack rings and reduce your use of plastic to help keep it out of our waterways and oceans. Join Odyssey, and together, each of us doing one thing makes a greener tomorrow.
It's time to wake up with a nice cup of morning roast. Featuring
Fillmore's finest, Monte Hill. The pride of the Excelsior, Joe Butcher Boy Shasky. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, the morning roast.
Oh, baby, that's never going to get old. You're going to hear that every single day. Duke of the City, what's happening? Good morning, everybody out there getting off their graveyard shifts. If you're at work, what is up? If you're getting ready for work, good morning to you. And if you're on the roadways, drive safely. Good morning to everybody out there. Spadoni, Loveman, and Joe Shasky the Butcher. I am Bonte Hill, and look, man, I want to start here. We got Baldy coming up at 7:30. Brian Baldy here, the smartest man in football. I can't wait for some Baldy's breakdowns. He was really good this week, especially when it came to the 49ers. But I'm looking at the screen here and the Chris Jones roughing the passer, and I want to start with the roughing the passers and the analytics. Analytics are starting to jump the shark. All right?
Starting?
So, it's
kind of ruined. Can we be real? It's kind of ruined sports.
So, poor Charger fan had to sit through that game against the Cleveland Browns because their head coach decided to go for a 4th and 1, 4th and 2. Instead of putting the ball and making the Browns drive the ball with no timeouts and a minute 5 left. He goes for it. He gets bailed out because the kicker of the Browns misses the field goal. But Staley never learns his lesson.
And he did this last year in Week 18 against the Raiders.
He did it all season, Shasky.
I know, but I'm saying specifically in the Raider game with the season on the line, he's just, he drives me crazy.
He's out of control.
Yeah.
He's out of control. And then I'm watching yesterday, and the Chiefs go for 2, which I was just scratching my head saying, just go up 8. I get it. You want to end the game right there, but just go up 8.
See, to me, okay, let's just start with this one because I know you want to get to the other one.
Right.
Going up 8, you're forcing the team to go the distance, get the touchdown, and get the 2-point conversion, and it's still a tie game.
It's still a tie game, and you have 2 timeouts left, and you could go down there and win the game.
Exactly.
I just don't get why you go for it.
I'm
I just don't,
100% with you.
Now, the bettors, the Chiefs would have gone up past the 7.5. The point spread was 7.5. Me and a few other people had the team total of the Kansas City Chiefs over 30.5. So I'm pissed off about that. I'm just like, wait, you went for 2, but no money aside. Money aside. You go for 2?
Wait, the Chiefs over was 30.5?
Yes, team total.
You got to be kidding me.
Yes, team total.
Vegas is just on point.
And they go for 2. And I'm sitting there thinking, you got to be insane. Of course they don't get it.
That layer.
Of course they don't get it. Of course they don't get it. Dude, I lost a bet.
I'm sorry for laughing.
No, it's fine.
How?
Listen, I lost a bet Sunday, right? Check this bet I lost out before we get back into Chiefs race.
This is Bad Beats.
Bad Beats.
You, Scott
Bonte edition.
Yeah.
I had the Buffalo Bills minus half a point in the third quarter against the Pittsburgh Steelers with the over-under set at 6.5. The Buffalo Bills, with just over 3 minutes left in the third quarter, have the ball at the 1 yard line, Shasky. First and goal at the 1. First and goal at the 1. I'm sitting there, okay, let's just punch it in. Boom, we cash this ticket. We move on to the next.
You do want a Josh Allen between the tackles run.
They run a shovel pass to the third-string tight end who fumbles at the inch line, and the Steelers recover. And I said, you know what? I got to go take a walk. I've never seen it. The Buffalo Bills have been scoring up and down all day. And they run a shovel pass to the third-string tight end getting cute, and this jabroni fumbles at the inch line.
What's his name?
I don't even care. I don't want him to know.
Oh, my God. I didn't even know that.
Oh, my gosh. I was all over the place on the board this week. Look, it was an okay weekend, but when you lose stuff like that, how about having the George Kittle receiving prop? Hey, 62.5 yards. He picks up 47 in the first half. Doesn't even get a target in the second half.
Are you serious?
Yeah, gambling is off the chain. Gambling's off the chain. I see why Guru is not liquidating all assets. But let's get to the Raiders' 2-point conversion.
Hey, for one split second, Guru's getting destroyed. Anytime we post anything now on Instagram and Facebook about anything, we're all getting destroyed.
Oh.
Like the audience out there, everybody, when you see a 30-second clip, well, I'm defending Guru here. When you see a 30-second clip posted on one of our social media, can you at least understand that it's not just the 30. It was a larger, nuanced discussion that might have taken 25 minutes, and they clipped 30 seconds. Like, for example, I like Andy Reid. Oh, Shasky likes Andy Reid. Oh, my God.
Whoa.
And it might have been like, I like Andy Reid, but they never give you the but portion of it. Anyway, continue. I apologize. You just referenced Guru. I felt bad for him.
Guru's boy, Bronny Blitz, came at us on 95.7 The Game Friday. Everybody's coming at us.
Well, it's like I try to tell people, I'm like, I can't be a simultaneous homer and hater. Like, one's got to give, y'all.
Dude, I've been called Garoppolo cheerleader. I've been called Garoppolo hater. I've been called a clown. I've been called every name in the book this football season. Football season, I'm like, you know what? When football season ends, I'll be a happy man. Because it seems like football fans have jumped the shark. Anyway, the Raiders.
Okay.
They score, and it was a beautiful dime from Derek Carr. Oh my God. The deep ball.
You're talking about the one to Devontae. That was one of the best throws.
The first one was great, but the second one was just
incredible.
Incredible throw. Yeah. One of the best throws I've seen all season.
That's what I'm saying.
Perfect spiral, steps up in the pocket, just lets it go.
And that's where he teases you with the arm talent.
It's just like, oh my God, you can make that throw all day. Why don't you do it all time?
I know.
Jesus Christ. They have a chance to tie the game. And Josh McDaniels was like, 4:37?
Yeah, I think there was 4 minutes. At least 4 minutes, right?
4:37, I believe.
Yep.
And he goes for 2.
I don't get that.
He goes for 2.
Well, especially when they've been scoring in the whole second half. I mean, it feels like since the Raiders went up, they're up 17-0.
Yeah.
It's been all Chiefs.
I mean, I don't get it. I don't get it. I don't get the analytics. I don't get the decision to go for 2. And you don't get it. It was, let me see here. It was 4:27 left in the game. 4:27 left.
Minutes.
So you got a couple timeouts. Make the Chiefs score and take the lead.
And of all the teams that have explosive offenses that could score almost instantaneously, you would think it's the Chiefs. So tie the game up to me and try to play defense. And if they score, you're going to still give your opportunity chance to answer back.
Right. Well, now, I don't know if Matt Rule was going by analytics Sunday for the Carolina Panthers.
That 2-point conversion made no sense. It was 17-9. They scored a touchdown to make it 17-9. And then he went for 2 there.
I don't get it.
And now you're forcing yourself to go for 2 later.
And you're chasing points.
And just, again, we're overthinking this thing because the spreadsheet people who have never played sports in their life, they don't understand there's context. It's the same thing I say about an at-bat. I've talked to so many baseball players, and it's worse in baseball. They're like, oh, an at-bat in the 3rd inning is the same as a bat in the 8th inning.
No, it's not.
It's completely different. Yeah. Oh, if a guy's batting, 257 all year and he pinch hits in the 8th inning with the bases loaded, it's the exact same as him starting the game off in May. Like, no, it's not.
No, it's not.
It's completely different. What if I haven't taken an at-bat for a week?
Right.
All right? You're telling me I'm just going to go there ice cold and I'm going up against Billy Wagner? You know what I mean? Like, the advanced analytics, it's jumped the shark. At some point, the game I'm watching has to matter. The context of, is my team playing well right now? Is Frank Clark on the field? Like, I'm just saying, like, all the variables. Hey, our cornerback is getting dusted in this particular matchup against Devontae Adams. None of these things seem to matter anymore.
No, it doesn't.
The crowd's going crazy. I've already burned a timeout. We're reeling. My defense is exhausted. None of those things matter.
It doesn't matter.
It's what does the spreadsheet say?
It's all these
driving
robots.
me nuts.
Oh, it's driving. So I was watching Sean Payton, believe it or not, on your boy Colin Coward's show. I turned the TV on. And for some reason, one of my TVs, although, like, when I turn it on, it's always on Fox Sports 1.
Oh.
I swear to God, I never watch the channel unless there's baseball or
I thought you were more of a Tucker Carlson kind of a guy.
No, I definitely is not. I'm definitely not a Fox News guy. That guy. I mean, did you see him talking to Kanye West? Yeah, Kanye, you're absolutely right. It's like two buffoons.
Two.
No, I mean, it's just like,
just
oh my
two
God,
knuckleheads.
a billionaire buffoon. But you know, it's the guy's lost his rocker, Kanye West, and Tucker Carlson's loving every second of it. When you look at these analytics, and like they showed the booth, I think it was the Bengals-Ravens game, because they were deciding whether or not to have Justin Tucker kick a field goal. They had gone for it before.
Was there a mathematician
They showed
up in the booth?
They showed the booth. I don't know if it was the Ravens-Bengals game.
Okay.
I don't know what game it was, but they had the three analytic guys in one little box.
A bunch of
and they're
nerds.
all got the headset on with their heads, and they're sitting there like...
Three of them.
They look like geeks.
So wait,
absolute
time out.
nerds.
I just want to... Remember we talked to Mike Holmgren as you're bringing up three guys up in that booth, and they all have headsets. What did Mike Holmgren say when we had him on?
Only want one person talking, that's me. And unless I ask you a question, you talk.
It's simplicity. You know what I mean?
Right.
Like, there's too many. It's not a Wu-Tang concert. I don't need 25 guys with a microphone.
Right.
You know what I'm saying?
Right.
One person is in control. Continue.
One person. So they got these guys in the booth, and they're like, those are the analytic guys, and they're like biting their fingernails and look all nervous. I'm like, you got billions of dollars on the line. Winning is hard in the NFL.
100%.
And you want to lead on these three dweebs to dictate a decision that could change the football game? It's too much.
Well, and
it's too much, Shasky.
And now you're the one that has to explain.
You have to explain it, not those guys. The head coach has to explain
Max Crosby, for example, played his ass off last night. Hey, we're going to go for two here, Max, because the guy up in the booth who has not taken a snap of football in his life says we should do it.
Yeah.
What do you think Max Crosby's thinking?
Oh, Max Crosby's angry. Why? We just busted our ass. We got to stop. Go tie the football game up.
I know.
Tie the game.
I
don't get it. I don't get Eddie Reed's decision. Brendan Staley's just like, they're bailing him out with the Chargers.
Oh, there's
Poor
no doubt.
Charger fan. Charger fans got to be sick watching that team every
100%.
single week.
Well, you see this now in the NBA, Bonte. I mean, look, no one wants to take a mid-range. They're like, no. I know you're wide open from the elbow. Take that contested three. Like, it's completely jumped the shark, and we've overthought the whole thing. The flow, the organic flow of sports needs to come back. Look, I like science. We all do. I'm all about my money, baby. Let's do it. We all want to make more money. But I also love art. And part of why I love sports is that it does, at times, blend the science with the art. It feels like we're too tilted in the science direction. Would you agree?
Oh, there's no doubt about it. I mean, it's performance art. It's theater. It's theater of the mind. It's not, hey, numbers here and let's just go for two because we have a 67% chance to score. Are you sure about that? Are you sure that other team is not better in the red zone than they are, say, outside of the red zone defensively? There's teams that don't give it, like the Bengals, for example. You know, they haven't given up a touchdown in the second half of a season this year. They haven't given up a touchdown in the second half of a season, of the season this year so far. Yet they're 2-3. They're 2-3.
That's
Why?
insane.
Why? Because they put themselves in bad positions when they go for it, when they don't get stops, when they run the analytics gambit. Oh, from the 27-yard line, 4th and 1. Instead of just taking the points, let's go ahead and go for it and line up in shotgun and throw the ball and see what happens. And you get your pass batted down. It's just unbelievable how bad decision-making has become in the NFL. I was listening to Sean Payton yesterday, who was on Coward. And he was talking about, he basically said, I didn't like the decision to go for it if I'm the Chargers. I don't go for it right there. No disrespect to Jacoby Brissett, but I'm not punting the ball back to Peyton Manning.
Exactly.
It's Jacoby Brissett.
Exactly.
All right?
Why do you think he did the onside kick in the Super Bowl? Because he wanted Peyton Manning to have one less touch.
Yep, exactly.
That was his argument.
It
wasn't about analytics and catching him off guard. It was literally like, I don't want Peyton to touch the ball.
Well, this is what he said about analytics. He goes, Sean Payton was talking. He's like, the way I look at analytics is you got to look at the height, weight, size of these players.
Thank
right?
you.
That's part of the analytics. They don't equate that into their analytics. A lot of these teams, they look at the height, size, weight of a player. They look at the down, the distance, and the chance and the percentages. But Sean Payton was like, I look at the height, weight, size of a player, the combinations, the personnel on the other side, the personnel on my side. And then what I try to do is I'd work in 2-down increments.
Yeah.
Run pass combos, run combos,
I love
pass
that.
run combos. How can I not get to third down? How can I make my job easier by not getting the third down and continue to get first downs? And it kind of blew me away.
Well,
and then you watch the game last night, and these jabronis are going for 2 for no damn reason.
Let me take you back in time. Remember Pete Carroll's team with Reggie Bush?
Yep.
One of the best teams of all
Best
time in
teams
college,
ever.
right? Norm Chow was running that offense, and I'll never forget, they played Notre Dame in Notre Dame. Do you remember this game? The Bush push.
Dwayne Jarrett, 4th and 9, fade routes.
Okay. 3rd and 20 it was prior to that. And Norm Chow said, we're clearly going to be going for it. I have to get 8 to 9,
Let me
10
get
yards here.
half the yardage.
And they did. I don't know if it was Fred Davis or Steve Smith.
But they got 11 yards.
They cut it to a quote unquote manageable 4th and 9. And listening to Norm Chow, this was not analytics driven. This was smarts. Like we're in 4-down territory. Our season's on the line.
2-down sequence. Let's get yardage on 3rd down
100%.
and make our 4th down conversion easier.
And you said it right away. 4th and 9, Dwayne
4th and 9, Dwayne
But it was
Jarrett,
3rd and 20 leading up to that, and they cut it in half. And it's one of those seminal moments that I think about because he was so ahead of his time. It didn't matter about the analytics.
Right.
I'm not going to run a 20-yard play here. I need to cut it in half. You know why?
Yep.
Common sense.
There's not a lot of 4th and 20 plays in the playbook.
Bonte, common sense has lost us now in sports, and it's every single sport. We're overthinking everything. Look, I love being a step ahead, but if everybody's doing the same thing, like right now, there's an obsession with going for it on 4th down.
An obsession to that, wide receiver screens.
Well, that too.
It's just all over. It's like I'm watching Big 12
jump the
football.
shark. Wouldn't you agree?
No doubt it's jumped the shark. Last night, I was just like, not only was it the money, but I'm sitting there just as a football fan, like, why? Kansas City, Andy Reid.
I know.
You took the lead. You go up 8. You make the Raiders go for 2. You're all good. The game is, you have control of the football game.
And especially nowadays, if you look at like the 2-minute drill, it used to be the 2-minute drill.
Right.
It would take Montana
Now it's a minute drill.
Minute?
The Chiefs scored in 17 seconds yesterday.
Bonte, the elite quarterbacks, you give them less than 40 seconds, they're getting down the field.
Yep.
Like with 0 timeouts. Am I wrong?
No, you're not wrong.
If you give the ball to Aaron Rodgers, Brady, Josh Allen, Mahomes, 40 seconds are left at the 20. No timeouts.
They're getting 3. They're getting 3.
At minimum.
The Chiefs yesterday, 17 seconds.
I know.
And they were able to get in the field goal range, and the dude makes a 59-yarder before halftime, and it's 20-10. By the way, since we're here, the roughing the passer calls.
Oh, my God.
Chris
Did you hear me and
Jones
Spadoni?
Well, I heard you screaming. I know what you're screaming about. But
I was making so many articulate points.
Brady yesterday.
Oh, my God.
First of all, and you're right with the leg kicking. Just
no,
weird.
And I love Brady. That was stupid.
Brady was acting. He was acting. And he got the flag. And Arthur Smith called people names.
It was James Harden-esque.
It was,
in terms of trying to bait an official.
Poor Atlanta. They worked so hard to get back into that football game. Worked so hard to get back into that game. And to have it taken away. Grady Jarrett's a great defense tackle, by the way. Great defense tackle. Did yesterday, Chris Jones, that could have been a game-changing play because he picked up the fumble, too. And I'm watching because the volume was down at that time. I got baby Chaz. And I'm saying to myself, wait, is that roughing the passer? So I had to rewind it to hear Buck and Aikman.
It was just
like
horrible.
But
Bonte, this is the thing that I had to, there's so many layers to this. This whole, you can't use your full weight on a guy. Wait a minute, I just watched Roquan Smith belly flop on Trey Lance. Nothing.
Well, Patrick Mahomes got slung yesterday. He got nothing.
We were talking about that. Right. Who was the linebacker? He went to the Pro Bowl last year.
Number 5? No.
He was the first Raider linebacker to go to the Pro Bowl since Matt Millen.
Oh, Perryman.
Denzel Perryman. Thank you. I was trying to think of what it is. But point being is like common sense. That's where the eye in the sky needs to come in. Like, guys. I know you threw the flag here. I know you've huddled up. We got to pick that flag up.
You got to pick it up.
We can't have all of America, because let's just say there's 10, 20 million people watching that game. I don't know what the exact number is. Everybody outside of the one official who threw that flag was like, that's a stupid flag.
That is just embarrassing.
It's
Monday
dumb.
Night Football, you can't have that.
He had the ball in his hand by the time he hit the ground.
It was a game-changing play. Now,
huge.
the Raiders could have took advantage and scored a touchdown. They did. They ended up kicking a 3. They go up 20-7. The Chiefs weren't totally out of it. That could have knocked them out of the game.
100%.
Early. I mean, now the Chiefs have so much firepower coming back from 20. It's nothing to them. I mean, they score boom, 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 but you cannot call that. Like the defense, at some point, you might as well just put flags and red jerseys on the quarterbacks.
This is my bigger issue. All of the rules are tilted toward offense.
Right.
Okay, 3rd and 35. 5-yard illegal contact, automatic first down.
Well, you see,
it
yesterday,
might be the worst penalty in all of sports.
Yesterday, the Chiefs, I believe, had like a 3rd and 15 or something like that, and they called illegal hands to the face.
Automatic first down.
No, the defensive holding got a field goal.
Oh,
How about that?
That was the other one.
It was third like 20. Defensive holding, which I didn't see the call, first of all.
Well, no, it looked like the guy jumped in the air and the other guy went around him. I saw no hold. No one was holding anyone.
Automatic first down, 5 yards.
Horrible.
Automatic 5 yards.
To me, the punishment is way bigger than the crime on a play like that. The other thing that needs to be looked at, there's like these game-changing plays. We review all turnovers. We review all touchdowns. From now on, all quarterback sacks where there's a penalty throw, I want them reviewed, and all pass interferences I want reviewed as well.
Well, get the NFL from their offices, league offices, see or whoever's in the replay center, call out to the refs, hey, that's not roughing the passer. Let's go.
Of officiating for these standalone games, these Monday, Thursday, Sunday night games, the head of officiating should be on the broadcast.
I agree.
And should be jumping in and have a statement on why or why not this isn't a penalty.
I agree. I so agree.
What are you doing? You're hiding in like the Wizard of Oz behind the curtain.
By the way, King Shannon, our boy Shannon.
Yeah.
The Shannons. What up, the Shannons? Bill Shannon, Javon Shannon, all you guys.
Again, common sense is my number one problem.
He brought up a good point about pass interferences. He goes, they should start taking stats of PI yards wide receivers accumulate. That would be pretty cool. If you want to talk about analytics and numbers, because there's so many damn numbers, but pass interference yards. Hey, Devontae Adams leads the league and 133 pass interference yards. That's big to me. That's saying that this guy's drawing flags. He's a matchup nightmare, and corners can't guard him one-on-one.
I like that.
I like that. Those are numbers I like.
I also think we should get more sophisticated with interceptions. Like if it goes right off of a wide receiver or running back's hands, like it clearly off their hands, like that should be on that player.
Should be on the fumble.
We should have two kinds of interceptions, right? There's the ones that are deflected off of a player or not. Yep. My bigger issue, I'm sick of watching 5 officials huddle, talk for 5 minutes, and still get the call wrong. Just have the eye in the sky. Stop huddling. We're going to page it into you.
Officiating bad in football, basketball, and baseball? We'll talk about that coming up. Brought to you by Fremont Bank. Full service banking, no compromises.
As you know, sports teams plan well ahead of the next season. If you're thinking of remodeling your home, consider the same strategy. Talk with your designer or builder now about your next project. Golden State Window and Door has new inventory coming online. Milgard, Anderson, and Marvin. See Golden State Window and Door's wide variety of accessories at convenient showrooms across the Bay Area or goldenstatelumber.com. Since 1954, Golden State. When you succeed, we succeed.
Kirby, they're your driveway mechanic, and they bring the shop to you. And our friends over at Kirby just won the Motor Top 20 Award for innovation, brakes and tire replacements, oil changes, and more. And they've just added a Kirby's eco-friendly wash. I used it, and it's incredible. It barely used any water, and it made my car look brand new. They used all biodegradable products that provide the ultimate shine and protection, and it made the interior and exterior of my car look sparkling new, all in the ease of my driveway. The ultimate convenience, easy booking, transparent pricing, on-time arrival, service in your driveway, no waiting rooms, no coordinating rides, direct access to your mechanic, friendly and reliable service, no middlemen, and no upsells. Get $50 off your first oil change with the code OIL50. That's OIL50. Or I've got a code now, Bonte. It's called Joe Wash. I'll say it again. Use the code Joe, Joe, Wash, all one word, WASH, to get a free sealant treatment with the purchase of Kirby's eco-friendly wash. Check out Kirby.com. That's CURBEE.com or call 1-866-KIRBY-1.
If you owe back taxes to the IRS, have unfiled returns, or are worried about an audit, the IRS is hiring 87,000 new agents to address these very issues. That means if you need to get your tax problems resolved, now is the time to get started. I'm tax attorney Robert Goldstein, and my firm specializes in helping individuals and small businesses resolve their tax problems. We work to stop IRS and state seizures. We may be able to settle your tax debt for pennies on the dollar with an offer in compromise. We prepare your past due returns, even if you have no records, and represent you before the IRS and state in an audit. At the law offices of Robert Goldstein, the consultation is always free, and we have offices located throughout the Bay Area. To schedule your free consultation, call 1-888-TAX-EXIT. That's 888-TAXEXIT. 888-TAX-EXIT. And make us your last stop.
If you own a business, this has been a bumpy ride. From pandemic to inflation, I'm sure you could use a break. If your business has 5 or more employees and survived COVID, you may be eligible to receive a payroll tax refund of up to $26,000 per employee. The challenge is getting your hands on it. Hi, I'm Howard Mackler, and that's why I founded GetRefunds.com to cut through the red tape and get you the money. The team of tax attorneys we have put together are highly trained in this little-known payroll tax refund program. We do all the work, charge not a dime up front, and simply share a percentage of the cash that we get for you. Businesses of all types can qualify, including those that took PPP, nonprofits, and even those that had increases in sales. We have helped return over $1 billion to businesses, and we can help you too. Just go to GetRefunds.com, click on Qualify Me, and answer a few questions. This payroll tax refund is only available for a limited period of time. Don't lose out on up to $26,000 per employee. Go to GetRefunds.com. That's GetRefunds.com.
For Butch's Coffee. For EJ's Sandwich Shop. For Springfield Family Dental.
Every day, Staples helps every kind of small business create bold signs that sing. And now get $10 off custom signs, banners, and posters when you spend $50 or more. Ends 12/31. Visit staplesconnect.com/thisisyoursign for details.
The roar of our engines, the pump of our heartbeats, the pedal to our metal, the sparks that ignite us, the pistons that push us, the passions that drive us. From the feelings that move us to the places that pull us on the roads that unite us. With nearly 6,000 stores and over 17,000 auto care centers, Napa has America's largest network of parts and care, here to keep you firing on all cylinders.
Blink 182 is back, June 22nd, 2023, at the SAP Center, and 95.7 The Game has your shot at tickets. For your chance to win, head to 957thegame.com/contests.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
This is Stephen Curry, and you're listening to The Morning Roast with Bonte and The Butcher on 95.7 The Game.
1 week away from ring night at Chase Center, baby. For the season opener for the Golden State Warriors, they'll take on the LA Lakers. And many will receive their 4th NBA championship rings. Some will receive their 1st championship rings. Looney will receive his 3rd. Kerr's getting a lot of jewelry. Man, we just wonder if Draymond Green's going to be in the building. That's the big elephant in the room. 7 days away, ring night for the Golden State Warriors against LeBron James and the Lakers.
I missed that beat. Eminem, don't you want to grow up to be just like me?
The beat is hard.
He killed that.
The beat is all time.
I mean, he really did. Me and Marcus Allen went over to see Nicole. I mean, he just went off, dude.
Went off.
I know. His satire was...
Out of all the bars to bring up from that song, you bring up that
I can't stop thinking of that one.
I'm not going to go there. But leave that alone. OJ could be listening.
Hi, Twitterverse. It's your good friend OJ. He might be the funniest account.
Dude, I don't...
OJ is out of his mind.
What did OJ say about Draymond Green?
I don't know.
I'm sure he said something.
I don't know. So before we move on to all the other stuff, Devontae Adams last night, I'm sure you saw it circulating. I turned the game off. I tried to go to bed. And then in the middle of the night, the dog had to go to the bathroom. I woke up, flipped on my phone to use it as like a flashlight, if you will. And I'm looking on the internet as my dog's using the restroom. And I'm like, oh, boy. Devontae.
Pushed a photographer.
And they're saying this morning, it looks
he's probably going to get suspended.
Or fined or something.
Yeah, I mean, the guy was running in front of him. Devontae's probably so heated. He's like, man, get out of my way.
See, I viewed it the same way.
I kind of view it like that.
A blackout of these are competitionaholics.
The guy just ran into Hunter Renfrow. It's Monday Night Football.
Yeah.
Raiders, a win there changes their season. Changes the complexion of their season.
And he, quote unquote, dropped the ball at the end of the game right there. I'm not caping up. I mean, clearly he's wrong.
Right.
No one is here saying that what he did was right or he should be. It's just I do think his body of work as being one of the better citizens in the league because
he gets a pass to me for that.
He's been up for Walter Payton Man of the Year.
And he apologized immediately after the game. He tweeted to the guy. I'm sure he's going to do something for the guy. Said, hey, I apologize. Look, he slammed his helmet when he ran into Renfrow.
I know.
On the last play, he slammed his helmet. This guy wants to win.
I know.
This guy came to the Raiders wanted to win. And some of those deep balls, the 4th and 1 in the first quarter to set the tone, then the 1 on third down late in the game. Devontae is an animal. He is so sick.
There's one thing that I'm absolutely done with. The Chiefs and the Braves and the chant, it doesn't necessarily fire me up. Like, I know there's the racial slur component where a lot of people are offended, and that's their prerogative. I just hate that chant. Because I couldn't stand the Braves in the 90s, in 93. It still gets to me in terms of that. And then I just hate the Chiefs.
Yeah, I mean,
they beat us in the Super Bowl. I just hate them.
Dude, and they're so good.
No, they're amazing.
You know what?
Valdez-Scantling, you're terrible. Come to the Chiefs.
Yeah.
You're one of the top 20 wide receivers in the NFL.
Right, it's just unbelievable,
right? Are you
right?
kidding me? Kelsey, I'm still open.
That's 4 touchdowns for Travis
You know
Kelce
what they're calling
yesterday.
him?
What?
Al Bundy. 4 touchdowns in one game.
That's pretty good.
Yeah.
That's pretty good. 4 touchdowns for Travis Kelce, 4 touchdown passes by Pat Mahomes, and he was talking that smack to the Raiders, saying that's 4. The rivalry's back in the AFC West between the Raiders and the Chiefs, but the Raiders got to win that game. Don't go for 2. Keep playing. They ran the ball hard with Josh Jacobs. By the way, Josh Jacobs wants to leave. How much is it going to cost? What is his contract looking like?
His vision, his patience, his stutter step, his burst, his explosion, his way of bouncing off defenders, he looks phenomenal.
And he runs with force.
Yes.
He will try to run you over.
I would love to see him in the Shanahan system at some point.
I mean, when he ran over old boy at Oklahoma at the goal line in the Orange Bowl.
You love them Bama backs.
Dude,
I know you do.
Well, this is the thing with Josh Jacobs.
Look at you. You're gushing.
Dude,
you love those Bama backs.
This guy had a choice, right? Could have walked into the end zone and scored, gave the ball to the referee. Instead, he saw a dude and said, I'm just going to truck him.
Yeah, he chose violence.
And he chose violence. This guy was trucking dudes yesterday. He went head up with Justin Reed yesterday. I said, damn, this guy's running 2-5. Hey, dial it back a little, Josh Jacobs. You know what I'm saying? This guy runs with so much force, and he could catch the ball out of the backfield. I would love him in the Shanahan system. It's just a little, I love him back like that.
It's a great point. He showed so much promise early with Gruden, and then
he got banged up.
But Gruden brought in too many running backs. Like, stop splitting carries with Kenyon Drake and ruining his fantasy value. I mean, I had Josh Jacobs the last 2 years, and I didn't draft him this year. And I was like, I can't touch him this year.
Right.
Because he looked terrible
I have
last
him
year.
in one league this year because Big Dog and I are splitting the team, and he ran the draft because I had to
you're splitting the team?
Well, so it's in the league. I'm not going to say which league. I couldn't do the draft because I was on daddy duty. And I was out. I couldn't do the fantasy draft. It's Chesner's bedtime. I said, Big Dog, can you do me a favor, man? Just, you know who I want. And, of course, I go back to the roster. And like Big Dog has on every single team, he has Derek Carr at quarterback.
Why?
So, of course, on our team, we have Derek Carr, we have Josh Jacobs, and we have Carlson. We have 3 Raiders.
Carlson beat me last night in fantasy. I'm about 5 seconds away from retiring.
So we were down 60 going into last night with Derek Carr, Josh Jacobs, and Carlson. And I had no faith in winning that football game. So the fact that they actually pulled it out, I'm like, thank you, Raiders. Thank you, Carr. Thank you, Josh Jacobs. But the Raiders, man, Devontae on that push, It was a bad look, but the guy's running in front of him. Devontae's angry. He's running hot. This is why.
He's blacked out from losing.
This is why they shut down the locker room for about 20 minutes after the game.
Yes.
The cool-down period before the media comes in.
Well, I've long said, and this is just me as not a member of the media, but then all of a sudden I became a member of the media, and now I've had access to the field. We're way too close in general. That's just my personal opinion. I feel like there's no need for somebody to be on the field like there. And I know there's parabolic mics and there's cameras and there's all these different things that people want to get. Dude, we're in the 21st century. Like, you've got high-powered cameras. You don't need to be right there on the field at all times. That's just my particular opinion. And I know there's a lot of people that are probably on this side of the media that completely disagree with me. They want that shot on the field. I'm Joe Shasky from XYZ News Channel, and I'm on the field at Arrowhead. And I know you want to do that. Wait till the game's over.
Yeah, no doubt.
These guys are massive human beings running a zillion miles an hour, crashing into each other, and you're standing there with a shelly shell trying to get some sound for some tiny little newspaper. Like, get out of here.
By the way,
get off the field.
The whole Chiefs chant, people are coming down at me because they know it's the Florida State chant.
Oh.
Where they do the
Oh, yeah, you guys do it too?
But they've been doing it. I don't know when the Chiefs started doing it. Florida State been doing it. Now, it looks sick back in the day, but when you understand what the chant. So, whenever I say I'm a Florida State fan, people go, oh, so you like the racist team? It's like, no, I don't. Nobody's racist. These kids don't know. Maybe one day they'll change the mascot. We'll be all good. It's all good. I get it.
I thought the Seminole Tribe was endorsing the Florida State.
I felt like they were, but it depends who you ask. I don't even want to go down that road.
Okay.
I don't even want to go down that road. But no, Devontae Adams, he'll probably get popped. I wouldn't be surprised if he got suspended for a game. Maybe just a fat fine, but the Raiders do lose to the Chiefs. Niners, 3-2 and sole possessor of the NFC West. Michael Irvin has some great things to say about the 49ers.
Michael Irvin?
Michael Irvin, the playmaker.
What does he think about players on his own team getting into it?
Oh,
I mean, he's a guy. Yeah, like, so give it to me. I love that. This is my favorite of all the Michael Irvin drops. Give it to me.
Oh my God,
it's so good.
It's so good.
It's so good.
And so, dude, he sweats everywhere.
Well, yeah, he's Michael Irvin.
We did an interview at the Hilton with him, and he was sweating in. It's like, what are you sweating for?
Because he's got a high metabolism rate.
Yeah, I guess that's what you want to call it. Could be some other things. I'm not going to go there. Michael Irvin, the playmaker. Joins Damon Ratto every single Monday. At what? 4:05? 4:05.
I'm a little surprised 30 years removed. I hated Michael Irvin.
Oh, I love him now.
No, I hated him, B.
Oh, I hated Troy Aikman.
100%.
I hated Michael Irvin. Now I can't get enough of Aikman.
I'm the same way.
Like, that's the other thing about last night. Monday Night Football feels big time again.
100%.
Oh, my God, that game felt like a Super Bowl.
Can we agree? Al Michaels pales in comparison right now to Joe Buck.
Well, he was Sunday night.
No, I know, but I'm saying Al Michaels
is shot.
In terms of when you turn a game on, I meant like, it's big time. Like, dude, I'm sorry, Al Michaels is so below Joe Buck right now in football, it's not even close.
So now you got Sunday Night Football, which is great. And now you got Monday Night Football, which is taking it up a notch.
It's back.
And Aikman is like in his bag.
100%.
He knows when to shut up. Buck is in his bag. It feels big time again.
You know what I love about Aikman? He's not afraid to criticize players.
He will all day long.
But that's refreshing. That's why you're on there. That's okay. You're not a golf guy, but Johnny Miller was a big golf analyst.
NBC.
And the reason why everyone hated him and loved him simultaneously, because he criticized everybody.
Yeah.
Like, you're up there, you can't, not everything can be rose. Like, Gruden, I'll tell you what, man, this Alex Smith, he's one of the best quarterbacks in the league. It's like, okay.
No, stop lying to us,
exactly.
please.
I'm using Alex as an example.
Yeah, we don't need that. Kirk Herbstreit was doing that.
Yeah.
Oh, well, Jimmy Garoppolo just really led this team to the... No, he didn't, Kirk. The defense led us. Special teams. And it's not a knock on Jimmy. It's not a knock on Jimmy, but Herbstreit, you're wrong. You're insulting our intelligence. All right? Aikman, Buck, Monday Night Football, it's back. It was big time yesterday. Big game. Raiders come up short 30-29. Why go for two? Josh McDaniels, why go for two? What's coming up in the game brought to you by Fremont Bank, full service banking, no compromises. Let's break down the Niners. We kind of mixed it up yesterday on the Victory Monday, talking a little Draymond, Jordan Poole, and 49er ball. But where are the Niners at right now in the landscape of the NFC? Let's break that down, Shasky, right here on the Morning Roast, brought to you by Fremont Bank, full service banking, no compromises.
California, you deserve more. And with United Healthcare, you'll get more. Annual enrollment is October 15th through December 7th. So call United Healthcare today. With the United Healthcare Medicare Advantage Plan, you get more from your Medicare dollar, now including better than ever dental, vision, over-the-counter, and prescription drug coverage. Call United Healthcare at 1-888-CALL-UHC today and speak with a licensed sales agent. Benefits, features, and/or devices vary by plan and area. Limitations and exclusions apply.
Gorgeous gaming, stunning streams, unbelievable bandwidth. It's another Lifestyles of Gagillionaires. Meet the AT&T Fiber customers winning at life with hyper gig speeds. Meet Gagillionaire Terry. While his love of streaming horror movies has him constantly on the edge of his seat, his internet bill won't give him a scare.
Oh, don't go in there. I'm telling you.
Because since Terry upgraded to AT&T Fiber with hyper gig speeds, he doesn't worry about data caps or equipment fees.
Come on, man. The door's open for a reason.
And best yet, he also doesn't stress about a price increase at 12 months, because with the amazing Gagillionaire lifestyle comes an exquisite sense of tranquility. Most of the time. Live like a Gagillionaire. Get straightforward pricing with AT&T Fiber. Internet that upgrades everything. No data caps, no equipment fees, and no price increase at 12 months.
Limited availability in select areas. Visit att.com/hypergig for details.
At Harris Ranch, we do beef, just like we've done for over 50 years. Beef that's raised locally right here in California. Tender steaks, awesome burgers, and California classics like tri-tip roast. The flavor you crave, the quality you trust time after delicious time. Come on, it's time to get out and grill. Harris Ranch, we do beef. Legendary beef, legendary quality.
Are you thinking about getting a new TV this week at prime prices? Maybe a Samsung, LG, or a Sony? Before you click, you should check out Video Only, because they've got below prime deals. That's right. Top-rated TVs at better than online prices. Curbside pickup or home delivery are available. Don't click before you call Video Only, because if you do, you'll be sorry.
Now it's time for the closer of the week. Presented by LiftMaster and R&S Doors. Turn your garage into the envy of the neighborhood. Visit rsdoors.com.
The closer of the week is Tevin Coleman, who scored a touchdown on the ground and one in the air.
Spilling in, Tevin Coleman, the veteran. He's back with the Niners, and he's back in the end zone.
Recently, my garage door opener was not working. I was in need of a closer. I was put in touch with R&S Doors, and they hooked me up with a brand new garage door opener from LiftMaster. With LiftMaster's MyQ connectivity, my garage door opener can be controlled right from my smartphone. You'll know when a door or gate has been left open and can close it with a tap, no matter where I am. Be one of the first 10 callers and receive 20% off a LiftMaster garage door opener when you purchase a premium garage door.
Call 1-800-FIX-A-DOOR. That's 800-FIX-A-DOOR. Or visit rsdoors.com. R&S Doors. Look for the red truck.
Hi, this is George with Left Coast Buyers. We buy properties all over California. If you own a house or an apartment building and want to sell it fast at a great price, call us at 925-434-5000. We can pay cash and close in as little as 7 days. We buy properties in any condition, any price range, and can help you in any situation. Do you own a property that is run down and needs thousands of dollars in repairs? Are you out of time, money, and energy? Let us help. Are you looking for an easy way to get top dollar for your property and sell on your terms and timeline? Well, call Left Coast Buyers now at 925-434-5000. We can solve any problem. We buy divorce houses, inherited houses. We even buy vacant houses and abandoned houses. Do you have a tenant who hasn't paid rent? Are you behind on property taxes, mortgage payments, or even facing a foreclosure? Even if you're just nervous about capital gains or an upcoming recession, we've seen it all. So if you or someone you know owns a property and needs to sell, call Left Coast Buyers at 925-434-5000. That's 925-434-5000.
Dub Nation! The season begins now. Join us for Champions Ring Night, presented by Chase Freedom on Tuesday, October 18th, as the Warriors host the Los Angeles Lakers live at Chase Center. Get your tickets now at Warriors.com or call 888-GSW-HOOP. Representatives standing by.
The new Google Pixel 7 Pro is super, especially when it's on Verizon, the network America relies on. It's supercharged, super powered, and a super...
deal.
You know it. Now, switch to Verizon and get the Google Pixel 7 Pro on us with select trade-ins and select 5G unlimited plans.
That really is super.
Yep, there's never been a better time to switch to Verizon. $899.99 device payment purchase with new smartphone line on select 5G unlimited plans required. $200 Verizon e-gift card with ported. Less $700 trade-in/promo credit applied over 36 months. 0% APR. Trade-in conditions and additional terms apply.
Hey guys, this is Keenan Thompson. I have a problem with you. Yes, you. None of y'all told me that AutoTrader has millions of new and used cars that I can shop from home. I thought we were friends. I put smiles on your face, but I'm not smiling. No one told me that with AutoTrader, a dealer can deliver cars to my home or that I could shop by price on AutoTrader. No one. Consider this friendship that you just learned we had officially over. Finally, it's easy. AutoTrader.
What's your retirement look like? With Fidelity Income Planning, a dedicated advisor can help you create a flexible income strategy to grow and protect your wealth so you can stop worrying about the future and enjoy whatever comes next. Investment minimums apply. Fidelity Brokerage Services, member NYSE SIPC.
What's going on, Roasters? It's Brian Baldinger with the NFL Network, and you're listening to The Morning Roast with Bonte and Shasky on 95.7 The Game.
Baldy, 7:30.
What you gonna do when I bend the block?
This beat is all time.
Come on.
Beat is all time.
Oh, my God.
Oh, my God. It's such a great beat.
By the way, the 40 water thin beanie that he wears, you know what I'm talking about, where he kind of rolls it up?
Yep.
That is the SoCal look now.
Is that the SoCal look?
Yeah, when I went down to go see Nash, I noticed so many people. It's like 95 degrees, and they're all in like beanies. I'm like, what are you doing? They're not even sweating.
It's the LA life.
Your boy over here, it was 70 degrees. I'm in jeans and I'm sweating.
Yeah, I don't do that. I do not do that.
There is a distinction between SoCal and NorCal when it comes to just outfits, vibes, personalities. Like, it is very, very different when it comes to cultures.
Yeah, when I attended SF State, it's funny because all the NorCal kids usually go down to SoCal.
Yeah,
whether it's UC Santa Barbara, Cal Poly, UCLA, USC, all the schools down there, Occidental. Shout out to Dom down there in Occidental. What up, Leon? And then all the SoCal kids, they come up here. They either go to Cal, they go to Sonoma State, Chico State, they go to SF State. And so we had a lot of LA vibes, a lot of SoCal vibes at SF State. And you just see the way they dress. You be like, and they hate the word hella. They hate the word hella. We love the word hella. They would like knock us for our slang, but then they would dress it up like, bro, this ain't LA, dog. It's not 75 degrees with palm trees. What are you doing? But the rolled up beanie, the skinny beanie with the rolled up thing, it was a thing. My head's too big for that. I tried it. My head's just way extra jumbo size. Like it's not there.
Well, the problem is like, I guess if you have really short hair, it's irrelevant. But if you got hair like me, where I've got a little bit left on my head.
You can pull it off.
Yeah, but you put the beanie on, and what ends up happening is now you got beanie head. And so you pull it off, and your hair's sticking like you're, the McAllister kid in Home Alone after he just woke up.
Yeah, that's true. But you can pull it off, though, because you got a little peanut head. My head's huge. Like, you got the little peanut head. You can.
My head is 7 3/8. At least that's the hat I wear.
It's a little big, actually.
Is it? It's gotten fatter over the year. I feel like I used to be a 7 1/4. Now I'm 7 3/8. I kind of feel like Barry Bonds.
Listen, I used to be 7 3/8. I used to be 7 5/8.
What do you now?
Your boys are the 8s.
Whoa.
Your boys are the 8s. Your boys.
You want that HCH?
I'm shopping with Bruce Bochy, dog.
My Uncle Jim, he goes to the last strap on a snapback.
Same here. Last strap.
And
it always comes off.
Yeah, well, the strap's hanging on for dear life.
My straps. I'll go down to the last strap, all my hats now. It's embarrassing. It's sad. Like the championship hats, for example, for the Golden State Warriors. It says, one size fits most.
Right? And you're not in that category?
I'm not in that category. Last strap, and it is tight, dog. Tight. So hopefully Baby Chaz doesn't get my head. She gets Anna's head.
I'll give a quick aside. We're going to get right back into sports. Playing high school baseball, and you know this guy, John Vellis. We're all on the same team together.
He still owes me money.
Well, he owes everyone money. God bless you, Johnny. So Johnny Croatia and I are playing baseball, and he goes out to hit, and he puts the helmet on. He had a massive head back in the day, just a huge head. So he wouldn't wear a hat underneath the helmet. Now, looking back on it, as we all shared helmets, that was the era. We'd have like 3-team helmets, 4-team helmets, and you had to share.
Guys are coming up with wingworm bumps all over the place.
But I always wore my hat because my head wasn't that big, so I'd wear the hat underneath so that the helmet would fit right. So he leaves his hat there on the field. Well, I pulled out the scissors and I cut the straps on both of his hats.
Oh, my God.
On his hat, on both sides. So he, I don't know, grounded out or whatever. He comes back into the dugout, goes to stick the hat on the head, and there's no straps on it whatsoever. Entire team starts laughing at him. We got in so much trouble. I had to run laps for days.
Oh, boy. That sounds about right.
Yeah.
That sounds about right. Hey, we're going to the hotline. It's been a while since we heard from him. I wonder what the hell was going on with him, but the Niners get a couple wins in a row. Maybe he's feeling good. In the attic, it's Papa Shasky on the roast. Papa Shasky.
Wow.
What's happening?
Unprompted.
Hey, good morning, fellas. How you guys doing? Hey, so listen, I heard you guys talking about the Redeem Team doc. So I said, okay, I got to sit down and watch this.
No spoilers. No spoilers,
Hey,
Pops.
Dad.
No spoilers.
My appreciation for Kobe, I didn't think could go higher. How great is Kobe when you watch that?
Don't give anything away, Pops.
You're not missing it. You know what happens. They win.
Yeah, I know. I mean, still.
No. Okay, so what I took away from that, right? Okay, so when they had Larry Brown was the coach, and they're all collectively great players, right?
Right.
But he couldn't get them to play as a team, right? And then you look and you see Steve Kerr, the way he gets these players to play like a team. It's incredible. But what I took away from that whole thing was the work ethic by Kobe Bryant.
Unbelievable.
And there's only one other player that I know, and that's Jerry Rice, that had that work ethic. I'm sure there's hundreds and hundreds of other professional athletes that do that, but nobody stands out like Kobe Bryant and Jerry Rice. And for all the young kids that are listening, the youngsters that are listening to on the radio, if you want to succeed in life and you want to be the best, you have to put the work ethic in. I don't care what trade you're in, what you're doing in life. If you want to be the best, you have to do the work ethic to get what you want to be. And it was incredible to watch all the other players watch Kobe. They're out on a party out the night, right? They won a game. They're out playing. They're coming at 4 in the morning. And who's going to the gym at 4 in the morning but Kobe Bryant? The next day, he's getting groups of guys. Then they're all as a team collectively going in early in the morning. Now, that's how you change the attitude and the mindset of a team. It was incredible to watch. And two of the things that I took away at the end of that was when he's got his they sang him happy birthday. Kobe sang him happy birthday, and he's got his daughter.
Yeah, that was sad, wasn't it?
I mean, that was really great to see. And then when the wife came down after they won it and gave him a kiss, and he leans down and gives his daughter a kiss. I mean, that was incredible. I really, really enjoyed watching that documentary.
You know, Pops, you got to say, like, Troy Aikman, he's kind of growing on us. Michael Irvin's growing on us. We hated him. I did not like Kobe Bryant as an LA Laker, but once he retired and he started running the Girls Academy, the Mamba Academy, and he had the animation stories where he wins an Emmy, an Oscar, I started to really love Kobe Bryant for who he was, man. And like, I miss him more and more every day, and I hated the guy when he played.
Well, he's a lot like Barry Bonds, where he kept to himself, was a great player, kept to himself, and a lot of other players didn't like him because it wasn't that team. They didn't think he was that team player because he was only into himself. But when you're that good at what you do, you have to have that mindset that I am the best, and I got to prove to everyone, even to myself, that I'm the best at what I do.
2 quick points on this one. Bill Plaschke, the famous writer from L.A., who had followed Kobe's entire career as a
LA
Laker,
Times.
he was sent to go cover the USA team, and they were practicing out in Las Vegas. And he goes, Kobe's sitting there, it's good to see you. And Kobe had said, I was talking with some of my NBA friends, and all the reporters started laughing. He goes, we know you don't have any NBA friends. Because he didn't have any friends.
Right.
That was funny. And then number 2, when he ran through Pau Gasol on the first play of that game versus Spain, didn't you look at Kobe a different way?
Well, he was trying to tell those youngsters on the team that this is how you play the game, right? And you take no prisoners.
Yes.
It's a no prisoner game. I'm taking no prisoners. And to be honest, that team that they had, that Pau Gasol team, that kid Navarro and that other kid Hernandez, how come those guys never made it to the NBA?
Hernandez did. I think Rudy Fernandez, I believe
they had a cup of coffee in the NBA.
He tore his Achilles. I think he was with the Rockets or something.
They had a cup of coffee in the NBA.
Yeah, but they were killing it.
And how about when they were talking about all the number 1 draft players from around the world that made it into the NBA, and Ginobili, the guy. There's a guy named Ginobili.
Oh yeah.
Talking about Ginobili, right? And then how all the other players said we want to play against the best, and then they ended up not beating them.
Yep. The Redeem team was great.
You got to see that.
Because I remember the Redeem team. Kobe came in. He was the defensive stopper. He was the guy in the gold medal game where they said, we got to get the ball to Kobe.
Yeah.
Out of all those stars on the court, LeBron, Wade, Bosh, Melo, all those studs on that American team, it was Kobe who led them through, and Coach K said it as well. They got Kobe to buy in, which was really, really cool.
Before you go, Pops, the Draymond incident. Well, what was your read? You've been around. You've been around some contention in the locker room. You've been around, competitive, fiery folks. What was your feeling on it?
Well, it's terrible that the video got leaked, right? Because that was an in-house thing, right? And I hope that they keep it in-house. I don't like that he did what he did. I think that Draymond needs to apologize to his entire family, Jordan Poole's family, for disrespecting the young player. He's 10 years older. There's a way to mentor young kids, and by physical actions, not the way to do it, right?
Yeah.
You want to try to lead by example. When you're an older player and you've been around here and you've been leading the other team, you need to lead by example. And I think that was not the right way. Now he can redeem himself, totally redeem himself, as in and by coming out and saying he was sorry, and he does need some help. He needs to go to counseling. Joe and I, you know what I'm talking about, Joe.
Mm-hmm.
I've had to do some counseling in my lifetime, and I wouldn't be the person I am today if I didn't have some of that counseling. So hopefully that he can get help and he can, become the player that we all know he is. You do need to have that fiery that fire behind you, but you got to pick and choose when you use that.
Pops, let me ask you about the Niners. How you feeling about them? 3-2, first place, NFC West. Put the injuries aside for a second. They look like a team that could be reckoned with in the NFC.
It's funny, that first drive, they go down methodically. The last couple of games, they go down that first drive, and the team that they played hadn't given up a touchdown, opening touchdown
Panthers.
in 2 years?
Yeah, Carolina Panthers, yeah.
And they drove down methodically and went rub, boom, boom, boom. And they did that against the Rams as well. And I go, why can't they do that every time? Why does it but I do like the way Jimmy's getting the ball out quick, right? I don't know that there were some schemes there where the guys were rushing up the middle and sacking him, right? I know they were working, but the line looked really well after they again, they're establishing a pass to establish the run.
Yes.
Vice versa, what they used to do, right? That was kind of like Bill Walsh's thing, right?
Yep.
You establish, and we've talked about this, Joe, about scripting the plays, right? So the players know.
He loves scripting the plays.
Well, so, Pops, did you know that Shanahan scripted the first 24 plays, and in the first 8 plays after halftime, they brought that up on the broadcast Sunday?
I did hear that, but that's some of the thing. That's something that they probably don't let that get out, right? I mean, that's something that's probably in house again. But I think it's a great idea. The players all know where they need to be. They've run these plays in practice all week long. There should be no mistake about offsides or moving. You didn't see too many penalties this time around.
That's a good point.
And it's a shame that we got 3 players hurt plus a kicker. It's and for the Ward comes up his third game. Third play, he breaks his hand.
Yeah.
Kidding me? And then Mosley, he has a great interception for a return, and then he's going downfield just for a routine defense play, and he comes down on his knee wrong. Oh, it's just terrible to see. Just absolutely terrible. Hey, look, so one other doc I wanted to chime in.
Oh, here we go. This is the Shasky segment.
I love it.
So one other thing that I want to talk about was I saw that because I can't wait for the Padres to beat the Dodgers. Dodgers haven't played a meaningful game in 3 months, right? So I can't wait for the Dodgers. That Musgrove pitched a hell of a game the other night. And then to watch that doc on Nolan Ryan.
How good was that?
Phenomenal. For a baseball guy like me, Joe, I couldn't get enough of that. That was incredible.
I love it. I love it.
Hey, when Robin Ventura came out onto the mound.
Yeah, he got punked.
Come on.
He got punked.
Well, it was the great part is he got him by the headlock, and then he's just giving him the business. Right?
Talk about a guy throwing gas for 3 decades.
108 mile an hour. That's what they thought he threw in the 60s.
That's crazy.
What was the referee's name that said he made the call? Said, he's giving him the business.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, that was the official. Yeah. Foul on number 68 for giving him the business.
Giving him the business.
All right, Pops, hit him straight today.
All right, guys. You guys have a great day.
All right, Papa Shasky. We need an intro for him.
I know, we do. He needs it'll be some Grateful Dead crap or something.
Let's build an intro for him because when he calls, we just hit the intro. That's when you know he's on the bat signal.
I kind of like that.
Yeah, I like that.
Boy, he let all his takes out.
I mean, he was waiting on that. He just called out of nowhere talking Redeem Team.
We kind of needed that little jolt.
Well, just Redeem Team out of nowhere.
Hey, honestly, though, when you watch the Redeem Team doc,
it is really good.
Your appreciation for Kobe Bryant and then what he did. I also think that what he did to teach LeBron, and you got to give LeBron obviously his credit and whatnot, but like it's hard to not come away from that doc without even more respect for Kobe Bryant.
No doubt. No doubt. By the way, breaking news in Philadelphia. The 76ers have signed Patrick Mccaw to a training camp contract.
Oh, my God.
Mccaw.
So are they guaranteed to win it all then? 3-time champion?
Favorites to win the championship, I would say. James Harden's in shape. You are listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM at AC1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app. Download the Odyssey app and favorite 95.7 The Game for the best and most up-to-date sports coverage. And do not forget that you can also watch us every day on our YouTube and Twitch streams. Just log on and search 95.7 The Game. San Jose Jazz fan Papa Shasky providing the analysis this show needs. That's via YouTube.
Oh, nice.
Maybe it could be our third analysis. Could be our guy in the booth. We just call him once an hour.
B, I know you want to get into the 49ers.
No, I want to stick on Draymond for a second.
Oh, you do?
Yeah, what were you thinking? What were you?
Well, we've got a Giants GM hire that no one of us have ever heard of, but he's coming from the Astros, and that's, only the 10th GM in San Francisco Giants history. So, I would love to break that down, but I don't know anything about him.
Well, not only that, I asked Lubman, I said, if Farhan's running the show, what the hell is a GM going to do? What is his role?
Boy, that's a great question.
If Farhan's making the trades and picking the players, what is the GM doing? What? I never knew Scott Harris's role.
I didn't either. But that's my point. We acknowledged it. There's nothing, I can't provide any analysis. I don't know. I can't even quantify if he was even important when it comes to the Houston Astros, but I just wanted to address that.
Yeah, no doubt. No doubt. What was his name? Patella, like Nutella. Love it explained to me.
Pete Patella.
Pete Patella.
I do love Nutella.
Yeah, we will get into the Giants tomorrow.
I like a brown rice cake with Nutella. It is delicious.
Tomorrow.
Or peanut butter.
Yeah, I don't know about that. Tomorrow we'll get into the Giants. So we're going to have Laura Britt on. Oh. We're going to put a bow on the season.
Oh.
I mean, a lot of rumors. We got the MLB playoffs today. Playoffs are lit, by the way.
Bob Nightingale tweeting out that the Giants are all the way in on not just Aaron Judge, but Trey Turner.
I take everything that Nightingale says with a grain of salt. I do. I mean, how many times has it been wrong?
There was a time and place when I was doing night shows where me and Townie had Nightingale on every 2 days.
I mean, it was. I worked with Marty Larry, Bob Nightingale all the time.
Spadoni's doing
the
pizza stretch.
And sometimes he wouldn't stretch. He would just be quick-winded. He would be short-winded, like Nightingale. So I'm taking whatever he says with a grain of salt. We're in the second round of the playoffs. Off-season hasn't started yet. I'll get the off-season rumors when the off-season starts.
I am rooting for the Padres, though.
Yeah, I don't know if they got a shot.
You know what? Doesn't
4-game
matter.
series. Yeah, of course. We're all rooting against the Dodgers. Yeah. I got the Braves coming out the National League.
Okay.
The American League, I think we're going to actually get a rematch of the World Series.
You know what?
Braves, Astros. I like the Astros.
You know what yesterday was? It was October 10th, okay? So it was the 12-year anniversary of the Alex Smith Sunday night game against the Philadelphia Eagles.
When they remain winless.
Well, and the crowd, I was one of them, we were chanting, "We want Carr," as in David Carr, Derek Carr's brother, who was the backup. And then after 2 passes, we said, okay, we're done with Carr. We want Troy Smith. But in the parking lot, and then the reason I bring this up, because 12 years ago to that day, I was in the parking lot, all right, as we talk baseball playoffs. And this was back in the day where you didn't have iPhones that could stream games, but you had the generator. So you had the TV on the generator, and it wasn't on Fox Sports. It was on Fox, Channel 2.
Right.
The Giants game was on with the Braves. It was Game 3 of the playoffs, NLDS. Brooks Conrad had 3 errors in this game. He missed the pop-up. He missed an easy ground ball throw over to first base. And then Buster, with the game tied 2-2, he let one go right through his legs in the 9th inning.
So you know where I was watching that game?
I'll never forget it.
You know where I was?
Where were you?
In Detroit, Michigan. Watching that game. I went to a Lions-Rams game that morning.
Wow.
And I dated a chick who went to University of Michigan Law School. So I was up there for the weekend. Go to Detroit. Lions, Rams. Sean Hill lights it up. That same day. You look it up. October
was
10th.
that the game where Calvin caught the game-winning touchdown?
No, this game was like 44-6.
Oh.
I mean, they roasted
Sean
the Rams.
Hill, my boy.
They roasted the Rams.
The real number 13.
So we watched the Giants game at the bar. And they're down 2-1.
Yes.
And I'm rattled.
Sanchez pitched a gem in that game.
I almost got into a fight that day because a guy was like, Barry Bonds steroids. And I said, Miguel Cabrera, he ain't no saint. He cheats on his wife.
Wow.
We went deep. Yeah, we almost got. So I sat in the back of the bar by myself like this, fuming like the Giants are never winning the World Series. Thinking to myself, they're never winning. And Brooks Conrad happened.
Yeah. Not once, not twice,
not once,
3 times.
Not twice. Who pitched that game? Was it Jonathan Sanchez?
Jonathan Sanchez
That's
against
right.
Tim Hudson.
Yep.
And Tim Hudson actually broke up the no-hitter with a flare to right field.
Yep.
And what was crazy about that game, again, I'm watching it. I'll never forget with my boy Mike and Donnie Dackaday at the little generator, but the radio was 30 seconds ahead of the TV.
Mm-hmm.
So when you're in the Candlestick parking lot, you could hear pockets of people starting to cheer who were listening on the radio, and all of a sudden you're like, oh, something happened. Something happened. So more people are huddling up to the generator with the television, and then you see the Buster Posey hit. The little it was like a slap to right to the right side to the second baseman. They kind of one-hopped Conrad right between the legs.
Watch that right across the street from Ford Field. By the way, Ford Field that day, Lions beat the Rams. I told you, 44-6. Sean Hill that day lit it up. 21-32, 227 yards, 3 touchdowns. Javit Best, 17 catches, 17 rushes, 59 yards. Megatron, only 4 catches, 54 yards. Nate Burleson, 4 catches, 56 yards. Tony Scheffler, Brendan Pettigrew. Remember that tight end
Brandon Pettigrew.
out of Oklahoma State?
He was always available in fantasy on the waiver wire.
Always available. Sam Bradford.
He'll get you 4 points.
Sam Bradford was on the Rams, threw 2 picks, 23 of 45.
A great thrower of the football.
215 yards. Steven Jackson that day did run for over 100. 25 carries, 114 yards. But the Lions went on a 21-point outburst in the second quarter. They led 24-6. They win 44-6 that day. The day Bruce Conrad happened for the Giants.
Yeah, and I was just, again, as we go down memory lane, I'm watching that Braves lineup. Jason Hayward crashed into the wall. Remember him?
Yep.
He was an integral part of that team. You look back, Brian McCann tripped over one of the bats. Somebody had flared a single to right field, and he tripped over and he hurt his wrist. If you look at that Braves series, I know we always point to that Phillies series in 2010. That Braves team was loaded.
Oh, they were good. They were legit.
Loaded. That was the final game series for Brian Cox.
Yeah.
Or Bobby Cox.
Bobby Cox.
And the entire staff of the Giants
stood up and gave him a salute.
which was one of the classiest things I've ever seen.
Bobby Cox, man.
Remember him?
Oh, do I? Won National League
Great
West
coach.
Won how many straight division titles?
Like 12?
Bobby Cox, man. And Leo Mazzoni, his longtime pitching coach, who was always rocking back and forth like this. Always rocking back and forth. Like this. All right, we're going to get into Baldy at 7:30. We will get into Draymond Green at some point. Also, Steve Kerr. Hear what he said about James Wiseman?
No.
Oh.
Is it good or bad?
Oh, it's really, really good.
Oh.
It's really, really good. I'm getting excited about this 2-man game between Jordan Poole and James Wiseman. Just saying. Ring night 7 days away.
God.
Oh, my God. Yeah, it's going to be fascinating. Wait, we got a break soon, right? I was going to play this sound. What we got, Loveman? About a minute? Got a minute?
You got about 40 seconds here.
I'm not going to play it. I'll save it. Stephen A. Smith and Kendra Perkins, your 2 favorite analysts.
Talking about Draymond.
Careful. Discussing the Draymond Green situation.
Yeah, it's interesting. At some point, can we talk about, and I wrote this down for the show last night, I'm watching Chris Jones last night. I started thinking about DeForest Buckner.
Oh, well.
And I want to evaluate the DeForest Buckner trade 2.5 years in.
No, it's not. It's going to give me a headache.
Well, it's bad.
It makes me sad.
Well, but this goes back to why I think the Niners should try to trade for a proven player now.
I like it. DeForest Buckner talk, Baldy, Niner talk. We'll get into Draymond Green a little bit later. The Buckner trade. Oh, God. That trade broke during my show. Bonte Steiny Guru. I couldn't believe it. Anyway, that's what's coming up. Brought to you by Save Martin, Lucky, California.
I love it.
At Lucky California, every day is full of fresh possibilities everywhere you look at a price that will always fit your budget. This week, red or green grapes are just $1.49 per pound. Shop all of the fantastic weekly deals at Lucky California. Come see what's fresh.
Hey, Becky, what about this beat for your next song?
It's cool, but I'm into faster stuff lately. Like Xfinity that gives me beyond gig speeds.
Got it. What about this then?
It sounds powerful, just like Xfinity. Because its supersonic Wi-Fi has 3 times the bandwidth, you can connect hundreds of devices at once.
That's what I call power.
Unbeatable internet from Xfinity. Made to do anything so you can do anything.
Get the Xfinity Supersonic Bundle with unlimited gig speed internet, Wi-Fi equipment included, and a free 4K streaming box. All for $50 a month with a 2-year internet rate guarantee and no annual contract when you add Xfinity Mobile with unlimited data at regular rates. Go to Xfinity.com/gig, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store today. Limited time offer. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and autopay. New Gigabit Extra internet customers only. Taxes and fees extra and subject to change. Xfinity Mobile requires post-pay Xfinity internet. Reduced speeds after 20 gigabytes wireless usage. After 24 months, regular rates apply. Requires compatible Xfinity gateway.
Everything, our farm, our stand, our pop-up shop.
It really all started when we discovered the benefits of local, raw honey for our family.
And then we decided to turn it into a business.
We were looking for something to help us get up and running.
So we got the Chase Business Complete Banking Account.
It's more than a bank account. It comes with Quick Accept, which lets us take card payments anytime, anywhere in the U.S. using the Chase mobile app. Plus, we get same-day deposits at no extra cost. For us, it's more than honey. It's about sharing a little sweetness with the world.
Get the Chase Business Complete Banking Account with the essentials you need to help get your business going. Learn more at chase.com/business-complete-banking. Chase for business. Make more of what's yours. Quick Accept is not available in U.S. territories. Enrollment required. Usage subject to approval. Same-day deposits available for payments before 8 p.m. Eastern Time, Sunday to Friday. Fees and rates apply for checking and processing. Limitations and restrictions apply. Participants compensated. Merchant services provided by Payment Tech LLC and WePay Inc. Subsidiaries of J.P. Morgan Chase Bank and a member FDIC.
Do you think all premium fuels are the same? Well, your engine doesn't. Shell V-Power Nitro Plus helps keep your engine running like new because it's engineered to defend against 4 main engine threats: gunk, wear, corrosion, and friction. So next time, choose Shell's most advanced fuel ever. It's fuel for thought. In engines that continuously use Shell V-Power Nitro Plus premium gasoline.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today. 1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Donate your car today at carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K. Your car, running or not, can be picked up as soon as the next day. You'll get a maximum tax deduction and a vacation voucher.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
If you own a business, this has been a bumpy ride. From pandemic to inflation, I'm sure you could use a break. If your business has 5 or more employees and survived COVID, you might be eligible to receive a payroll tax refund of up to $26,000 per employee. The challenge is getting your hands on it. Hi, I'm Howard Mackler, and that's why I founded GetRefunds.com to cut through the red tape and get you the money. The team of tax attorneys we have put together are highly trained in this little-known payroll tax refund program. We do all the work, charge not a dime up front, and simply share a percentage of the cash that we get for you. Businesses of all types can qualify, including those that took PPP, nonprofits, and even those that had increases in sales. We have helped return over $1 billion to businesses, and we can help you too. Just go to getrefunds.com/sports, click on Qualify Me, and answer a few questions. This payroll tax refund is only available for a limited period of time. Don't lose out on up to $26,000 per employee. Go to getrefunds.com/sports. That's getrefunds.com/sports.
Hey, I'm Andy. If you don't know me, it's probably because I'm not famous. But I did start a men's grooming company called Harry's. The idea for Harry's came out of a frustrating experience I had buying razor blades. Most brands were overpriced, overdesigned, and out of touch. At Harry's, our approach is simple. Here's our secret. We make sharp, durable blades and sell them at honest prices for as low as $2 each. We care about quality so much that we do some crazy things, like buy a world-class German blade factory. Obsessing over every detail means we're confident in offering a 100% quality guarantee. Millions of guys have already made the switch to Harry's. So thank you if you're one of them. And if you're not, we hope you give us a try with this special offer. Get a Harry starter set with a 5-blade razor, weighted handle, shave gel, and a travel cover. All for just $3 plus free shipping. Just go to harrys.com and enter code JOY at checkout. That's harrys.com, code JOY. Enjoy.
The annual Harmony Walk to End Hunger and Homelessness in Richmond is October 22nd. Register at gripcares.org. Hear local music, take your kids to the bounce house, and make a difference together. Register now at gripcares.org.
Trey Lance, Debo Samuel, Nick Bosa, Ooh, man, I can't wait to talk about the Niners. What's up, Bonte, Shasky, and all the roasters? It's Baldwin. I'll be back with you guys every Tuesday morning at 7:30 to break it down. All right, boys, take it away.
Whoo, 13 minutes. Baldy gets me so fired up with his breakdowns every single week. You get lost in them. He's talking about every single team. I was just watching one during the break, I should say, of the 49ers defensive line collapse in the pocket, sacking Baker Mayfield. Jake Jackson cleaned it up. And he's like, look at these guys, Amenehu, Ebukam. They're having fun. Look at this, man. They're having fun. They're playing a kid's game. Look at them. So Baldy's going to break down this defense, break down Mooney Ward, who he had a breakdown on, and where the running game is going here. The running game's looking really, really good. And Michael Irvin, Shasky, I know you want to get into Buckner in just a second here, but here is what Michael Irvin had to say about the Niners and their dominant defense.
You look at the Eagles, you see something special that you know, okay, there's something there. You look at the Niners, you got to have a dominating unit, one unit. There's never been a team that gets there without a dominating unit. The Niners defense has been playing dominating football. I tweeted the thing the other day that had it was top two something, talking about the Dallas defense and the Niners defense, the top two in the NFL. And that, they have that special unit that can get them there.
Special unit that could get them to the promised land. We were talking about this. It's Operation Glendale for me here on out. I'm there now. 3-2. Unless DeAndre Hopkins really just turns the Arizona Cardinals from a pretender to contender, I think the NFC West could be a wrap. The Niners can run away with this division. Now, they have to stay healthy. They have the components there.
Health is so important.
Health is so important. And right now, we know Mosley. He's out for the season with a torn ACL.
It
stinks. Nick Bosa, what is he, day-to-day? With a tight groin?
They said he had a groin injury during camp. I didn't notice it. Maybe they monitored it.
Maybe they didn't say anything.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, and if this were the playoffs, could he play? Like, I have a lot of questions. I want him to get right.
Get right.
Yeah, whatever they got to do to get him ready.
Right.
If that means he misses the next 2 games and he gets the bye week, maybe that might not be the worst thing in the world. Because the worst thing that could happen is he comes back, he re-aggravates it, and he's either injured the whole year or he has a bigger setback.
Big chunk, yes. 6 weeks or something like that.
Exactly.
Whenever you say right, I think a D4.
I know, that's why.
I know. When he said, guys, I'll come on the show, I need to get right. I was like, damn, I thought you just need to get right. He was like, right.
We're going to have Baldy on in a second, and one of the videos that he put out there was just about the dominance of this defensive line, even when they didn't have Nick Bosa and Kinlaw and Armstead out there, and with all those injuries. We talk so much, about the allocation of resources. You traded multiple first-round picks for Trey Lance. Is Jimmy Garoppolo worth $25 million when he was under that cap? I feel like we don't do that with some of the other positions that are as important in terms of the allocation of resources as maybe the quarterback position is scrutinized. And I look and I'm watching Chris Jones last night, and there's 5 or 6 guys, and I'm sure that teams can make it right. In terms of D tackles, there's Fletcher Cox, Aaron Donald, Chris Jones is one of those guys that truly are impactful players no matter what the scheme is.
Grady Jarrett as well. I throw him down there. We forget how dominant he was in that Super Bowl.
Agreed.
When they built a 28-3 lead. Grady Jarrett had 3 sacks in that Super Bowl.
And we see him this weekend.
We
see him this weekend. And I would have put
Chris Jones the week after.
I would put Deforest Buckner in that same bucket. Now, if you go back in time, it's been about 2.5 years since the Niners traded Deforest Buckner away to Indianapolis for the 13th overall pick. It was a bold move at the time, and I feel like we haven't done a good job kind of figuring out, was that even a good trade?
No, and I'll tell you why it wasn't a good trade. In my opinion, Buckner was the guy. Now, Eric Armstead does a lot of great things in the community that DeForest Buckner was doing. I knew it wasn't a good trade the minute I heard from somebody who worked with the 49ers and said, damn it, Buckner was one of the good ones. He was great in the locker room and outside the locker room. This guy was a 3-down player. You just don't trade personnel like that. Remember, we did a show. You talked about loyalty. Paying your premium players, guys who have been in the trenches. He was the one guy. It wasn't Armstead. It was number 99 who led that defense. When you walked around Levi Stadium, there was a bunch of 99 jerseys.
There was.
Buck, the Polynesian community, the black community. We love Buck. D-Buck, he wanted to be a Niner. And then that trade happened during the show I was doing with Steiny Guru. BS&G. Schechter tweeted, hey, there's a defensive lineman on the move. We started thinking, Okay, maybe it's Eric Armstead who's in a contract here.
Yeah.
Maybe it's him.
Yeah.
No, it's DeForest Buckner.
Well,
and that to me was not good business because right away Armstead signs a 5-year, $85 million contract extension with $48.5 million guaranteed. And we all know Buckner was the better player.
I know.
Buckner was the better player.
He had the 1 year popping, and you paid him
in 2019.
You paid him as a D end instead of D tackle.
Yep.
And so we all know D ends get paid more than D tackles in terms of guarantees and all that. And he's not really a sack guy.
No, he's not.
So since that trade has been consummated, not only did they pay Eric Armstead, and this is an argument you're going to hear, well, they kept Jimmy Ward as well. Well, if you really break down the money about how they're very close because they spent 13th overall pick money, not just on Eric Armstead's contract extension, but on Kinlaw.
Well, you hear arguments that Buckner wanted a certain number and he wasn't going to negotiate that number. I don't know what's what. But all I know is you had the franchise tag that you always talk about, the franchise tag.
It was in your back pocket. And he was under contract for $12 million
so
for
he
that.
So he had another year in the contract.
Yes.
I don't think he's going to hold out. Me personally, I don't think he's holding out. I think he's going to play it through and say, all right, pay me. Maybe they work on an extension during the season.
Yeah.
Maybe he comes back to camp and you make something happen. But you give Armstead the big fat extension instead of franchising him. Then you turn around, you trade Buckner for one first-round draft pick. Mm-hmm. And then you take a defensive tackle and give him number 99. So all of a sudden, Javon Kinlaw, from a fan base standpoint, we're looking at Kinlaw saying, okay, you need to ball out right away to justify this trade. And now it's been unwarranted heat on Kinlaw and the pressure for him to perform. And now we don't even know if his knee's going to hold up.
Well, that's the biggest knock right now on Kinlaw's health. Number one. But on top of that, the production's just not there. And I'm not making this an indictment of Armstead and Kinlaw, but it's more the Niners as a whole and how they view certain positions. And to me, they waste their resources. If you look at all the numbers, tackles for losses, quarterback hits, pressures, sacks, passes batted down, DeForest Buckner, even if I combine Armstead and Kinlaw's production, DeForest Buckner is doubling their output.
Unbelievable.
Doubling their output. So I just look at this. I saw this team take a 6th-round pick in DJ Jones and make him into a player. Yep. I saw what they've done now with Kevin Givens. I saw what they did with Ridgeway. No one wanted Ridgeway.
Mccaw signing him for the cheap.
Think of how many interior defenses. This is not a Eric Armstead sucks. He's good. What I'm saying is, I think you've overpaid for that position when you're rotating already, and you already had a premium player, and you've lost this trade.
And
you've lost this trade.
And DeForest Buckner plays all 17 games.
He's missed 3 games in his entire career.
His entire career.
Okay?
Entire career.
This year alone, Javon Kinlaw's missed 3 games.
Right. Eric Armstead, how many games has he missed?
Well, he's actually been quite healthy the last 3 years, but yes, he's
early
missed
on in his career, he wasn't healthy,
No doubt. But I'm talking about since the contract was extended. He's basically played in every game but 3 or 4.
But you see the production. 2019, 10 sacks. Ever since then, 9.5 sacks.
Javon Kinlaw's in year 3. And there's more measurements than just sacks. We can go PFF rating.
Right.
DeForest is killing them in PFF rating as well.
I don't even care about PFF.
Kinlaw has 1.5 sacks.
Yeah.
And he can't stay on the field. I mean, that's tough. Look, it sucks.
When he's on the field, though, despite the low sack numbers, he is productive. He's not a stiff.
No,
I think
I'm not saying that.
No, I know you're not saying that. I'm not saying you are.
I just think
saying
it's
that.
a poor allocation of resources.
It's terrible resources. Kinlaw does play the run really, really well.
Yeah.
He does take on double teams really, really well. It's health, and it's, wait a minute, I have DeForest Buckner. And the whole excuse about Buckner, too, which drove me crazy during the season, well, he can't really play in a wide 9. It's not the scheme.
They're not even really running that.
They're not running it no more, but that was all baloney to me.
Yeah.
Well, the wide 9, this, and it kind of takes... Buckner's fine. He eats up space. He makes plays happen. He's a dominant force. If you're going to trade him, don't go trade him and then draft another D tackle, give him number 99 right away. That's unfair to Kinlaw.
Yeah.
That's unfair to the fan base. That's unfair to Buckner to say, you know what, Super Bowl run, we're going to pay the guy who had 1 good year instead of being the guy who had 4 consistent seasons for us in DeForest Buckner. Instead, we're going to give that money to Armstead. And you see, it's just not there with Armstead. When Armstead doesn't play, do you notice?
Well, that was my point. I'm watching Ridgeway and Givens and all these guys, and I'm like, why would I ever draft a D tackle in the first round? And then double down, why would I pay that guy $15 million a year?
Right.
Especially if you're going to rotate that position, and we all agree the edge guys are more important in terms of allocating resources.
Right.
I like you taking Drake Jackson in the second round. That feels like a steal. He has the same amount of sacks as Hutchinson, who's one of the top players picked, and he has 100 less snaps. But D tackle, if you're going to rotate it, and all I'm asking you to do is eat space and command double teams, to me, why would I pay a guy $40 million in guarantees and then draft a guy 13th overall?
14th overall. 14th overall.
Okay, 14th overall. Like, it's poor. It's poor resource allocation.
Well, that's where we're going to see with the Trey Lance pick.
Exactly.
Where you move up and you could say 2 or 3 first-round picks, whatever. We're getting into semantics here, whatever it is. But now that Jimmy's playing better, and now the question is looming, well, what if you would have just built around Jimmy instead of trading up and getting a quarterback?
It's fair to think that.
It's fair to think that.
It's fair to think that.
It's fair
now.
to think that. But they
and we've
botched
been
a lot
the
of these
biggest Trey
picks.
fans. Sorry.
Dude, but it's been a lot of that question marks when you look at it. Brendan Ayuk and the way he's being used. You drafted him in the first round. You would think that he's a 5th-round wide receiver with the way he gets utilized in the offense. Brendan Ayuk.
I'm with you on that. Like if you're going to spend that's the thing. If you're going to draft a guy in the first round, they got to be 3-down players for you who are impactful.
No doubt. So I'm with you with Armstead. He's out for a while. Kinlaw, we don't know when he's coming back. He's got fluid in the knee.
It doesn't
He's going to
feel
be
good.
alone. And I feel bad for the kid.
I do too.
Because Kinlaw's been working his ass off. He stayed in the Bay Area during the offseason, bought a house, worked out. Just trying to get right.
Yeah.
Trying to get right. And you see him in Chicago, man, he was dominant in that first quarter.
And I guess where I'm going at with all this, and you're 100% correct, but where I'm going at with this, moving forward, if this nucleus is about winning a Super Bowl, which we agree, it's about winning the Super Bowl, they need to trade for a proven commodity. Stop with the drafting for right now, because this is the window. This team can win a Super Bowl right now. Did you see those defenses last night? In that game, Kansas City's supposed to be one of the champions. They got carved up by what we all believe to be a flawed Raider team.
Raiders got offense, so when the Raiders commit to the run and Josh Jacobs run hard in a division game like that, Raiders have something cooking.
Would
They're
you
1-4,
agree with me? Like their front is really nice. I don't think they have the secondary that the Niners have.
They don't.
Even though they have Mosley injury. So what I'm saying is,
with that said, hold on for a second. Without Armstead and without Kinlaw, we see the film. This defensive line is still flying around.
That's what I'm saying.
They're still flying around.
They took a 5th-round pick and they traded for Charles Omenihu, and I told Omenihu could play.
6th-round pick. He
a 6th-round pick. He could play. If Christian McCaffrey, and the rumor was that he's available, if he's out there and you could get him, I don't want to hear from people saying you don't spend on running backs. This is a run-first team. If there's an opportunity to go get Christian McCaffrey, a proven commodity, you make the deal.
Great.
You make the deal right now.
Yeah, and Carolina's probably going to have to eat money here. So we're about 45 seconds away from Baldy. You know what? Let's start it early. Baldy's already on the Zoom.
Let's go.
Looking dapper as ever with the tie on.
Looks good.
Coming from Cleveland, Ohio. Let's go with the intro, Spinoni.
He breaks down plays better than anyone.
I mean, this is like Shark Week now. And you know what Baker Mayfield is? He's chum. Look at these sharks. You think you're getting away from those 4 angry sharks? It's Shark Week. It's time to eat. Make the read urgency. That's the name of the game right here. Urgency. Now, on it. He's on it. Touchdown. Beautiful throw.
He's our 95.7 The Game NFL insider, Brian Baldinger.
All right, you know the drill, roasters. Every single week, Tuesday mornings, unless there's a Monday Night Football game, Baldy joins us Tuesday at 7:30 a.m. to recap the previous 49ers game, to look ahead to the next game. They're in the dirty, dirty South, taking on the Falcons next. Grady Jarrett, Arthur Smith and company looking to get back on track. But let's recap the Panthers game. And good morning to Brian Baldinger, looking dapper as ever covered. He said it, too. Cleveland and the Chargers, it's going to be a fun game. Turned out to be a really fun game. It seems like Baldy gets all the good games. Wherever he travels, these guys ball out because they know Baldy's in the booth. But speaking of being in the booth and balling out, this defensive line so far, without Armstead, without Kinlaw, they're still flying around the football, and they're starting to create turnovers that turn into points. Baldy, this defensive line, man, is one of the best in the business.
Well, they're one of the best because of the depth. And when you look at, you know, what Kevin Givens gave you last week, you know, just you go through the whole list of guys, Drake Jackson, how he's coming on. Menahu has been huge. All right. You look at even Kimoko Toure got a chance to play last week when Bosa went down. I mean, they're 8, 9, 10 deep. And so, look, there's nobody like Nick Bosa, but if you can't have Nick out there, I mean, these guys are ready to play. Like their stunts, the way they play off each other, the way they feed each other. It starts up front. They like to get a 5th guy into the rush a lot. You know, whether it's Greenlaw or Warner, they're excellent at fitting in and running a variety of twist stunts with it. But if they just got to go with 4, they've been able to pressure the quarterback this year.
Yeah, and it feels like their linebackers are flying right now. Warner and Dre Greenlaw, they're just playing at an elite level. But I want to get to the secondary because obviously the Mosley injury is humongous. I'm watching that game and I'm saying I can't remember the last time 49er DBs made this many plays on the ball, turning around, whacking it down. How big of a loss is Mosley going to be, though, Baldy?
Well, I mean, Travarius Ward was unreal the other day. I mean, they couldn't get the ball past him. Robbie Anderson, DJ Moore. I think he had one penalty, but other than that, I mean, they really couldn't get past him. He is a big, long corner, and his specialty is press man. They don't always play man and press man, but when they do, I mean, that's where you want to disrupt the timing of the receivers. Now, Womack, somebody else, Lenore, these guys are going to have to step up. With Emmanuel going out, he's been playing excellent football. But he'll get help. The pressure up front will help, on the back end. But whoever steps in, I don't think they may lose a beat here and there. They might get beat once or twice. But I don't think this defense is going to take a big step back just because of the loss of one player.
Speaking of the Mosley injury, because I do want to ask you about D'Amico Ryans, but the Mosley injury, a lot of people are blaming the turf in Carolina, and a lot of players say, we don't like playing on turf. It feels like every NFL stadium should have natural grass. I get the cost, but this is a billion-dollar business. Where do you stand on the playing conditions, Baldy, when it comes to grass and turf?
Well, I like grass unless it's bad grass. I've played on a lot of bad turf fields. I mean, go to Chicago. I played the vet, but go to Soldier Field some days, and you feel like you're in a cow pasture. Go up to Foxborough some days and try to play on that stuff. Go play in Washington in December and play on painted dirt. It just depends. I played in Milwaukee one time, and the pitcher's mound wasn't completely level for football. And so I'm snapping the ball, and one foot's on part of the pitching mound, the other is on the field. Like, if you give me, like I was in Cleveland last week, it was as nice a grass field as I have seen all year. Like, you give me that grass field, I would take that over everything else.
Now I'm thinking about that Caddyshack line where he's like, yeah, you can play 18 holes on it, and you can pick it up and smoke it afterwards. All right, Baldy,
That's cool.
I want to get to the offense because it just felt like to me, Jimmy Garoppolo, he wasn't perfect, but he was really good. He was rhythmic. He was getting it out. He was giving his playmakers opportunities downfield. One of my big, issues with Jimmy over the years is like he's not identifying the one-on-one matchups. I felt like in this game, he was like, you know what? I'm going one-on-one. I'm going to throw it up. I'm going to let my playmakers make plays. And I appreciated the way he played. What did you think of how he played this weekend?
I thought he was really good. I thought it was the best game that he played. The touchdown throw to Debo was an absolute dime. They got the screen game going, which always helps any quarterback. When you're getting production out of the screen game. Even, the touchdown to Tevin Coleman. It's nice to be able to just, really have a risk-free play that, becomes a really productive play. The one thing about Jimmy, he's always had a quick release, and he relies on that release. Sometimes it's a little dangerous. Jeff Burris had his hands on the ball in the middle of the field. He dropped it. It could have been an easy pick early in the game. But he doesn't seem to shy away to make the tough throws. He threw one to Kittle in double coverage. Kittle came down with it. You just can't fear the middle of the field. Because if you do, you're not gonna lose those big plays. And it was good to see Danny Gray out there. Take a couple shots down the field to him because of his speed. That's part of what you're talking about right there, Joe. Because that was one-on-one coverage, and they missed it. But you can see the guy's speed and what he does to a defense. And so take the shot. It's second down, whatever it was. Take the shot. Let the young rook go have a chance.
Brian Baldinger here on the Morning Rush on 95.7 The Game. Joins us every single week, Tuesdays at 7:30. We love Baldy, at Baldy NFL on Twitter, breaking it down every single game. And I want you to break down D'Amico Ryans and the celebrations, Baldy. That's what I want to get to because we got accustomed to Robert Saleh. Whenever the Niners would have a goal line stand or a fourth down stop, you see Robert Saleh and all 5 of his sick veins in his neck pop out. He was so jacked up. And you see it right now in New York with the Jets as they're playing better football. D'Amico Ryans celebrating after that pick 6 of Mosley and his jubilance and his passion for the game. It feels like we're going to have to say goodbye to him sooner rather than later. Could you break down D'Amico Ryans and what he's doing for this defense? And then the sideline antics, Baldy, because that gets me going.
What gets D'Amico excited is execution. And so, sometimes you do everything right. You do everything right. It's the right fit. It's the right stunt. It's the right pressure. And a DB drops the ball. And you're like, you do everything right, but you don't make the catch. He makes the catch and he picks up a convoy and he gets a bunch of blocks and, it's a pick six. Like those type of plays, what I see is they're doing a lot. They do a lot. They mix their coverages, man zone, all kinds of stuff. But they're not breaking down. They're not breaking down. Because if you break down on the back end, you give up big plays, especially to a guy like DJ Moore, Robbie Anderson. They're not breaking down on the back end, yet they're still pressuring like crazy on the front end. And they're attacking everything that moves. But the ball isn't, by play action or whatever design, isn't going over their head. So they're not giving up big plays. They're keeping everything in front of them. Their tackling is crisp. Like, there's nothing not to be excited about. You don't have to look at any stats. I don't even have to look at the stat page. That's the best defense in football. Like, nobody's playing the way they're playing. So that can carry a long ways. But that's also a testament to what they're doing every single day of the week, whether it's meetings, walkthroughs, practice. Like, they're accomplishing a great deal to play as fast as they're playing. Because when you play that fast, then you simply... You leave less margin for error.
Are you think we're trending towards having more defensive coaches be head coaches in the NFL again? Because Matty Eberflus in Chicago playing a lot better for the Bears. They're playing hard, even though they lost that game to Minnesota. Robert Saleh, the Jets, flying around, hitting people, whacking people. Defensive coaches, it feels like they got a lane now in the league again. Todd Bowles down in Tampa Bay. They're playing better football.
I never believed any of that stuff, Bonte. I know that's what they want. Give me a guy that... Like, it was always this silly argument that, let's get the coach and the quarterback together. We're going to fix the quarterback. Well, what about the other 52? Are they just going to, are we going to pay attention to you? Like, the idea of the head coach is when you stand in front of the room, do you have their attention? Are they following, the vision that you have? Like, we need leaders. We don't need coordinators. We need leaders. And so that's what's missing when they pass up some of these coordinators that are defensive-minded guys. Like, tell me a guy that can stand in front of the room and get everybody's attention. And when he walks through, Mike Vrabel, like, he's got that team playing exactly the way he thinks.
Yeah.
It's defense. It's, beating guys up in the phone booth. But he's a leader. And when things struggle and the team struggles early on, like, he doesn't get dismayed and he doesn't leave, like, his philosophy. It doesn't change. He's going to stay with it.
Baldy, when you're looking at this run game right now, it feels like they're really starting to create some big gaping holes. What are they doing differently? Because you've been kind of critical before the last couple of weeks of the run game creativity. What'd you see this week?
Well, they went heavy two-back offense last week. Juice got a lot of snaps. So when they're in the two-back offense, there was a two-man game with Kittle and Juice almost every single play, whether it's a wind back or, whether it's a counter tray. So those guys fit in the run game better than any fullback tight end combination in the league. All right, but then if you look at Aaron Banks and the way that he played a lot better. Burford played really well. Brendel is playing really good. Brendel picking, on the touchdown run up the middle, he gets 2 blocks on the play. Like, he blocks his man, then he goes and picks off the linebacker, and JW, goes right behind him. So I think they're playing much better as a group. Jalen Moore, look, Brian Burris is a handful for anybody out there.
He's a buck.
He's going to get
baller.
beat. He's a great player.
Yeah.
He's got great suddenness to him. You're going to get beat by a guy like that. But, like, really across the board is the best game that they played all year. So they just played really well together. But you also have to factor in the fullback and the tight end in the run game.
Before we move on and ask you about the Falcons and what the Niners need to do against them, how often, because we got a situation out here with the basketball team, to go to State Warriors, Baldy, you know about the Warriors and Steph Curry. You can shoot threes with the best of them. But how often do you see fights? I don't even know if we could call it a fight, what we saw last Wednesday or with the video being released Friday with Draymond Green and Jordan Poole. How often did stuff like that happen in an NFL locker room?
It happens. Punches get thrown over a variety of different things. It could be how loud the music is playing, in the weight room. It could be anything. I've been on both sides of it. I've thrown the punch and I've taken the punch. I've been there. I've been there on the practice field, in the locker room. It happens. Usually, to Draymond's, curiosity, how to get out. Why did that get out?
Yeah.
It shouldn't have gotten out. That's just me now. Like they gotta deal with it now. They got to deal with it. Everybody's seen it, but a good team, that stuff stays in and it doesn't get out. Now I understand cameras are everywhere now. It's different than when I played, but those stuff. It's just it just happens. It just does.
How did you deal with some of the fallout in the locker room on both ends of it, being the one who received it or the one who gave it?
I probably still have never talked to the guy that I took it from. I probably just held that grudge the rest of my life.
Wow.
And just probably took it out on him in practice. Like there was some things you just don't forget.
Yeah.
Wow. Especially when you don't see it coming. So, but I still have a wrist from throwing one that still doesn't work properly. Like I wore a cast the rest of the season.
Really?
Wasn't too happy that you hit people with your bare hands.
Yeah.
Bad things happen. Fingers break, wrists break. That stuff happens.
It's
Hey,
wild.
Baldy, I'm watching that game last night, and obviously everybody saw the Tom Brady play over the weekend. It feels like we've jumped the shark in terms of trying to protect the quarterbacks. I don't even know what a tackle is anymore. That play last night, Chris Jones had the ball in his hand, and look, it's not the Siragusa belly flop from 2002 or whatever. I get it. We want to keep the quarterback upright, but it's gotten out of control. Like, where's the common sense in the adjudication of these penalties? Where do you stand on where we're at in terms of quarterback protection and all of these flags that are being thrown?
I'll be honest, it's bothering me because I saw this happen at the Pro Bowl years ago. I remember one time I was with Jesse Cipolla. We were on the field at the Pro Bowl. And Jesse played in I don't know how many Pro Bowls, who knows, 8, 9. But anyways, we're watching it, and I go, Jesse, when did this happen? Like, nobody's tackling anybody. It's like Max Crosby gets to Patrick Mahomes last night. He just wraps him up, lets him go, whistle blows. Like, I felt like that was the Pro Bowl. And, like, it's a bad slope. Because what Grady Jarrett did to Tom Brady is actually what Aaron Donald's doing. What a lot of defensive tackles or defensive linemen have done is they've decided rather than throw the guy to the ground, we'll throw him over the top of me. Like, we'll just roll with them.
Yes.
And that's all Grady did. And so there's nothing about that play that needs to be penalized. Nothing. But it's all reaction to what we saw, what Teddy Bridgewater, what happened to Tua.
Yeah.
And it's an overreaction. And that's what this league does. It overreacts. And the officials feel it. They don't want to be the guy at the end that didn't like the play on Tua should have been flagged easily.
Right.
Josh Tupou slams him to the ground. Flag that play. There's no need for that. But because that play didn't get flagged, and then everything that happened as a result, you're going, all right, then guys really aren't sure what they should do. They don't want to be at the end of a guy, of a play that said, how'd you miss this? We got to protect these guys.
So then how do you, is it the crop of referees? Is it what the emphasis from the league is? Like how do they fix it, I guess? Because it feels like everybody, all the 50 million people watching at home, were like, this is wrong. And yet the call is still going down. So how do we fix it?
Well, we can't, we were officiating it just fine, Joe. Like, we don't have to overreact.
Yeah.
Like, look, I mean, nobody wants to see nobody wants to see anybody get a concussion. That's unnecessary. It happened to Tua. And so, this is all kind of coming from that. Even the play that Teddy Bridgewater gets hit on by Sauce Gardner on the first play of the game. Like, evidently he was fine, but some independent guy now that they've just changed another rule, like it's a new set of eyes making the decision. And so, now we have a whole nother layer that's kind of intervening. And, I don't know that we need to do all of that. I mean, let's just say it was a mistake, what happened to it. Let's don't do it again.
Yep.
Let's keep officiating it the way we have been. But, don't go soft on Brady because it's Brady.
Right.
I saw plenty of quarterbacks get whacked this weekend that nothing got done. And I'm not saying it was right or wrong. I'm just saying, let's don't go so far the other way where every fan knows that this is wrong. Even Brady knows. That's a bad call.
Bad call, terrible call, and it changed the game for the Falcons. It was a third down, and it got the Bucs off the field. Falcons with the ball and a chance to win the football game. Another thing that's driving me crazy, Baldy, is the decisions on these fourth downs and analytics. Oh my gosh! So we saw the game you were at in Cleveland. Staley goes for the fourth down. They can just punt it away. There's a minute 5 left, percent, no timeouts. Punt the ball away. He goes for it, almost cost the Chargers a game. They got out of there alive, but thankfully the guy missed the field goal. Last night, Chiefs going for 2 to go up 8. I'm thinking, just kick the field goal. You go up, you're going up 8. The Raiders have to score and go for 2.
Yes.
Then the Raiders score and they go for 2 and they don't get it instead of tying the game up. Baldy,
The analytics is starting to drive me crazy. It's too much overthinking on the math and the percentages, these fourth downs and whatnot. It's driving me insane.
I agree. Look, I think there's a balance with all of it, but it is so much the other way. And everyone's new way of thinking. This is what the analytics say. This is the numbers. Well, we're not flipping a coin 10,000 times to see what you should do. We got to make you got to make a firm decision, play field position. Like the Raiders should have just kicked the extra point. 30-30, go play defense.
Right.
Go play defense. Get a stop. You got to stop the last time the Chiefs had the ball. That's how you got the ball back. Go make a stop. Max Crosby, Chandler Jones, Denzel Perriman, go make a play. Get them off the field. The play in Cleveland with Brandon Staley, I thought, I was calling it on the air going, this is the wrong call. This is not the right thing. Put your defense on the field. Make them drive the field. It was just wrong.
Well, Baldy, I always wonder, how does a coach stand up in front, for example, last night? Hey, Max Crosby, I know you played your heart out for the entirety of the game. We're going for 2 here, and we're going to lessen our chances of winning the game. Just common sense thinking. How does he stand up in front of those guys with a straight face?
Well, you hope that the way that you hope it balances out, Joe, and that they go for the 2 point in the next game and they win the game.
Yeah.
And it balances itself out. That's kind of what you hope. But if, I remember Doug Peterson, when he became the head coach of the Eagles in 2016, he went for a lot of fourth down attempts because the analytics said on Wednesday, not game day, Wednesday said go for it. So he did, and it backfired a bunch. And the Eagles were like, this guy doesn't. And then, you get the next year, and there they are in the Super Bowl on 4th and 2, and let's dial up Philly special.
I know.
Good play. It was a deciding play in the game. And so you're gonna have to take your lumps when it doesn't work out for sure.
The analytics is driving me crazy. Guys going for it left and right. We didn't even talk about Matt Rule. Panthers make it 17-9, and Matt Rule, who's no longer coaching the Panthers, is going for 2. It's wait a minute. You want to make it 17-11? Just make it 17-10. It's early in the third quarter. What's going on here? So, Baldy, we can talk about the analytics all day long, bad decision-making, but we are seeing some good football. Real quick. What did the Niners have to do to avoid the trap in Atlanta? Because watching the Falcons last week against Tampa Bay, one thing Arthur Smith has them doing, they play hard. They play to the whistle. They're physical. I'm impressed with the Falcons.
Well, you have to really study the roster because it's all. I mean, Grady Jarrett's like the senior citizen of the defense. But go watch Daquan Graham. Go watch that kid play football.
Wow,
he's a young. They've got some rookies and second-year players. That are going to be really like Arnold Ebiketie from Penn State. Watch these kids play and watch them fly. And then offensively,
Drake London.
Look, they're without Cordero Patterson, but this Caleb Huntley can run. This Tyler Algier from BYU. If you get to the red zone, the ball's going up on top of the rim to Drake London, to Kyle Pitts. They could go get it. They're not. Forget about the record. They're in every single game. They've been scoring points every single week. They took Tampa to the brink. This is a team that you have to pay attention to because these kids don't know what they don't know. It's like the Bears have a lot of guys like that too. These guys are playing their asses off, and they're playing it the right way. So you can't underestimate this team at all.
Are the Niners right now the favorites to win the NFC West?
Well, for whatever, October 11th is, Joe.
I know. It's an unfair question.
But it's not that it's unfair. This thing is a process. John Madden used to say, Joe, all the time. He used to say, the season doesn't start until there's a frost on the pumpkin. There's no frost on the pumpkin. It's 70 degrees here in New Jersey. When there's a frost on the pumpkin, you look outside, you feel that first frost. That's when the season starts. That's when we can start talking about who's the favorite to win the West.
I'm now envisioning me and Baldy having Thanksgiving dinner together. We'll get there. We're not there yet, but Baldy, when you come to the Bay Area, we're going to a buffet somewhere.
Let's do it, man. I've had a lot of people surrender at the buffet that I've gone to.
Well, Baldy, you bring up Madden. And I remember watching the Madden doc. I'm sure you watch it around Christmas time. And Lawrence Taylor says something that, when I knew Madden was calling the game, I knew I had to play my ass off because Madden was there. And I owed it to him. I'm starting to think, Baldy, with your breakdowns, and I see you on Instagram, you're shaking hands with Josh Jacobs, Matt Max, every player respects you, Derwin James in Cleveland.
Hill.
I'm starting to think when they see Baldy in the building and he walks on the grass and he's got the press pass on the wrist, I'm thinking players are saying, you know what, Brian Baldinger's in the building, man. We need to play our asses off. Baldy breakdown's coming on this weekend, and I need him breaking down my film. You're starting to get that Madden treatment, Baldy.
Well, I don't know. Like, there was only one John, man.
There's only one, but you're coming, Baldy.
But I will be in Kansas City for Buffalo, Kansas City this week. So,
are you kidding me?
This guy gets all the great games.
We may have to, say hello to Josh and, Vaughn and some of the guys there this weekend.
I actually drove by Fireball, California the other day on my way down I-5. There's nothing there. The fact that Josh Allen came out of that little tiny town is incredible.
Yeah. That's good. It's a good call right there. I'm going to ask him about that.
Yeah. Tell him there's nothing there. Trust me.
Yeah, there's Buffalo Bills, Sean McDermott, there's Mahomes, Kelsey, Andy Reid,
Kelsey.
Look, when you have Mahomes and Josh Allen on the field, okay? Like, honestly, it's the best job in the entire world. Just get out of their way. Let them go do what Mahomes did last night, what Josh did last week.
That throw.
Like, just get out of the way. Let them go play.
That throw, the second throw to Gabe Davis, that was like 70 yards on a frozen rope, and he one-armed it. I'm like, how many guys in the history of the game are making that throw?
They're revolutionizing the game right now. I mean, what Herbert did last week, like, these guys are just revolutionizing the game. We've never seen this type of young talent at that position in the history of this league.
Oh, that's unbelievable. Baldy, we can't wait to talk next Tuesday, 7:30, breaking down Niners and Falcons. We'll talk about your trip to Arrowhead Stadium and a big-time matchup, a rematch of a classic divisional game between the Bills and Chiefs. Baldy, you're the man. We love you as always.
Buddy.
Okay. See you guys next week, man. Take care.
The best.
Brian Baldinger here on the Morning Rush on 95.7 The Game. We'll react to him coming up on the 8 o'clock hour, but let's get right into it. The injury report brought to you by Boxer and Gerson.
It's time for the injury report.
That really hurts.
Brought to you by Boxer and Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years.
We used to get on Shasky early on in the show. When we launched the show, Shasky would always beg somebody to play some golf or come to the house or beg people for tickets. He slyly slipped in. Baldy, come over to my house for Thanksgiving. My house.
You think he can handle a Shasky dinner?
No, I just love how you invited him to your house. What if I wanted him to come to my house? What if I wanted to take him out?
That would require you to cook.
It's just stiff arbate. It's not like you can cook. Come on. We know who cooks for you. Anyway. Sky, man. 49ers' worst fears were realized yesterday. Amari confirmed the quarterback Emmanuel Mosley suffered a torn ACL and will be out for the season. He's up for a new contract.
I know. It
up for a new contract, man.
Really
how much I love Mosley.
I know.
It's a tough injury.
He's played really hard the last couple years.
Oh, my gosh. He'll not be the only one heading for surgery in the 49ers secondary safety. Jimmy Ward would also get surgery to repair his broken hand today. Head coach Kyle Shanahan said that the team will have more of an idea of when Ward will return after the surgery is complete. Tashawn Gibson Jr.'s playing well with Hufanga, but you got Atlanta coming up. You got the Chiefs coming up. You got the Rams again. You got the Chargers. You need Jimmy Ward back at some point.
And I'd like to dispel a notion on the other side about defensive players playing on special teams, because there's a misnomer that's out there the last couple of days, and I want to dispel it.
Oh, okay. All right. Well, I'm seeing a lot of defensive starters play special teams, which I'm not mad at. I'm not mad at that. Injury report brought to you by Boxer Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years. What's coming up on the game, sponsored by Fremont Bank Full Service Banking. No compromises. We'll continue to talk some Niners. Are they the best team in the NFC? Can this defense lead them to the promised land? We got some cuts from Michael Irvin. We'll react to Brian Baldinger. All that, much, much more on the roast here on the Tuesday morning.
At BMW of Fairfield, our guests work with one client advisor through the entire transaction. No handoffs to multiple car salesmen. No waiting for a finance manager to take you to a back room. Client advisors at BMW of Fairfield are thoroughly trained in every aspect of the process, so they can lead you efficiently and effectively through the purchase from start to finish. There is a better way. Experience it for yourself at BMW of Fairfield. One price, one person, 1 hour.
If you're a professional builder or designer, here's some good news from Golden State Lumber. Their relationships with Capital Lumber, Cal Cascade, Humboldt Sawmill, and other suppliers have led to an increase in lumber inventory. Additionally, Golden State's state-of-the-art Stockton location is fully equipped with a wall panel production facility. Golden State can help you save space, labor, and time because they have prefabricated walls that are delivered directly to the job site. Golden State strives to deliver most of these materials the very next day, and in some cases, the same day. And remember, the best tool you can use on the job site is the Golden State app, which provides greater access to their industry-leading service team. You'll have access to resources like important zoning regulations, permitting details, and hundreds of user guides all at your fingertips. The Golden State app is available at goldenstatelumber.com, Google Play, and the App Store. Supplying the Bay Area since 1954. Golden State, when you succeed, we succeed.
Listen, could Gregory change your life?
I went from size 44 pants back to the size 38 pants that I had worn when I was in college. Now the 38-inch pants fall off of me. I lost the weight. I felt better. I've lost 63 pounds and 6 inches of pant size. God bless you for having this product and having it at a reasonable price.
Outstanding. Gregory is 70 and lost belly fat and 6 inches off his waist in 5 months. Since 2004, Andro 400 has been helping men like you lose belly fat, gain energy, and improve their lifestyle. We guarantee it. Go to andro400.com for more true testimonials, before and after photos, and special discounts. Only available on andro400.com. andro400.com.
Do you have 3 ex-wives and your current trophy wife wants a life insurance policy 3 times the size of the policies you had to purchase for your previous mistakes? If so, you need to call Big Lou at Term Provider, 800-200-1966. Big Lou is intimately familiar with your problems, and if you're 50 or 60 years old and in reasonably good health, a $1 million policy should only cost about $100 to $200 per month. Big Lou may have a solution for your previous policies as well. You may even save enough money to lighten the load on your new $1 million policy. Remember, call Big Lou. He's like you, except he's only on number 2. Call Term Provider at 800-200-1966. That's 800-200-1966 for $1 million in term life insurance that you can live with. Call Big Lou at 800-200-1966. 800-200-1966.
O'Reilly. Protect your vehicle's engine with Syntec and O'Reilly Auto Parts. Syntec Premium Full Synthetic Motor Oil is formulated for today's engines to dissipate heat and reduce friction and wear. Right now, get 5 quarts of Syntec Full Synthetic and a MicroGuard Select Oil Filter for just $33.99. Try Syntec today, exclusively at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Locked On Warriors is a daily podcast covering your favorite team, the defending world champion Golden State Warriors. I'm your host, Cyrus Sotzes, and every Monday through Friday, Locked On Warriors brings you all of the biggest Warriors stories in around 30 minutes. We cover Stephen Curry and the dynasty that is one of the greatest teams in the history of this beautiful game. Listen to the Locked On Warriors podcast every day on the Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
The new Google Pixel 7 Pro is super, especially when it's on Verizon, the network America relies on. It's supercharged, super powered, and a super...
deal.
You know it. Now, switch to Verizon and get the Google Pixel 7 Pro on us with select trade-ins and select 5G unlimited plans.
That really is super.
Yep. There's never been a better time to switch to Verizon. $899.99 device payment purchase with new smartphone line on select 5G unlimited plans required. $200 Verizon e-gift card with port-in. Less $700 trade-in/promo credit applied over 36 months. 0% APR. Trade-in conditions and additional terms apply.
When people have a craving to explore new and traditional Asian cuisines, they head to P.F. Chang's, where scratch-made dishes come from the 2,000-year-old tradition of wok cooking. P.F. Chang's wanted to explore new possibilities for their website. They turned to AmericanEagle.com. AmericanEagle.com re-architected P.F. Chang's website, integrating multiple third-party systems to create a unified digital experience. The results? Improved page speed and performance, personalized content based on users' location, intuitive online ordering, an increase in organic search visibility and a 40% increase in new users. For scratch-made Asian cuisine, visit your local P.F. Chang's or go to pfchangs.com for website design, development, digital marketing, and hosting that produce efficiency, revenue, and results. Visit AmericanEagle.com. P.F. Chang's and AmericanEagle.com. Another example of the best businesses in the world. Turning to the best in the business for websites, go to AmericanEagle.com or call 877-WEB-NOW1. That's 877-WEB-NOW1.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMC FM at HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app. It's time to wake up with a nice cup of morning roast. Featuring
Fillmore's finest, Monte here. The pride of the Excelsior, Joe Butcher Boy Shasky. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, the morning roast.
Duke! Damn, 2 hours down, 1 to go. Show's flying by when you're having fun, man. Brian Baldinger joins us every single Tuesday. That's Appointment Radio. Breaking it down, saying the Niners do have the best defense in the NFC. They're trending up, but look, man, we'll get down to the dirty. It's a big game in Atlanta. What did I say, Shasky? If you could just split this road trip, that'd be great. But I want to get greedy. I want to get greedy.
Okay, Greedy Williams.
Come back home 4-2. Come back home 42. And by the way, he's not playing good cornerback right now.
I liked him coming out of LSU.
Yeah, like, we all liked him.
Somebody's got to get picked on in that secondary. It ain't Denzel Ward.
Nah, Denzel Ward's a baller. Cleveland, man. Deshaun Watson back in the facility. By the way, some breaking news. The photographer who was pushed yesterday by Davante Adams, he's basically started to file charges here. Let me get this. TMZ broke it. The photographer shoved to the ground by Davante Adams last night has officially filed a police report against the NFL superstar, claiming he was injured during the incident and had to go to the hospital. TMZ Sports.
Money time!
Yes, indeed. Money time for the photographer.
Why did he go to the hospital?
He said he had injuries.
What?
Doesn't say.
Hurt
Authorities tell us the man claimed he was the victim of an assault. They say he told them he suffered injuries, though they were thought to not be life-threatening. They added that the man was later transported to the hospital. We still don't have the injuries here, the injury news about the situation where Davante Adams pushed the photographer as he was walking off the field. And he was angry. So the photographer is looking to get paid.
Well, here's what I would say. If he's legitimately hurt, that's one thing. And if he's not, he's wasting community resources. Nothing drives me crazier. And no, I'm serious.
No,
and seeing these drug addicts on Market Street, they're all whacked out of their mind,
Right.
and an ambulance shows up, and instead of that ambulance helping someone who truly needs help, they're dealing with some crazy person on the street who's just taking too much fentanyl or whatever.
Kimberly Martin, who of ESPN, has a great tweet. The Arrowhead cameraman on his way from the hospital to the precinct. He's in a wheelchair, catched it up, looking like a mummy in a wheelchair. My neck, and my back.
That's when you just cut the check and move forward. But like seriously, like do you know how much it costs for the community if he doesn't have his own insurance?
No.
For us to send an ambulance out there?
Well, how much does it
Could be
cost?
a couple $1,000s.
Oh boy,
It's very expensive.
It very is.
All right, and then those resources aren't helping those that are truly in need. Like that's just me knowing how communities work and how much
Shasky,
wasted money there
keep
are.
it real.
It drives me nuts.
Keep it real. If Davante Adams pushed you, you would have hit your head. Concussion. I can't see.
Can I be honest with you?
I broke my back.
Having been in close proximity to athletes as they're coming and walking towards you as you drop your microphone screen right there, me and Langford, when we were at practice and Trey Lance came running down the line, I backed up so quick, you'd have thought I was Deion Sanders in his prime working on backup drills. Like
Backpedaling?
I'm out the way. I would not have been that close to that individual.
Oh man, yeah. I don't know why he was walking there. Maybe he was trying to get a shot. But I know, Shasky, if he pushed one of us, I can't lift my right arm. I can't lift it. No, I wouldn't do that. I wouldn't even have gotten this way. I wouldn't even put myself in that position.
I feel bad for Davante Adams in the sense that he clearly did something wrong. It was a moment of,
maybe his lens shattered. The cameraman, his lens shattered or something. Maybe he needs a new camera lens.
It could have easily hurt him. If he legitimately hurt himself, that's one thing. If he didn't and it's a money grab, It's like, come on.
It feels like it's a money grab.
That's
Kansas City,
come on.
it's the Raiders.
Come on.
Chiefs hate the Raiders. Raiders hate the Chiefs. The star receiver pushes a photographer after running around in which he runs into
Can I
Hunter
ask a
Renfrow.
question? Like, what photos he getting that we have to have?
Yeah, maybe.
We have these zoom-in lenses now.
Right.
I could get some. How many pictures do you drive away on a freeway?
I
And you're
know.
like, the iPhone took this, and it's like
Right.
a zoomed-in bug that's like a micromillimeter big.
Yeah. Where was he trying to run to? Why is he in the tunnel? I don't even know. Listen, man.
I honestly, the last people that I care about when it comes to these things of getting better access is the media. I'm just keeping it real. It's irrelevant to me enjoying sports. So I think a lot of fans feel that way.
Oh, man. That's guy's going to file some charges there. Raiders, hey, by the way, I saw this. After that roughing the passer penalty that went against the Kansas City Chiefs, and it was a break for the Raiders. But boy, the Raiders didn't get another call the rest of the day. The refs more than made up for that call for the Kansas City Chiefs sideline. Andy Reid got into him, started yelling at these dudes, and the Chiefs got all the calls the rest of the way. All the calls. It's nasty work out there by these referees.
Was it Scott Foster?
Not, you might as well be. Who was the lead ref yesterday? So
Carl Sheffers.
Carl Sheffers.
And then my favorite is let's get Gene Salvatore to talk in on this. The guy who's famous for the index card wink.
Yeah, hold on a field goal. First time that's happened since 2017. By the way, did you know the team that happened it to?
The Raiders.
Khalil Mack and the Raiders. Do you know the ref on that squad? That team?
Gene Salvatore?
No, it was Carl Sheffers.
Carl Sheffers.
Look at that.
The defensive holding, I did not see it.
Carl Weathers.
Not Carl Weathers from Rocky.
Also a Raider.
Yeah, he was a Raider.
Was he a Raider?
He was a Raider.
Yeah.
He was a Raider.
You said from Rocky?
Yeah, Apollo Creed.
Yeah, he's in a lot of movies.
Yeah, he's
with,
in a lot of movies,
Stallone.
but I know him as Apollo
Predator. Exactly.
He was in Predator.
Didn't he lose his arm
He
in
was
Predator?
in Predator.
He did. He has the famous arm, him and Schwarzenegger. Yeah.
He was in Predator. That's right. Carl Weathers, legend. He's still alive, right? He's still kicking. That's right.
74 years old.
74 years old.
Pipes. I mean, dude had guns, no?
Dude.
How did he get through the airport metal security?
Dude, I mean, him and Rocky, no body fat whatsoever. I mean, those gym workouts, those dudes look like gladiators.
Stallone got caught with the vials of HGH.
Well, we know. Yeah, hey, it's all. Do we really care anymore?
No, it's entertainment.
We don't even.
I want my
Carl Weathers is 74.
Wow.
And he looks like he's 50. Look at this guy.
Let me see.
Look at this guy.
Oh my God, he looks great.
He looks amazing.
Wow, he looks
this
great.
Guy still looks like he has no body fat. Damn. He did play for the Oakland Raiders, 70 and 71, and then the BC Lions from 71 to 73. So he went to the CFL, then he retired and began pursuing an acting career. He narrated NFL Films season recaps in 99, 2000, and 2001. And during the 2017 NFL Draft, he appeared on NFL Network's pre-draft coverage. Damn, I love Carl Weathers. Now I got to watch a Carl Weathers movie at some point today. Or maybe not. Damn. This guy, unbelievable. Apollo Creed. All right, back to football.
Well, okay, so yesterday it came out that Jimmy Ward broke his hand was a special teams play. All right, and I want to defend Kyle Shanahan here and just the philosophy of putting your starters on special teams. All of these people are retroactively crushing Kyle Shanahan, and it's totally unfair.
This is tough for you. Real quick, not to derail the show, but I know why you were sitting there. You're waiting for me to mention that Carl Weathers was part of the Star Wars movement. Weren't you? Weren't you? You were. I know you were. Yeah. You wanted to get that in.
He was in the most recent Mandalorian.
Yeah. I know you wanted to get that in. I know you wanted to get that. I just for you.
Yeah.
Continue on.
Okay, I'm glad you made that correction.
You kept looking at me crazy. It's like, what else was he in?
I just know that your portfolio isn't as deep as mine when it comes to these things.
No, it's just, I don't care about Star Wars. I care a lot about movies. But Star Wars,
Hey, Mondo. Anyway, so everybody's crushing Kyle Shanahan right now, and it's totally unfair. Like, you shouldn't have Jimmy Ward returning from an injury to come out and play on special teams. Like, my favorite players on defense for the 49ers over the years, just the 49ers alone, they've all been defensive players who play on special teams. Navarro Bowman cut his teeth as a star in the NFL while also playing on special teams. Deshaun Golston was a star, made the Pro Bowl, was also a special teams player. Let's go to other teams. Ray Lewis played special teams. Chris McAllister, Ed Reed. You like those guys? Like, starters have to play special teams sometimes. People need to get over it.
It's only a 53-man roster.
That's what I'm saying.
So you can't have a bunch of linemen out there running, covering kickoffs.
And clearly, return unit is a problem. Why not have a good tackler, one of the best ones on the team, in Jimmy Ward on the return unit?
Fred Warner Jr. has been playing special teams the last couple weeks. I got no problem with it. It's a fluke injury. Injuries happen.
That's what I'm saying.
If you want to say fluke injuries happen and you want to say that about Trey Lance, well, then let's say it about Jimmy Ward. All right? Let's say it about Jimmy Ward. It's fine. Broke his hand. He'll be back at some point.
Exactly.
It's an unfortunate situation.
It's unfair to criticize Shanahan. Like, I'm sorry.
You see all these teams running fake putts and fake field goals?
Exactly.
I need my guys on the field at all times.
Yes.
We can't be duped. You can't be giving up yardage. Can't be doing any of that nonsense. So I'm with you there with the special teams stuff. You try to have a good special teams unit. You try to make the teams unit into being a special teams unit. Because, again, I refuse to call them special. Kickoff return has not been special. Ray Mccaw drops the ball every single week.
Dude.
It's just an adventure.
And then he doesn't pick the right hole. And what's crazy, he's one of their better returners the last 5 years.
Well, he's driving me insane,
I know.
Chasky. Just take the knee, take the ball at the 25-yard line, and call it the day.
As we talk about like draft allocation and money allocation, if I was running a team, and I think it's easy to say it, but like how many 6th and 7th round picks do you cut every year? It feels like
a plethora of them.
Okay. Why would you not invest in a returner every single year late in the draft?
I'm with you.
I mean, just pull a flyer. I don't understand.
Well,
it's such an important part of the game, and yet you can't find competent return play.
This guy, it's Fedoni in my ear. Dante Pettis. It did not work out.
Second round pick.
Did not work out. Second. And, out of all the people who text me, it was Softy when the Niners made that pick. Softy Baller, your best friend.
And what did he
in the
say?
Radio Wars. I have no idea why you guys took this guy in the second round. It is a complete joke.
Well, right now
we all know in Washington he was soft.
He's the difference between the Niners being 4-1 and 3-2.
Well, you know what? Or is it
one of the reasons?
One of the reasons. Yeah, no, his one catch all season long.
Was that it?
Well, he's probably had a couple more catches. Look up his stats, Bedodi. See where he's at. But see the Niners. Where are they at? According to Michael Irvin, he interrupted Damon Bruce yesterday with Damon and Larry Krueger in for Ray Ratto. Davis talking about who's the best teams in the NFC. Michael Irvin had to cut him off.
The Eagles are the maybe most interesting team out there. The Giants are certainly interesting. Dallas is good. Minnesota's good.
The Eagles and the Niners. That's right now. That's what we see. That's what we see right now. Let's just be real. Let's get all that other mess out the way. Here's what this thing has boiled down to, and I love it.
Michael Irvin saying the Niners are the best, one of the best teams in the NFC, by the way.
Did you mark the tape? That's the first time in the history of 25 years in this business I've heard Damon get cut off by someone.
Yeah. Don't do that to
That's a seminal moment. I would have backed off of the playmaker, too.
You have to be a Hall of Famer to cut off David Bruce.
100%.
You're not cutting off David Bruce.
No.
I'm not cutting off David Bruce.
No.
Ray Rattle's not cutting off David Bruce. Michael Irvin can, though.
Yes, and even then, I feel like I'm sure that the back end of that clip, Damon came over the top on it.
Well, he wants some stats on that.
It was a good interview, though.
Very good interview. Always. By the way, we have a name change. It's now the Xfinity mobile text line, not the Comcast business text line. The Xfinity mobile text line. Dante Pettis.
Yeah.
On the season.
Yeah.
You got some drum rolls, Spinoni? Stats for Dante Pettis.
Second round pick, 49ers.
Dante Pettis on the season. He has one catch for 51 yards and a touchdown.
It's better than Danny Gray.
Danny Gray finally got his first target. Dante Pettis.
God, that sucks. He got one catch? That's his only play?
One catch, man. One catch.
He's going to be like Brandon Lloyd, right? He's just going to float around in the league forever.
No, Brandon Lloyd.
That 1 year.
Put some respect on Brandon Lloyd's name.
He had one good year.
No, Brandon Lloyd had a few good years.
Okay, he had a couple
of good years. He had an all-pro season.
Yes,
he had a really good year with the Patriots. Cutler in Denver.
Yeah.
Well, 1,400 yards.
Oh.
Brandon Lloyd was a baller. Just,
not for the Niners.
Played on some bad teams.
Yeah, all his best catches came on holds.
They did come on holds. I see some cocaine jokes going around on the YouTube chat. That can't be good. Michael Irvin said the Niners are one of the best teams in the NFC. Defensively, I see that. Baldy said, hey, look, they may get beat here and there without Mosley, but they shouldn't skip a beat. Offensively, do you like where they're at right now, Shasky? What do you think about this offense right now when it comes to the 49ers?
It feels like they're trending in the right direction, and I'm just going to look at the relationship between Kyle and Jimmy. It feels like they're in such a better place than what they were even a year ago.
Right.
Like, if we just, I don't have to go back a couple of weeks, go back a full year. Like, maybe out of necessity, it's the best, not the best, but like for their relationship and for them to move forward, not having somebody who's immediately pressing Jimmy Garoppolo, it feels like out of necessity they're resorting to, we have to play nice together.
Yeah.
And it feels like it's bringing out the best in both of them. All my playmakers are touching the ball. It feels like Jimmy's rhythmic, and again, I know it's Carolina. People can...
But you know what? I believe Carolina has a top 10 defense.
I'm with you.
In my opinion.
They've got good personnel.
They got very good personnel. J.C. Horn's really good. Brian Burns come off the edge. He's a problem. They got good linebackers. I like Carolina's defense, and they move the ball up and down the field against that defense with ease.
Yeah, and I look at the way that they're playing right now, mixing it up and hitting all their guys. Jimmy just feels like he's in a good spot, and I like where he's at. We're talking about now, free Jimmy, let him throw. It's not about airing it out like 40 times a game. It's about throwing on first and second down and mixing it up and keeping teams guessing. They were so predictable with the run game. What I really took away from the game Sunday, I was having the most fun watching the offense in a long, long time.
Yeah, they ran the ball really well. They threw the ball down the field, and Jimmy Garoppolo gave his playmakers a chance to make plays deep down the field, down the sideline. Tevin Coleman, George Kittle. He did try to attempt the one deep ball to Danny Gray. Wasn't a great ball. Could have been picked off, but you know what? I like the shot. Take more shots. Jimmy's starting to look confident, and the way he climbed the pocket this week, I think it was the best he climbed the pocket in a very long time. Jimmy Garoppolo's climbing the pocket and throwing in tight windows with velocity, which tells me the shoulder's getting better. The shoulder's getting better and better with all the velocity he was throwing with the Debo there on the touchdown, the George Kittle, Brandon Ayuk. I thought Jimmy looked his best in this offense. The offensive line, because that's where it starts. You hear Baldy break it down. Aaron Banks been fine this year. It's getting better and better and better. Now it looks like we're not complaining about a second-round pick for Aaron Banks, are we?
No.
Now all of a sudden we're saying, you know what? This guy looks like a player.
It's looking like it's developing, and that's a promising thing moving forward.
Shout out to Chris Forster, offensive line coach.
Yeah, it's tough to look at him on the field and not think about what happened. And I'm just being honest. Like my mind pivots to what happened in Miami.
An old co-host told me when I brought it up, hey, man, Chris Forster was playing with the booger sugar in the locker in the office. An old co-host of mine told me, hey, man, it's pro football, man. Pro sports, get over it. Things happen. That's what I was told. Things happen. Well, Chris Forster, give him his flowers. Because Spencer Burford, Aaron Banks, Jake Brindle, hot damn, they're playing some good football right now. And we did not mention Mike McGlinchey's name whatsoever this past Sunday.
I thought he was really good. Him and Jalen Moore. And you referenced Brian Burns. I mean, he's a stud. And I thought, for the most part, held him in check. I also think Jimmy Garoppolo did a great job of recognizing that the blitz was coming and getting rid of the ball down the field. How many times has he checked down or hold on to the ball and try to move around? And you're like, Jimmy, just get rid of it. He was so much more decisive. And I like where he's at.
Yeah, no doubt. I love where he's at. Love where he's at right now as they move on to the Atlanta Falcons. They're going to stay in the Greenbrier. Here's some injury stuff Shanahan addressed yesterday. He was asked if Jimmy Ward could play with a club on his hand. Here's what Coach Shanahan had to say.
That's what we're trying to figure out. I mean, there is a chance, so that's why we want to see how the surgery goes and figure out if he could do that after it.
And now Jason Verrett, is he ready to go? When will he be ready to go? Here's what Shanahan had to say about Jason Verrett.
If Verrett's good to go, I mean, Verrett's a big-time corner. So if Verrett can get these practice reps and get out there and get fully healed and get back into game shape and ready to go, I mean, he'll end up being our guy.
All right, what about Nick Bosa? Here's what Shanahan had to say about Bosa and the groin.
It's bothering him today. So, yeah, you always want to use caution, especially with Nick on that type of stuff. But, I mean, I know if he went today, if we practiced today, he couldn't go. So I'm hoping that he does better throughout this week. But yeah, it wasn't feeling great today.
So without Nick Bosa, this is where I get worried because you have Atlanta coming up. Marcus Mariota is a mobile quarterback.
Yes.
The next week after that, Patrick Mahomes and the Kansas City Chiefs are coming to town. It's a hot ticket. Hot ticket.
Are you like trying to sell your ticket? Like what? Well, I've never heard you be so excited about it.
Well, I can't go to the game.
Oh, can I get your tickets? I'll buy them.
No. Anna's pressure on the game. Anna wants to go see Mahomes.
Yeah, Grandpa's going to that game.
Yeah, Anna wants to see Mahomes bad.
Yeah.
Maybe she wants to dump me and go try to date Mahomes, but he is married, Anna, so you can't mess with married men. Anyway.
Okay.
Atlanta, Marcus Mariota, mobile quarterback. You heard Baldy break down their running backs. Kyle Pitts, I have no idea he's going to play this week.
Yeah.
He was out with a hamstring last week in Tampa.
Drake London is gigantic.
The dude looks like I didn't realize he was that big.
You know me. At wide receiver, this is one thing that I wish the Niners invested in.
Big body wide
strong,
receiver.
and fast.
Yeah.
It never wears out.
He made a one-hand catch the other day against Tampa Bay like it was nothing. I'm like, damn, Drake London may be the best receiver to come out of USC in years since Keyshawn Johnson, because we know USC wide receivers, they've struggled in the
Steve Smith,
NFL.
Had a moment
That's
as a
one.
slot guy. Juju's okay.
Juju's okay. What else? What else you got? Mike Williams, not the one with the Chargers.
The other Mike Williams, the little Mike Williams.
Mike Williams,
He
who was
wasn't
drafted by
bad.
the Detroit Tigers, and they had to move him to tight end.
Isn't Robert Woods a USC wide receiver?
He is a wide receiver. Yeah, he's
but he
USC.
wasn't highly touted like these other guys,
Right.
but he's been
Dwayne
very
Jarrett.
good. Dwayne Jarrett was terrible, and I thought he was going to be legit.
I thought he was going to be legit.
Yeah, I was way wrong.
Dude, but Mike Williams was the guy before that, wearing number 1 at USC. Remember him?
Are we now a Trojan show?
Can't be. I watched a lot of USC football.
I actually met one of the pastors of the team over the weekend. Yeah. Very big in the NIL.
Everybody's going to that Chiefs game. It's going to be tough for me to talk about Chiefs week.
Well, speaking of Bosa on the injury, this is what
the
I
Falcons
would do
game,
with him.
yeah. Because the trickle-down effect, if you don't have that pass rush, Shasky, you don't have Emmanuel Mosley, how does that affect the secondary? How does that affect the D-line rotation? Does Drake Jackson have to play more snaps? Obviously, he has to play more snaps. Can he handle that? I don't know.
I would look at the Bosa thing in the long-term lens, where I would say if you have to sit him for a couple of games, then so be it. Like this is about
It's a long-term play.
It's about January, and as much as I would love to beat the Falcons, and Joe, you got to beat the Falcons to get to January, and all that is true. If you don't have a healthy Bosa and he doesn't get right the way we need him right, you're not winning anything.
Yeah. Here's my deal, and I said this last week, Shasky. Can you just get the 4-4 by the bye week?
So you'd have to split.
You have to split. You just have to win another game.
So what is it? It goes
go 1-2.
We got Atlanta,
Kansas City,
and then
the Rams at SoFi. And let's be honest, that's a home game for the 49ers.
Yeah, but that is a tough 3-game stretch.
It's a tough 3-game stretch. Think what the Chiefs are doing. Raiders, Bills, Niners. The NFL is no easy games.
I'm with you on if you can go 1-2. The question is like this weekend feels like the hardest of those games, even though I don't respect the roster of the Falcons the way I do the Rams.
They got
and
some
the
players,
champs.
They have some players.
They do have some players.
It's going to be their Super Bowl because there's going to be a lot of Niner fans down in Atlanta. It's an old school NFC West matchup. They may even wear the red helmets this week.
Is
I
it
have
at
no
10
idea.
a.m.?
It's a 10 a.m. kickoff.
Is it going to be on Fox?
Fox. Old school Fox.
Finally.
Yeah, we need to see who the. Now I'll find the announcer schedule.
Oh, it'll be Moose Johnson. We always get him.
Hey, I'm not that. At least it's not Sam Rosen. Is Sam Rosen still broadcasting? Remember Sam Rosen?
Yeah, you haven't done with Sam Rosen.
Sam Rosen from 06 to 2011 was doing all the Niner games. It's a Sam Rosen day. I grew to love Sam Rosen. I thought he got a job being the 5th squad, the E team, not the D team, not the C team, not the B team. He was like the F team.
With him and Rondé Barber.
Oh my God, Sam Rosen.
Rondé.
Dude, Sam Rosen's all over the place.
It's better than Mark Sanchez. They're shoving Mark Sanchez down my throat. I'm like, can we stop? This is the thing.
No,
it's the same.
I'm growing on Mark Sanchez. He's growing on me. He was good in London. Green Bay, New York Giants, he was good.
Serious?
He was good. I thought he was good.
Give me
He's
RG3.
Kevin Kugler.
I need RG3 over him, number one.
Yeah,
and the other guy, I'm sick of this guy. If I got to see Fitzpatrick again, he is the bootleg wannabe version of quarterback play of Pat McAfee. He's garbage.
Everybody made a big deal when he said swag.
He's garbage.
He's garbage.
The whole look, the analyst.
I don't like it.
All the stuff coming out of his mouth.
I don't like it.
Move him out the way. Put Whitworth in there. Get Tony G out of there.
Whitworth, Sherm. That's all you need.
Yeah, you don't need
then
any
when
more.
Akeem's ready to come back, bring in Akeem to leave.
I think Akeem should take Kirk Herbstreit's spot.
I need more Akeem to leave at Gus Johnson in my life. David Redwood City listening on the radio. Let's talk about the Jimmy Garoppolo performance. What's up, Dave? What's happening? You're on the roast.
What's up? What's up, boys? How you guys doing?
Good.
Hey, so I got a question. First off, I'm one of the Jimmy G haters.
Okay.
But I do have to say, last week he looked like a competitor.
Yep.
Right? Like, I'm here to win. Whether it's to win or whether it's for the contract he's going to get next year, I don't care. He looked like he was in it to win the game. My question to you guys is, last week we saw a 250-yard game, 2 touchdowns, no big mistakes. Is it too much to ask to get 200, 250 yards, 1 or 2 touchdowns every single game, eliminate these mistakes, because with this defense that we're looking elite. Even without Mosley, it's possible. Is it too much to ask to possibly get him to do that on a regular basis? Because all we need right now is Trent Dilfer with this defense. That's all I got, guys.
I need a little more to Trent Dilfer, though. I need a little more Trent Dilfer. You go look at those numbers. Dibs was bringing it up last week. He was throwing for like 102, 120.
Can we agree? That was 20-something years ago.
Right.
The era of football has changed dramatically.
Jimmy's better than that, though. Have some respect. Jimmy's better than Trent Dilfer.
Yeah, no, I'm saying that like the football has evolved so dramatically, where it's so skewed in the offensive direction in terms of the rules and stuff. Yes, you're going to need more than Trent Dilfer. My question is, can I get what I got from the big stiff in Denver and Peyton Manning the year that they won it, when Carolina and them faced off in the Super Bowl? That was an elite defense. They got minimal production because they had some great playmakers on the edge.
That's disrespectful to Jimmy Garoppolo. He's better than Trent Dilfer. He's better than Brad Johnson. Let's put some respect on his name. Film on Mike and Keenan. We'll get to you on the other side. I promise you, we'll get to you on the other side.
And
it is
let's
important.
continue talking.
And he's not turning the ball over right now.
He looked great.
2 straight games,
he
no
looked great
turnovers.
On Sunday. You got to give his flowers.
No doubt. All right, what's coming up on the game sponsored by the Golden State Warriors? We're going to take your calls. Film on Mike and Keenan. You're on the other side. We'll get into a little Draymond Green situation. More Niners talk as well before we get to the changeover. Boy, this show has flown by. Dub Nation, the season begins now. Be there for Champions Ring Night next Tuesday, presented by Chase Freedom. Of course, October 18th, as the Warriors host the LA Lakers live at Chase Center. Get your tickets now at Warriors.com or call 888-GSW-HOOP. Representatives standing by.
Dr. Trudy Fleer here with the 5G Home Recovery Podcast. Let's discuss a very real existential threat to internet speed. It's a big one. Ready? T-Mobile Home Internet. It lags. Ugh. Now, what is lag? Lag is a delay in data being transmitted across the internet. For example, you're hitting that hot drop, the parachute cuts out, you've got an unsuspecting bot in your sights, and lag! You were actually eliminated 10 seconds ago. Nobody deserves that. So stop letting T-Mobile Home Internet ruin everything and switch to Xfinity. Learn more at xfinity.com/TMOFax.
Get an amazing value on Xfinity Internet with unlimited data included. Switch for $55 a month for 2 full years with no annual contract required and no equipment fees for 24 months. Go to xfinity.com/TMOFax, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store to learn more. Requires paperless billing and autopay. Ends 10/17/22. Restrictions apply. New fast internet and xFi Complete customers only. xFi Gateway required. Taxes and fees extra and subject to change. After 24 months, regular rates apply to all services and devices.
Do you think all premium fuels are the same? Well, your engine doesn't. Shell V-Power Nitro Plus helps keep your engine running like new because it's engineered to defend against 4 main engine threats: gunk, wear, corrosion, and friction. So next time, choose Shell's most advanced fuel ever. It's fuel for thought. In engines that continuously use Shell V-Power Nitro Plus premium gasoline.
Everything, our farm, our stand, our pop-up shop, it really all started when we discovered the benefits of local, raw honey for our family.
And then we decided to turn it into a business.
We were looking for something to help us get up and running.
So we got the Chase Business Complete Banking Account.
It's more than a bank account. It comes with Quick Accept, which lets us take card payments anytime, anywhere in the U.S. using the Chase mobile app. Plus, we get same-day deposits at no extra cost. For us, it's more than honey. It's about sharing a little sweetness with the world.
Get the Chase Business Complete Banking Account with the essentials you need to help get your business going. Learn more at chase.com/business-complete-banking. Chase for business. Make more of what's yours. Quick Accept is not available in U.S. territories. Enrollment required. Usage subject to approval. Same-day deposits available for payments before 8 p.m. Eastern Time, Sunday to Friday. Fees and rates apply for checking and processing. Limitations and restrictions apply. Participants compensated. Merchant services provided by Payment Tech LLC and WePay Inc. Subsidiaries of J.P. Morgan Chase Bank and a member FDIC.
Kirby is your driveway mechanic. They bring the shop to you with brake replacements, oil changes, washes, and so much more. Get $50 off your first oil change with code OIL50 at Kirby.com. That's CURBEE.com and use code OIL50.
Neuropathy pain? Call Dr. Robert Dees, DC, 925-393-0100.
when back to the office means back in traffic.
We unfortunately have a really bad situation going on in Hayward.
You can rely on your Northern California Honda Dealers Traffic Center.
Traffic is still jammed from Whipple, but I can see it starting to improve now that you have...
From your traffic leader, KCBS.
Traveling, volunteering, spending time with family. What's your retirement look like? With income planning from Fidelity Wealth Management, a dedicated advisor can help you grow and protect your wealth. They'll look at your full financial picture and help you create a flexible strategy that considers things like market conditions and healthcare expenses, so you can stop worrying about the future and enjoy whatever comes next. Visit fidelity.com/income planning. Investment minimums apply. Fidelity Brokerage Services, member NYSE SIPC.
When you can't stop, there's Vicks VapoRub. Vicks VapoRub sends powerful medicated Vicks vapors right to the source of your... so you can experience cough relief and breathe easier. Generations of families have trusted Vicks VapoRub to help relieve the worst cold symptoms. So next time you have a cough, reach for the Vicks VapoRub. Vicks VapoRub. Cough relieving is believing.
Ray Magliozzi here for eBay Motors. You're driving along and some nimrod cuts you off. You hit the horn. Jeez, it sounds like a goose in distress. Time to head over to eBay Motors. They have horns for every make and model, not to mention horn pads, steering wheels, wiring, and more. 122 million parts. You can even go for an upgrade. It looks like Mr. Cutoff Man needs a new seat cover. Try eBay Motors, pal. Get the right parts at the right prices. eBay Motors. Let's ride.
In San Francisco this morning, cloudy skies, highs in the low 60s.
Weather brought to you by one thing. Don't buy plastic toys for your pet. Instead, look for natural materials like cotton, rope, wood, or bamboo. Join Odyssey, and together, each of us doing one thing makes a greener tomorrow.
Score big with Xfinity Internet. It's made to do anything, so you can do anything. Supercharge your home with the game-changing speed of supersonic Wi-Fi. With 3 times more bandwidth, it covers the field and then some. And blocks billions of threats with advanced security that helps keep you protected at home and on the go. If you're keeping score, that's internet that does it all. That's unbeatable internet from Xfinity. Learn more at Xfinity.com. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas.
95.7 The Game has your tickets to see The Who, October 24th at the SAP Center. For your shot to win, head to our contest page at 957thegame.com.
This is Clay Thompson, and you are listening to the Morning Roast on 95.7 The Game. It better not be roasting me if I'm giving them all these intros. Not.
Sorry, everybody. Hopefully you didn't see us rocking out. We was bumping some Young Buck in between the breaks. We forget how good Young Buck was with G Unit. Young Buck, baby. 04 when that album came out, straight out of Cashville. Classic.
It is a classic.
Absolute classic. Give me some G Unit in my life. I'm telling you, man, like it's unbelievable. The Raising Canaan show. I know you don't watch the Power Stars, but Raising Canaan, all the intro songs are dope.
Okay.
Power, Big Rich Town. I mean, literally, they switched the singer from Trey Songz, or no, they went from Joe to Trey Songz, and people are irate. They had to change it back to Joe. Raising Canaan's intro song, hard. Tariq's intro song, hard. Man, hard. I could listen to 50 all week.
You know what happens 1 week from today?
What? Ring night.
Look at you.
Ring night. Warriors are back.
Is your suit already picked out?
No, it's not actually. No, it's not.
I was thinking you go all gold.
Not gonna look like a clown. I'm not gonna look like me in a big gold suit. It's this big old fat dude in a gold suit. Like, come on, man. Listen, I was thinking about going bow tie, black suit.
No, don't be that
bow
guy.
tie.
Don't be the bow tie guy.
Ring night. Guys are getting their rings.
I hate bow tie guys.
I'm not a bow tie guy, but it's for one night. Like I do it for the Academy Awards. You know how we do our rendition of the Academy Awards?
You work at the House of Prime Rib.
Yeah, well, that's fine. I serve the best steaks on the planet, baby. Come on, make it look good.
Nothing is more obnoxious than everybody's at the wedding in a normal suit and tie, and the bow tie guy who's smarter than you and more sophisticated than you and has a more refined alcoholic palate. I mean, those guys are the worst. You know exactly who I'm talking about.
I thought only the groom wears bow ties at the wedding.
Oh, trust me, I've known
You didn't
plenty
wear a bow
of
tie at your
obnoxious-
wedding?
No.
You had a tie on?
My mother-in-law bought me my first ever real suit, top to bottom, from Macy's, and I had a blue tie that I still have to this day, a dark blue tie.
People are saying go with the ascot. I'm not Charles Woodson. I can't pull off the ascot. Only Woody could do that.
I want to see you in a bolo like you're Phillip Rivers.
I'm not wearing a bolo, Dad. Why would you want to see me in a bolo?
I'm just
Look at
teasing.
this clown.
I'm just teasing.
You want me to get roasted? They're already doing it on IG, talking about Jimmy Garoppolo. Every time I bring up Jimmy Garoppolo, oh, it's a clown. It's a clown. It's a clown. I don't know what I'm gonna wear. I don't know. Do I need to start thinking about that a week out? Reunight, 7 days. Tonight they play the Blazers and Dave Dalla.
I would like you to post on Instagram like you're one of the golfers. Here's my kit for the week. And they lay it out on the bed.
Should I do that before every game this year?
Yeah, and then you got to tag the different company that you're sponsored by. So, like, you have the Gucci shoes laid down. You tag Gucci.
Well, I'm not sponsored by Gucci.
Well, I'm just saying. And then you got
Tag
the
Gucci.
Calvin Klein suit or whatever suit you
Yeah,
got.
it's Calvin Klein and an Alfani.
I like their X-Fit slim ones. Those
yeah,
are
the
like my
slim
most.
ones. Yeah, they look good. They look really good.
Absolutely.
Man, I should do that every game, right? Throw out the fit.
Just lay it out.
Hey, Instagrammers. Hey, roasters. That's what I'm rocking on NBC Sports Bay Area.
Yeah.
Man, season's coming. Double duty's coming soon.
Yeah.
Could use those TV checks. So, boy,
yeah?
His boy's still hurting from Europe.
Yeah.
I've been trying to gamble to make some of that money back.
Yeah.
And the boys been losing. How dare the Kansas City Chiefs, with the team total being 30.5, go for 2 when they could have made it 31-23. God. But the worst beat happened on Sunday. I'm telling you, the worst beat happened on Sunday. Buffalo Bills third quarter spread. They were favored by half a point. They're already up 31-3.
Are we a gambling show? I thought that was another station.
I'm telling you, over under BetQL, baby. Or we don't do BetQL or 6.5 over under. Buffalo has the ball first to goal at the 1 yard line. All they got to do is punch it in. Boom. Winner, winner. Chicken dinner. Over hits. Buffalo hits. I'm a happy man. I'm locked and loaded going into the Niners game. And the third string tight end fumbles a shovel pass at the goal line. Philmo Mike in the city, listening live on the radio. What's happening, Philmo? Let's move on.
Hey,
from that.
Fillmore, before you go, have you heard that 49er remix? I'm from the Philmo.
Oh, that is hard.
They have a commercial.
Yeah, that is pretty sick.
And it's like a 49er Filthy Philmo remix.
Hey, I've heard it, and I'm super proud. It's sick to me. It's just to know Huey MC, Rapping Forte, Dre Dog, Nicotina, San Quinn, Messy Moore, and then you got Ronsky and Showbanga. Man, I almost cried one time when I see it, and honestly, to keep it real with you.
Yeah, that was great.
And that beat bangs.
Oh, that beat slap.
Yeah.
I forgot who did the beat, but shout out whoever made that beat. William Clayton made the beat. Shout out to William Clayton. That's
Shout out to
my guy. I've been
William
knowing him for about 15 years. But hey,
Mo Better
I just
Cheddar.
want to say this. Mo Better, Mo Cheddar, man.
Yeah.
Hey, whoever leaked the video, that's completely out of pocket. I don't care what nobody say. You can say whatever you want to say. Imagine somebody leaked the video of you and your family getting into it and going at it. Like, that ain't cool on no level.
No.
Like, it's uncalled for.
Yep.
Draymond did what he did. It was messed up. We agree. But just to leak that ain't cool. I just wanted to say this. Jimmy G, we was on his line a couple of weeks ago. He played a hell of a game on Sunday.
He did. He did.
We could clown him for playing a horrible game. I got to give kudos. He played a hell of a game, man. Real talk.
And what about Sam Rosen, Philmo?
Oh, I love Sam Rosen. I thought he was terrible for about 4 or 5 years before the Harbaugh era, in between that Singletary and Harbaugh. He was doing every one of our games, and I love him. To me, he has an awesome voice.
He does.
The G-Unit album was classic. Welcome to Cashville kind of disappointed me. The G-Unit album, their first album, classic.
As much as 50 kind of drives me nuts, that first 50 album with Aftermath, I guess, is
Get Rich or Die Trying.
It's one of the sickest albums of all time. There's like 9 bangers on that.
There is absolutely. The next album too was hard. Next album too with PIMP.
Oh yeah, well that's my dad's
just
favorite
a little
rap song
bit.
ever.
Oh man, I was bumping that album last week because Spinoni has a 50 Cent Friday. I get in the car, I'm like, man, I needed a little more 50 Cent in my life. 50 Cent got bangers and dope hooks. That's the thing. He would rap and have his own hooks. That's
Indie Club was the sickest music video ever when I was like 10
one?
years old. Indie Club.
Well, yeah, and then they showed him at the Super
Like,
Bowl
doing
and
all the
he put
training
on
and
like
stuff. Yeah.
150 pounds.
Yeah,
What do they call him? $1, not 50 cents
Yeah, they
anymore.
call him 75 cent now.
75
Hey,
cents.
call him 75
That's pretty
cent.
good.
99
When he
cent.
started dating Chelsea Handler, the whole thing just started acting really weird to me. I didn't know what was going on. But when he goes at Floyd Mayweather, it's probably the funniest thing on the internet.
Yeah, with Floyd not reading. By the way,
Harry
Floyd,
Potter book.
Harry
Dude, it's
Potter
so
book.
good.
Let's go to Austin and Redwood City. Then we'll
It's
get
so
to
good.
Keenan in San Diego. Promise you, Keenan, we'll get to you. Austin and Redwood City, listening on the radio. Austin, you're on the roast.
Yo, what's up? Hey, Vontae, Shafi, I want y'all to do me a favor from here on out.
I will do you a favor.
Hey, nothing but positive for Jimmy G this year. Please, nothing but positive. We want to keep this little win streak we got going. And I want to touch bases on with this Draymond thing. Hey, man, fortunately he did that. Hey, man, it happens here and there, but that just gives nothing but room for the rookies to show that what they got. I don't know how long his suspension is. Maybe 15 to 20 games, I should say, should be good enough. And just to get these rookies get their feet wet.
You know, I'm going to use that as self-defense from now. Like, I'm in front of the judge. Your Honor, it happens.
It happens.
Or I get pulled over running a red light, and I'm not supposed to. Officer, it happens.
What Bob Myers said last week, and thanks for the call, Austin. What Bob Myers last week said, these things just happen. Remember we played a Chris Mullin highlight when Monte Ellis fell off the moped and Mully was the GM and Mully started off his presser. These things happen. Like Mully, no they don't. Hey Bob, no they don't. I've heard from a lot of players over the last week. They say this Draymond situation just doesn't happen like that. People say it happens all the time. A lot of people are telling me in the NBA circles it doesn't happen all the time.
I'll never forget when the moped thing happened. I used to go to, McCoveyChronicles.com or GoldenStateOfMind.com or Warriors. I forget which one of the Warrior dedicated.coms that I went to. And it was like, rumors are that he tore his ligaments in his leg falling off the moped. And I was like, no way. And this is around the time the little Bow Wow rumors were going around. And I was like, I can't believe anything on the internet.
Yeah, you can't believe anything. But Patrick Beverly, guess what? He has a podcast now.
Oh, really?
He has a podcast, a Pat Bev podcast.
Is it called The Next 5 Years Are Mine?
It should be. It should be. Are we on year 5 now? We're on year 4.
My favorite is when he said, they're joining me. I'm the one that went to the playoffs.
They're joining me. They didn't make the playoffs last year.
Full disclosure, I wanted him on the Warriors this year.
I did too.
Bad.
I did too. I need
him.
Well, Spinoni, if you could play it, I know you got it. The Pat Bev
He has to be a Warrior before his career's over.
Here's what Pat Bev had to say about the Draymond Green Jordan Poole situation.
I know the NBA is going through this new media kind of thing.
So is that what I'm a part of now?
I don't know. Do you feel like you're part of it?
I don't know. I'm not out here punching people.
We're going to get into it right away. You go on a show with Draymond Green on his podcast, and mere hours later, he's punching people. What did you say to him?
I don't know. I didn't say anything to tell him to go punch anybody. I was kind of, the plane flew in late. The original start time for the podcast is 5. We had to start at 5:30 because we got to the hotel pretty late. We had like a mandatory dinner at 6:30, so I was trying to cram like an hour in. I don't know if it was, because we didn't finish it that made him angry or...
Yeah, he did seem a little bit pissed towards the end of the show that you had to leave or something. Maybe you should have given him the full hour and Jordan Poole would be all right now.
Pretty much that was intense.
I can't believe that video got out.
Yeah.
It doesn't surprise me that two teammates fought each other. And you could probably...
That's surprising.
It does surprise you?
That should never happen.
At all?
At all.
Really?
No, that should never happen.
Has it ever happened on a team that you've been on?
No, not fights. Obviously, like anything, you argue, but fighting, no. I mean, we're professionals. You don't. That's the line you don't cross.
Pat Bev on the Pat Bev pod, courtesy of Barstool Sports. Pat Beverly now with the podcast. That should be interesting, considering he's played with LeBron, AD, Russell Westbrook, Dennis Schroeder. Boy, the Lakers got a who's who.
Well, on his point that he's never seen that happen to that degree, I think that's important. Like, Pat Bev's pretty crazy. pretty wild, and he says what's on his
Irrational.
mind. Yeah, irrational is exactly. But like the crazy people are where you get the most, honesty from. That's where you usually do.
It's kind of true.
No, it's the truth. Like, I mean, think about who you get all your information from if you're trying to flip over people and you're trying to uncover the mob.
Vernon Maxwell.
Yeah, a bunch of people
Gilbert
that are
Arenas.
criminals. You know what I mean?
Gilbert Arenas is kind of jumped the shark.
Jose Canseco, he was the most up front.
He was snitching.
He's completely crazy.
He was snitching.
But clearly he was telling you the truth here. So I look at that, I'm like, man, that's interesting that he doesn't think that you should be doing that. Baldy talked about it, and I lean more at, look, how everyone feels, they're going to bring whatever they were raised, however they were raised, they're going to bring that perspective to how they interpret the video or that situation. I lean more in the Baldy Beverly thing, where if you did that to me, I would have a very hard time ever talking to you.
No doubt.
Again.
Baldy said he still hasn't gotten over the dude who punched him to this day.
And I think that there's a difference between getting into it a little and that.
Well,
I draw a distinction.
Full disclosure, I talked to D. Wright yesterday. And D. Wright, he's going to be on select games because he's coaching at Donde Academy. But you know what D. Wright said? Am I back on the roast every Wednesday? Mm-hmm. He wants back on the roast every Wednesday. So we're going to have D. Wright back on the roast every Wednesday. We'll make that happen.
Mm-hmm.
But he's like, that stuff doesn't happen. I played in the league for 15 years. I see maybe 2 fights. Like, a lot of players, whether it's D. Wright, whether it's Q Rich, a lot of guys said, that's not normal. That's not normal.
Well, and I know that there are industry norms. Like, I was listening to Willard and Dibs yesterday, and they brought up a great point. Like, how you operate in the insurance industry is not how you're going to operate in an NFL locker room.
No doubt.
Like, there are industry hazards and industry norms that are particular to whatever, industry or profession that you're in. Even within the fabric of this particular industry, I still have heard from enough people that feels like that's not, like, one thing is like arguments and fights.
Right.
Like we use the word fight.
This was not a fight.
Well, this was a physical altercation. I think that there's chatter and there's pushing and things like that. Once you punch someone that way in the jaw, I don't know. It seemed pretty extreme to me.
And that's why we're still awaiting Jordan Poole to maybe speak. How's Jordan Poole feeling?
Well,
what does he look like? I have no idea. I want to get to Keenan in San Diego real quick. Hold that thought. Okay. Keenan's been holding for a while down in the 619 San Diego. What's happening? He's watching us via YouTube. What up, Keenan?
What's up, y'all? I listen to y'all every morning.
Appreciate that.
Definitely Dub Nation faithful here down here, but I got a dilemma. So I'm the head track coach at San Diego High School, and we started our conditioning yesterday.
Nice.
And literally, a kid said to another kid, "Stop playing for our Draymond Green you."
No,
I about lost it. Yes, I about lost it, man. So I just told him don't even play like that. But I mean, man, that stuff is like everywhere now. And I was looking at Stephen A. Smith saying, he anticipates this is his last year. And everybody's talking about the Lakers, and I'm like, that's not even a smart basketball move. So I just wanted to get y'all thoughts and opinions, that video being out. And then trying to get to the Lakers, that's not even a good basketball move. Like, you ain't going to beat Draymond without Steph and Clay or some shooters. I just don't see it happening.
Yeah, Keenan, that's a good point. And so I ask you to chime in on this because everybody's talking Lakers. LeBron needs a ball in his hands. Anthony Davis needs a ball in his hands. Where does that leave Draymond Green if, hypothetically, he was on the LA Lakers? LeBron likes to be surrounded by shooters or big like Anthony Davis. I don't see it fit like that.
What he said about the kid saying that, when D'Angelo Russell did what he did with Nick Young, both of them had that stain on them for a long, long time. It feels like D'Angelo, in the first couple of sentences of when you bring him up, people do word association.
We go Swaggy P.
Right? I mean, and we're talking about that's more of like a morals or ethical thing, I guess, essentially. Like what you do with the bros.
Right.
There's more of a gray area there. Mm-hmm. I have a hard time thinking that this is just going to get swept under the rug. And a lot of people keep telling us on social media, they're coming at us, you guys are bringing this up. It's like, no, the internet has taken over, and they're going to turn this into a memeable thing.
Well, also, we're the flagship station of the Golden State Warriors.
Yeah, we're going to talk about what happens.
This team is in our backyard. We have to cover everything that happens with this basketball team.
Exactly.
Whether it's moves, contracts, trades, what happens on the floor. We talk on this show, we talk about the games.
Yeah.
We do talk about the games. We break down the games very, very well. We don't have any games to break down. We don't have any now.
And, one of the things that's happening right now on the internet is Draymond's mother has tweeted about the incident. And here's where I'm not even going to read the tweet, but I'm just going to say to you this. Having been I am a fraction of a fraction of a fraction.
I can read the tweet if you want.
I don't even think we need to.
Well, I'll read it anyway.
Okay.
Mary Babers Green, who's a friend of the program.
Okay.
We've had her on.
Yeah.
She tweeted at El Sleepy Floyd, who we rock with, and that All Nat influential. She's all over Twitter. She's a big-time Warriors fan. Mary Babers Green replied to them late last night saying, that wasn't a sucker punch. Dre didn't aggressively go to Poole. His hands were down. Man to man, you go over to talk, to ask what's up, what you say. Got shoved and reacted. End of story. A lot of people feel like Mary Babers Green. A lot of people do.
Well, this is what I would say is, it's family. I expect family to defend their own family. That's what I expect. In my family, whether you've done something wrong, we're going to have your back. Like, I get that on like a personal level. But, and again, my level of who I am in the world is so much smaller than where Draymond's at. But I've had conversations with my dad, specifically because we have the same name. I'm like, Dad, anything you like on the internet could come back to me. Yeah. Anything you post could come back to me. Anything you tweet or post on Facebook or like on Instagram, just be careful. And I've tried to educate them, and trust me, we have had many arguments over this, and I don't pretend to be on the level of scrutiny of the Green family, but like, you do have to be cognizant if you're in the public eye, guys, anything, or gals, anything that you say, whether you mean well or not, can be interpreted by the masses. And in these cases, sometimes it's best to not say anything.
Yeah, I would prefer it. I'm not telling them to shut up.
I feel bad for her because I would defend my family too. I'm not going to tell it. I would defend my family too.
It's just not a good look. It's not the best look.
I know.
It's not the best look. But in terms of Draymond Green, and look, Mama Green's going to tweet now. Twitter's involved, and people are worried about it.
She's entitled to her opinion.
I do believe the Warriors, at the end of the day, I do believe the Warriors will be able to navigate through this season, despite this situation. But don't tell me Jordan Poole's not feeling some type of way when people are memeing him as a 2K player with the black eye. They got him memed as a that's come on, man. That's cold, dude. It's jokes aside, that is cold, man. That is a cold joke. Now here's what Stephen A. Take it with a grain of salt, and then we'll go to Kendrick Perkins. Here's what Stephen A. had to say about the Draymond Green situation on whether or not he's going to be with the Warriors long term.
Golden State's got to resign 2 people. 3 people looking to get resigned. The 3 people looking to get resigned is Jordan Poole, Andrew Wiggins, and Draymond Green. I can tell you right now, Wiggins and Poole are a priority. I can tell you right now that Draymond Green is expecting this to be his last year in Golden State.
So that's Stephen A. Smith.
I kind of am with him on that. I do believe that whether it's subconscious, conscious, etc., there are underlying things. Like there's a bucket of issues.
Right.
I do think this is one of the drops in that bucket.
I do. Whenever I see people say, man, Jordan Poole needs to protect himself, I keep going back to Floyd Mayweather Jr. and who's the fighter? You're talking
about boxers?
Boxers, where Floyd Mayweather basically, Victor Ortiz.
Okay.
He had headbutted Floyd Mayweather. They had to stop the fight. They dapped up each other. They gave each other hugs. And they dapped up again, and Floyd Mayweather said, hit him with the 2-piece of the biscuit. It knocked him out. And everybody was like, oh, that wasn't right. He didn't have his hands up. And Floyd Mayweather Jr. at the end of the fight goes, it's boxing. It's protect yourself at all times. It's like, well,
can I be honest? There are no rules when it comes to fighting.
There are no rules.
Like but that's the reality of once you engage. Right. Unfortunately,
I do.
There are no real rules.
I understand why Jordan
my opinion.
I understand why Jordan Poole wouldn't have his hands up. He doesn't think Draymond's going to really punch him. Nobody thinks that. That doesn't happen every day.
Yeah.
I don't see how they could bounce back from this. I hope Jordan Poole forgive him. But to a lot of guys that I spoke to across the NBA, across the league, a lot of my guys that I played with that are still in the league, they was like, there's no way I could forgive him from that. They would have to, they said they would fight him every single day, and I would too.
Well, we'll see what happens.
I think it's easy to say that. It's harder when you're doing the dynamic, and it's also harder when you haven't inked the deal. Like there's lots of layers to this one, B. Everybody's talking tough, though. That's the one thing that
I don't like.
The one thing I'm kind of like discouraged with is there's a lot of tough talk, and I get it from certain people's backgrounds and things like that. But there's also like an element of like, you can't operate like that in a professional setting on some level. Not everybody can say it's a business. It's a business. It's a business. And then in the same turn say, well, this is what we would do in the streets.
Right.
Well, like, come on. You got to give me a little leeway
There's a lot of guys who ain't never been in a fight in their life talking playground rules.
That's what I'm saying.
When I was going to school and you did this on the playground, like a lot of squares.
I know.
And I'm a square. I know about the playground rules.
Yes.
A lot of this stuff ain't playground rules. This is nasty work. And this isn't the playground.
Yeah.
This is $1 billion corporation.
Hundreds of millions of dollars for the two players on the line.
That's what we're saying.
I know, and I just
a lot of people talking tough though, and you just kind of scroll Twitter.
I'm kind of rolling my eyes.
Yeah, it's just like, all right, dude. Like,
this
all right,
is what I would have done.
Yeah, okay.
And you got to know when this happens, you got to do X, Y, and Z. It's like sometimes you guys stuff happens and you're unprepared for it. I mean, it happens all the time. It just random things happen. Like, why do you think I'm on guard when I'm walking down Market Street? Because there are weirdos everywhere, and God knows what could happen. And even then, even though I'm on my toes, I know something wild could happen.
Always keep your head on a swivel. By the way, download the Odyssey app, 95.7 The Game. Thousands of other stations and millions of podcasts are free on Odyssey app. Sports talk, music, news, and podcasts are all available completely free. You can catch every single Warriors game live on the app, including tonight when the Warriors hosted Portland Trailblazers, 7 p.m. Chase Center. Go watch that game on NBC Sports Bay Area. Dame Dollar and company coming to town. The second to last preseason game. And then it is on for real next Tuesday, 7 days away. Ring night where the Warriors will get their fourth ring in the last 8 years. Another banner. The first one going up at Chase Center. Going to be a fun night when the Warriors host the Lakers. In the meantime, let's flex.
Jimmy just feels like he's in a good spot, and I like where he's at. We're talking about now, free Jimmy, let him throw. It's not about airing it out like 40 times a game. It's about throwing on first and second down and mixing it up and keeping teams guessing. They were so predictable with the run game. What I really took away from the game Sunday, I was having the most fun watching the offense in a long, long time.
Yeah, they ran the ball really well. They threw the ball down the field, and Jimmy Garoppolo gave his playmakers a chance to make plays deep down the field. Down the sideline, Tevin Coleman, George Kittle. He did try to attempt the one deep ball to Danny Gray. Wasn't a great ball. Could have been picked off, but you know what? I like the shot. Take more shots. Jimmy's starting to look confident, and the way he climbed the pocket this week, I think was the best he climbed the pocket in a very long time. Jimmy Garoppolo's climbing the pocket and throwing in tight windows with velocity, which tells me the shoulder's getting better. The shoulder's getting better and better with all the velocity he was throwing with the Debo there on the touchdown, the George Kittle, Brandon Ayuk.
The Flex of the Show, presented by Xfinity Flex, the 4K streaming TV box with voice remote and Peacock Premium, free with Xfinity Internet.
We have a running joke that whatever gets posted from this show, it's either one of two things: clowns, haters, or homers. That will be one of our homer posts.
Well, no, you know what it'd be? It'd be us tagged with clown emojis. Get these bozos off the air.
Use the same energy when he plays bad.
Bring back Joe Loa Dibs. Well, you get Dibs from 9 to 12, so you do have Dibs anyway.
Yeah, you do. And you get Marky Mark from home today with the blurred background.
Panoramic? What is that, the panoramic view? What's going on with the camera?
That's not panoramic.
No, man, that's called blurred, man.
Yeah.
Blurred lines. That's how we play this, okay?
Blurred?
You can't see what's going on behind me. I'm not going to let you see my home because my home is dirty. That's why. I'm literally in my daughter's room right now. I'm not going to let you see flowers, makeup, a dog, and a bed that was not made before school.
I did the show the first year at the morning roast. I did the show live from the nursery. There was nothing but flowers, baby cribs, little dolls everywhere.
You broke your chair,
man. I did break the chair, but you know, your boy knew he had to. Hey, Peloton, let's go.
Let's go, Peloton.
Taco Bell, baby. Boy, the screw popped off. I was like, whoa, what's going on here?
Yeah, it can be rough. I actually fell out of the chair a couple weeks ago. We had a little debate at my house about the desk chair. I have a desk chair that I like, a little sturdier. It's kind of like these chairs, arms, but the chair that has been chosen, not by me, is this tiny little rickety thing. And so when you lean left or you lean to the right, boom, you're on the ground.
Now, real quick, before we get back to whatever's happening in the sports world, this text is, I got to read it because it made me chuckle. Xfinity mobile text line 925. Not sure of NBA rules. Yes, we got to do sponsor Dibs. Not sure of NBA rules, but can the Warriors send Draymond to Santa Cruz for an extended period of time and see how the season goes without him? It's like,
how do we know? How do we know he's not already there?
That made me laugh, dude. You imagine Draymond Green playing at Kaiser Permanente for the Santa Cruz season.
The only way it could get funnier is if Mark Jackson was like, send him with Scalabrine to Santa Cruz. Remember when that happened? Remember that, dude?
Yeah. Darren Urban having the offices tapped.
How dare you challenge me?
Man. Anyway.
Mama, there goes that man to Santa Cruz.
Yeah, that's
exactly.
All right, what's on your mind? Roughing the passer? Going for 2-point conversions?
Vontae's mad at betting.
Oh, I heard
Not
your,
a better.
I heard your Buffalo. Your Buffalo.
Is that a terrible beat?
That's an unfortunate beat. Yeah, it's football. It happens. Now,
The third string tight end fumbled at the inch line.
the problem was
The
not
line.
with the Buffalo third quarter bet. It was with you betting Buffalo in the third quarter. That was a slam dunk. Bet Buffalo and lay the 14. You got too cute, you got burnt.
I did that. I got greedy.
Oh, you got greedy. Yeah,
But it was
It's
live.
not.
I knew Buffalo wanted to get one more touchdown drive and then bench all the guys in, and they went on a methodical drive.
I saw
they got
it, yeah.
the
I
first
was
to go
watching it.
at the one.
Watching
I'm
all of
thinking
it.
Touchdown, third
Had to
quarter
be
over.
done. House, put it in.
Guy fumbled at the inch line, and then
Yeah.
it said Steelers ball. I slammed the table. My niece looks at me and goes, Uncle Bonte, what's so bad? And I stood up and I was like, oh, they're going to review it. Okay, it's not a fumble, knees down. And then the announcers go, oh, yeah, that ball's out.
Oh, that ball's out. I saw that. The ball was out. I thought that he was in myself. Then you watch it again. It's like, oh, that ball's out.
And then last night,
yeah.
How about the Kansas City Chiefs score for 2 with the team total at 30.5? Lord knows, I text Guru, right? Because I like to check Guru my bets. Guru had the same thing, which I would have known. I wouldn't have made the bet if Guru had the same team
It
total.
was 30 and the hook
30.5
was the team
and
total.
Andy Reid goes for 2 for no damn reason.
Well, that's, you know what the reason is. The reason is the spreadsheet, which is, Captain Spreadsheet joins us momentarily, Farhan's buddy. And it's all about the spreadsheet now. It's no longer about the humans, the human being. And,
Thank you.
if they don't go for 2, then Devontae Adams doesn't knock that guy over. And out of frustration.
Butterfly effect.
Totally.
And then they go for 2, Dibs. What's John McDaniels doing going for 2?
Well, according to the Brainiacs, the Brainiacs will tell you it makes more sense.
I keep thinking about all our favorite moments in sports history. Can't go to Kirk Gibson here. He doesn't hit righties well.
No.
Right? Like, no, but I'm serious.
Yeah.
Like, and I know, I get it. Like, we want to be smart and we want to use the data. But can we blend the game that I'm watching and the gut just a little? I'm not saying all the way. Like, can we blend the art and the science together?
Here's the thing, though, guys. Like, you actually, if you do look at the analytics on this, apparently, from what I'm seeing, they're all pretty even. Like, it's not, if you actually run the deep analytics of here's the situation, do you go for 2? I can actually be talked into everything that they did and understand it, even though in both cases it didn't work out. Here's the sort of extension of that, though, where as a 49er fan, it made me feel good. Both times you had teams going for 2, where it felt like what they were saying is we have an opportunity to not rely on our defense because we don't want to do that. So the Chiefs are going to try to put this game into a 2-score game when they didn't have to. The Raiders are going to try to say, we're going to get the lead when we don't have to because we don't want to extend this game and, again, rely on getting stops. Kyle has brought up the point a couple of times. Even if you get the 2 or if you don't get the 2, you still need a stop. And the Raiders actually got the stop.
Right.
So you can spin it either way, but as a 49er fan, I was thinking I would not expect Kyle Shanahan to do either of those things.
Exactly.
And I wouldn't want him to because the 49ers have a defense where you don't need to play gimmicky stuff like that.
I like the Chiefs going for 2 because you do make it a 2-score game. You're up 7, you go up 9. That makes sense to me. The other one doesn't make as much sense. And by the way, you got to stop on Kansas City. But if Kansas City was in a tie game, they would have approached that whole series differently.
Well, they would have gone for it on 4th and 3.
And they would have been more aggressive
You would
with
think.
everything. And
Right.
so I don't necessarily think you can look at that and say, well, they got the stop, therefore it was the right call.
Well, and then we go back to the officials because I know we can't. There was so much in just the decision making from the head coaches, and yet overshadowing all it is the Chris Jones play, is the holding, the defensive holding on the field goal attempt, which I've never seen.
It's right call. It's right call.
Well, the last time it was called was against the Raiders back when, Spinoni, 2017? Same referee called it against the Raiders.
Well, and you know what? You could actually call that on a number of different field goals because what he's trying to do is he's trying to pull the blocker to
showing it right now
to allow his teammate to get through. It's always disconcerting when you're talking and somebody's like, pointing at the screen. Like, am I on TV?
Hey, Dibs, you've been in the radio game for 35 years, man. You're going to a Hall of Fame.
I'm with you.
It's a rookie move right there.
Well, I mean, yeah, okay. I mean,
like that?
I did the same thing as Dibs. I looked over at the television.
No, it's all right.
I was like, what's going on?
He was talking about it, and they were showing the play. The defense, there it is.
Yeah, there it is.
I was hoping Dibs could talk through it and give us some analyze.
Right.
He could analyze it a little bit.
Yeah. I can't see the TV. I'm too engaged in what we're doing here in front of us.
First time ever, man. He usually doesn't listen to me at all. He's like, TV.
I'm always listening, kid. I'm one of those guys interested in actual conversation. It's wild.
95-7 the game. KGMG FM and AC1 San Francisco. Your boy just derailed. My bad, man. I derailed changeover.
Derail
Always
right.
live on the free Odyssey app.
Wow.
Turning this every single
Derail wrong.
That's
I'll
a
take
4.
it.
Download the Odyssey app
That's
and
a
favorite
5. Get ready
95-7
for preseason.
for the
5.
best and most up-to-date sports
Derail
coverage.
right.
Derail
That
right.
is phenomenal.
Thank you. I'll
Now
take
you
it.
can also
Wow.
watch us every day on our YouTube and Twitch streams. Just log on and search 95-7 the game and maybe scrap that legal to whoever wants to have that recorded and sent to them.
Question, Mark. We record the chunkiest garlic fries and baseball guys pod in quite some time.
Oh, wow.
And then
Yeah,
minutes
boy.
later, it gets
I know.
announced that the Giants hire some guy I've never heard of.
Well, I mean, who's heard of anybody's assistant GM?
Totally.
Like, go.
Totally.
I mean, had you heard of Scott Harris before
No.
Scott Harris was brought in? And I don't even necessarily what all that stuff matters, but a couple things, like if you do want to go into what this guy's reputation is, and by the way, his name is Pete Patella. He is only 33
Like the
years
tendon.
old.
Like Nutella.
But
Patella.
He's younger
exactly,
than the whole
Patella,
field.
right? Not Patilla, it's
Not
Patella.
Patella, not
Go
Patella
ahead and start
tendon.
that whole conversation.
Yeah.
It's Patella, and he's only 33 years old. And his whole deal with the Astros was not because they're going to say, "Oh, he's a technological genius." And my first question yesterday on the thread was he the guy that invented the wire that Jose
Buzzer guy.
Altuve wore? And they said, "No, that's not that
He's
guy."
not
I'm like,
banging on
"Okay, that's
garbage cans?
good."
Boom,
No.
boom, boom.
Well, I don't know.
Change
Maybe
up coming.
we still don't. Who was in there banging on the cans? I don't know. But the guy is supposedly he is their big player development guy.
Okay.
And so I get it from that perspective because look at the Astros. Their player development has been fantastic, and the Giants are clearly not thrilled with their player development. So from that perspective, maybe it's a fine. But he's a 33-year-old guy.
Yeah,
He's
yeah.
somebody's assistant. So who knows?
Half the roster is older than him, which is, I guess, going to be
Yep.
So true.
job number one. And the other thing that I thought was fascinating, I don't know a ton about the guy, but he's 33, and he spent 13 years with Houston.
So you did the same thing I did. I go,
I'm like, what?
He went straight out of high school
Totally.
and went to the Astros.
Must be nice.
Did he go to
Yeah.
college? He's
I
a
mean,
genius. Did he
right.
get into college?
Who's had the best lies? It's either that guy going to the Astros organization at 20, or you got a play-by-play guy for the 49ers who started the Pacers job at 21. I mean, life
Yeah.
must be nice.
Exactly. You get straight to it.
Straight to it.
Yeah,
Dude,
straight
we're
to
still in
business.
college.
I was in college for 13 years. I was in college until I had
The extendo.
Did I have a kid when I graduated? No, didn't quite have a kid yet. But
What was the Ryan Reynolds movie where he is in college forever?
Van Wilder.
Van Wilder.
It's a great movie.
Such a great
They
movie.
did
So
a
you were the
story on
Van
him.
Wilder.
Yeah, I went for about 7. Took about 3 off. Went back for 3 more.
did.
Stretch
You know,
3?
Yeah, it was a stretch 3. All
Dibs,
right.
I'm with you.
It was a stretch
It took
3.
me about 10. It took the little 2-year
Yeah,
hiatus, came back, 2-year hiatus.
Yeah.
All right, let me go the JUCO route, and then finally you get your stuff together.
Yeah.
Oh, we can graduate again.
I went back and I was a PE aide up in Marin at Ross.
nice.
And my mom, my late
Lot of
mom,
money.
hit me in about 96. She said, "It would be nice if you graduated." And I said, Mom, what are you going to say to moms? You
I
know?
still get
Hit
those
the
calls.
pike?
Van
Yeah.
Wilder.
And I'm like,
Your mom spoke like that 30 years ago?
No,
She already
but-
sounded like she was 88 years old? I mean, come on.
Benoni, she's no longer with us. Be careful back
no,
there.
I'm sorry.
Yeah.
All right, that's
yeah.
fair.
Well, yeah,
May
she
rest.
said she spoke like that. She's born in 39. So she was, 60 at the time, whatever.
yeah.
There it
Danny.
is.
So what are we going to get into today, guys?
2-point conversions. We're going to take a look at at the quarterback situation. Mike Sando is going to join us.
Oh, I love Sando.
We all talk about quarterback tiers.
Yeah.
Well, not today. We're going to talk about quarterback tiers, not TIERS, but TEARS. Teams that are crying over their quarterback. Teams that would have been crying tears of joy had they had the cojones to pick up one James Garoppolo.
I was shocked.
Well, I mean, I don't know if it's that A to B, but it is interesting.
I thought it was a
Check
great
this out,
setup
guys. Let's go.
myself. I thought it was
Well,
brilliant.
no, it's a
I mean,
phenomenal setup,
yeah,
but
you
I
could've
don't.
started
Who
with
knows
that
what
and
these
then,
teams? These teams, what would they look like with Jimmy? I don't know if I've got any idea, but just think about it, right? Think of the teams we all talked about. Start with Washington. Already embarrassing yesterday. What's the problem with your team? Well, quarterback.
Dude,
Thanks,
Ron
Ron Rivera.
Rivera.
That went really well.
Yeah.
Right? How about Carolina? They went after Jimmy G. They've already fired their coach, and they've got a high ankle sprain. Let's go to Pittsburgh. They've already moved on to a rookie. All the rumors about Cleveland. By metrics, Cleveland has had the easiest schedule in the NFL, and they are 2-3. They found a way to do that. Go to New Orleans. On some plays, they're using their tight end as the quarterback. Go to Houston. final last team to win a football game this year. These are the teams that wanted Jimmy G, who 2 weeks ago we all wanted to strangle as well, and now he's won 2 in a row and he's in first place.
But you can't blame these teams for not trading for Jimmy Garoppolo in this situation.
Not all of them.
Because you
Some
didn't
of
know
them.
when he was going to throw.
Some of them.
But, I mean, you kind of knew when he was going to throw. You could see him lobbing soft toss on the side, but no team obviously offered enough for the Niners, or, if you didn't want to pull the trigger back in February when Washington reportedly offered a couple of different picks.
And at $24 million. I think that's a nuance, because now with the 6.5, it's easy for a lot of us to say they should have traded him.
Right.
At $24 million, especially as the time went on when you didn't know if he was going to be able to throw and stuff. I just look at salary cap and how difficult it is to absorb that contract.
Also,
I think
that can get figured out, though.
Also,
that can get figured out.
Also, Willard, too, I heard that Shanahan did have some sympathy for Jimmy and didn't necessarily want to send him to Washington because of how bad that organization is ran.
And he don't
I
like
think they
Washington.
wanted to do Jimmy a solid like the Niners did Alex Smith way back when, where they're like, we'll send you to Kansas City and Andy Reid. We're not going to do you. We're not going to send you to Houston where they're rebuilding or one of these dumpster fire teams. They did him a solid by not sending him to Washington.
Jimmy G and your favorite agent, who you wear T-shirts for
Don Yee.
sometimes, Don
I do
Yee,
love Don
definitely. They definitely had a voice in this, I'm sure, as far as where they were going to send him. But if conversations were going a certain way with Washington, I'm still fascinated by why everybody was so terrified by a shoulder injury. I get it, he's a quarterback, but what? It wasn't going to heal? He was never going to throw again? We see teams acquire players on the cheap who are injured all the time
Willard,
in the hopes of it working. I mean, you went with Carson Wentz. You knew. You were in the division with Carson Wentz. You knew you were signing up for not good enough.
But you know what? It's not all on Carson, though. You watch that offensive line.
No, it's not.
Carson Wentz has no time to throw. He's getting destroyed.
They're not doing anything well. They're not doing anything well. And so maybe Jimmy would have looked awful in that situation too. I'm definitely open to that. But it's a fascinating decision that they made to go all in and deep into the future with Carson Wentz, knowing what you're probably going to get.
Well, it's interesting on the injury because I remember 2 different situations. One, Dante Culpepper does get signed by Miami, and he just had chronic knee and shoulder injuries, and that derailed them. And then Saban tried to go all in on Drew Brees, and the medical staff didn't okay him in free agency. He ends up going to New Orleans, and it's the big woulda, coulda, shoulda that Saban still talks about to this day in terms of what set him back with Miami. So you are right on a certain sense. You got to gamble a little, but there are some historical, I guess, reservations.
Yeah, and the $24 million, I think, was a factor, and also, you didn't know how quickly Jimmy G would be healthy enough to be a good player and a starter, and we know that it took a couple weeks here. He was rusty, and so now that he's hit the ground running, and here we are in mid-October, and he's playing like they expected him to play. So I think it's interesting when you look at all the other situations, and Mark will lay it out in more detail. Mike Sando is going to join us. Nick Wagner at 10 o'clock. We'll get another look at the Niners.
Special.
Yesterday was a little bit...
Could I... Yeah, no, could I before you guys jump in out of here, I want to ask you both something Warriors related.
Okay.
And you tell me kind of how you read this.
Blazers tonight, 7 p.m. Center.
Steve Kerr is asked again yesterday, so when's Draymond coming back? And his response continually is, I don't know. So part of that is the obvious, which is he probably does know and he just doesn't want to tell anybody. But we have now gone into deep conversations yesterday. I know a lot of people feel like Draymond not punished enough. Dibs, you said it yesterday. Guru said it yesterday. And the whole, we'll handle it internally. What does that mean? Draymond is the one who said he'd be there ring night. No one else has said that. The rest of the Warriors are like, yep, don't know when he's going to get back. What is your read on what is actually happening, and could there be a twist or a turn coming in this story that we don't know about yet?
There could be a twist and turn, and I think the Warriors are trying to figure that out. How do we manage this situation? And I think, one, how does Jordan Poole feel? How much power does Jordan Poole have in this situation? What does Jordan Poole want out of this situation other than a fat contract extension? Will he even sign the extension? But I think the Warriors are trying to search and struggle, how do we handle this? Because if you don't have Draymond Green on ring night, that's going to be a story in itself. And then when do you present him the ring? Do you present him the ring in front of Chase Center by himself? And how's that going to look? Are fans going to be like, wait, he gets his own ring night now after what he did in the training camp? Or with Jordan Poole last Wednesday? So To be honest with you, Mark, I don't know, and I think the Warriors don't know how to manage this situation.
I have no idea. I don't know how to. If you'd have told me that he played, I wouldn't be that surprised. If you'd have told me he didn't play, I wouldn't be that surprised. I know it's not a strong take. I'm pulling a Steiny here. But, like, the truth is I really don't know. But here's the one thing I've been thinking about long and hard. So let's say they do a punishment. Now I'm Jordan Poole, and that's just something I was thinking about. Like, now, like, are they going to perceive me as the one who has blood on his hands for pushing a punishment? Whether I did or didn't, it might be interpreted by my brethren in the NBA, because we know there's a lot of peers that are viewing this, and they're going to be looking for all the angles to this.
And a lot of peers who I don't think it's that big a deal. You know?
It's all over the map. Right. You agree? Like,
absolutely.
Right? And so I don't know how to handle it. And then you got there's so many layers.
Yeah.
I legitimately feel right now, and this is me, I don't think the Warriors even have any idea what they're going to do. I think they're literally figuring that out as we speak.
Has the video Dibs
you think
altered their thought process about this situation?
It has to have. And that's what I was just going to say is if the video never came out, there would be no question that Draymond would be there for ring night, even though the severity of the punch, by the way, is still the severity of the punch. Jordan Poole got hit that hard, whether or not TMZ got the video. So that is a reality, but they could have handled it in-house. But now that it's been seen and viewed, and there is the possibility that Draymond Green gets booed or jeered at ring night, nobody wants that. I mean, that possibility is out there, Bonte.
Yeah, boy, how are Warrior fans? There's a lot of fans that I'm seeing saying, you know what? Jordan Poole needs to protect himself. He's talking. He deserved what he. There's a lot of fans who think like that.
I think that's the vast minority of fans. The more fans that I see are fans who are on the other extreme, which is trade him now, cut him, get rid of him. I think between the two extremes, there's a happy medium, but I think that the team has left it up to Draymond to do the right thing, which is, I think, for Draymond, he's not doing the right thing. The right thing would have been to say, I'm taking time. I'm not taking a couple days, and I'll see you at ring night. Yeah. I'm taking a long stretch, and I'm going to get help.
I just keep going back to Steve Kerr, and I know I listened to Mark and you, Dan, talking about this. Like, his facial expression, to me, spoke 1,000 words without saying a thing. The no comment to me, I was like, he is pissed. Yes. And so I don't know.
They're livid.
Does he change over a couple of days because they sit down and something is said or action is taken? I just go back to the head coach and I go, what is he thinking? Right? Like, how does he want to maneuver this? I don't know.
Well, and also, what happens if they do?
Go ahead,
quick. Well, I was just going to say, what happens if they do find out who leaked the video? What happens? You fire a guy? And then what? And then we're back to Jordan Poole and Draymond Green again. I don't think the leak video, they should be livid about it.
Right.
But it's not everything. That's not priority number one to me. Priority number one is fixing the Jordan Poole and Draymond Green situation, not who leaked the video, because once you find out, then what? What happens after that?
That's a good point.
Right, it does. The toothpaste is out of the tube, and I actually kind of find it fascinating that they have not been able to figure out who leaked the video, because how many people have access to this, and how many people would be motivated by something other than TMZ's money in order to do this? But to me, this is two stories at the same time, and I'm fascinated by the audio from Stephen A. Smith that you guys just played a little bit ago. This is two stories at the same time. One is about the now. Okay, what are we going to do right now? How do we usher Draymond back into this team? Do we do it in a way that's not embarrassing for Jordan, not embarrassing for us? We don't want fans vociferously booing on ring night as they introduce. So and we want to win this year. So that's the now. I feel like that's one thing, but the long term is where I feel like, at least in this moment, some decisions have been made. And it goes to what you just said, Joe, with regard to the look on Steve Kerr's face, even the look on Steph's face when he had to have a press conference, probably against his will last week. These guys, to me, looked done. I know what that look is, right? There's that Zac Brown song, I saw goodbye in her eyes. I look into these eyes,
country singer.
They are. Thank you. They are saying goodbye. They are saying we're done. I can't. We can't. Well, I knew it would. Anyway, I can't. I can't deal. We can't deal with this anymore. And when Stephen A. says even Draymond feels like this is his final year with the Golden State Warriors, You're seeing it. There's a bunch of guys who want to get paid, and now Jordan Poole is a priority. Andrew Wiggins is a priority. If you push it out even further, Klay Thompson's a priority. Draymond Green's not a priority. Not as far as a new contract. Well, that's big.
And the crazy thing is, and underline, I keep going back, Klay hasn't played at all. We haven't seen Klay at all.
That's fine.
I know. Yeah. I'm just saying. There's just...
That to me is like story 15 right now. Let's go to State Warriors.
Yeah.
And you don't need to play. I need Klay ready by the playoffs. That's where I need Klay.
Exactly.
You know what I'm saying?
That's why I was saying see you in January.
Okay.
And the whole idea about we're going to investigate the leak, that's their way of distracting us from the bigger issue, which is Draymond Green, your alleged leader, knocked out your young star. He threw a punch with such impact. There was such edge and anger behind that. But hey, we will investigate this leak. Look over here. We're going to try to find out the leak. Meanwhile, we're going to handle this in-house. We want to find out the leak. It's a total distraction play.
The other thing I keep thinking about is like moving forward for Draymond, whether he plays or not. The route that he takes with his media career, dropping of the podcast, how, just every little move. I don't know if he understands everything will be scrutinized. I mean, maybe he does. Maybe he's got people in his camp. Like everything he says and does. I mean, he did a video the other night in between this where he was at, I guess, a Mary J. Blige conference. And people were losing their minds. And I didn't even take too much of it.
Because he looked like he was chilling. Yeah, he looked like he was chilling, having a good time. And everyone's like, wait a minute, Jordan Poole is probably at home with an ice pack on his face. You went to Mary J. and had a good time when you're supposedly stepping away from the organization. It's a tough look.
Yeah, no, I've talked to multiple players about that. Like, it's not the best look. Being out there like that, nod your head, yes or no. Pat Bev saying on this podcast, I've never seen anything like that. And then Jordan Poole. When are we going to hear from Jordan Poole? That's another layer. And this bugs me too about the whole situation. We're sports talk radio hosts. We have to talk about what's going on with our sports teams out here. 707 Xfinity Mobile text line. You guys are crucifying the Warriors. Leave it alone. They're done with you media people. Media people, fans are talking about this all day long on Twitter.
Players.
Go on Twitter. Players are talking about it. It ain't just the media. Stop
I did
blaming
a
the media
radio hit in
for
New
everything.
Zealand, and we talked about this.
Exactly.
So, I mean, this is not just... I've been doing this since any of you guys were in the business, quite frankly. My old buddy Nathan Rowery, we go back about 15 years or so doing New Zealand radio, but this is a bigger deal than just, somebody missing a jump shot in Orlando.
I just don't blame the media for talking about the story. Everybody's talking about the story.
Aroldis Chapman doesn't go to whatever practices he's, DFA'd or whatever off the roster. That's a story. We're talking about the team and everything. That's the job, is to talk about the team.
Right, it's the old media.
Well, look,
speaking of blaming the media, real quick, Willard, Brett Favre blames the media for smearing him regarding allegations of welfare of money, misappropriation.
Listen. You do not need to look. You do not need to look or listen very hard to know in this world why in the last 5 to 7 years it's become very easy to blame the media every time there's a problem. You all know what exactly is going on there. But I mean, I'll be straight with you. Even my girl Christy yesterday, like first thing after the show, I got on the phone with her and she's like, "Man, you guys are just going to keep this Draymond thing alive, don't you?" And I said, "Now hold on a second. There's a degree of that, but our job is to know what people are thinking about and talking about and wanting to hear about. And there's no question what that is right now. Our phones have all been going crazy. Dibs told the story yesterday. When was it? You went to dinner Sunday night with your mother-in-law. And she's like, show me the Draymond video. Like people who don't even know sports want to know what the hell happened with the Warriors.
So now I want to
come on, man.
This is your new mother-in-law and your Russian in-laws. What'd they think of the video?
She thought that it was an act of pure violence.
So Vavlik just turned 85, Anna's grandmother. Hey, why you punch him? No good. I don't like it. No good. Seriously.
That's a four for the in-laws.
And then Oleg and Alona and his parents, they're like, well, why did he punch this guy? I don't like this green no more. I don't like this. And Oleg's just sitting there like, yeah, he's
Oleg
always
was
yelling
not
at
happy.
referees. They're not happy.
No
They're
chance.
not happy.
Arms
I'm showing
crossed.
the video in Sausalito. Oleg sitting there not happy. Why did he punch this guy? I don't get it. Could they trade him? They're irate. People are mad about this.
Yeah.
So
look, it's a week from tonight. It's a week from
crazy.
tonight.
It's crazy.
And one thing we know is that emotions with fans calm down pretty quickly. I mean, even go look at the emotion we've talked about with the 49ers this year, from a Trey Lance injury to a ridiculous performance on a Sunday night in Denver, and how quickly you can get people back on your side if you just go do something nice. What I'm noticing right now, though, because today's Tuesday. When was the actual punch? Was it Wednesday? Was it Wednesday last week?
Don't ask Draymond because he doesn't know.
Yeah, but Wednesday, we didn't. And we saw it. We saw it on Thursday.
Yeah.
So we didn't see it till Thursday. But that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 days. And I don't feel like people are calming down.
No.
And that is a concern for the Warriors, knowing that they have got a ring night in 7 days that they don't want ruined.
Well, one thing calms it down, and you can't expect him to do it. It's Jordan Poole coming out and saying, guys, we're good. Please be good with Draymond.
Like he puts his arm around Draymond?
Exactly.
Yeah, but
that's what calms it down. He's not expected to do that. He should do whatever he feels like he should do.
Maybe he speaks when he signs a contract extension.
Well, they play the Blazers tonight. It's a preseason game against the Blazers at Chase, right? At Chase.
7 p.m.
So does he talk today? Jordan Poole.
We had a great game Sunday. He did talk after the game.
How does that work? They choose the Warriors, choose who gets
I'm
up
sure
there?
the media is asking Raymond Ritter, is Jordan going to talk today? And Raymond probably tells me, hey, no Jordan today.
Gotcha.
We're going to bring up so-and-so. Like yesterday, who was it? PBJ? And who else talked? I forget who else
Gets to
talked.
the very
Looney,
bottom
right?
of that
Looney,
roster.
no, Looney
please.
talked
Looney was
Sunday
after the
night.
game, yeah.
Yesterday
Looney
in
was the
practice.
day before. I feel like after a game is not when they're going to do this to Jordan, because those are a little bit quicker interviews. Guys have played. They're tired. It's late in the evening. Like, unfortunately, whenever they want to do this for Jordan, it's going to be long. It's going to be emotional.
Yeah.
And so I feel like similar to what they did with the other guys, you kind of got to set aside some time for this.
Jordan, you guys were down by Portland by 17. You took their best punch and you bounced back in the third quarter.
Take it easy.
Come on,
Take it
people.
easy.
Dude, do you see people making up 2K graphics?
What's wrong
and
with
Jordan
you?
Poole's bio on
Exactly.
NBA 2K.
They
They
were
got him with a
blending-
black eye.
Oh, but Draymond's going to be at ring night. This guy's a global meme, and Draymond. I'm going to take a couple days away. I'm going to Mary J. Blige. Oh, I'll be back for ring night. Come on, how tone deaf.
I don't know what to make of this.
not
thing.
good. It's not
it really
good.
isn't good. It's
Hey, we're
not good.
hyping the
not good.
Well,
situation
the worst
up.
part, like
It's not
honestly,
us.
like obviously there's the physical violence portion of it, but like step back. They're the reigning champions,
Right?
and this should be a celebration of Steph Curry all year. All year, every arena, every time he steps to the court, like, wow, you won your 4th ring. What is this the middle? Is this the end? Like, where are we at in your career? Where do you stack up in the top 10 all time? And we're dealing with this.
And look, they're the chaps. Steph Curry's still there. Wiseman looks good on the pick and roll with Jordan Poole. Poole looked good. We're going to see Kuminga, Looney, Wiggins looking good. That's a lot to talk about. This story will die down.
Don't forget about Dre.
Don't forget about that's right. This is going to be wild, man. You guys have a fun show. Mike Sando, Nick Wagner coming up with Willard Dibs. They'll take you up until high noon until Steiny Guru comes in, and Guru will probably have a Cowboy jersey on, and he'll be running hot about Draymond as well. That'll be brought to you by BMW Fairfield. Now open in the Fairfield Auto Mall. They provide a luxurious, all-encompassing experience to address all of your BMW needs. Visit BMWFairfield.com today to book your visit. That's BMWFairfield.com.
Well, I like grass unless it's bad grass.
Have you considered walking through another door? I don't mean to pursue another opportunity, but upgrading a door in your home. Now, if you are in fact looking for another opportunity, Golden State Window and Door can provide you with plenty. You can create renewed function and design for use indoors and out. You'll find modern options like Marvin's Elevate In-Swing French Door, Barn Doors by Trustyle, or Anderson Big Doors that welcome in natural light. Golden State Window and Door features a variety of materials, sizes, and glass options. You can get inspired by the many possibilities when you visit goldenstatelumber.com. Click on virtual tours and you'll discover beautifully planned displays of doors and windows of all kinds that will spark your imagination. Then talk with our builder or designer to see what might be a good fit for your home. Serving the Bay Area for 3 generations. Golden State. When you succeed, we succeed.
Diabetes, high blood pressure, anxiety meds, everyone's on them. If you're a 50-year-old male, maybe a bit porky, and you may even have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term insurance may only cost you about $200 a month. Call Term Provider. Speak with Big Lou at 800-200-1966. Big Lou will find a term life policy for you even if you have type 2 diabetes, are overweight, or have high blood pressure. Term Provider has helped thousands of people like you who think they can't afford term life insurance. To buy $1 million of affordable term life for you, all you need to do is call Big Lou at 800-200-1966. Lou will make sure the scales are tipped in your favor. Call 800-200-1966. Big Lou will answer your call and work to fit you into a term life policy that you can afford. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds too. Call 800-200-1966. 800-200-1966.
Hi, this is George with Left Coast Buyers. We buy properties all over California. If you own a house or an apartment building and want to sell it fast at a great price, call us at 925-434-5000. We can pay cash and close in as little as 7 days. We buy properties in any condition, any price range, and can help you in any situation. Do you own a property that is run down and needs thousands of dollars in repairs? Are you out of time, money, and energy? Let us help. Are you looking for an easy way to get top dollar for your property and sell on your terms and timeline? Well, call Left Coast Buyers now at 925-434-5000. We can solve any problem. We buy divorce houses, inherited houses. We even buy vacant houses and abandoned houses. Do you have a tenant who hasn't paid rent? Are you behind on property taxes, mortgage payments, or even facing a foreclosure? Even if you're just nervous about capital gains or an upcoming recession, we've seen it all. So if you or someone you know owns a property and needs to sell, call Left Coast Buyers at 925-434-5000. That's 925-434-5000.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today. 1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Donate your car today at carsforkids.org. Your car, running or not, can be picked up as soon as the next day. No title, no problem. Call 877-CARS-FOR-KIDS or go online at carsforkids.org to donate today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
Chest up, engage your core, dig
At Misty's gym, boot camp gets pretty close to the real thing. She wants to spot a personal trainer with a military background.
I can cover this week's boot camp, but we need someone staff. Isn't your cousin a Marine?
Indeed can help her hire great people fast.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. We instantly connect you with quality candidates whose resumes on Indeed match your job description. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
You're the one who protects the flock, and that requires an eye for detail. Because when safety and well-being are on the line, it's the details that can save lives. Even when no one else is watching, you see everything. Grainger gets you, and we're here for you, and all the ones who get it done with a wide range of safety products and solutions, plus board-certified safety consultants here to answer your questions. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Wendy's new French toast sticks are so delicious, some are saying that they're better than their mom's breakfast.
Excuse me, did you just say Wendy's new French toast sticks are better than my breakfast?
Mom, is that you?
Answer the question.
I said some people are saying that because they're so crispy on the outside and fluffy on the inside and perfect in every way.
Uh-huh. And what do you think?
I think it's time to tell people to choose wisely. Choose Wendy's new sweet and crispy home-style French toast sticks.
That's still not an answer.
At participating U.S. Wendy's during breakfast hours.
What's your retirement look like? With Fidelity Income Planning, a dedicated advisor can help you create a flexible income strategy to grow and protect your wealth so you can stop worrying about the future and enjoy whatever comes next. Investment minimums apply. Fidelity Brokerage Services, member NYSE SIPC.
They're longtime friends.
Let me tell you something real quick about Dibs that I'm sure not everybody knows.
And first-time partners.
Hang in there, big guy. There'll be brighter days ahead.
Now these two homegrown Bay Area boys finally come together to take over sports talk.
Get the hell off of my doorstep.
Major League Baseball, you stink.
It's Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Dibs, do you remember an old Super Bowl? I think it was a Super Bowl commercial. You're out on a farm. There's a couple cowboys out there. I don't mean Dallas Cowboys. I mean regular cowboys. And the Clydesdales are out there, and they're running around, and then all of a sudden there's a football. And then the football gets kind of kicked around by the horses.
Yes.
And then it sets up as if the horse holds one of the balls. And the horse and he kicks the ball, and the ball goes through. And it was as if they have the horses gathering together to kick an extra point.
Right.
One cowboy looks at the other one and goes, "They always do that?" And the other cowboy goes, "Nah. They usually go for two." And I was like, there you go. Like, we need that commercial right now. Those horses were Andy Reid and Josh McDaniels because
I
no
thought
matter
he
what,
said they usually go for shoe.
usually go
is
for
what
two.
I remember it. But maybe I'm remembering a different commercial, but... You know.
Yeah, no, they usually go for two, which has apparently become the new thing. And now we're split between whether we want to dive into the analytics and understand at least the thinking. You don't have to agree with it, but the thinking behind those teams doing what they're doing. And then combine that with what I think is often our snap reaction here, which is that we hate the idea of them going for two simply because it messes with our sensibilities. It's almost like anti-tradition, which, I don't know, by now in sports, we got to get over that, right? Like the third baseman is playing second base,
right,
and you're going for two, and you're not allowed to touch quarterback, and all of that stuff has changed.
Well, I remember in NFL where you couldn't go for two. There was no two-point conversion, and we're only going back probably... I got to be 30 years. Yeah. I mean, 25 years maybe when they put the two-point conversion in to the NFL. So it used to not be an option, and we all realize that it's more exciting when you can go for two. So the touchdown being 6 is not an automatic 7. Now it could be 6, 7, or 8. And in fact, you could have the PAT blocked and the other team could get 2 back the other way, which is very rare. So your 6 can actually become 4 if the other team blocks your PAT, etc. But the two-point conversion, much more exciting than the old 20-yard PAT. So I'm in favor of the idea of it, but in a spot like that, maybe it's because I'm old-fashioned, you're down 1, you score a great touchdown, a game-altering, big bomb, momentum-changing play, and then you don't get the two-point conversion, and so the feeling, forget the analytics and the spreadsheet and the probability, the human beings involved in all of that, you realize after that sequence, you're still losing the football game. And analytics, to me, will never be able to account for the most important part of all of this in sports, and that's the human element, because those human beings, you know, Max Crosby and Devontae Adams and all the rest of the Raiders, you walk away from that knowing that you still have work to do to tie this game up.
Well, here's where I do think sometimes the human element is coming in and we snap to, oh gosh, the spreadsheet. Well, wait a minute. Maybe Josh McDaniels is thinking in terms of the human side and not the spreadsheet, because the spreadsheet for the Raiders, at least last night, was pretty even as far as do you go for 2, do you not go for 2. But the human side is, my dudes are not stopping the Chiefs. The Chiefs had scored on 5 consecutive drives. And so my guys aren't stopping the Chiefs. So why not? Sort of becomes the answer. And I know it's easy today to wake up and go, well, because they lost. But Kyle brought up, I thought, really good points to us last night as we're all talking this out. And he goes, look, if you get 2, you're up 31-30, what do you need? You need a stop. If you kick the extra point, it's tied. What do you need? You need a stop. If you don't get the 2, what do you need? You need a stop. So none of that changes. If you kick the 1, you're essentially playing for overtime, where I think McDaniels, accurately feels like I don't like my chances there either. So we need a stop no matter what. We cannot let the other team go get a field goal no matter what. Why not, if we get the stop, take the effort to have the lead when that happens so we don't have to go to overtime? Or if we're trailing, we still need that stop and we'll go get a field goal. And hell, if Davante Adams doesn't bobble the ball, Dibs, they probably get that field goal.
Well, I don't know if they get that field goal because field goals are not as automatic and not as guaranteed as we once knew.
They are with that kicker. That kicker makes them all.
Yeah, is he 100% this year? I'd have to check the stats. Kansas City missed one, and there was defensive holding, so they got another set of downs, and they went out and scored a touchdown. So it's an interesting point in terms of the logic angle of it. But for me, I would rather be in a tie game knowing that I need to get a stop. And if I get that stop, then I have a chance to win the game. Or, as you like to say, hole in one or two. If I get the stop and then I don't score, I have overtime as a safety net. I go for two, I don't get it. Now I need a stop and a score. And by the way, you got the stop and you ended up on your own 5-yard line with one timeout and you didn't get the score. You didn't even get a chance to kick for the victory. So turns out it backfired. It's a losing proposition. If you go for the PAT and that plays out the exact same way, you get a stop, you get the ball back, you don't score, you've got overtime.
Yeah, but you pointed out the Chiefs play that next drive very differently if they're tied versus having a 1-point lead. They play it more aggressively. And again, the Raiders did not stop them at all in the second half. To answer your question, yes, Daniel Carlson is 100% this year. He is 15 for 15 on the year. He is, quite frankly, right alongside Justin Tucker.
He's automatic.
Yeah, he is absolutely a fantastic kicker. So if you've got him from 50 yards in, I think that sucker is ball game, and they're going to win. Here's kind of where I come down on this, though, is that it messes with our sensibilities because we're going through something as sports fans where we're being forced to sort of look at it a different way. Should we go for two? Should we constantly go for it on fourth down? But what I also think is whoever we're rooting for, whatever they do, whenever it doesn't work, we're going to call them idiots. Like I've listened to everybody in this city for weeks now, if not years. Damn it, Shanahan, why don't you be more aggressive? Why don't you go for it once in a while? Twitter, even after a 2-game win streak and a 22-point win, we still got people. This idiot Kyle Shanahan won't go for it on fourth down. Then you flash to a game like last night, and here's everybody to go, look at these dummies going for it when they should just kick the one. Come on. There are analytics. I do believe these guys are actually running their gut and their people and their thought about the game situation. There are some things that are out of pocket. Brandon Staley with the Chargers is a nut job, and his own star receiver was tweeting, what the hell are we doing, when he made that call the other day against Cleveland. So I'm not saying that we can't question this stuff, but you also got to pick a side. Do you want more aggression or not? Because I hear a lot of people say, Kyle Shanahan, why don't you be more aggressive? Then they watch Andy Reid coach, and they go, oh, this is too arrogant for my taste.
But situational, and it depends on your personnel as well. And you mentioned this in our thread in the email. If you've got a defense as good as the 49ers do, that changes the way you approach being aggressive. Last night, this is the one area where I can defend McDaniels because you haven't really done much to stop Patrick Mahomes in Kansas City. So you're looking at that down 1, 2-point conversion, a chance to take the lead that you had at 17-0, by the way, in the first half. So we can look at why that lead got squandered in another portion of the program. But you had a chance to take the lead on Kansas City, and maybe you didn't feel like your defense was that great, so this is your best chance to still win the game, avoid overtime, because if you do kick the PAT and you get a stop in regulation, you're probably going to need to stop Patrick Mahomes again in overtime to win the game. So now the thinking would be, if we tie this game, we need to stop Mahomes not only once but twice, assuming that we get the ball back in regulation and don't score. In terms of Kyle Shanahan, I would love to see him be more aggressive in spots. This game against Carolina, to me, there's no point, there's no period in that game where you look at it and you say he should have been more aggressive here or there. And Kyle Shanahan is going to coach a certain way because he's got maybe the best defense in the NFL.
Well, he does have that. Yeah. However, I also felt like watching the Chiefs last night, it brings up a little PTSD. So, in less than 2 weeks, the Niners are going to see this team. Does Kyle Shanahan need to coach differently? Does he need to sort of adopt the way that the Chiefs go about it? Because the thought process is, even with your great defense, you're not holding the Chiefs to the 11 to 12 points that you're holding the rest of the league to. You're going to need to outscore them a little bit. Are we wanting a different Kyle Shanahan? Or does Kyle Shanahan need to not be like Avery Johnson? Remember years ago, go back to the We Believe Warriors, and he's got the MVP in the league, right? And now the Dallas Mavericks, as the one seed, are like, we're switching up our starting lineup on opening night, and they get run off and out of the playoffs. So what do you want to see Kyle Shanahan do when he goes against this Chiefs squad? Do you want him to start going for two and start playing an offensive brand of football, or do you want him to trust that these 49ers can beat that team?
It depends on the flow of the game, and this is where analytics is crap. And you can go ahead and cut that and keep it and put it in the archives and put it wherever you want, Spadoni, because it's all situational. If you're in a game with Kansas City and the Niners score to cut it to 45-44, and it's the same situation as last night, four and change left to go, full rack of timeouts both ways, yeah, maybe you go for it. But if it's a game where it's 9-7 or 9-8 and you've held them in check the entire time, well, now it's a different sort of a calculus for me because your defense has been dominant. So I don't think you can just look at the spreadsheet and have the card say, this is when you go for two, this is when you don't. That's a valuable tool, but a lot of it is what's going on in the game. And last night, the Raiders were in a spot where they probably felt like we weren't going to stop Kansas City, so you ended up stopping Kansas City. And if you get the two, Kansas City's more aggressive, they probably go down and kick a field goal anyway.
Well, and their field goal kicker is nowhere near as automatic as normal with Butker out. So Who knows how that would have played out. I want to spotlight something you just said and ask you about it, though. Do you really believe that across the board? You just said analytics is crap. Do you believe that?
I believe the people who look at analytics as the end-all, be-all, that's crap. And I look at your beloved San Francisco Giants and the way that they most times blindly play the matchup game. That, to me, is a poor approach. And I think you saw it with your Giants this year, where players, veteran players in particular, bristled at some of the analytical decisions that were made, whether it's Carlos Rodon unhappy with a quick hook, whether it's, Jock Peterson getting pulled after a 2-homer performance, whether it's Brandon Belt not being allowed to face lefties. I think that when you lean too much on just the pure analytics, that's where you alienate the human beings involved. And I made light of this in the changeover, but I don't know if Davante Adams truck rolls or steamrolls that guy if they would have just taken the 1 point and tied the game up.
Well, I think Davante Adams with it twofold. First of all, if they win the game, he doesn't push anybody. If they lose the game, he probably does. And secondly, on the play of the game, he and another receiver ran into one another, and so his frustration was at an all-time high. He's probably going to be suspended by that. He probably should.
Suspended?
It's absolutely not okay.
No.
But
fined, yes.
He's going to get suspended for a game.
I don't think.
I'll bet you right now.
I mean, where's Rex Chapman with the classic block charge? Because that was a block. The guy's moving.
Yeah. No, right. He wasn't set.
It was a block.
It was a block, and I just believe in this isn't. I'm not even saying what should or shouldn't happen. There's a different angle of it where because Davante actually said real quick on this after the game, he said this guy it just sort of appeared like he came out of nowhere and was right in front of me. The angle that most of us got makes it look like, man, what are you talking about? Like you just being real aggressive. SportsCenter, if you go to their Twitter feed, has an angle on this almost the point of view of Devontae as he's walking, and you can sort of see it in a different light where it surprises the hell out of him, almost like, he felt sort of defensive, but doesn't matter, doesn't excuse it. It's not good, and I do believe the NFL is going to act on this because of the look, and the guy has filed a police report and all of this.
Police reports, man, I mean, can we all just
it's
keep
the new thing.
So you've got Jordan Poole, who gets his face caved in by a teammate, not filing a police report. Flair guy at the Niner game who gets tackled by Bobby Wagner, police report. And this guy who, you got pushed by Devontae Adams. I don't think that this man is in the protocol. Police report. Do the police not have better things to do than to take your reports?
Apparently not. Actually, and you know this, most police offices, if you give them a call, they are just hanging out, doing exactly that, taking reports. That's not the way it works in TV shows, but that's real life. Anyway, back to what you said, though, because this has gotten to a point. I got to question this. This idea that analytics is crap, and in this city at least, what we do whenever we get to this conversation is go straight to the Giants as if this is the only team doing it, as if this is the only sport doing it. Literally, every single team in every single sport, at least to a certain level, is doing this. So if it's crap and if it's nerds, why is everybody doing it? Why has every team decided that this is the way to go, and we're here to say they're wrong? Like, I have a hard time buying that all of the teams have all made the wrong decision.
It's groupthink is what it is. And so you get into a situation where if you're not using analytics now, you're considered behind the times or you're old school. Bruce Bochy probably used analytics in ways that we never knew, but he was known for...
He said so on this show, Dibs. He said that to us. In fact, he hates the idea that people say he just ran around and got led by his gut.
Right, but at the same time, when a decision had to be made, he made the decision based on what he thought, not what the spreadsheet indicated that he should do. And the automaton nature with which many organizations are run speaks to the new analytics. And if you're not using all the possible data to govern your decisions, you're considered behind the times. And I look at this as just another example. And you go for two, and the spreadsheet tells you to go for two, even though the numbers that our Kyle Madsen produced show you that the outcomes were about 50-50 based on go for two or go for one. That one could have gone either way. The old school sensibility and the eye test tells you go for the tie, kick the point, get the tie, and live to fight another day.
Yeah, but do you see what we're doing here? We're going, the spreadsheet told him to do it, but it didn't. The spreadsheet didn't tell him to do it. So if it is an even-Steven deal, what's the tiebreaker? Well, that's a coach using his gut. I guess my point is this. My point is this. The guys who used to do it used analytics a hell of a lot more than we're saying they did. And the guys now are using their gut more than we say they do. Anytime we see something we don't like, we're like, damn spreadsheet. I don't know what the spreadsheet says. And even if the spreadsheet does say something, these managers, these coaches, they are still making decisions. They are using their gut to a certain degree. That is the tiebreaker. That is Andy Reid going, all right, does the spreadsheet, and actually this is a question. I don't know the answer. I have a guess. When you get a touchdown late in that game to go up by 7 30-23,
yep.
What does the spreadsheet say to do? I don't know if the spreadsheet says to go for two or to go for one.
Absolutely. You make it a two-score game.
Do you?
Absolutely.
Is that what the spreadsheet says?
Yes, because if you don't get the two, then you're forcing the Raiders to score and get their own two to take the lead on you, which, by the way, they tried to do and failed.
Right, exactly. But if you just kick the one, you're forcing the Raiders to not only get the touchdown, but then you also have to get the two just to tie you. I don't know what the spreadsheet says, but I know that Andy Reid looks at that and goes, okay, spreadsheet's over here. Spreadsheet doesn't know I got Mahomes. That has to change the calculus on it. And sometimes that burns them. It burned them right before halftime against the Bengals in the AFC title game last year. There's no doubt. But if he's like, I got Mahomes, and let's say, by the way, you're playing the Steelers. Like, sure, you're playing the Raiders. They've at least got a capable quarterback. What if you're going against the Panthers? Give me the Niners opponent last week. And I'm thinking, kick the one, because A, there's no way this Baker Mayfield dude's going to go get a touchdown on me. And if he does, then I still have that 2 points in my hip pocket that they're probably not going to get, which is a less than 50-50 proposition. So I think these guys are running the spreadsheet, and then they are running it through the actual circumstances that are on the field.
Right, and the circumstances on the field last night were Josh McDaniels giving the ball to a guy who had been pretty dominant. Josh Jacobs had a really good game, and yet you come up short in a spot where you have the most perfect kicker in football, and you say, no, Captain Perfection, we're going to take a chance from the 2.5-yard line to see if we can't take the lead. I questioned it before it happened. Certainly, I questioned it after it happened, and the Raiders lost the game. So you can tell me that it was the spreadsheet saying that it was a 50-50 call, and he went with his gut. Well, his gut was wrong because you lost the game, and that's the nature of sports and all of this from an analysis standpoint. When Gabe Kapler leans on the spreadsheet and they win 107 games, he's manager of the year, he's a genius. When he does the exact same thing the following year and he follows the exact same process and they go 81-81, suddenly he's mediocre.
No, I'm not arguing that it didn't work. Obviously, they lost the football game. What I'm arguing is that we just snap to, that's the spreadsheet. And I know, every time we don't like a call and it's sort of a nouveau risk that we're not used to, we say that's the spreadsheet. And I don't think that's accurate, especially since even we looked at the spreadsheet last night and it was even Steven. And if there was a tiebreaker, the tiebreaker was you probably should have gone for the one. So if you go against the spreadsheet, that's your gut.
Yeah, I don't think it's ever
I don't know
just
what else
the
that could be.
Right? I don't think it's ever just the spreadsheet. If it is, then we seriously would have machines down on the sideline.
Yeah,
we would
why
have
would you be
straight up
paying for
robots.
that?
Exactly.
Why? Yeah, that I agree with. All right, Nick Wagner's going to jump in here. ESPN all over the 49ers in just a sec. Dibs, do you want Kyle to coach differently when he's going against the Chiefs?
It depends
or do you want him to coach the same defensive sort of style and approach? Is that good enough for 4 quarters?
I want him to coach the exact same way. And by the way, it was working in the Super Bowl until Nick Bosa got held and until Tyreek Hill got free and until Jimmy couldn't hit Emmanuel Sanders. That blueprint was working.
It was working until it didn't, though. I mean, again, the Raiders, it was working last night until it didn't. They were up by 3 scores.
Yeah, exactly. And I think this year's defense is better than the defense from the Super Bowl. So I certainly don't want to have him come out and go 4 wide and have Jimmy G go toe-to-toe with Patrick Mahomes.
Well, this defense is better than 2019. That. Well, at least it was better than the defense in 2019. But we don't know now. This defense with no Emmanuel Mosley. And what is the latest on Nick Bosa? We are going to dive into that from the East Coast where the 49ers are staying. Coming up next, it's Willard and Dibs. Glad you're with us. 888-957-9570. Good morning, Twitch and YouTube. Thank you for being with us. As always, the Xfinity mobile text line is there at your disposal as well. Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Hey, Becky, what about this beat for your next song?
It's cool, but I'm into faster stuff lately. Like Xfinity that gives me beyond gig speeds.
Got it. What about this then?
It sounds powerful, just like Xfinity. Because its supersonic Wi-Fi has 3 times the bandwidth, you can connect hundreds of devices at once.
That's what I call power.
Unbeatable internet from Xfinity. Made to do anything so you can do anything.
Get the Xfinity Supersonic Bundle with unlimited gig speed internet, Wi-Fi equipment included, and a free 4K streaming box. All for $50 a month with a 2-year internet rate guarantee and no annual contract when you add Xfinity Mobile with unlimited data at regular rates. Go to Xfinity.com/gig, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store today. Limited time offer. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and autopay. New Gigabit Extra internet customers only. Taxes and fees extra and subject to change. Xfinity Mobile requires post-pay Xfinity internet. Reduced speeds after 20 gigabytes wireless usage. After 24 months, regular rates apply. Requires compatible Xfinity gateway.
Everything, our farm, our stand, our pop-up shop. It really all started when we discovered the benefits of local, raw honey for our family.
And then we decided to turn it into a business.
We were looking for something to help us get up and running.
So we got the Chase Business Complete Banking Account.
It's more than a bank account. It comes with Quick Accept, which lets us take card payments anytime, anywhere in the U.S. using the Chase mobile app. Plus, we get same-day deposits at no extra cost. For us, it's more than honey. It's about sharing a little sweetness with the world.
Get the Chase Business Complete Banking Account with the essentials you need to help get your business going. Learn more at chase.com/business-complete-banking. Chase for business. Make more of what's yours. Quick Accept is not available in U.S. territories. Enrollment required. Usage subject to approval. Same-day deposits available for payments before 8 p.m. Eastern Time, Sunday to Friday. Fees and rates apply for checking and processing. Limitations and restrictions apply. Participants compensated. Merchant services provided by Payment Tech LLC and WePay Inc. Subsidiaries of J.P. Morgan Chase Bank and a member FDIC.
Do you think all premium fuels are the same? Well, your engine doesn't. Shell V-Power Nitro Plus helps keep your engine running like new because it's engineered to defend against 4 main engine threats: gunk, wear, corrosion, and friction. So next time, choose Shell's most advanced fuel ever. It's fuel for thought. In engines that continuously use Shell V-Power Nitro Plus premium gasoline.
This is your time to cash in at Cache Creek Casino Resort. To rock and to roll. Over the hills and bluffs. Go all out or go all in. With 4 stars and rising stars. Now we do more than ever, so you can do as much or as little as you want. It's your time to cash in at Cache Creek Casino Resort.
Kirby is your driveway mechanic. They bring the shop to you with brake replacements, oil changes, washes, and so much more. Get $50 off your first oil change with code OIL50 at Kirby.com. That's CURBEE.com and use code OIL50.
When back to the office means back in traffic,
Blocking these 3 right lanes, multiple emergency crews on the scene.
you can rely on your Northern California Honda Dealers Traffic Center.
On the shoulder now, so that's good. Traffic is getting by.
From your traffic leader, KCBS.
Hit big with the Major League Baseball postseason with the BetQL network. Here's Chelsea Messenger from the Daily Tip.
It's the best time of the year in Major League Baseball. That's right, the postseason. Betting on postseason baseball can be a little tricky, but there's a couple things I usually rely on. Teams with top-line aces and also postseason experience.
Download the free BetQL app right now and get instant access to the industry's most advanced betting tools. Win big this MLB postseason with BetQL.
Kansas City Steak Company, another AmericanEagle.com success story. Started in 1932 as a family-owned butcher shop, today they're a leading distributor of superior all-American steaks delivered right to your door, ready for the grill and your taste buds. When it came to their website, an average site wouldn't do. They chose AmericanEagle.com to take their website to the next level. With a dramatic increase in competition and a softening market demand, they had 2 challenges: improve their brand presence and message, and produce a positive return. AmericanEagle.com got to work and executed usability studies and detailed audits of site experience, digital assets, and marketing. The result? An integrated digital marketing and customer experience plan, organic traffic increase of 20%, and a long-term roadmap for success. If you love great steaks, go to KansasCitySteaks.com for website design, development, and online solutions that bring efficiency and results. Visit AmericanEagle.com. If you need a results-driven website, call the team at AmericanEagle.com at 877-WebNow1. That's 877-WebNow1.
Do you think all premium fuels are the same? Well, your engine doesn't. Shell V-Power Nitro Plus helps keep your engine running like new because it's engineered to defend against 4 main engine threats: gunk, wear, corrosion, and friction. So next time, choose Shell's most advanced fuel ever. It's fuel for thought. In engines that continuously use Shell V-Power Nitro Plus premium gasoline.
Are you thinking about getting a new TV this week at prime prices? Maybe a Samsung, LG, or a Sony? Before you click, you should check out Video Only because they've got below prime deals. That's right, top-rated TVs at better than online prices. Curbside pickup or home delivery are available. Don't click before you call Video Only because if you do, you'll be sorry.
You're
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM at HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Yeah, no Jordan Poole.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Don't know Jordan Poole, but would love to know more about what Jordan Poole is thinking. Warriors play tonight. TikTok counting down to 7 in terms of days until ring night.
And Mark, we do know what Draymond's mom thinks. I don't know if you saw that on TMZ. Draymond's mom, Mary Babers Green, has weighed in.
Yeah, we'll get to all of that, and also what Stephen A. Smith had to say about the future of Draymond Green with the Warriors. It always ends up getting worse, quite frankly, when the family starts talking, doesn't it? It always does. But anyway, Willard and Dibs, all brought to you by Fremont Bank, full-service banking, no compromises. You know what also is always getting worse? The 49er injury report. Nick Wagner, our buddy ESPN, jumping in, presumably from out east. Where are you, Nick, right now as you get ready for the East Coast two-step here?
Well, guys, I don't mean to brag, but I am in the Fairfield Inn in Lewisburg, West Virginia right now, looking out the window at a beautiful view of a highway of some sort.
Wow.
I know. I don't want to brag, but you asked the question, and that's the answer.
I mean, listen, as an interviewer, you got to know. You ask the question, you get the answer, and now all of us are just wildly jealous. Unbelievable. It's Nick Wagner from Paradise, ladies and gentlemen. Nick, here's my question. I think we all get the 49ers are one of the best defenses in football. But are they still because of the injuries?
Yeah, I mean, I think they are still, right, as we sit here right now, but so much that's going to depend on things that we don't have the answer to, specifically Nick Bosa's situation. And I know a lot of people were under the impression that because in the second half of that game, after he came out with that tight groin the other day, that he was kind of laughing and seen smiling on the bench and stuff, and that maybe it was more of a precautionary thing. But, Kyle Shanahan made it clear yesterday that if they'd have had practice yesterday, he wouldn't have been able to go. And these groin things, we saw George Kittle have one right before the season. It cost him a couple of weeks. So if it's short term, that's something that they can survive. Will they still be as dominant? No. But if it's long term, that's something that is going to be a significant problem for them because, in my opinion, guys, Nick Bosa is the most important player on the team. And I don't say that lightly, given that guys like Trent Williams and some of these other players that they have that are so valuable to them. But losing Emmanuel Mosley is no small thing either. He was playing very well. I think one of the things that gets really underrated, the coverage has been good, of course, but they have the two best tackling corners in the league that I've seen between Mosley and Charvarius Ward, and that really helps them in the run defense and some of the things they do in limiting yards after the catch and things like that when they do give up completion. So still should be a very good unit, even sans Bosa and Mosley, but if they lose Bosa for a long period of time, then that's going to require a serious reevaluation of that.
And sad because he was trending toward being Defensive Player of the Year in the NFL, and if he misses a few games, that would obviously hurt that campaign. Defensively, how do they adjust without Mosley? Do they go to more base defense, or do they have just another player come in that nickel package to replace him?
Yeah, there's a lot of options. I think Jason Verrett is ultimately going to be the choice there to replace him on the outside. I don't think that's going to happen this week. That's just kind of my early read on it. Kyle Shanahan has made it very clear they don't want to rush Jason Verrett back, and he didn't get any training camp time, so it's not like a Jimmy Ward situation where Jimmy Ward at least had been in camp and then got hurt and then came back and was in shape. So he's still kind of working his way back into playing shape. And then so what you're looking at now is they could do a couple of things. They could have multiple moving parts. If they wanted to, they could put Diamador Lenore, move him outside from the nickel role that he's had, and then go back with Samuel Womack III as the nickel. And that would theoretically get your three best corners on the field because that's at least how they felt at the beginning of the season when Womack was the starter at the nickel. So that's one option. You could go back to Ambry Thomas on the outside. He got the playing time last year toward the end of the season and seemed to improve as the season went on. But then I think took a little bit of a step back in training camp, and I think that's how the Niners viewed it as well. And so he wasn't really in the mix much and has been kind of their last option. And if you really wanted to go with the more veteran option, you could call up Dante Johnson too. But I think he probably will come up. I don't necessarily think he's going to start, of course, but those are kind of the options that are on the table. I don't really know at this point, without having seen a practice this week, which way they might be leaning there. But I think the first option makes the most sense because it's the most recent in terms of these are the three guys that you seem to feel the best about right now on the active roster.
Nick, take us to the relationship that we've talked so much about this year. Jimmy Garoppolo, Kyle Shanahan, and the very strange journey they've been on. It seemed that Jimmy was indicating here over the last week that it is really on an upswing. Not that it was in some sort of awful spot, but that everybody has kind of navigated the drama of the first few weeks, and now they feel like they're on the same page. What can you add to this? How would you speak to where those two currently sit?
Yeah, I mean, I think the relationship right now.
Apparently, we may have lost Nick for a moment.
And is not in paradise. He is now in the vortex.
Much so like many wagon rides I had as a kid, where you get jolted out of the wagon, you hit a bump, all of a sudden the wagon's over.
Well, see, I noticed stuff like this because you were talking just last week about the famous Barry Bonds home run where Dave Fleming's call just all of a sudden wasn't there at the perfect time.
It was like that.
I noticed that. I mean, when we're talking injuries with Nick Wagner, it's like, yeah, no problem. Everything's completely clear. The second we get to some sort of dramatic relationship, click, gone.
Gone.
Yeah, okay. Now are you back, Nick? Are you with us? You said you were in paradise. Apparently, you're out in the ocean.
Cell phone reception in West Virginia. I'm not sure.
Oh, my gosh. Anyway, you were telling us how Kyle and Jimmy hate each other. Go ahead.
Yeah, no, I think the relationship is back to normal as much as it can be. And again, I think you had an early situation this season where there was kind of short-term quarterback controversy where you guys were going to have to be on the radio every day talking about, is it time to go to Jimmy? Is Trey struggling? All that kind of stuff. That went off the table when Trey Lance got hurt. But the repercussion of that was now you have a long-term quarterback controversy again. You know, we're kind of still in that mode for what's going to happen after the season. But I think that is easy enough to put aside as we sit here today and have the conversation of, okay, Jimmy is the guy. There's no questions about that. He's going to be the guy for this year, or at least for as long as he can stay healthy, if he can do that this season. And so I think it makes it a little bit easier when everyone's got that understanding that there's no questions that have to be asked from a situation of what is your opinion on this or how do you evaluate this. Instead, it's very cut and dry, and I think that's made it a lot easier for everybody involved.
We'll get your thoughts on the blow-by-blow of every Brock Purdy snap coming up momentarily. But the running back situation, Tevin Coleman, what a nice surprise. How surprised is the team that he's able to hit the ground running literally?
Yeah, I think that this is probably kind of what they expected, and it's part of why you see Tevin Coleman get elevated from the practice squad and then play over Marlon Mack, who actually already got elevated from the practice squad to the active roster on a full-time basis, because Tevin Coleman hasn't even gotten that promotion yet, although I wouldn't be surprised if that comes here pretty soon. But the fact that he's been in the system, and even when he was gone, when he was with the Jets last year, he was still in the system, so to speak, because it was Mike LaFleur in New York. And so you had kind of the obvious transition there that made it very easy for him. So I think they expected that. What I don't think anybody expected necessarily was him to, beat a corner on a contested catch down the sidelines for a big gain on a pass the other day. We hadn't really seen that from Tevin Coleman in the past. But the good thing for them is it seems like he's kind of carving out a role as maybe a pass-catching option for them, which is a good thing because Jeff Wilson can do that, but he also needs a breather here and there. And before the other day, I didn't think it was very clear who his backup option was going to be.
Look, Nick, he looked great, but you know what a lot of fans do because we're always wondering about the guy who didn't make the play. Like when Tevin Coleman and Marlon Mack and everybody is jumping Jordan Mason. What's going on there? There was some excitement, we thought, around this guy. What is it that's holding him back from getting a shot?
I think it's as simple as they really want to see him take steps forward when he doesn't have the ball in his hands. They want to feel confident that when they put him in a game, it's not just telegraphing to the defense that you're going to hand the ball off to him, that he can block, that he can do blitz pickup, that he can catch passes out of the backfield. The things that you do when you don't have the ball in your hands are the things that are the hardest to adjust to for any running back in the league, but it particularly is for this system because Kyle Shanahan asks a lot of his running backs, maybe more so than some other teams do. And so I think that is the area that they want to see Jordan Mason evolve the most. He also contributes on special teams, so that's something they don't want to take him off of. If they can put somebody else in there and not worry about getting him hurt as a running back and then have to replace him that way. But the big thing is get better without the ball in your hands, blitz pickups, catching passes, running routes, that type of stuff that can get him onto the field. And that comes with time, and I think for him, it's just going to be a matter of getting those reps and getting that opportunity in practice, continue working that stuff.
George Kittle able to get discovered in the passing game this past week, but Brandon Ayuk yet to really break out. Are you starting to sense any frustration with any of the receivers vis-a-vis the muted passing attack?
Yeah, I thought the other day there was a couple of moments where Ayuk seemed visibly frustrated on the field. There was a throw early in that game that Jimmy threw to Debo, and I think it nearly got intercepted over the middle, but it looked like he had Ayuk deep if he wanted him. And he didn't cut it loose. And so I don't know that there's frustration because they're winning at least. And Brandon Ayuk did get the ball a little bit. I think that they spread the ball around a little bit more the other day than they had in some of the previous games. And so I think his time is still going to come. He is producing when he's getting opportunities, but I don't think you're going to find much frustration as long as they're winning. That stuff's more likely to pop up if they're losing. But also, every receiver wants the ball. We know that. Keyshawn Johnson made it clear famously so many years ago, and I think that's all part of it too. But I do think that as this season goes on, you're probably going to see how you get more involved. I also think he was the guy who was most likely to benefit from the switch from Jimmy Garoppolo to Trey Lance, and so now that we go back the other way, maybe that kind of evens it out a little bit too.
Nick Wagner, ESPN, with us here on Willard and Dibs, 95.7 The Game. Okay, factor in the injuries. Long trip. They've done really well with this Greenbrier thing in the past, but we got a trap game this week, Nick?
Yeah, I mean, I think the Falcons I was actually just watching them a little bit before I came on here with you guys. They're kind of frisky. I'm not ready to say that this is a legitimate playoff contender, but Arthur Smith seems like he has a good plan for them every week. Marcus Mariota is mostly taking care of the ball, which is a big thing for them. And they've got some players. I don't love their weapons. Their offensive line has some questions, but they're playing pretty hard. And so, yeah, you could say it's a trap game. I will say though, if we're talking historically, and you can't call it a trap game because this year it's the Chiefs, but the Niners are 8-1 when they do this. So they come out east and they stay somewhere, and then they play another game, and they're 8-1 in those games. They could go to 9-1 if they beat Atlanta. But they're 1-3 when they come back from those games, and so it's always been kind of when they get back from the East Coast trip that they have struggled, and they could very easily be 0-4 because that one win was that game in 2019 against Pittsburgh where they had like 5 turnovers and found a way to win it late. So this year it's the Chiefs, so I don't think we can call that a trap game necessarily, but I think that's one that they're going to have to certainly watch out for anyway. But when you factor in the East Coast factor, also it's going to make it a little tougher than it already was.
Nick, great stuff as always, and enjoy paradise, okay?
Thanks, guys. Take care.
Yeah, all right, there he goes. Nick Wagner, ESPN, live from somewhere, the middle of nowhere, West Virginia.
He's in Fairfield is where he is.
Yeah, exactly. Well, I always like to do, it's a Dabo Swinney PTSD whenever he said, wherever we are, California, when he was at Levi Stadium trying to win a national championship.
He could be in a number of different Fairfields. I just did a quick Google. We know our Fairfield, California. There's Fairfield, Alabama, Connecticut, Idaho, Illinois, Iowa, Kentucky, Maine, Minnesota, Montana, Nebraska. I don't see all the way down here. I guess there is a Fairfield, Virginia. I mean, can we as a country not be more creative with our town names?
Seriously, it's really bad. I mean, Main Street,
totally.
First Street,
Broadway,
2nd Street.
I
mean, come on. Where's the creativity for crying out loud?
Totally.
My favorite sign, East Bay, A Street downtown. You know that sign.
Shout out.
You go right there on the freeway. Yeah. Yep, there it is. And I'm like, take this out of context. A street downtown. I mean, it could be anything. We could call it anything,
gotcha.
But it's A Street downtown.
A Street
anyway.
Downtown.
It's a street downtown. You just get off here, and you will be on A Street.
Perfect. Downtown. Yeah.
There it is. All right, where is Draymond Green going to be in the future? I think is a fascinating conversation that got ramped up a little bit over the last 24 hours. And here's why. I know what the Stephen A. Smiths of the world do for a lot of us. There's a trigger there. Oh, it's hot take stuff. It's clickbait. It's debate stuff. But here's what we also know. Some of the people in that arena are just firing bullets. Stephen A. Smith talks to people. And whether or not he's saying things in a bombastic way, to me, doesn't matter when he says something like this. Take a listen.
Golden State's got to resign 2 people. 3 people looking to get resigned. The 3 people looking to get resigned is Jordan Poole, Andrew Wiggins, and Draymond Green. I can tell you right now, Wiggins and Poole are a priority. I can tell you right now that Draymond Green is expecting this to be his last year in Golden State.
Okay, first of all, huge shout out to saying the word priority. Well, because
first
Andrew
of all, he's
Wiggins,
wrong. There's 4 players who need to be signed because Klay Thompson is up when Draymond is up. So, Stephen A., do me a favor and get your facts straight and then come back and see me.
No, actually, I'm going to back him on this because what he's saying is we, at this point, and I know it sounds obvious in the moment, but Draymond Green is an opt-in. He could be a free agent at the end of the year. And if you try to visit the mind of Draymond Green, at least a couple of months ago, Dibs, well, if you do, you'll know that what he was thinking was opt out, get the max. Now, that may sound ridiculous.
I wish I had a laugh track I could accompany that statement with.
Wait, but
it was funny then, and it's even funnier now.
I agree with you. I agree with you. But do you argue that that's not what he was thinking?
Of course. Do you want to know what I'm thinking in terms of my contract?
What you thinking?
Get the laugh track ready, Spadonia. I'm thinking about opting out, and I think I deserve the max.
Okay. Unfortunately, so wait, we're going to hire somebody named Max? Yeah. We don't have a Max in this business. But point being is that's Max what he's thinking. Stephen A. knows him well. Yeah. So that's what Draymond's thinking.
Right.
And even if we all think that that's ridiculous, that's what these 3 players are looking to do at the end of this year. And the Warriors and Stephen A. and really everybody behind the scenes are telling you everything you need to know with regard to whether or not Jordan Poole's a priority.
Priority.
It's a priority because Steve Kerr said it so literally just 24 to 48 hours ago. Andrew Wiggins, I think everyone wants to see him build on what he did toward the end of last year.
And what is he in terms of the way the Warriors see him? He's a priority. Thank you.
Yeah. Well, the Draymond thing now, it's not even you're not the max.
No.
Based on what he's saying right there, like, I don't know if the Warriors are willing to offer him anything based on the looks on their faces and the words coming out of their mouths.
I've been told that they have made an offer, and it involves a one-way bus ticket.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
Well, now this is, hold on, though. You got this.
Well timed, Spadonia. I mean, I'm in here working solo today.
Sensitive, no? I mean, like, I know that this is that whole parenting thing, my way or the highway kind of a situation. And so get on out of here. But they're not going to do that now, and they can't do that now. Like, this is the whole thing I'm looking at, and I'd love an 888-957-9570. We can get into this. Like, truly, for a second, figure out how the Warriors are supposed to navigate this. If they've decided he's not a part of the future, but he has to be a part of the present, then how do you go about treating him? Because I know, like, I listen to you and a lot, like, it's time for tough love. It's time, hey, get the hell out of here, hit the bricks. You can't treat him that way if you want something out of him this year.
Well, we've already tried tough love with Draymond Green, and it wasn't even tough love. He drove a transitional or basically a generational, player from the organization. He confronted him, and you gave him one game. And when you gave him one game, what did Draymond do this past offseason? He ripped his own management and his own coach for their heavy-handed approach to how they disciplined him in the Kevin Durant situation. So now you've got a situation where he punches Jordan Poole, and we'll get to the Mary Babers Green comments here momentarily as she has weighed in on her son and, of course, defending her son, by the way. So now he knocks his own teammate out, and yes, they should approach him heavy-handedly. I believe they should come down on him with a real solid suspension. But to your point, Mark, that doesn't work with Draymond Green. If you suspend Draymond for 10 games and then you go to him and say, hey, now we want you to come back and be a part of the team and ball out and be a good soldier, that's not how Draymond Green responds. But the question is, how can you reach Draymond? Because whatever they've done over the course of his career, his behavior has not improved. It's actually devolved more than it's evolved.
See, but I think you're tapping in right now to why the Warriors are handling this the way that they are. And as I said in the changeover, there's two stories happening at the same time. There's Draymond this year and then Draymond after that. And those need two totally different things. Draymond after this coming year may well be the tough love you all are looking for.
Well, I think you're right there, Mark.
Hit the bricks.
I think it's done.
Get out of here.
I agree with you 100%.
There you go.
But Draymond for this year...
Draymond now, and you guys will all suspend him and tell him to go to Santa Cruz and kick him in the Jimmy and all the things you guys all want to do.
Above.
Well, then I hope you had fun last year because here comes the 7 seed. And I'm not kidding. This is a very difficult conference. So this is very sensitive. And this A to B, put it in Sharpie. You can't do this, so we're doing that. You want to know why the Warriors are hedging and hemming and hawing? Because A, they spoke publicly when there was no video. And then suddenly there's video. And they want to win this year. They want to win this year. So it's not that simple to just get all disciplinarian on him.
Yeah, because it's difficult to replace 7.5 points a night. That's it. You're exactly right, Mark.
Stop it.
Do you know how many games he played last year in the regular season? To think that not having Draymond Green is going to automatically relegate you to the 7 seed is overrating what he did in his 46 games of regular season basketball. So you don't need Draymond Green to avoid the 7 seed. Now, do you need Draymond Green in April, May, and June? There's an argument that I think favors what you're talking about. But between now and the postseason, you don't need Draymond Green that much at all. The guy played 46 games last year.
Right. And in fact, I remember all the shows we did where we were talking about the reason that the Warriors aren't going to be the 1 seed is because right now they don't have Draymond and they're careening out of control. They were the 1 seed. They ended up down there in the 3 or the 4 or whatever they were because we were talking so much about how they're not going to be the same functioning unit until Draymond Green gets back. I remember all of those shows. We had those shows.
Right, and it was more about the collective of Steph, Clay, and Draymond being all healthy for the playoffs. It wasn't about the long list of games during the regular season where he was inactive. He was inactive from January. Well, he played the 7 seconds in Clay's return on January 9th. But before that, he sat from January 6th all the way until March 14th. 2 months of basketball where you went on a very long win streak. You did suffer a 5-game losing skid in the middle of that. So it's up and it's down. But I think this team is built more and more now than ever before to win without Draymond Green. And I don't think Draymond's mom is helping the situation at all when she says Dre didn't aggressively go to Poole. His hands were down, man to man. You go over to talk. That's what Mary Babers has had to say about the incident. And then she says he got shoved and reacted. End of story.
Well, not end of story, obviously, because we're all still here and he's still there. And by the way, she has just tweeted again as of 14 minutes ago. So we will have that for you and react to it coming up next. Willard Dibs is sponsored in part by Caltrans Stormwater. Also coming up over the remainder of the 10 o'clock hour. Did all the teams who didn't come get Jimmy, do they all regret it now? And Mike Sando of The Athletic is going to join us at the top of the hour because he had a recent phenomenal article which really dives a little deeper into the Jimmy Garoppolo situation, both for other teams and for the 49ers, and asks some uncomfortable questions. So that's coming up. But next, the latest from Draymond's mom, who apparently not only did she tweet recently, but this is going to be the last one, at least for a little while. We'll let you know what's going on there here in a moment on Willard and Dibs.
We see a lot of trash on our highways and in our waterways. This isn't what we want. Clean highways, clean water. Now that is what we want. You can help change this to that. Learn how at cleanwaterca.com from the Caltrans Stormwater Program.
Listen to Kelvin. What he's about to say could change your life.
I'm 6'2", and I was about 290, and I lost weight fast. I trimmed down. Now I'm about 235. I'm probably at about 9, maybe 10% body fat. That's great. I lost probably at least 60 pounds in probably 3.5, 4 months. Color of my hair is coming back. Skin looks better. Obviously gaining muscle. My muscle mass is coming back. Thank you for providing an awesome product. Somebody who actually has and does what they say they will. That's awesome.
That's great, Kelvin. Losing that belly fat in less than 4 months is outstanding. Since 2004, Andro 400 has been changing men's lives, like Kelvin, and can help you lose belly fat, gain energy, and improve your lifestyle. We guarantee it. Go to andro400.com for more true testimonials, before and after photos, and special discounts. Only available on andro400.com. andro400.com.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cards for Kids. Donate your car today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Donate your car today at carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K. Your car, running or not, can be picked up as soon as the next day. You'll get a maximum tax deduction and a vacation voucher.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
Do you have 3 ex-wives and your current trophy wife wants a life insurance policy 3 times the size of the policies you had to purchase for your previous mistakes? If so, you need to call Big Lou at Term Provider, 800-200-1966. Big Lou is intimately familiar with your problems, and if you're 50 or 60 years old and in reasonably good health, a $1 million policy should only cost about $100 to $200 per month. Big Lou may have a solution for your previous policies as well. You may even save enough money to lighten the load on your new $1 million policy. Remember, call Big Lou. He's like you, except he's only on number 2. Call Term Provider at 800-200-1966. That's 800-200-1966 for $1 million in term life insurance that you can live with. Call Big Lou at 800-200-1966. 800-200-1966.
Score big with Xfinity Internet. It's made to do anything, so you can do anything. Supercharge your home with the game-changing speed of supersonic Wi-Fi. With 3 times more bandwidth, it covers the field and then some, and blocks billions of threats with advanced security that helps keep you protected at home and on the go. If you're keeping score, that's internet that does it all. That's unbeatable internet from Xfinity. Learn more at Xfinity.com. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas.
She posted about us just now.
Celebrities can't get enough of Be Honest Bespoke skincare line.
She has 147 million followers. How do we monetize?
She needs a social media associate to help her with the hype.
We should repost this. Do we need a hashtag?
Indeed can help her hire great people fast.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. You can schedule and conduct virtual interviews all from your employer dashboard. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
Hey, I'm Andy. If you don't know me, it's probably because I'm not famous. But I did start a men's grooming company called Harry's.
The idea for Harry's came out of a frustrating experience I had buying razor blades. Most brands were overpriced, overdesigned, and out of touch. At Harry's, our approach is simple. Here's our secret. We make sharp, durable blades and sell them at honest prices for as low as $2 each. We care about quality so much that we do some crazy things, like buy a world-class German blade factory. Obsessing over every detail means we're confident in offering a 100% quality guarantee. Millions of guys have already made the switch to Harry's, so thank you if you're one of them. And if you're not, we hope you give us a try with this special offer. Get a Harry starter set with a 5-blade razor, weighted handle, shave gel, and a travel cover, all for just $3 plus free shipping. Just go to harrys.com and enter code JOY at checkout. That's harrys.com, code JOY. Enjoy.
What's your retirement look like? With Fidelity Income Planning, a dedicated advisor can help you create a flexible income strategy to grow and protect your wealth so you can stop worrying about the future and enjoy whatever comes next. Investment minimums apply. Fidelity Brokerage Services member NYSE SIPC.
Oh, my God.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
All right, Willard and Dibs, glad you're with us. 888-957-9570. It is all sponsored by Save Mart. So, look, sometimes people have thoughts where you're like, yeah, I get it. I wish the world worked that way. And Draymond's mom's latest tweet, that's kind of my response to this one. Because, yes, I wish the world worked this way, but she, at least as the mother of a celebrity and somewhat of a celebrity herself because of it, she knows that the world doesn't work this way. So, Dibs, what do you think of this? 21 minutes ago, she tweets, "Have a great day, Twitter Nation. Retweet this. I hope everything can be fixed for the Warriors. Everyone has an opinion. Teammates have disagreements and sometimes fights. If we let it go, it can mend. Signing off, hashtag family business."
Yeah, okay, she's right in terms of fights, but this was not a fight. This is one man confronting another man, and the man who was confronted pushes the guy away, who then goes from, it was a push. Like Devontae Adams' push last night on that poor, I don't even know if he was a cameraman or if he was a boom operator.
He was the boom mic guy. Yeah. He was the boom guy.
So
yeah, the boom guy.
His push, boom, a little mad in there. His push on the boom guy was more aggressive than Jordan Poole's push on Draymond Green. So if you want to call that a fight between Draymond and Jordan Poole, it's a mischaracterization, sensation, if you will, of the situation. So, yes, family business, but this is not one of those things that goes away just that easily. Teammates do have disagreements, but this is not the first time that Draymond Green has had a disagreement with one of his teammates. So, I guess breaking news, mother defends son. Shouldn't be that much of an alarming break.
I wonder if everybody has, after 5 days, understands why this is different. I like Mary. You're right, Dibs. It's his mom. So what do we expect? And she's not the only one who feels this way. Teammates have disagreements, and sometimes they fight. It's absolutely true. Are we still struggling to understand why this one is different? And Mary, this will be hardest for you to hear. This is different because this is your son, and he does this all the damn time. Like, all you got to do is look at all the other Warriors, and you're not allowed to have this opinion. You cannot flick this up into the air and have it be a feather that just blows around and go, yeah, look, these things happen, and here are all the other examples, when half of the other examples are the same guy. So Dame Lillard and Mary Babers Green and everybody else out there, well, teammates fight. Look, it's the same guy. Threatened the coach, ran KD out of town, kicked LeBron, kicked Steven Adams, and now punched Jordan Poole. All you have to do is look at the looks on the faces of the other players and coaches. I mean, my gosh, it's an intense environment. But you tell me, Dibs, does Steve Kerr and Stephen Curry and Bob Myers, do they seem like easy to get along with people?
Yeah, pretty easy. I would say easygoing chaps.
If I ever make their faces look like that, it's time for a mirror. They are worn the heck out.
And this happened before the video got released, too. We need to remind people that the worn-out looks from Bob, Steve, and Steph happened on the day after the incident, Thursday. The video got leaked on Friday morning, so we haven't heard from Steph or Bob Myers on the subject since the video got leaked. We've heard from Steve Kerr, who went from looking frustrated, exhausted, and sullen to furious and beyond exasperated. So I'm with you in terms of, this being, it's not the first, this might be the first time Draymond Green has punched somebody, but the number of these incidents and, a guy like that, it wears you out because it feels like you're always one sentence away from something happening.
Well, that's the whole deal here. For me, and this is the way I sort of see it at this point, we are no longer talking about an incident. We're talking about a pattern of behavior. Like the Warriors are not going to have that press conference last week. They're not going to say everything that they're going to say if this was all based on one incident, even though they probably would be justified in doing so because it's a really, really bad incident. And now it's public and we all saw it. But the truth of the matter is this isn't about this incident. It's about a pattern of behavior. And everybody, you only get so many chances. Even those of you who are incredible at your job, or if you're incredible with your family, if you're dealing with something that you can't get over, it could be addiction, it could be depression. Draymond spoke to the fact that he was mentally in a really, really bad space that day. Okay, I think there's a lot of room for that. There's a lot of forgiveness in this world, especially when people are a part of a family or they're really successful. But the bottom line is this is not an isolated incident. This is a pattern of behavior, and the Warriors look worn out. And Stephen A. Smith, who talks to people, is sitting here telling you that now even Draymond himself believes this is going to be his final year with the Warriors. Why do you think he thinks that? He's in the room talking with these people over the last week. You can tell, if they're saying this to us, if they're getting frustrated with the media, if they're looking totally despondent and exhausted in front of cameras, what do you think those conversations look like behind closed doors? I mean, they're probably absolutely unloading on him.
Right, but at the same time, see you Tuesday night, click and roll at Warriors.com. Don't miss a minute as Draymond Green is in the starting lineup. So, yes, they might be, quote, unloading on Draymond Green, but what tangibly are they going to do about it other than this being Draymond Green's last year with the team, presuming that he does, in fact, opt out, which, by the way, whenever Draymond Green comes back to the Warriors, whether it's ring night, a week after, a month after, whenever it happens, and Draymond gets back in the flow, and we all put the story in the rearview mirror because that's the nature of everything. You remember how outraged we all were about Russia invading Ukraine? Well, P.S., they're still there, and it's gotten worse, and yet we don't talk about it because it's the flavor of the month. That's how we do things in our world, is we have outrage for 2 or 3 days, and then we move on. So at some point, when this goes into the background, much like your background that is blurred here for the YouTube and the Twitch audience, once we get to that portion of this story, the one thing that won't go away is questions about Draymond's future, because Draymond has the opt-in. So when we get into January and everything's fine and the Warriors are 31-13 and they're the 1 seed or the 2 seed, the questions of Draymond's future are going to continue to pop up. That's not going away.
No, it's not. And actually, this whole thing doesn't go away until there is more definition on it. Like the one thing that I would sort of suggest to the Warriors right now, not that they need our help, but it's just going to keep feeling top of mind and confusing to people until they give some sort of definition. And I know for you and for many, you would want to go back in time and say you should have suspended him X number of games or whatever, and that's a fair opinion in this. I would just suggest at this point some sort of definition, whatever it is. If every day it's, hey, Steve, when's Draymond going to be back? And it's like, I don't know. Like, I don't know where he is. I don't know when he's coming back. I don't know what the punishment is.
You got to check your concert schedule, Mark, to figure out where he is.
Exactly. Like, I mean, that's the only time we've seen him. It's either a press conference or Mary J. Blige, which is great life, by the way. But it was an absolutely jamming show.
Oh, yeah.
But that said, like, if I'm the Warriors, don't you feel like it's time to kind of put a name on this? Put a little definition on it so we have an idea of what you're thinking and what you want to do. I mean, we said on the changeover, I don't know if this is true, I kind of doubt it, but it feels to people like the Warriors are waking up every day and just making this up as they go along.
What are they supposed to do? And I was saying this to Steiny off air during one of the breaks because you made a very cogent point about the fact that you can't go back in time and do something that you wanted to do now that you should have done then, because before the video comes out, we're going to handle this in-house, and none of us knew the severity of the incident. Once the video comes out, and the team had the chance in the moment on Thursday to come out and say, yes, it was an altercation, and Draymond Green is going to be out for the first 5 games, and this is what we've decided. Draymond will be back October 23rd or whatever the date is. Well, now you didn't do that. When the video comes out, now you can't all of a sudden say, whoa, we've all seen the video. Now you're getting 15 games, because then Jordan Poole would say, oh, so the video gets released and now you're going to do something about it? So I do think the organization is in a tough spot, which is why they kind of have taken the Montessori approach, the Montessori method, which is punish yourself, Draymond. Inflict the punishment on yourself that you feel fits what you should be doing. And so far, his punishment is, I'm not playing in the preseason. I'm going to live my life, and I'll see y'all at ring night.
Well, it's one of the reasons why, and I know there are plenty of people out there who are feeling this, where it's just like, my gosh, is it possible that we're all making too big of a deal of this? Here would be my response to that. My response to that would be, we're not the ones making a big deal of it. The Warriors are. Because if it's not that big of a deal, A, your faces wouldn't look like this. You wouldn't be making the comments that you are. You wouldn't be holding Jordan Poole away from the public eye, and you would have had some sort of definitive decision. But think about it. When a decision takes a really long time, what does that say about the decision, Dibs? Says it's a big one.
Right, it's a tough one.
It's a big one. Right? When I sat there last night at bed and listened to my 8-year-old son coughing in bed, I'm like, he's not going to school tomorrow. And it's not a big decision. He's in 3rd grade. He's going to miss a day. He's going to be fine.
Yeah, similarly, when I found out that you were going to broadcast from home, I sent a message to the boss saying, he's home, I'm home. And apparently that wasn't a tough decision because the boss immediately said, see you at work. So,
nope.
Yeah, exactly.
Exactly. But this feels like they're just sitting with it. Like, we don't know what to do. And I get it. This is a very, very big deal. This is a highly paid, beloved athlete in this organization and in this city. And so how you handle those sensitive issues, that means a lot for now. It means a lot for the future. It's all of those things. And the longer they sit here and sort of run this out, the more it makes us feel like, gosh, you guys are really torn up about this. That's what it feels like to me. It feels like the Warriors are very torn up, and go back to Mary Babers-Green's tweet from a minute ago. She said, I hope everything can be fixed for the Warriors. Well, that means we're sitting here a week later with everyone going, yeah, I don't know. I hope it can be fixed. I don't know. It means all parties are far from a conclusion here.
Yeah, I think it can be fixed with 2 simple things, neither of which has happened. Draymond Green, in my opinion, did a half measure toward doing what could be done to fix it. That would be go to see Jordan Poole, talk to Jordan Poole, and go seek some actual help, even if it's lip service. Even if he would have said, yeah, I'm going to go out and get help for my anger management issues. Even if he just would have said that and not actually done it, that would have gone a long way toward appeasing many people. And the other piece of this, which is the real hard part of it, and at some point, Jordan Poole will speak he'll speak, period, not only on the incident. He might just say, guys, I'm putting it behind me. I'm not going to answer any questions in regards to that. But until Jordan Poole addresses it, that part of it is still out there.
Well, and again, it makes people feel like maybe there's still a lot of feelings there. If he's not ready to talk, again, to me, that is a big deal. Okay, Mike Sando on the NFL is going to join us in about 15 minutes. And speaking of a big deal, this certainly would be. Look, it's very early in this process, but there's a little bit of a drumbeat. The first time this came up, by the way, Dibs, I'm going to give credit to Sean Salisbury. You were still in the throes of Babygate, if we can call it that, because you got Babygates that went up around the house, right? You got some
not
Babygates?
Quite yet. She's not at the mobile stage yet, although her new thing is no sleep. That's kind of her new her new calling card
good.
is I'm not sleeping.
Okay, how you feeling?
Oh, exhausted. Thanks for asking.
Okay, just checking
totally,
in.
Bro.
Checking in. You let us know when you want to address it publicly, when you're ready to have a press conference on the whole matter. We'll go
got
to
3
you.
kids and a bunch of props.
Seriously, kid.
Salisbury came in here, and this was before the Panthers had even gone really sideways. Matt Rule's not fired yet. Baker Mayfield doesn't have a high ankle sprain. Sure, they're not good, but it wasn't completely sideways yet. And he says to me, boy, what about Christian McCaffrey in a San Francisco 49ers uniform? And I'm thinking, hold on a second. Like, is that something that even makes sense? I hadn't thought really about where the contract sits for McCaffrey. Hadn't thought about where the Panthers want to sit. And now all of a sudden, here we are. When you fire a coach and it's clear that your season has gone completely awry, we're hearing all of these things about different Panthers players and could they be traded? You got DJ Moore, you got Christian McCaffrey. There was a rumor yesterday about the Bills getting involved with Christian McCaffrey. Tom Pelissero came out and said that's not true. But I do think we're building toward an expectation that some Panthers are going to be on the move. We've got odds. We've got some odds with regard to Christian McCaffrey's team after the deadline. That's right. All right.
Just so you know, I actually was here for the Salisbury McCaffrey piece, and in fact, it was my question that prompted the answer, but don't let that get in the way of an otherwise quaint narrative.
Sorry. We talked about it the week before you even here, but go ahead. If you want to take credit, you can have as much as you want.
You know me, I love to take credit.
Right. All right. All right. Of the top 6 answers on the board, how many can you get, Dibs? Christian McCaffrey's odds on where he plays after the trade deadline, if you will.
Oh, boy. McCaffrey, trade possibilities for Christian McCaffrey. It'd have to be a good team.
Well, again, hold on. I want to make sure you understand the question. It's not trade possibilities. Odds on what team Christian is playing for after the deadline.
Yeah, after the deadline. So, I mean, I
right, but that's not trade possibilities. It's what team does he play for?
So how else would he get to that team? Would he be just cut and clear waivers?
I'm trying not to clue you in on the number one answer on the board without giving it away.
Oh,
he doesn't
of course.
necessarily have to be traded.
Yeah, you save the Panthers for the end, obviously. But I'll say the Panthers, Mark, for the sake of the bid.
Don't save the number one answer on the board to the end because someone else could come in and get it, Dibs. Yes, the number one answer on the board is the Carolina Panthers plus 250.
Yeah, I'm alone in the room, so I'm not worried about a steal. The 49ers have got to be on that list.
San Francisco 49ers, number 6 at plus 1,000.
The Bills are a team that are hankering for a running back. I'm going to say the Bills.
Number 2, plus 300.
All right, so now we get into the real deep water. The Rams tend to always want to acquire talent. I'll say the Rams, Mark.
Los Angeles Rams, number 4, plus 500. You're doing great, bud.
Yeah, this is where it gets tough, though, because you think about other teams that, like Green Bay probably needs a back, but they never bring in talent to help Aaron Rodgers. But I'll say the Packers. Yeah, I should have stuck to my
I'm so sorry.
damn
That
guns.
is, but that's only strike one. That's only strike one. 2 more answers on the board.
Yeah, gotta be good teams. Good teams looking for a really good quality back. And how about Kansas City, Mark?
I'm so sorry. That's strike number 2 on your board.
boy.
Please, the Madsen family is waiting to steal.
He's actually eating popcorn.
Yeah,
Not ready to steal
exactly.
anything.
He got his popcorn ready.
I'm not doing that.
Theater of the mind. I'm just kidding. My God. I'll say the Raiders just so we can get to Kyle.
No, sorry. That is your third strike. The Denver Broncos, which would be, right, his dad played for the Broncos, and they just lost Javonte Williams, number 3 on the board, plus 375. And then the Tampa Bay Bucks at plus 750, so he could play with Tom Brady.
That one actually makes some sense. Denver made sense about maybe 4 weeks ago, but that Denver situation, that's a sinking ship up there in the Mile High City.
Yeah, I get it. Although just with the loss of the running back and because of his family top,
they're playing really city though right now.
Yeah, no, he's not going to want to go there, but he's not going to have a say in this. DJ Moore potentially out there, others as well. But it was fun to hear Michael Irvin yesterday react to just the mere idea of Christian McCaffrey in a Kyle Shanahan offense. It would be pretty sexy. I don't know. Now, a lot of the money has already been paid. The word on the street is the Panthers would take care of some of the money in a potential deal. So the 49ers are already out a lot of draft assets, number one. And number two, they never love to pay running backs. But if you are looking to get more dynamic offensively, I mean, a case could be made. I don't think it's something that's going to happen, but a case can be made.
Yeah. What would the Niners have in terms of trade assets, though? Because we know they don't have a first in the upcoming draft, and I'd have to look at their future assets. It doesn't feel like they've got a ton of assets, and what you have right now, you love. The one position where you have the most depth would be defensive line, but you love your defensive line depth. Secondary, you had a lot of depth until this past weekend. Now you've got some question marks. And aside from that, I don't know, unless they would take one of your various Brendels or Brunskills, that probably won't be sweet enough to make the deal happen.
I don't think the Panthers going to take a player in return. I would imagine they want draft assets.
Right.
Even a name like McCaffrey, when you're talking about a deadline deal, very unlikely. I would think that it takes a first rounder, possibly, but I just don't think that's the situation that the Panthers are in. The 49ers, as you said, don't have one to give up. But would you give up a 2? Would you give up a 3? Would you give up 2 3s?
Yeah. I'm just looking. I don't believe they have a 2 in 2023. They traded their first round pick, part of the to Miami. They don't have a second round. They're getting a compensatory. They're getting 2 compensatory thirds for their the fact that they lost some coaches. So that's all you have going into next year's draft. You got 2 thirds and a 6th. Yikes.
Yeah. That's the whole draft right now is 2 thirds and a 6th?
And I believe you have a 7th. Unless that's actually the Niners pick is going to the Broncos. So according to sources, I think you got 2 thirds and a 6th.
You're telling me they got 3 picks next year as of now?
Yeah, unless I'm mistaken, unless I'm reading it wrong. 2024, they have a full rack. So if you want to start mortgaging the future.
Go ahead and rack that draft.
Yeah, totally.
Okay. Yeah, no, obviously there could be a lot more picks coming if Jimmy Garoppolo goes, if DeMeco Ryans gets hired away. So, there could be a lot more draft picks coming because of stuff like that. All right. Mike Sando on the NFL is just moments away, and this is the uncomfortable question that everybody needs to sort of wrestle with for a second before we have our conversation with Mike. We don't have all the information on who Trey Lance is going to become. It's way too early in his NFL career. However, if the 49ers, as currently put together, if everyone believes that they are one of a handful of teams that could win the NFC, the question Mike wants to explore based on how things are right now is, why on earth did you feel the need to actually move on from Jimmy Garoppolo? Was that the right decision? Just in theory, Like, we don't know who Trey Lance is yet. But if that feeling was when Jimmy comes back on the field, oh, okay. Good. Thank goodness Jimmy's there because they can still go to the Super Bowl with him. If that's your thought, why would you move on from him in the first place? And so Mike does an interesting deep dive on that dynamic, then blend in with it all of the teams that Jimmy was rumored to potentially be going to this offseason and the disaster that each and every one of them are at quarterback. And look, he has an interesting question. I'll give him that. No?
It's interesting, and especially when you look at where the Niners are now, using Jimmy Garoppolo far more than they thought they would use him. You thought that he was going to be a handsome backup with a tablet, and now he looks like he's going to be your everyday, all-year starter.
Take a listen to what Mike Sando's platform is with regard to this topic. Coming up next, it's Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
At Lucky California, every day is full of fresh possibilities everywhere you look at a price that will always fit your budget. This week, red or green grapes are just $1.49 per pound. Shop all of the fantastic weekly deals at Lucky California. Come see what's fresh.
Are you thinking about getting a new TV this week at prime prices? Maybe a Samsung, LG, or a Sony? Before you click, you should check out Video Only, because they've got below prime deals. That's right. Top-rated TVs at better than online prices. Curbside pickup or home delivery are available. Don't click before you call Video Only, because if you do, you'll be sorry.
If you're a professional builder or designer, here's some good news from Golden State Lumber. Their relationships with Capital Lumber, Cal Cascade, Humboldt Sawmill, and others have led to an increase in lumber inventory. Golden State strives to deliver most materials the next day, if not the same day. Be sure to download the Golden State app, which provides access to hundreds of resources. Find it at goldenstatelumber.com. For 3 generations, Golden State. When you succeed, we succeed.
Football season is here. The new Odyssey app lets you stay connected to your NFL team, your station, your shows. Follow your favorite stations and come back again and again. Get real-time updates on everything you care about. Miss your show? Jump back to their awesome rewind feature. The Odyssey app is NFL football. Live and on demand. Wherever you are, whenever you want. And did we mention it's all free? Download the Odyssey app today.
She posted about us just now.
Celebrities can't get enough of Beyonce's bespoke skincare line.
She has 147 million followers. How do we monetize?
She needs a social media associate to help her with the hype.
We should repost this. Do we need a hashtag?
Indeed can help her hire great people fast.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. You can schedule and conduct virtual interviews all from your employer dashboard. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
Ray Magliozzi here for eBay Motors. Okay, easy now. You're teaching a kid how to parallel park. Ouch! Turns out he likes to do it by feel. Don't worry, eBay Motors has bumpers, taillights, trunk lids, license plate holders, 122 million parts. Pull up just a little bit. And headlights. They've got lots of headlights. Get the right parts at the right prices. eBay Motors. Let's ride.
The annual Harmony Walk to End Hunger and Homelessness in Richmond is October 22nd. Register at gripcares.org. Hear local music, take your kids to the bounce house, and make a difference together. Register now at gripcares.org.
Dr. Trudy Fleer here with the 5G Home Recovery Podcast. Let's discuss a very real existential threat to internet speed. It's a big one. Ready? T-Mobile Home Internet. It lags. Ugh. Now, what is lag? Lag is a delay in data being transmitted across the internet. For example, you're hitting that hot drop, the parachute cuts out, you've got an unsuspecting bot in your sights, and lag! You were actually eliminated 10 seconds ago. Nobody deserves that. So stop letting T-Mobile Home Internet ruin everything and switch to Xfinity. Learn more at xfinity.com/TMOFax.
Get an amazing value on Xfinity Internet with unlimited data included. Switch for $55 a month for 2 full years with no annual contract required and no equipment fees for 24 months. Go to xfinity.com/TMOFax, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store to learn more. Requires paperless billing and autopay. Ends 10/17/22. Restrictions apply. New fast internet and xFi Complete customers only. xFi gateway required. Taxes and fees extra and subject to change. After 24 months, regular rates apply to all services and devices.
Do you have neuropathy? Are you experiencing numbness, tingling, and pain that just won't stop? Are you taking dangerous drugs that have serious side effects and never fix the pain? If so, please listen to this message. Neuropathy is a serious, progressive condition that only gets worse if not treated properly. Call SF Bay Wellness at 844-94-NERVE to get back to doing the things you want to do. There is no drug, exercise, or surgery that can heal nerves. Don't wait until your condition gets worse and stops you from living your life fully. SF Bay Wellness has a time-tested, proven track record of helping hundreds of patients to improve and reverse their neuropathy. If you're ready to regain your independence, contact SF Bay Wellness at 844-94-NERVE. Call now for your $99 neuropathy special and receive a personal treatment plan that is tailored to your needs. Call 844-94-NERVE. That's 844-94-NERVE and start to enjoy life again.
Attention, guys. By now, you should know that when it comes to meal enhancement pills, most of these contain the same ingredients that are repackaged over and over again. Why take the same old when you can perform in the bedroom with confidence at the highest level? That's why Noxitril needs to be on your bedstand. If you thought that the little blue pill works well, wait till you try Noxitril. It's like Viagra on steroids. Thousands of men each week have switched from that prescription blue pill to Noxitril. That's because Noxitril is automatic. No need to worry anymore. When it's time to perform, we've got this. Explosive results you can count on with no side effects, no stuffy nose. We want every man to try Noxitril, so call now and take advantage of our special free bottle offer today. Oh, and as a reminder, please use the Noxitril dose as directed. It's that strong.
Call right now and get your free supply. Call 800-486-1608. That's 800-486-1608. It's like Viagra on steroids. Improve your sex life with your free supply. Call 800-486-1608. That's 1-800-486-1608.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app. Now, back to
Will and Dibby
on 95.7 The Game.
Okay, Warriors play tonight. We are 7 days until ring night against the Lakers. We'll get back to that team and Draymond here shortly. Willard and Dibs, 95.7 The Game, 888-957-9570. But Dibs, it is interesting. And again, there's context, and I have no idea how these teams would all be doing if they had Jimmy. But you look around the league. We've heard Washington. Here comes Ron Rivera. What's wrong with the team? Well, the quarterback. Okay, how about Carolina? You've already fired your coach. New Orleans using a tight end at quarterback. Cleveland 2-3 with the easiest schedule out there. Pittsburgh has moved to a rookie. Would any of these teams be experiencing something different, do you think? And we'll get to Mike Sando here in just a sec. Would they be experiencing anything different if they had made the move?
Probably. I mean, if they had made the move and Jimmy Garoppolo stayed healthy, yeah, I think that they would be better. Those teams would absolutely be better. How much better? Would it translate to as many wins? One thing about Jimmy Garoppolo being back with the Niners is he's back with the Niners. So he was able to start not at square one, but square 50. If we're talking about the good old game of chutes and ladders, he at least was halfway toward where they needed him to be. New situation, new playbook, new scheme, new teammates. It would have been harder.
Mike Sando on the NFL. Welcome to the show. Great to have you. What do you think about that? You think there's some Garoppolo regret in certain cities around the league?
I don't know how much, because he was hurt the whole off season. That's what killed the deal. And then once you get into training camp, you're going down a different road. And remember, Jimmy Garoppolo could determine where he was going. It wasn't like you could just add him and he was going to go play anywhere and be happy and do a deal or make it work. So I think, yes, if you could just plug in the best of Jimmy Garoppolo and have that replace whatever's been playing in a different city, you would do that every day, but that's not really how the offseason played out around Jimmy. So I think it's harder to say that.
And boy, are the 49ers thanking their lucky stars that he wound up back in San Francisco. And you look at this situation, Mike, this Niner team versus last year's Niner team with Jimmy Garoppolo. Is it too much of a stretch to say that they're in a better spot now than they were this time last year?
Yeah, I mean, I think there's some concerns over the injuries. I did feel, and I think a lot of people felt like that with Trey Lance, it was going to be a process, and without a clear vision of or knowledge of what it was going to look like in the end. So they're a better team now than they would be if he wasn't their quarterback, I think. And is that better than last year? Well, is it going to be better than getting to the championship game? I don't know about that. The whole thing's got to play out. And I think that's what this whole Jimmy situation is this year. It has to play out. You like what you're seeing so far. You feel like they're a good team, but we don't know how it's going to end.
So, Mike, I guess the question that we are working our way toward, and the one that you really explored, is if you could go back in time, knowing what we know about Trey Lance, which admittedly is nowhere near enough, but the 49ers certainly know some things more than we do. If you were to go back in time and look at what you had with Jimmy Garoppolo, you get wooed by something that you think might be better. We still don't know if it will be, but would you make the same decision if you had to do it all over again?
I don't think so, because I think you would if in that small window of seeing Trey Lance, he would have been phenomenal, or, oh, wow, this guy looks amazing, then you would say, I want to see more of that. I think for now, it's not that he was horrible, but you just didn't see that. And it was a lot to give up. And you know that Jimmy's there and you can win with him. So you don't even know if you can win with Trey Lance.
And that, I'm sorry, Mike, that makes next season all the more fascinating when you think about what the 49ers do. If Jimmy Garoppolo goes on another Garoppoloian run of success, what does the future hold for this two-quarterback conundrum?
Oh, what if they win the Super Bowl with Jimmy?
Man.
Because if you go back years in time, the Ravens did that with Trent Dilfer, and they moved on. They wanted to have it. Was it Elvis Gerba or whoever they went and got? I can't remember who they went and got, but they changed their quarterback. They said, "Look, he's not the reason why we're winning. We won with a great defense, and yeah, Trent made some nice plays and off the play action in the running game and all of that. And shoot, I don't know if they should have kept Trent Dilfer, but the guys they got after that for a long time weren't very good. So, Jimmy's probably better than, what Trent was at that time, and certainly the locker room loves him, and he's handled the situation beautifully, and they've been to the Super Bowl and championship games with him. So it's kind of what makes all this fun, right? Because you could understand what the 49ers were thinking and doing, but it is risky.
Mike Sando on the NFL with us here as we discuss the 49er quarterback situation. And Mike, I also wonder, you talk about where this is going, and we've got such a long way to go, but what do you see in the arc of Jimmy, if you will? He comes back, right? He gets thrown into a game against Seattle, whatever happens there. Then it's awful in Denver. And then it's solid against the Rams, followed by pretty darn good against the Carolina Panthers. So as you're always ranking quarterbacks, what is your view on what we've seen from him so far and where it's going?
I think it's been pretty good. I think there's always going to be some inconsistency with him, but I would have thought that it will get a little bit better as he goes along, gets back in the saddle, because he is coming off of the injury and didn't have the whole training camp. I buy that thing. I think he said that after one of the games. Hey, look, it's kind of fresh here, and sometimes that can sound like an excuse. I totally buy it. I think the reps matter. I think getting confidence in your arm matters. Being able to take a hit, just getting out there with your teammates. If there's new players out there, all of that. So I think it's been probably better than we would have expected to come right back in, and just a reminder that he wasn't bad. And hopefully for them, it can grow and build off of that as the season goes along with what looks like a really good team.
A great team, depending on the health of the defense. Nick Bosa with a little bit of a groin issue heading into this weekend. And then all eyes on Kansas City the week after this one. Do the 49ers have enough of an offensive arsenal to compete with Kansas City? Or do you think that they have to go about it the way they tried to do it in the Super Bowl a few years back?
I think they do. I don't know that they're going to win the game. I mean, I think if those teams were to play 4 times, the Chiefs might win 3 of them. But I think there's a path to winning the game, certainly for the 49ers, and they can be explosive offensively with the weapons that they have. They can control the game, with their combination of the run and the pass, and they're good on defense. They can pressure the quarterback. So certainly, as we look at these next 3 weeks before the bye, I mean, you really like the matchups probably with the Falcons and the Rams, I would think, and the Chiefs will be a tough one, but I don't think they're going to get blown out.
Mike, really interesting stuff, and appreciate your time as always, man. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, there it is. Mike Sando on the NFL. And look, Dibs, he says what I think is just, it is a very uncomfortable question to answer. And granted, not fair. Trey Lance's career still needs to play out. There is no statement on that. But Mike says what I think many people feel, and what I really wonder, what do the 49ers feel when he says, and I asked him, if you had to go back and do this all again prior to drafting Trey Lance, would you make the same decision? And Mike says no. What do you think on that?
It's still an I don't know for me, because Kyle Shanahan would say yes, because what he sees in Jimmy Garoppolo is exactly what he saw before in Jimmy Garoppolo. Good, but not great. And Kyle Shanahan wants great. And so he took a chance. He moved up in the draft and found a player that he thought was great, and he still might be great. We haven't seen enough from Trey Lance to know whether or not he's going to be great. We do know that from a skill set standpoint, Trey Lance and Jimmy Garoppolo, if you compare the two, Trey Lance is better. More athletic, bigger arm. He can do more with his arm. Now, can he be as accurate? Probably not. Is he as astute? Not yet. But Kyle Shanahan thought that he was going to get an upgrade. So Kyle Shanahan is not at the point yet where he would go back and undo it. But if you look at the draft capital that the 49ers expended to trade up and get Trey Lance, and you look at the players that were taken with those picks, and you take those players and you put them on this team with Jimmy Garoppolo, having never made that trade, you'd be hard-pressed to say that that team wouldn't be better than the team is right now.
Well, that's the thing. Like, it's not just a straight, do you just go with Jimmy and not worry about Trey? There's a bunch of trickle down. I think some good, some bad. You could say, sure, now that you've got first-round draft picks that you could go ahead and use elsewhere. However, I don't know if you can sign all of the extensions that they signed. Can you keep George Kittle, Nick Bosa, Fred Warner, Deebo Samuel, if you've also got the big money on the books for Jimmy, and in theory after this year would need to reboot with Jimmy Garoppolo on a new quarterback market that's now paying guys $35, $40, $45, and $50 million per year. So I don't know if the finances all work, and that was always a big piece of this story. But I'm fixated on one thing you said there with regard to the idea of let's move on from this because we see a skill set that can be greater. I think we all understand that, but what we also understand is drafting and projecting quarterbacks is so dang hard. It's so hard. So the risk that was being taken at the time, I've now come to this decision at least. I'm not saying I wouldn't have done it, but what I am saying is this risk might not have added up because what we're basically saying is Kyle Shanahan is so confident whatever it is he does with quarterbacks is going to work. I don't know if you can do that. Like, you're going into the draft and you're getting a guy that checks all of these boxes except you haven't seen him play football. And if he doesn't work out the way that, by the way, most first-round draft picks don't, I mean, you've made a grave error if that happens.
Not if you continue to be successful. You haven't made a grave error at all. And last year you were in the NFC Championship game. So if you're Kyle Shanahan and you look at the number of teams that have been as deep in the playoffs as often as they have, you'd be hard-pressed to characterize this as a, quote, grave error. Now, is it a mistake if Trey Lance doesn't ever become a real reliable starter, if you don't sign him to a second contract, if he doesn't ever become a real legit starting quarterback in the NFL, then yes, it was a mistake to do what you did, but it's not a grave error. If Jimmy Garoppolo leads you to 12-5 this year and an NFC Championship game, and you lose the NFC Championship game again, let's just say you go 11-6, and you make another run, another Jimmy G run, you get to the NFC Championship game, and you lose in that game for the second straight year, you can't look at it and say it's a grave error when you've had this much overall success.
No, I'm not talking about this year. I'm talking about going forward. This year is now going to be whatever it is. We already know the story of Jimmy Garoppolo and the 49ers. Usually ends up in the playoffs, might come up a little bit short. Quite frankly, that's probably the favorite result in the on your scorebook right now for the end of this year. We'll see how it goes. I'm talking about the long-term play. Like, if Trey Lance is not a really good player, you've made a grave error, and actually just even these last 2 weeks sort of accentuates it even further, because Jimmy Garoppolo has come back, re-entered into the system, and he's starting to look exactly like he looked before, which isn't great, but it's good enough. And the 49ers are starting to look like they looked before, and they're becoming one of the NFC favorites again. Like, this has been a slow rebuild, but remember the conversation we were having before Jimmy came back in. The whole talk was, look, what if Jimmy plays well and the 49ers do really well? Hell, what do you do at the end of the year? That talk went away because of one game. He went and ran out of the back of the end zone in Denver, and we're all like, oh gosh, we forgot how much this guy makes our eyes roll, so never mind. But now he's got the ship back steering straight, and if this season, we're not at that conversation again yet, but we might be pretty soon. If this guy beats the Falcons and then beats the Chiefs the next week and he's 5-2, isn't that conversation rebooted?
Don't think so, because Jimmy Garoppolo, I don't think will want to come back. And Mike Sando actually responded to my question about how this might all ultimately end up. And he said, what if they win the Super Bowl? He answered my question with a question. If they go out and they win the Super Bowl with Jimmy Garoppolo, then I think we've got a real discussion and a real debate about the future. But again, one of the big benefits of this season is you're only paying about, $10 million at the quarterback position between Jimmy Garoppolo and Trey Lance. So that's a big reason why your roster is so stacked around them, because you're able to pay Deebo Samuel and George Kittle, and you're able to free up money for other extensions that will be coming up. You're able to pay Fred Warner. You were able to bring in Mooney Ward in the secondary. So let's say you do go in and you run the table and you win the Super Bowl. Jimmy G's not back next year, and if he is, it's going to be at the expense of a number of other guys, because Jimmy Garoppolo, if he does go out and win the Super Bowl, which is, by the way, not too far-fetched when you look around at the NFC. The Rams are beleaguered. Arizona's a fraud. The NFC East is kind of wait and see for me. Philadelphia looks legit. Minnesota, Green Bay, those are teams you've beaten in the past. So if you do the unthinkable and you run this table, Jimmy Garoppolo is going to be a $30 million a year quarterback, and you can't pay him when you've got Trey Lance, who's got to be your starter next year.
And there will be 1,000 people in line to say, how can you not?
Right. It's fascinating.
Understand, even if he doesn't win the Super Bowl, even if he just goes deep in the playoffs, to me, total conversational game changer, even though he's done it before. And here's why. All of the people we love to compare Jimmy to, and I've always rejected these conversations, but they're never going to end. Oh, he's Trent Dilfer. He's Brad Johnson. All of these guys that get brought up. What's the difference between them and Jimmy? Each of them did it once. Rex Grossman, it was a one-off. Okay, if this guy does it 3 times, and in effect, each time he's healthy, the 49ers end up in the NFC title game or better, then that's where Mike Sando's article really comes into play. It would be completely fair for all of us to go, what on earth? Why did you move off of this guy? Why are we even having this conversation? Why did you do this if your baseline with this guy and he's healthy means you're going at least to the NFC title game? Why would you move off of that? This is absolutely, if they end up there, that's where this conversation is heading next February.
Yeah, 2 reasons why you moved off him. One is talent, because you found a guy that you thought was more talented. And the other reason is money, because we know that if you pay your quarterback peanuts, you have the ability in this salary cap league to build elaborately around him. It's what Seattle did with Russell Wilson back when Russell Wilson was Russell Wilson before he became Sierra's husband. Back when he was a guy on a rookie deal and you had the Legion of Boom around him, high paid, that's when you won. And so Shanahan was thinking, I can do the same thing. And by the way, upgrade to a younger model, a guy with a bigger arm, a guy who can also run the football. How can we not make this trade? We can't afford not to make this move, Mark, but yet here you are back on Jimmy G. And to your point, though, if history repeats itself, Jimmy does it at $7 million a year. Well, Jimmy's not coming. Hey, Kyle, I know that you and I are a perfect match. Why don't you pay me $7 million again next year, and I'll come in and I'll compete with Trey in camp? That's not happening.
No, but you know darn well that the cap is always able to be manipulated, and so the 49ers, I'm never going to let a team say, oh gosh, yeah, we just can't afford it. There's always a way to do it. In fact, 2 years ago in free agency, for me, will forever be the example. Remember when Trent Williams was going to command north of $20 million per year, and the 49ers had about 5 or 6 other key free agents, and they're like, so we only have $20 million in cap space. Like, they literally couldn't even fit Trent Williams, let alone their 5 other key free agents, and they kept them all. They kept them all. You can always find a way to make this work on the cap. So I don't think it's that simple. Like, yes, we can all look at Trey Lance and go, well, that is just, that is more athletic, it's bigger, it's stronger, it's faster, it's all of the things that you'd want. But if that doesn't somehow equal wins, then what are we doing? And the worst part about it is we won't know.
Right.
We don't know
That's
yet if Trey Lance can do it. So you're going to be, if in effect, if Jimmy does it again, you're turning in a known quantity for an unknown quantity. And that's as dangerous as it gets for a franchise.
Well, you've already done it once. And you're also implying that Jimmy G would want to come back to this situation. And, you know, already we've seen him mouth disparaging things about Kyle Shanahan, allegedly. And, you know, there's the sense that this is a different Jimmy G than the one that we've seen before. So even if Jimmy G, you know, wins the Super Bowl, I could still see him having his See Ya press conference 2.0 and deciding that he wants to go out there and get his big bag somewhere else because they came to him and said, Jimmy, turns out, you know, we need you back. We want you back, but going to go ahead and have you take an $18 million pay cut if you don't mind. And he's like, yeah, I've got no other choice. So, yeah, but I can't imagine he would want to come back to this situation after they fired him and had to go back hat in hand to ask him to stay.
Yeah, see, I can't imagine that he wouldn't. I mean, he's already proven to you 1,000 times over he doesn't rock the boat. He doesn't carry a grudge. That's not who he is. And again, we're talking simply known quantities versus unknown, and that works for him too. Go be the quarterback at Washington.
Right.
Go be the quarterback in Houston. Do you know that's going to go well? I'm pretty sure it won't, actually, if you don't pair Jimmy with a great defense and Deebo Samuel to just toss the ball to right and left. He knows this works, and the 49ers know that it works, and maybe it doesn't work enough, but that's the difficulty we're heading toward. If he does it again, you're heading toward a situation where you've got a known quantity, and for the second time, you've got to be given a reboot. Do you want to turn in your known quantity for an unknown quantity? That is a very difficult thing for people to do. Their jobs are on the line.
Right, but they've already done it, and Kyle Shanahan didn't go out of his way to draft Jimmy's successor to have him sit for another year. And I know this year was an unplanned year that Trey is going to miss, but Trey Lance next year enters his 3rd year and you sign him to a 4-year deal, and you've got a 5th-year player option because Trey Lance was a first-round pick, which means at the end of year 3, you've got to decide whether or not you want to pick up that 5th-year option, which means by the end of year 3, you've got to have seen something from Trey Lance. So even if Jimmy G wins the Super Bowl, and in your hypothetical, Jimmy G and the Niners want him to come back for another year, so what then? Trey Lance is going to be taken number 3 overall, and he comes back next year, and he's a backup again, and then after year 3, you got to decide whether or not you want to pick up his option, and you hadn't really seen the guy play. He hasn't played real meaningful football at that point in 4 or 5 years. That's not the way that this is going to go.
No, it doesn't make any sense at all. But I'm telling you right now, if the 49ers win toward the end of this year, it's going to lead to a situation where none of the answers make sense.
Right.
If you want more 49er content, the 415ers podcast is the place to do it. Hosts Evan Giddings and Mark Grandy bring you along and analyze everything that went right and wrong in a given week. Follow the 415ers on the Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts. Coming up next, back to Draymond and the Warriors, 888-957-9570. We'll take any of your Draymond-related calls, plus answer this question. The Warriors organization seems so upset about the presence of video. I got a real question about getting to the bottom of the presence of public video. We'll do that next on Willard and Dibs.
Are you thinking about getting a new TV this week at prime prices? Maybe a Samsung, LG, or a Sony? Before you click, you should check out Video Only, because they've got below prime deals. That's right. Top-rated TVs at better than online prices. Curbside pickup or home delivery are available. Don't click before you call Video Only, because if you do, you'll be sorry.
Hey, Dan Dibley here. As you know, in sports, teams plan well ahead of the next season, and if you're considering remodeling your home, you might want to consider the same strategy. Talk with your designer or builder now about your upcoming project. Golden State Window and Door has new inventory coming online. Each location across the Bay Area features beautifully planned displays of doors and windows. You'll be surprised with the variety of styles that are available. For windows, there are double-hung, casement, awning, sliders, and fixed windows. Also bifold windows and doors. Their respected partners include Milgard, Anderson, and Marvin. See Golden State Window and Doors' wide variety of accessories like hardware, handles, knobs, locks, and casings. You'll be impressed with the well-informed staff ready to answer questions and help with all your orders. For locations, images, and more, visit goldenstatelumber.com and click Products, then Windows and Doors. Family-owned for 3 generations, Golden State. When you succeed, we succeed.
Gorgeous gaming, stunning streams, unbelievable bandwidth. It's another Lifestyles of Gagillionaires. Meet the AT&T Fiber customers winning at life with hyper-gig speeds. Meet Gagillionaire Terry. While his love of streaming horror movies has him constantly on the edge of his seat, his internet bill won't give him a scare.
Oh, don't go in there. I'm telling you.
Because since Terry upgraded to AT&T Fiber with hyper-gig speeds, he doesn't worry about data caps or equipment fees.
Come on, man. The door's open for a reason.
And best yet, he also doesn't stress about a price increase at 12 months, because with the amazing Gagillionaire lifestyle comes an exquisite sense of tranquility. Most of the time. Live like a Gagillionaire. Get straightforward pricing with AT&T Fiber. Internet that upgrades everything. No data caps, no equipment fees, and no price increase at 12 months.
Limited availability in select areas. Visit att.com/hypergig for details.
O'Reilly! It's Super Start Battery Month at O'Reilly Auto Parts. Get up to a $25 gift card after a mail-in rebate with the purchase of select Super Start batteries. For power, performance, and reliability, choose Super Start batteries. We also have battery solutions for many hybrid and electric vehicles. Stop by your local O'Reilly Auto Parts today.
O'Reilly Auto Parts. Hey guys, this is Keenan Thompson. I have a problem with you. Yes, you. None of y'all told me that AutoTrader has millions of new and used cars that I can shop from home. I thought we were friends. I put smiles on your face, but I'm not smiling. No one told me that with AutoTrader, a dealer can deliver cars to my home or that I could shop by price on AutoTrader. No one. Consider this friendship that you just learned we had officially over. Finally, it's easy. AutoTrader.
Don't waste your time trying to sell your old car. Donate it to Cars for Kids. It's the easiest and fastest way to donate your car and get a tax deduction. Donate online at carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Kelley Blue Book is the one-stop shop for pricing, fixing, selling, and instant cash offering. Instant Cash Offer is exactly what it sounds like. An official offer to buy or trade your car. Just enter your VIN or license plate, answer a few questions about your car's history, and what kind of condition it's in. In minutes, you'll receive an offer to sell or trade your car that you can be sure is fair. Then choose a dealer to purchase your car and schedule a time to meet. For all of the its, KBB.com.
Attention, do you suffer from severe fried chicken-related cravings? If so, Kentucky Fried Chicken's $6 two-piece drum and thigh combo may be right for you. The combo contains tasty chicken, creamy mashed potatoes, a flaky biscuit, and an ice-cold drink. Side effects may include more money in your wallet, happiness, and the urge to lick your fingers. Order KFC's two-piece drum and thigh combo in the KFC app for just $6. That's finger-licking good. Price and participation may vary. Limited time offer. Tax extra.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Okay, we're sponsored by BMW Fairfield, brought to you by BMW Fairfield, now open in the Fairfield Auto Mall. Provide a luxurious, all-encompassing experience to address all your BMW needs. Visit BMWFairfield.com today. Book your visit. It's BMWFairfield.com. Look, I can't figure this out. And the Warriors situation is so dramatic that it leads us to sort of wonder, and there's nothing else we can do. I'm trying to figure this out, and maybe you can help me because, sure, there are a lot of people in the Warrior building, but how many of them would have access to security footage? How many of them would be able to transfer that security footage to something on their own system that would be shareable? How many of them would be motivated by a few bucks from TMZ? And then how many of them would go through with that whole process and then have the Warriors not be able to figure out what happened? Everyone is so turned off by the video went public. We've got a leak. We got to figure it out. How on earth are the Warriors unable to figure this out? It's literally a security camera.
Yeah.
How can there be no security footage of what took place with the security camera? Like nothing in Chase Center is not being filmed.
A lot of questions there, Mark. I'll take the third question first, and then I'll answer your fourth question, followed by the first, second, sixth, and then the fifth question.
Perfect.
I'll try to work through it in order. How many people have access to this? According to my sources, that number is a lot larger than you think. So if you're a player on the Warriors and you want to review practice footage, that's where those camera shots come in handy, where the camera shot that we see of Draymond punching Jordan Poole with a straight right hand, that video, according to sources, is available to players and coaches, as well as security staff, support staff, and the rest of it. So that number of how many people are able to access that footage is much larger than you think. And to that point, if you want to if you're a fill-in-the-blank Golden State Warrior and you want to review some sets or some inbounds plays, you can go and get that footage on your laptop, and then you just simply use whatever video editing software you want. You can copy and paste. You can cut with an in and an out. Take that clip, download it to your personal device, email TMZ, done and done. So I think that part of it leads to the fact that, yes, this is a real investigation. So how many different people are downloading this footage on the regular is the first question. Not only downloading it, but able to see it. You know what I mean?
Right, but who's like your players and coaches? I'm going to eliminate them right away.
Okay.
Why would they be motivated to do something like this?
Agreed. I don't think that they would be motivated to do something like this. But let's just say that it's not a player or a coach. Let's say it's somebody who is, and I don't want to say somebody who is in the video coordinated staff or the security staff, but somebody else in the organization who has regular and routine access to this footage. You see the incident happen, and you see what goes down, and you realize, oh boy, this is some pretty incendiary footage. I wonder if I might be able to take my salary and make that much money times 10 with just a couple of simple clicks. And I'm going to add this piece to it, and this again is complete conjecture, it's hyperbole, but maybe it's somebody who is not the biggest Draymond Green fan in the world. Because if this is Steph Curry, who has a moment of weakness, let's say Steph Curry, for some reason, or even Klay Thompson, the most beloved guy maybe in Bay Area history in terms of athletes we love, if Kevon Looney loses his cool, which seems unfathomable, I don't know if this footage gets out. And I know that this is a wild theory. It's conspiratorial in nature, but I do think that, yes, somebody probably made money by taking this footage and selling it to TMZ, but I also do think that there is a small piece of, it's Draymond. So you're not going to feel as bad about it if you were this person.
I can't figure out, and there's no way for us to know any motivation that's beyond money, but I guess my question is, I get everything you just said. How is it that the Warriors can't figure out who did that? Like, to me, you're the Warriors. This is
right.
Chase Center. This is state of the art. You're telling me with the power, the technology, and the money that the Golden State Warriors have, they are not able to conduct a eating of the breadcrumbs, if you will,
right,
to get to the final answer of who did this.
They can.
That is what is inconceivable to me.
You got to say it with a lisp if you're going to do it right.
It's inconceivable.
That's a 4.
I don't like how. Thank you. Well, you asked for it, so it's only a 3.
No,
but anyway,
a little higher pitch gets you a 5 there. I think this is how, Mark.
Inconceivable.
That's even better.
High pitch is tough for me. Anyway, go ahead.
I mean, it's impossible for me. Oh, wait, that's where I live. I live in those ranges, those registers. If you think about it, and I'm going to throw out a number just for the sake of the argument of a ballpark, but let's say that 80 people inside the organization have regular access, or 80 different people viewed footage from that day's session, okay? So now you go through all 80 people. Well, that takes time. And you go, Steph Curry, hey, Steph, this is Bob. Did you leak it to TMZ? Are you a little short on money, Steph? And he says, get the truck out of here. Clay, did you do it? Kevon, did you do it? You go through, and then you get down to a final bucket of maybe, 24 or so security, video people, concessionaire, whatever those people are, and you got to slowly go through. Now, I don't think you can go to TMZ and say, you tell us who gave you that, or else. TMZ's like, hit the pike. We can buy whatever footage we want to buy. We don't have to tell you.
True.
We don't have to tell you who sold it to us. So the only way the Warriors find out is if they get their own investigation internally. We're going to keep it in-house. And they find out through their own in-house investigation. There's no other way to do this.
But that's what I don't understand, why that's difficult. Like if somebody wants access to this and you download it or you ask for it or whatever that process is, how on earth? I don't understand how there's no checks and balances there. You're the Warriors, and this is your private practice. You're telling me. What would stop, if this can go to TMZ, what's to stop it from going to the Boston Celtics or the Los Angeles Lakers? There is precedent here in sports. It is called Spygate.
Yeah.
The New England Patriots did this, spying on other teams. It became a big thing. If you're going to film practice and not let the media in, that is a private session. You're telling me that employees have got access to that footage and then it's out there on the streets for the highest bidder, and the Warriors have no way of figuring out who's doing that, especially when, as they said, they've had leaks before? Inconceivable. I don't understand how that can be.
Well, I don't see how it cannot be, and I think that you're in a situation where, in general, this footage is not being viewed by everyone. For example, we like to use Joan and payroll as an example when we talk randomly about Niners employees that we know nothing about. So let's say Joan and security.
She wins the March Madness pool every year. But go ahead.
Joan and security down at Chase Center has access to every single piece of video surveillance in Chase Center at all times. But Joan in security probably cares about 0.00001 of it. Joan in security is not combing through practices to try to take the sets and sell them to the Memphis Grizzlies. There's no motivation. There's no market for that. But when something like this happens, now all of a sudden that footage becomes a highly sought after piece of video, and therefore it becomes something that's trafficked.
I like Drew Down on the YouTube feed. Maybe it was Matt Nahagian. Look at this punch.
That's a
strong effort from Drew Down. All right, coming up next.
It would have been better if he threw
jump in here.
Hook. Then it would have worked for Nahagian better, but it was a straight right.
A little bit more, a little straight away. But anyway, not only is Steiny Guru, but I always hesitate to do this with you, Dibs.
You know what that is?
It's a hesitation sensation. This is a sensitive topic for you.
Don't do it.
But you're not getting out of here today without addressing it, and so we'll do that coming up next on Willard and Dibs.
Are you thinking about getting a new TV this week at prime prices? Maybe a Samsung, LG, or a Sony? Before you click, you should check out Video Only, because they've got below prime deals. That's right, top-rated TVs at better than online prices. Curbside pickup or home delivery are available. Don't click before you call Video Only, because if you do, you'll be sorry.
The roar of our engines, the pump of our heartbeats, the pedal to our metal, the sparks that ignite us, the pistons that push us, the passions that drive us. From the feelings that move us to the places that pull us on the roads that unite us. With nearly 6,000 stores and over 17,000 auto care centers, Napa has America's largest network of parts and care, here to keep you firing on all cylinders.
What's your least favorite season? Now, if you're like me, it's cold and flu season. So get relief from it this year with Mucinex DM. With cough and chest congestion relief for 12 hours in just one dose. That's 3 times longer than 4-hour products. Mucinex DM makes any season comeback season. Even cold and flu season. Get 3 times the relief in just one dose with Mucinex DM. It couldn't be simpler. Nothing lasts longer among over-the-counter cough and cold remedies. Mucinex DM provides 12 hours of relief for chest congestion and cough, day or night. Use as directed.
It's easy to think all money managers are pretty much the same, but at Fisher Investments, we're clearly different.
Different? How? You sell high-commission investment products, right?
No. Fisher Investments doesn't sell any commission-based investment products.
Well, you must earn commissions on trades.
Nope, never at Fisher. We're a fiduciary, obligated to act in our client's best interest. It's the highest standard of care for a financial advisor.
How do you know what's in their best interest?
We get to know our clients and then tailor a portfolio based on their goals and needs.
But you probably sneak in some hidden and layered fees.
No, we have one transparent management fee, structured so we do better when our clients do better.
Wow, you really do look out for your clients.
That's because our top priority is helping them achieve a comfortable retirement. It might be why most of our clients come from other money managers. Visit FisherInvestments.com to find out why investors like you switch to us. Fisher Investments. Clearly different money management.
Investments and securities involve the risk of loss.
If you owe back taxes to the IRS, have unfiled returns, or are worried about an audit, the IRS is hiring 87,000 new agents to address these very issues. That means if you need to get your tax problems resolved, now is the time to get started. I'm tax attorney Robert Goldstein, and my firm specializes in helping individuals and small businesses resolve their tax problems. We work to stop IRS and state seizures. We may be able to settle your tax debt for pennies on the dollar with an offer in compromise. We prepare your past due returns even if you have no records, and represent you before the IRS and state in an audit. At the law offices of Robert Goldstein, the consultation is always free, and we have offices located throughout the Bay Area. To schedule your free consultation, call 1-888-TAX-EXIT. That's 888-TAXEXIT. 888-TAX-EXIT. And make us your last stop.
If you own a business, this has been a bumpy ride. From pandemic to inflation, I'm sure you could use a break. If your business has 5 or more employees and survived COVID, you may be eligible to receive a payroll tax refund of up to $26,000 per employee. The challenge is getting your hands on it. Hi, I'm Howard Mackler, and that's why I founded GetRefunds.com to cut through the red tape and get you the money. The team of tax attorneys we have put together are highly trained in this little-known payroll tax refund program. We do all the work, charge not a dime up front, and simply share a percentage of the cash that we get for you. Businesses of all types can qualify, including those that took PPP, nonprofits, and even those that had increases in sales. We have helped return over $1 billion to businesses, and we can help you too. Just go to GetRefunds.com, click on Qualify Me, and answer a few questions. This payroll tax refund is only available for a limited period of time. Don't lose out on up to $26,000 per employee. Go to GetRefunds.com. That's GetRefunds.com.
Score big with Xfinity Internet. It's made to do anything, so you can do anything. Supercharge your home with the game-changing speed of supersonic Wi-Fi. With 3 times more bandwidth, it covers the field and then some. And blocks billions of threats with advanced security that helps keep you protected at home and on the go. If you're keeping score, that's internet that does it all. That's unbeatable internet from Xfinity. Learn more at Xfinity.com. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
In San Francisco today, we'll find cloudy conditions, highs around 60.
Weather brought to you by one thing. Cut up six-pack rings and reduce your use of plastic to help keep it out of our waterways and oceans. Join Odyssey, and together, each of us doing one thing makes a greener tomorrow.
95.7 The Game has your tickets to see The Who, October 24th at the SAP Center. For your shot to win, head to our contest page at 957thegame.com.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
I believe it's show-iversary. Is that the word you like to use?
Yeah.
Dan Dibley?
Do you know what today is? It's our show-iversary. There
you go.
Tony.
Wow, just for the falsetto, I'm going to give you 3.
Appreciate it.
October 11th, 2021 was the first edition of the Willard and Dibs show, and today is October 11th, 2022, so it's official. Your 1 year minus 1 day trip through many shows before. We have defeated some of your previous shows. We have made it, Dibs. It is 1 year, and we're still alive.
Yeah, 1 down and hopefully another 19 to go based on the age of my youngest. Oh, boy, that retirement just keeps getting pushed out. But no, it's been a fun year. I remember the your opening take, so to speak, was he's fine. Something was fine. The notion of it might have been Jimmy Garoppolo.
Yeah.
He's fine.
I hate that word. I hate the word fine. If anybody wants to get into, and this is like the people that are inner circle in my life, they really know this. Don't ever answer that you're fine, because now we have to sit down and have a talk. You know, hey, how was school today? It was fine. Uh-oh, what happened? Hey, how was your trip? Fine. Oh, hell, what happened? Hey, you and me, we're good, right? We're fine. Uh-oh, what the, like, don't give me fine The only time I want to hear that word is like, she fine. That's okay.
Right,
okay. But yeah, don't give me things are going fine, because that means they're not fine.
Well, it actually is a great way to describe your record as we take a look at spread formation. You, myself, Kyle, and Spadoni, we're picking every game.
Fine.
And through 80 games, Mark Willard, the best way to describe how you're doing, you're fine. 38 wins.
Flatlining.
39 losses. There have been 3 draws. You're fine.
Yeah, although I think that was good enough. My one game under 500 last week was good enough to tie me with you for first place this week.
Yep, exactly.
Is that accurate?
Yep, and you're still sitting 4 back of the lead. Spadoni is 11 games back of the lead, and my God, Kyle Madsen, candidate for euthanasia. Somebody call, not Dr. Lecter, that other doctor. Who's that doctor that put everyone to sleep?
Death?
Not Dr. Death.
I was going to say.
The euthanasia guy.
Dr.
Kevorkian.
Feelgood.
Dr. Kevorkian.
Oh, Kevorkian, that's right.
Yeah, Dr. Kevorkian will be making Kyle's picks this week. Yeah.
Oh, my goodness.
Kyle's sitting 13 games back. 13 back. Still a lot of meat left on that bone. And by the way, we got bye weeks this week in the NFL.
Yes, we do. Yes, we do. So the numbers will start to slow down just a little bit. All right, Steiny Guru are going to be here in a second. Until then, there's only one way to celebrate our show-anniversary, but I'm going to hold that off on it for a second if we still have George in Los Altos. Is George still with us? George is gone. All right, never mind then. We will go ahead and dive right into the only way to celebrate 1 year with Dan Dibley, and that is rip the refs.
No.
Let's rip the refs. Here we go. No, can I just for a second, I don't know whose fault. I don't know how to blame. We can say it's the rule. You're right. The rule is bad. I'm also going to say the rule is being interpreted incorrectly. And then even further than that,
I don't know what you're talking about, Mark.
We have arrived at a spot in the NFL where we have decided that we want to challenge something called physics. You cannot tell a 330-pound man to tackle Derek Carr while he's running toward him. And then when Derek Carr falls and that tackler simply goes down with that player, you cannot tell me that's a penalty, because it's literally against the laws of physics to ask people to do anything different. What happened last night with Jones, what happened with Grady Jarrett in Atlanta against Tom Brady, this can't be. This cannot be a part of our game. You can blame whoever you want. This cannot be a part of our game.
I blame Tom Brady, and it is a part of our game. And so my brother Mike has an expression that I love and hate at the same time. We'll play golf, and I'll hit my 17th consecutive tee shot to the right, and my brother will say, Daniel, athletes adjust. And I hate that, but he's right. So if you are one of these various 300-pound pass rushers, you're well aware of the rules as it pertains to the quarterback and roughing the passer. Time to make some adjustments, big fella.
Oh, my gosh. First of all, this is a terrible take.
You're welcome.
First of all, those are not outside the rules. It's being misinterpreted. And second of all, how can you adjust physics? That'd be like saying, Dibs, your ball's going to the right. We would like you to now start swinging with your nose. You can't do it. You cannot not fall down when you're tackling someone.
What happened, Mark, is I went through a grip change, and I'm no longer hitting the ball to the right. I'm getting over to my left side a little bit better, so I made the adjustment. And if you are one of these various defensive linemen, especially when you're playing Tom Brady, you know you can't tackle Tom Brady. When he has the football and he's going to pass, stop trying to tackle him. It's going to be a penalty.
Got it. Okay, so the adjustment is stop playing football, and then you won't get flagged for playing football.
Just show some awareness.
Is that accurate?
You're playing Tom Brady. He's 45. He's going to break a hip. The last thing the league wants is for Tom Brady to get knocked out of a game. Mark, I'm not saying that the rule isn't terrible. It's a terrible rule the way that they've gone about the body weight. The one last night I thought was worse than the Brady one, because he goes through, he hits Derek Carr, and to your point, What's the man supposed to do? You're told to finish the hit and play to the echo of the whistle. All he did was continue. He didn't drive Derek Carr into the ground. He didn't lift him up and do any of that stuff. So I'm with you. It's not the referees, though. Stay off the zebras. It's the damn rule book.
No, it is the referees. It is the referees. It's a bad rule, but even those that we saw over the weekend, including last night, those were not outside the rule. And what really bothers me, especially, you know what, someone like you, Dibs, you're such a big fan of one word. You've been asking for Draymond to use it all year long. You're such a big fan of accountability. Why can't the refs come out and say, missed that one? Because both of them doubled down when they got to the pool report. Both of them said, yep, those are outside the rule. And I'm like, no, they're not.
They are.
They are absolutely. Tom Brady did not get thrown to the ground. His head didn't even touch the ground.
I know what I'm getting you for our show anniversary, and it's a copy of the damn rule book. And I just hope you'll take some time and just leaf through it in your spare time.
Do me a favor and make sure you include a gift receipt because I'm taking that sucker back to the store.
That's heard from.
All right, let's get.
Speaking of which, I hope you got what I gave you yesterday in your lunch bag.
Yes.
Okay, good.
Yes.
Beautiful.
Thank you for the thank you.
Of course.
And thank you. And thank you.
Well, I wasn't fishing for the thank you. I just wanted to make sure that you got the thank you card because as a part of my ongoing maturity as a new dad, # Grandpa Daddy, I'm trying to do things like thank you cards. And so it was important that you received that.
Yeah, it has been received. It has been sent through the proper channels.
Perfect.
And the acknowledgement is very much appreciated. All right, speaking of things we appreciate, how about Steiny and Goo? Let's get Steiny and Goo in here and get going on changeover time. How we doing, boys? What's cooking?
I'm doing fine. Before we get started, tell God hello because it looks like you're in heaven. Okay.
That's right.
Tell Goo said hello, and hopefully I'll see him sometime.
That's right. Yeah, it was a tough day yesterday. I flatlined at about 5:53 p.m., and so now I'm calling in from heaven, and I'm glad to be here. It's everything people say it is.
Hey, Willard.
Look at Steiny in your chair.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. How about my Phillies, baby?
Oh, my goodness.
I've been telling you all year. That's my team, baby. The Phillies.
Listen to me right now.
Day one.
These teams
winning it all. I said they were for real. Nobody believed me.
FR over there.
I was 6 minutes ago days old when I found out that game had already started.
Right.
I had no idea that they were playing. Why are the Braves playing in the morning?
It's day baseball, though, Willard. We got it. Three more games after this.
Wait a minute. You're right.
World Series champs are playing in the play-in game, apparently. Like, what is this? Are they in Dayton? Where are they playing this game?
I believe it's in Gwinnett, is the new home of the Atlanta Braves, for those of you who partake in Georgia. And I'm so happy that Philadelphia has an early lead because all of those racist, arm-wielding imbeciles have put the chop away because when you're down by 5 runs, you can't do your stupid racist chant. It was going early. Not a forearm in the air now in Gwinnett, baby. Love to see it.
Can you three tell me why? We know I love sports, but why do I care so much about it? And if you would have watched Dibs, I just want Steiny to love me like you love any ref. On whatever level, Dibs has the ref back. If you watch that Tampa game, which I had some chicken on it, the Falcons get the ball back, they were going to win the game. That cockamamie call on Brady, that hurt my feelings. And last night, the Chris Jones on Carr, the 9:45. What are we doing? It's starting to hurt because it's affecting the outcome, man.
That's a shame.
Come on, been affecting the outcome.
But dude, get it right. Guess what? News bulletin. Football is a rough sport, guys. Come on.
Guess what?
Troy Aikman said put dresses on them. I mean, whoa.
It's a violent sport, and at times you want to
penalize a defender for tackling the quarterback.
So, it's an
hypocrisy.
unworkable. incongruity.
Dude.
It's like the homeless situation.
You know what's
unsolvable.
This is wild, though. This is wild, though, because if that's what you want to do, if you want to legislate the violence because it's too much, because we're still sort of PTSD with Tua from a couple of weeks ago, some people think that's what's going on. If you want to legislate the violence, these are like the last two plays on earth that I would have pointed out. I mean, Tom Brady, again, rolls over someone, doesn't even hit the ground very hard.
Oh, my gosh.
Like, that's about it. That's about as feather soft of a tackle as you get in the NFL. And the one from Chris Jones, again, like there are 10 plays in any game that always look way worse than that. So if you want to legislate that, you picked the wrong plays.
I mean, we'll just end up, and seriously, we'll just end up going full circle to where we were. More quarterbacks will get injured.
Right.
And
or why can't you review a call like that?
No.
Because
why can't
it's a
we review
judgment. It's a judgment, unlike whether or not he got his 2 feet in. If a guy gets 2 feet in or doesn't get 2 feet in, that is a judgment in the moment, but you can go back to replay and actually definitively see black and white whether or not the feet were in or if the toe touched the line. In this case, Rule 12, Section 2, Article 11, subsection B,
Willard,
a rushing defense. This is the rule book. This is the rule book. I'm sorry,
it doesn't
facts
make it
intimidate
right.
you. A rushing defender is prohibited from committing such intimidating and punishing acts as, quote, stuffing a passer into the ground or unnecessarily wrestling or driving him down after the passer has thrown the ball,
and
even if the rusher makes his contact with the passer within one step, as in provided in subsection A above.
That was well done.
You just described neither of these plays.
Wow.
Neither of them were
That's exactly what last night was.
The comeback. Dibs.
You know, when I saw the Jones hit, I looked up and said, I can see it.
Steiny, he said Derek Carr after the game laughed that he couldn't believe that call was made. That's when it's a mockery. And if we used to, back in the day, review pass interferences, where you got to go as long as you get the call right. And if it's one of those calls that's going to change the game, look at they're not taking it serious, Willard. It's embarrassing to the league.
I'm reading the rule book.
No, they're not taking it serious because they know they have no arguments, so they're going to play the whole thing.
I'm taking it very seriously because all of you wannabe know-it-alls, you don't know a dang thing because, and if I may continue from subsection B,
you really shouldn't because you don't either, Dibs.
Who is in a defenseless posture, a player must not or unnecessarily land on top of him with almost of the defender's weight.
Yeah.
It's nauseating.
It's the rule.
How did he find it?
You've blown some whistles for 9-year-olds in Corte Madera, and now you're telling us that you know what's going on in an NFL game. Neither of these plays fell within those rules. I am pro protecting the quarterback. I don't want people named Skyler playing quarterback anymore either. I don't want injuries. But the bottom line is there needs to be some sort of backbone to these calls. And whether it's review or whether at minimum in the damn pool report say that you got the thing wrong.
Talk to him, Willard.
Speak on it.
How come you never want it for refs? How come you never want it for refs?
There is accountability for officials. It just happens behind closed doors.
What's the deal?
Yeah.
That doesn't help the Raiders, the Chiefs. Even though they won the game, Steiny, that don't make it right. The pool report, all that stuff. Get it?
If I may continue from subsection B, the defensive player must strive.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMC.
Dick Pavetta over here.
At HD1 San Francisco. It's always live on the
Don't hate the player, hate the rule.
I'm not disagreeing it was a bad call. Or, man, we can't be called.
It's a bad rule.
But
this is so good.
To me, that's like it's always going to be a controversial call at times. The roughing the passer. Like it's always going to be one of those, no matter where they put the bar, where they put the line. I think it's always going to be a call where 50% going to be like, that's too much. And
these refs are an impossible spot, Mark. The rule says
impossible.
God bless them.
Listen to what. Here's why it's impossible. The rule says the defensive player must strive to wrap up the passer. How does the ref know if the player is striving to avoid body contact or not. These guys are refereeing this in real time.
Right. Do you know Chris Jones?
Excuse me, Chris. Were you striving not to land on him with your body weight?
He took his hands off of Derek Carr on his way to the ground to brace his fall. I mean, this is actually, if you want to read your rule book, and please don't.
I want to close his laptop.
Chris Jones literally did exactly what he's being asked to do.
Mark, he's 345 pounds of a man. Understand it's tackle football.
Yeah, he's got to lose some weight.
Do it. Yeah, I'm
295. That's not a penalty.
You two stop.
Okay, and then one more thing.
I just know this is one that
people can't see your smile, Steiny. Everyone's watching on YouTube. They can't see. They can't see your sarcastic grin, Steiny. They can't see it.
I want him to.
You don't think what.
No, this one doesn't incense me.
Say what you're actually thinking.
This one doesn't incense me at all.
Why?
Like the roughing the passer penalty in the NFL, it doesn't do anything.
Even when
for
it's
me.
wrong, Steiny?
Well, there's wrong illegal procedure. There's wrong block charge. There's wrong ball strike.
But okay, and for the Atlanta Falcons, it took an opportunity for them to win a game and a great play that they had.
It'll be somebody else down the line.
Okay, let me give you three.
Just one more.
No,
one more.
Oh
just,
my Willard.
This will be it. I promise. This will be it, and I'll close my laptop. This is from the notes section, and again, the referees are beholden to this only, the rule book. In the notes, it says, when in doubt about a call or potentially dangerous tactic, the referee should always call roughing the passer.
Wow.
So
sweet. What about when not in doubt? Because there was absolutely no doubt whatsoever. I watched both of these plays in real time
Brady is the
worst. Right away.
Yeah.
And the replays,
by the way,
actually only bear it out even more. It's just I mean, I don't know.
Right.
I don't know how. No, listen,
Mark,
you can defend this from any angle you want. The bottom line is this can't be in the game.
Thank you.
It can't.
There it is.
And these are, by the way, illegal procedure. Illegal procedure is not a game-changing play because you're going to stop. You're going to blow the whistle.
I'll go with
like
pass interference. You can call that.
How about defensive holding on a field goal attempt? Was that not a game-changing call last night?
Mark, do you think? And seriously, a pass interference, 3rd and 15. You throw a 20-yard pass. There's contact. Pass interference defense. First down. To me, that's the same kind of hair pulling out call that'll bother you.
I'll tell you why this is going to get people even more. The reason that there is an emotional aspect to this particular call. You're never going to legislate bad calls out of games. They're human beings. I think we understand that. But if you're going to continue, as Dibs even just said, when in doubt, we're going to lean into the idea where just literally regular technical football is now being flagged. It's one thing, pass interference, it's tough. Guys are jawing at each other and pulling on each other. There's always going to be bad calls. This one hits fans in an emotional way because you're literally flagging guys for exactly what they're supposed to do. And that's different. That is very, very different. Those were technically perfect plays by the defensive linemen. And as it turned out, both of them were game changers. Both of them.
Yeah.
No, Willard, I'm with you, man. Power to you, bro.
Both illegal. So, you as a player, just like us on the radio, it's incumbent upon us to know the rules and the 7 words we can't say. We know the rules of being on broadcast radio, and we can either follow them or not. If you're a pass rusher, it's the same thing. You can either read the rule book and see what to do or what not to do, or you can choose not to. It's an individual
I just don't know
choice.
how you brush off what Atlanta's dealing with. That's all.
Yeah, and this would be akin, as you just said, the 7 words we can't say. This would be akin to you being fired for using the word "and." I'm sorry, you're doing exactly.
Well, if "and" was in the rule book,
if
"and" was forbidden, then I wouldn't say "and."
We got through year 1, and I never got you to ever say there's been a bad call or it's ever a ref's fault. I'll try again in year 2. I'll try again to see if I can ever find the moment.
Again,
I'm going to keep trying.
And I just want everyone out there to understand where I'm coming from. It's the rule that you don't like. It's not the individual. Those individuals elite
it's the
at enforcing
outcome,
the
Dibs.
rules.
It's the outcome. And I'm going to say this. I'm going to take it to left field. I'm a lover, not a fighter. I've said it more than one occasion. But if you put me in an octagon and you said, who's your opponent? It's the inventor of analytics and the one that made these NFL coaches wimps. And what I saw last night when the Raiders were lucky to be in a position to kick an extra point to tie the game with 4 minutes left to go for 2 is the stupidest decision that cannot be defended, and it's cowardice. Why would you still got to play defense, Mark. You still got to stop the Chiefs. Why wouldn't you do that with the tie game? Talk to me.
Okay, so what if I said, because I sort of had the same initial reaction that you do.
Wimps!
Producer Kyle, we're all texting last night. What if I said to you, you just said, you still have to play defense either way. Well, what if I said to you, that's exactly the point. If you kick the extra point, if you get the 2, or if you don't get the 2, is the scenario not exactly the same either way? So, in other words, I'm going to try to get the lead on the off chance that I'm going to get a stop on the Chiefs that we all know you're not going to get. But if you're tied, you still need that stop, and then the fallback is you end up in overtime, and you don't like your chances there. And if you don't have the lead and you fall down by 1, you still need to stop the Chiefs, get the ball back, and score again, which they almost did. So I'm with you in spirit. I thought it was weird, but I can see how it was actually kind of this scenario no matter what you did there. I think still need to stop, and you still need to stop.
I mean, my way of thinking is we are all completely misinterpreting and misunderstanding the word analytics. They go up 30-23. Andy Reid, he's got a decision to make. He can go for 1 or 2. Wow. I heard Mark say earlier, it basically comes down to 50-50 on that one. Well, then that's called a hunch. And that's called your gut. That's the opposite to me of analytics. To me, what it's saying, and I totally get it, it's like we all know the balance. You know what? We get 2 here, this ball game's over. All right? We don't, then they're going to need 2 scores, essentially.
Right. If you kick the 1,
it was a hunch, Goo.
Yeah, but if you kick 50, the 1.
50-50.
They got to get to, in my world, you got to get 2 plays. Right. You give up the touchdown, but we still got it. They got to get the 2. What's wrong with that?
Nothing.
Why would you leave yourself hanging to where a touchdown ties the game?
We know the explanation everybody has.
Trying to be the smartest guy in the room and manipulate their way to a win. It's weak, and
it's not weak.
It is, man.
It's actually the opposite.
I wanted the Raiders to win that game damn bad.
That's why it's weak.
No, I'm not a Raider fan because Fat Man got greedy.
So
kick the extra point, go up 8.
So Andy Reid is weak for trying to step on the Raiders' throat and put them away with 6 minutes left in the game.
It's stupid.
Okay, that's different than weak.
Yeah. Nothing, Dibs?
Oh, no, I'm just firing back. I'm sorry on the YouTube. People coming down my road.
I love it too. Yeah, I got friends on there.
I'm just dreaming about the rule book here. That's all. I'm sorry.
And do me a favor, guys. I heard the changeover. Bonte and I talk, and we talk about gambling. Now he's got this thing to where he's making fun of my bets. He'll go against it. So when he does it again, Willard, call him out and be like, you don't really mean that. He did it today, took a cheap shot, but I did have the Chiefs to score 31. They get 30. It's 30 in the hook, and they go for 2.
I'm not going to fight it. I'm not going to fight another man's battles for him. I'm not going to fight another man's battles for him.
But just know,
Goo, you picked the wrong over. Just pick the over in the game. It was an Ottoman pick. Over 52 and a half.
The Raiders over 26, so I hit
early
that.
fourth quarter.
Yeah, Raiders plus 7 and the over were the picks. Yeah.
Real quick, did you guys talk about Draymond Green's mother's tweet?
Yeah, we did.
She took down her Twitter.
Oh, she did?
She has deleted her Twitter account.
Her Twitter.
So
I lost a follower.
Clearly what happened Clearly what happened is she took a lot of heat for the tweet she wrote yesterday, and then she followed it up with da-da-da, hopefully it can all work out, but I'm out.
Yeah.
I'm not going to be here.
Okay. Yeah. There you go.
Yeah, Willard, your question to the fellas this morning was profound, too. Like, where is this thing? And I don't expect Jordan to talk tonight after the game, if he didn't talk Sunday after dropping 25, but, I mean, this is heavy.
Yeah, it gets solved. Well,
Captain Obvious.
It gets solved one of two ways. If Jordan says, hey, we're good, I'm good, let's move forward, or Draymond actually goes further to make his time away more real than just a concert tour.
Right.
You know?
Yeah, no, the mystery right now, I just don't think is helping the Warriors. Somebody wants some definition. So if every day it's, hey, when's Draymond back? Yeah, we don't know. That feeds into the idea that this is a bigger deal than the opposite.
And I don't
disagree with that.
Yeah, I'm not saying Jordan Poole's the only one that got punched by a teammate or hurt on the job. And I mean this, Dibs, as I look at you, outside of Chris Rock, who could really try to act like they know what walking in those shoes is like?
Right, especially
that's never happened to me.
Well, like hockey, it's part of the gig, right? Where you drop the gloves, and even incidents like Marty McSorley, who chopped. I think it was Donald Brashear.
Yeah, that was nasty,
and he got suspended for a year, I think, for that incident that may have been tinged with racism, but just the embarrassment of the Will Smith, Chris Rock. The fact that the video came out.
And they've yet to talk. Chris has yet to talk to him.
Right, but they don't have to be
you're
teammates.
Talking teammates.
Yeah, right, no doubt.
You're talking teammates here. Yeah, a lot of this stuff, when it happens on the field or on the court, when it's opponents, that's not okay, but it's a totally different dynamic. So, yep. As the world turns on this one, it continues to go. Same thing with you guys, man. Have a great show. Steiny and Goo coming up next.
All right, baby.
He brings the passion.
For what? I want to know now. I'm mentally invested. Don't tell me to pray and you don't say what for.
He brings the perspective.
Yeah, I think they both have a great point. Get off me, text line.
He's truly one of a kind.
That is wow. Oh, my God.
And he's doing a great job.
I need you to man up and say what you really want to say.
Simon, you're doing a great job.
Together, they're Steiny and Guru.
Yeah.
On 95.7 The Game.
All right, so I'm watching that game last night and I'm going to go there. Oh, did he leave? But he needs to know this. He needs to know this.
Dude,
My Raiders are fine. My Raiders are fine.
They got 6 easy games.
Well,
you got to win one.
Let's not look 6 games ahead.
Well, that makes you feel better. Dude, we got to talk about your sweater before we get out of here.
It's a sweatshirt, I think.
But it's like you're in jail. That they wear those gray ones in jail. So I'm looking at you like you're a little tougher today, Steiny.
Hey,
I was over there looking at you.
Hey, man, I'm
careful
tough
now.
guy like Draymond Green, baby. Come at me at your own peril.
Too soon.
No, it's not.
Too soon.
Too soon. I'll decide when it's too soon.
Too soon.
So Kansas City scores. Kelsey. More touchdowns in one game than George Kittle. I won't.
25 yards, I believe, 30. I don't know. But
take that game any day of the week because you had 4 touchdowns. All right, so they're up 30-23 with 7:25 to go. And Andy Reid goes for 2. As it becomes clear he's going for 2, I say to myself, I wouldn't go for 2. All right, that's.
Oh, you admitted it.
I said I wouldn't go for 2. But it's easy to see where his thought process is. I wouldn't go for 2, but I see what he's trying to do.
But please tell us.
Stick 2 into the end zone to make it 32-23, night-night. That's 2 scores.
But what if it doesn't work?
We all know. If it doesn't work, it's 30-23. My point is he absolutely positively knew, if we don't get 2, they score, they can win it with a 2. Like, do you think that didn't enter his mind?
I don't think he thought the Raiders would go for 2. That I don't.
Oh my gosh.
What I don't like about it is there's 2 sections. You got 3 units to a team, offense, special teams, and defense. Basically what Andy Reid did by being greedy is saying, I don't trust my defense. And I don't get why if you kick the extra point, you get yourself that one play. No matter what happens, if my defense gives it up, we still got a chance to keep them out of the end zone on a 2-point conversion. That's enough to me. Okay. So why would you be, I'm going to go for the kill shot? You had 57 minutes to go for a kill shot, and this is where you're at.
7.5 left.
I can't stand it, man.
What can't you stand?
The fact that you're greedy. Don't you get it?
Okay, so
you said you wouldn't have did it. So why are you up looking at me like I'm an alien? Like you don't win games. Like Tom Landry didn't do that. Bill Walsh didn't do that. Mike Ditka didn't do that. The great ones have never been so greedy as these jokers now. That's what pisses me off. And because some nerd went in the room and there's new math, or we're supposed to comprehend this new math, these coaches didn't win games like that. Quit being a coward. D up. That's what makes me. You just admitted it. You said I wouldn't have did it, and now you're looking at me like I'm some creature from Mars because I don't like it.
I wouldn't have done it, but it's a 50-50.
What's 50-50 about kicking the extra point that you earned to go up 8, Matt?
What are you talking about? What's wrong with going for 2 and trying to put the game away?
You know what? I'm having a good day. I'm in a good mood.
But like what I'm saying is don't get mad at analytics because this isn't really analytics. This is
stupid lytics.
First of all,
we're going to put a foot on his neck. We're going to put us in go for what? And the Raiders should have won that game. Oh my God, I was hoping they won because that was a stupid, greedy mistake. It's just greed. It meet me halfway. It's greed.
Okay, but it
doesn't
don't you understand?
You still are playing football when you shouldn't have to. Now, if you're up 8, you give up a score, they get the 2-point conversion. Hey, you know what? We got overtime. But being greedy and taking risks, Steiny, when it backfires, you leave your ass hanging, and they should have got burnt.
I just don't. I don't think we're in that era anymore. From 30 years ago.
Okay, you know what? When did it change?
Well, first of all, a lot of it changed.
That's what I'm asking.
A lot of it changed when they put in the 2-point conversion, which I'd actually like to know now when that was, because Tom Landry maybe never had to make that decision 1 or 2 points. The other thing is it's certainly gotten more prevalent since they moved the extra point back 15 yards. So now it's a 35-yard field goal. Again,
I don't know why I'm hot.
I don't either. Because, like, it's like a guy, it's here's what it's like. Warriors up 1, and there's 30 seconds left, and forget Steph Curry. Somebody shoots a 3 because they know if they make a 3, it's a 2-possession game, right? And they take a 3 rather than go for a 2. And I'll say at that point, they shouldn't have taken that 3, but I know what he was thinking. He could put the game away. And maybe there's some times where the guy makes the 3 and the game ends right there.
I believe it was you, and it may not have been. You helped me out. On the flip side, because this bothered me. So the Raiders are going for 2 instead of tying the game when they got the bomb from Carr to Adams.
Okay.
There was 4-something left in the game.
Yep.
And Steiny, even if you get the lead, that's fool's gold because you still got to stop, quote unquote, which you had, this machine, which is the Chiefs' offense. So what are you really gaining by risking not having a tie game and getting a 1-point lead for Mahomes to go down, kick a field goal at minimum and beat you? You still got to face that dragon of having faith in your defense. So why wouldn't you protect your football team and the euphoria or momentum of tying the game up, and maybe you stop Kansas City and 4th down instead of them going for it, which I've been hearing, they would have went for it. Like, I played a lot Madden, Steiny. It's a video game. Nobody's getting paid millions of dollars, but these coaches are acting like, to me, like this is different than Madden. This is real life. Guys are losing their jobs. I just can't get why the greed is so enticing.
So we're talking about you would have just tied the game for the Raiders.
Doubt. Okay.
Fair enough.
Because I still got to play D if I even get it, right?
Okay, but guess what? What if you play D and the game's over then? Because you played D 1 time.
I get on that airplane, I take a shower after the game, and I step to the podium like we laid it all on the line. But math was not the reason we lost.
31-30 in that situation.
Oh, if you got it. Yeah.
I mean, the other thing I think is a very, very real thing is if you're an underdog, the longer the game goes, the harder it is to win. It's to me, it absolutely would enter my thinking. I'm not saying it would dictate it, but it would enter my thinking, what are our chances in overtime? In this situation against this team, on this night. We're on the road in a really harsh environment. We've already blown a 17-0 lead, and they've been scoring like crazy since the field goal at the end of the first half. You know what? I don't think we win this game in overtime.
But what if we kick off on special teams? You catch it and run it out and fumble. We get it. That's robbing the human element of things happening, though, Steiny.
I also remember a game, and I wish Spadoni were here. I want to say it was the opener, the Oakland Raiders, and I remember this because Jack Del Rio.
Against the Saints. It was in New Orleans, yeah.
They scored 35-34.
I remember that.
And they went for 2. They were either going to win or lose the game. You just what at the time? How are you feeling about?
I was, again, it worked. You're the man. But I just didn't understand it.
Do you understand it now?
No, I hate it more now. And years have went by.
I'm talking about the Raiders.
No, that I think that's more egregious than Andy Reid. Tied the
game. And you know
game.
what? I bet you I could find, and I'm dead serious, I bet you I could find 10 Raiders from that team that might say, you know what?
Derek Carr was one of them.
You know what? When we went for 2 in New Orleans, that showed us that we were and Jack Del Rio was this, that, and the other thing. And you know what? Isn't that the year they go 13-3?
Yeah, but
Derek Carr got hurt.
You watch football, man. There are a lot. These teams are going for it on 4th down when they should do something else. And Staley, the Charger coach, I mean, it's just he's the poster child of it's backfiring. But I just don't like it, man. I don't like the message that a team that's 1-3, like the Raiders were going in that game, that's played their ass off, tie the game, and maybe you get a fumble on the kickoff. Maybe you stop them. But to go get that lead for a good 2 or 3 minutes it's not worth the risk. And I think these games mean so much. Live another play. That's my motto. Live another play. And if we lose, let's lose 37-30, but not because I was so enticed trying to get a lead for umpteen minutes. I'm out.
So there's a problem in the NFL with coaches being too aggressive. Like you don't want to see as many coaches go for it on 4th down as do. Or
there's just a lot of.
Or you just want to play it by the book.
Play it, but that's my style, and I understand everybody's not like that, but that's where I'm at.
All right, 888-957-9570 is the number. Matt Steinmetz, Darryl the Guru Johnson. You watched the Monday night game last night. Let's talk about those 2 thoughts after I was trying to think. There's 2 decisions, 2 coaches going for 2-point conversions in the last 7.5 minutes. I mean, I'm not crazy about those moves, but I see what both guys were thinking, and that's the way that one went. 888-957-9570 is the number. Get in here and join the conversation.
Everything, our farm, our stand, our pop-up shop, it really all started when we discovered the benefits of local, raw honey for our family.
And then we decided to turn it into a business.
We were looking for something to help us get up and running.
So we got the Chase Business Complete Banking Account.
It's more than a bank account. It comes with Quick Accept, which lets us take card payments anytime, anywhere in the U.S. using the Chase mobile app. Plus, we get same-day deposits at no extra cost. For us, it's more than honey. It's about sharing a little sweetness with the world.
Get the Chase Business Complete Banking Account with the essentials you need to help get your business going. Learn more at chase.com/business-complete-banking. Chase for business. Make more of what's yours. Quick Accept is not available in U.S. territories. Enrollment required. Usage subject to approval. Same-day deposits available for payments before 8 p.m. Eastern Time, Sunday to Friday. Fees and rates apply for checking and processing. Limitations and restrictions apply. Participants compensated. Merchant services provided by Payment Tech LLC and WePay Inc. Subsidiaries of J.P. Morgan Chase Bank and a member FDIC.
Are you thinking about getting a new TV this week at prime prices? Maybe a Samsung, LG, or a Sony? Before you click, you should check out Video Only, because they've got below prime deals. That's right, top-rated TVs at better than online prices. Curbside pickup or home delivery are available. Don't click before you call Video Only, because if you do, You'll be sorry.
If you own a business, this has been a bumpy ride. From pandemic to inflation, I'm sure you could use a break. If your business has 5 or more employees and survived COVID, you might be eligible to receive a payroll tax refund of up to $26,000 per employee. The challenge is getting your hands on it. Hi, I'm Howard Mackler, and that's why I founded GetRefunds.com to cut through the red tape and get you the money. The team of tax attorneys we have put together are highly trained in this little-known payroll tax refund program. We do all the work, charge not a dime up front, and simply share a percentage of the cash that we get for you. Businesses of all types can qualify, including those that took PPP, nonprofits, and even those that had increases in sales. We have helped return over $1 billion to businesses, and we can help you too. Just go to getrefunds.com/sports, click on Qualify Me, and answer a few questions. This payroll tax refund is only available for a limited period of time. Don't lose out on up to $26,000 per employee. Go to getrefunds.com/sports. That's getrefunds.com/sports.
O'Reilly. Count on the professional parts people at O'Reilly Auto Parts to recommend the best products for your vehicle and budget. Get maximum cooling system performance for 10 years or 300,000 miles with peak long life universal pre-mixed antifreeze and coolant. Now just $3.99 after mail-in rebate. Limits apply. Stop by O'Reilly Auto Parts today or visit O'ReillyAuto.com.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Hi, this is George with Left Coast Buyers. We buy properties all over California. If you own a house or an apartment building and want to sell it fast at a great price, call us at 925-434-5000. We can pay cash and close in as little as 7 days. We buy properties in any condition, any price range, and can help you in any situation. Do you own a property that is run down and needs thousands of dollars in repairs? Are you out of time, money, and energy? Let us help. Are you looking for an easy way to get top dollar for your property and sell on your terms and timeline? Well, call Left Coast Buyers now at 925-434-5000. We can solve any problem. We buy divorce houses, inherited houses. We even buy vacant houses and abandoned houses. Do you have a tenant who hasn't paid rent? Are you behind on property taxes, mortgage payments, or even facing a foreclosure? Even if you're just nervous about capital gains or an upcoming recession, we've seen it all. So if you or someone you know owns a property and needs to sell, call Left Coast Buyers at 925-434-5000. That's 925-434-5000.
Great cars and great customer experience are what define a great dealership. At BMW of Fairfield, we deliver on both counts. BMW of Fairfield is the top-rated BMW dealership in the Bay Area, according to Google reviews. We love selling the ultimate driving machines, but our success rests on the outstanding experience we provide our customers. It's a better way to buy and own a vehicle. Experience it for yourself at BMW of Fairfield. One price, one person, 1 hour.
Starting Stronger starts at AutoZone, where they've got battery solutions in the form of free battery testing, free battery charging, and replacement batteries that fit your needs. That's what makes them America's #1 battery destination. Get in the zone. AutoZone.
Get what you want and pay over time when you use your Lowe's Advantage Card. Now through October 26, 2022. Ask for 0% APR with 36 fixed monthly payments on a product installation or appliance purchase of $1,000 or more. Shop for the appliances you want in-store or online. Or go to the store nearest you for installation. Now at Lowe's. Offer subject to credit approval. Minimum monthly payments required. See store or Lowe's.com for details. U.S. only.
Get in the zone. AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today? Thinking about gas mileage. You know, an oil change with full synthetic oil like Valvoline Advance can help your engine get more miles. Right now, you can get 5 quarts with an STP Extended Life oil filter for only $36.99. Find your solution for better fuel efficiency today at any of our 6,200 stores or on AutoZone.com.
Get in the zone. AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
Size matters.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Yeah, Fitzy. 1 week from today, baby.
Yeah.
Warriors start their season. Defending champions. All right. So I'm walking down the hall to get coffee. And I try to always self-assess. And I said, God, did I do something to get under Guru's skin? I didn't think I did. All I said was, what did I say? I said, well, it didn't work, but I could see his. Okay. Can I ask you a question? Did you have money on this game last night?
See, and that's coming from Twitch and YouTube.
Did we have? Did you have?
You think I'm the okay? The answer to that is yes. Okay, but do you think I'm the type of guy that would come to my job?
Can I ask you some more questions?
Oh yeah, go ahead. Go ahead.
Can I ask you what your bet was last night?
I had 2. Okay. Kansas City -7. So if they kick that extra point,
Kansas City -7.
My ticket cashes.
Okay.
And then I had the Raiders over 26.5, which what they did had nothing to do with it. So they had to score 27 points, which they did. So that
you needed to win both.
No, I won the Raiders before when they got the touchdown. Okay. You're laughing.
Well, I mean, come on, Goo. If Kansas City hits that extra point, it's 31-23.
Yeah, but I know how to compartmentalize. It's not. I didn't lost a minute. Look at my record on the year for NFL. You think that's where that venom came from?
Yeah, it hurts.
I'm a student of the game, man. I like uniforms. I like the stitching. I like the announcers, the stuff that you called me a nerd or people call me a nerd for. It means something to me. And I have an ability, an uncanny ability to be a Chiefs and Raider fan. I watch games like I know what the fans like me that are rooting for these teams. And that's why I'm disgusted. I just can't stand the greed coming from these NFL coaches. So it ain't about my bet. I pushed. I didn't lose the bet. I pushed because it was -7.
But you would have won the bet.
Yeah, but it ain't about my thing is, Steiny,
it's gutsy. I don't think it's greedy. I think it's gutsy.
But why I think I snapped.
Praise that.
Yeah, why I think I snapped.
Yeah,
is my.
I didn't.
No.
Usually
you said,
no.
Goo. I basically not to paraphrase. You were like, Goo. I understand. Like you said in real time, I didn't get why they were doing it, and that's what I wanted to hug you.
I got why they were doing it. I just didn't agree.
Right.
I said, well,
you
I'm
made
not
me
Andy
feel
Reid.
like a what do they call it, a black pet?
But here's the black sheep.
Black sheep, right?
No. But
that's why you kind of tricked me.
There was a nuance you were completely missing, and that is,
they got.
I'm thinking, I might not have done that. I might have just taken 8, and because maybe I look at it as though they still need 2 scores. One's just a 2-point conversion on their touchdown.
Right.
But
I'm gonna give you some.
I can also think, okay, Andy Reid, he's a big boy. He's been in this league. He knows. He knows if they can squeeze 2 in here, the Raiders are done. Not only that, the Raiders will know they're done. So, okay, I get it. He's trying to do it, and he's figuring, you know what? If we don't get it, they still have to hit a 2-point conversion to beat us. And he's like, I'll take my chances.
Wow.
Like, I totally understand what he was thinking.
So to me, this is just me. Forget the gambling, Steiny, and I mean it. Because I'm offended that you asked that. I think somebody might have ran into you in the hallway.
Offended what?
That you think the venom, or anybody, the venom's coming from the outcome of the...
It's part of it.
I swear to you, as we...
10%.
No
20?
percent. No, I pushed.
Exactly.
I'm telling you, I
won.
care.
So, you actually lost, and I know why you lost.
I pushed.
It's because you were in your mind. You'd won that bet already in your mind.
When he got the touchdown after the Chiefs bet. But listen,
Guru, were you like, what are you doing?
I said, why are they going? Why is Mahomes come off the field? Listen, it's not. Gosh. I see how you could. This episode of Three's Company, people are getting the notes and they think they know how the story went down in real time. It is not. That has nothing to do with it. Listen, man, it's a violent game. The Chiefs work their ass off. And what do you try and do? Get out of here with a win and not go extra. And extra is overtime. So I, in real time, wouldn't have thought, you know what, I'm going to be extra greedy here. And in case it backfires, if the Raiders score, which they have, we're going to have to go to overtime if they kick an extra point. I wouldn't put my team in that.
We all know the situation.
Okay, real quick here, Steiny. I'm not by myself. I always look at that extra point as the play of the game. So you got to score and go 80 yards. And if you do that, you still got to do one play to tie the game. That's enough insurance for me. And I just thought Andy was saying to his defense, y'all can't stop a nosebleed. So I didn't like any of it. And had the Raiders not went greed mode, we would have had an overtime game. That's all, man. Where injuries can happen.
Guru, the reason Andy Reid went for 2 is because he didn't trust his backup kicker. They were using a backup. What's his name? Butker, right? No. Yeah, he was out. 510 Steiny, gutsy. You can't be gutsy when you're 1-3. No, I'm talking about the Chiefs. Yeah. The Chiefs going for 2, I was saying.
Wow.
Maybe that's gutsy. But the Raiders were doing too.
You're 1-3, McDaniel? I'll take OT all day. You up in here going for, and you still got a D up.
Well, hold on.
Okay.
Why are you saying I'll take OT all day? Because your defense hasn't stopped jack in the second half.
Well, okay.
And that's what he was thinking, maybe.
Yeah. But what if you win the coin tip and the coin toss in OT?
Well, then you got to go get a touchdown.
Yeah, and you win it and they don't get the ball. Yeah. I'll tell you what, and you I know you're claiming the Phillies and Eagles.
You're high.
No, I'm telling you, the Raiders are going to make the playoffs. I'm not even.
No, you can't do that.
Look at their schedule.
Evan, can you help me here?
Right. No, everybody's talking about it. For Raider fans, just look at their schedule. They got some Twinkies.
I'm leaving.
No, don't leave.
He doesn't even listen to me.
Yeah.
He doesn't even listen to me.
That's a heartbreak hotel.
I've done 3 shows when the Raiders were 0-3.
And you were saying,
and I said, this team I would bet to make the playoffs. And now you're going to say, hey, Steiny, the Raiders are going to make the playoffs. No.
Yeah.
You're just trying to switch.
He's not allowed to agree?
No.
That's all. And he don't like, look
not
at
without citing. Like, he came in there and goes, the Raiders might win their next 6 games. And I go flipping through Twitter, and I see my guy Steve Weish on the NFL Network. He goes, hey, Raider Nation, keep those heads up. You guys could win the next 6 games.
I didn't see that. I just saw their schedule. That's man, because you got to be bleeding right now. I didn't like it, McDaniel.
By the way, we got Ross Tucker, our normal Tuesday guest, coming up at 1:30. So that's in 50 minutes.
You had him on. What was he on? Can you share with us? He was on your laptop. Was he doing a game?
He's on in podcasts and stuff.
Who doesn't have one these days?
I don't.
Well, you had one.
With who?
Sal and JD. That's 2. I had one with Dibs.
No.
Yeah.
All right, Isaiah and Vallejo, let's get us going with, let's talk about analytics.
I hate the word.
Isaiah, what's up, buddy? Come on.
Yeah, no, I was calling.
Yeah, go ahead.
Hey, I was calling in because when you guys were saying that they were being aggressive, I don't agree with the McDaniels call. I do thought that was too aggressive.
Man.
But the Andy Reid call, he did it because the kicker had just missed. It's like a 20-yarder. And then they got the holding call. They get the first down. So when he scores, he doesn't want to kick the field goal again because he just missed it. Plus, if you get the 2 points, you completely put the Raiders out the game. Plus, you don't trust the kicker. That's all I wanted to say.
You know what? Are we talking about not trusting a kicker who hit one from 59, by the way? That same kicker we're not trusting who hit one from 59.
He also missed one from 41 earlier in the game.
Man, kickers are missing.
Yeah.
It happens. Kick a guy misses a kick, you're done with
That's
them?
the other thing. Maybe because the 1 point, by the way, you really stepped in it.
With?
Talking about when did coaches get greedy? Why do they have to go for 2 and 1?
I want to know.
And da-da-da. Yeah. And you invoked, that's not what Tom Landry would do. I mean, he never had that decision to make.
Well, the time
there was no 2 point after touchdown till 1994.
All right, but still, hey, I don't believe Tom would have used that like that. How about that? And Bill,
who else did he use? When did Walsh retire?
Mike Dick. I used Walsh. You know what the point was? I didn't say, they had a chance. People know. And now they're saying I'm stealing your boy Weish's take. I just looked at the Raiders schedule they had on SportsCenter, and that's when I said, they're going to win those games.
Maybe the reason they say it's because the schedule was on SportsCenter while Steve Weish was saying
he's
they
in
can win their next
network.
6 games.
Yeah, I don't steal. Anyway.
I'm not saying you did.
Analytics are ruining baseball. Just for my 2 cents is how I feel.
But yet you're for the shift.
No, I'm for banning the shift, which is coming next year.
Wait a minute.
I hated the shift because it's robbing guys of hits.
Oh, that's right.
And
'cause you
baseball's
can't stand,
starving for action.
You can't stand the ball
and you know
up the
who,
middle.
You
that
know
gets
who the
fielded.
inventor of the shift is? A computer.
Not Rod
so
Carew.
no human gets credit for outsmart. Dude, I know what a hit is. Pete Rose talked about it. Let these dudes hit, man. And next year they're opening it up.
Man,
now
go ahead.
You say this is a character flaw. If I were a coach, I would never have done what Andy Reid did to his team and go for that too. To where if we give up a touchdown, we're tied and we got to play or come down with 4 minutes and go. What happened to being patient, being up 8, and the 2-pointer as the 2-point play?
I'll tell you what.
These guys just don't give a damn about their defense, and they just, speaking of which, the Raiders in the first half, their D was off the chart. But now, Mr. Hotshot, I done failed at a spot before. McDaniel, 1-3. Everybody mad at you. Lucky to beat the Denver Broncos on a fumble. You want to come out here and go for 2. And then if you would have got it, you got 4 minutes to stop somebody you hadn't in the second half. Makes no sense to me, Jack.
Well, let me try to help you.
Okay. I'm right here.
Get to make some sense out of it.
Yep.
So you said Andy Reid. Shoot, I forgot.
No, people agreeing with me. Twitch and YouTube. Dio Espinosa on YouTube.
You said you could never do what Andy Reid did to his team.
Right.
Which is what? What did he do? He went for a 2-point conversion with 7:25 to go to try to get a 9-point lead. So what did he do something to them that I'm not aware of?
Yeah, by being ultra aggressive and not assuring that you get it because you can't.
Okay.
And bypassing the extra point.
Okay.
Now, if the kicker was hurt, that's something different, but I didn't hear that. You got them, you just put them in harm's way of losing or going to overtime to lose a game, which to me you had in hand by just taking the traditional, like my win.
Let me ask you a question.
The traditional extra point.
Who'd the Chiefs lose to last year? I forget. Cincy.
Yeah, Cincy. At AFC Championship.
So they won the Super Bowl and they didn't win it.
Before, yeah.
Let me tell you what I think. Did you allow for this? All right. Chiefs come into the season. Andy Reid's talking about unfinished business.
Yeah.
And he tells his team at the start of the year, let me tell you what I'm doing this year. I'm going to be aggressive as hell. I'm going for stuff on 4th down. If we have a chance to get 2 scores up with a 2-point conversion, I'm doing that. I'm taking we're taking no prisoners this year. We are going to be super aggressive. Maybe he sent that message to the team all preseason, and it played out perfectly, and the team knew that's what they were going to do.
You know what?
Sounds like a great coach to me.
And I'm all for the speeches. We know that. If that was said, I think it would be getting more run. Like, we would know it before that, like, hey, watch out. Steiny told his team, boy. Oh, you know what I mean? Like, that would be a theme or a story we would know about. But I can't rob the coach of not doing that. But I'm having difficulty watching this new NFL.
No, you're not.
And the rules, too.
You're not having difficulty watching it.
Here I go, because now I'm going off the farm. Do you remember years back, ESPN, after Sunday night after the games, they would run a segment called Jacked Up, Chris Carter, and it would be all the most violent hits.
All right.
And I did like that, and they would sell it, VHS tapes. After the season, they would be in the stores everywhere. You could go buy that. That was part of the NFL. I understand the head injuries and za. But what happened in Tampa Bay with Atlanta and what the Falcons are dealing with, it would be hard for me to show back up to practice. And what happened last night with Chris Jones and that turnover.
Hold on. Can you help me? I don't understand something. What do you mean? Show up to practice.
Atlanta, the Falcons, if you watch that game, if they stopped Tampa Bay, they were on a roll. They were scoring. That's how I watch games. And they got the sack. And now you got to punt it back, and you're going to be Heartbreak Hotel, and Tampa Bay, everybody's going to be like, what the hell's going on? But you can't touch little Tommy like that.
So did you say the Falcons shouldn't practice this week?
I would, as a player, I would have a hard time showing back up to practice.
Because the refs hosed you?
Yeah. I would show up, Steiny, but you know what I mean? It would be hard. Like,
no, that's
we
what
didn't
they do,
really lose
man.
that game. We were robbed.
Teams lose tough games
That's
all
a
the
murder.
time, and how they come back determines if they're champions or not.
And then last night, does it bother you that Chris Jones, who made a great play, said that Derek Carr snickered and laughed after the game and said, "I can't believe they called that play, that penalty."
Was your question, does that surprise me?
Does it bother you is the question.
No,
Oh, it hurts
just
me.
like two NBA players where a guy goes up for a shot with 5 seconds to go, doesn't get touched, but because the refs call everything now, they call a foul, guy makes 2 foul shots, and the guy who makes 2 foul shots says to the defender, he didn't touch me after the game. It happens.
Yeah. It don't make it right, though, Steiny. That's my, I got to get ready. This new stuff jumping off.
Polo's in the Bay Area. Where? We don't know. What's up, Polo?
Hey, what's up, man? Hey, man, I agree with you, Sonny. Guru, I mean,
there we go.
I like the Raiders. I don't like the Chiefs. I think they should have just took the original step, kicked that field goal. And with that being said, hey, the Niners got robbed out of a Super Bowl from the Kansas City Chiefs due to the referees.
Oh, he's talking.
Made a stop on the overthrow on Sanders wasn't an overthrow. He was held. Nobody acknowledging that we had that game and the referees gave it to the Chiefs just because they wanted to replace Tom Brady because they thought Tom Brady was going to retire and they want to give Andy Reid old self a Super Bowl. That's all I got.
Never heard that one. I never heard Emmanuel was held.
You know what? He gets the little T. You get a little T, Polo. Nobody wanted to talk about the Raiders game from 7 years ago. Come on, Polo. You got to read the room.
Oh, man. Drew down on YouTube style. He kind of, do I let him know when they kind of hit me? Guru, you're too bothered by this.
I would agree. This one came out of nowhere, even for Steiny. And I don't go third person.
But I didn't come in when it said lights, camera, action.
I know. No, you didn't. It was, you know what? It was very similar to the Draymond attack. Nobody saw it coming.
Draymond did. Shot. He said he was in a dark place before he came to practice. So he was going to see, that's what I don't do. I don't prepare. You know?
I get you in a bad mood. Apparently.
You really don't.
Well, I can if I want.
Dude, for a month you've been that's a 4. For a month you've been saying Evan, I can't get to him, and I don't even quantify. I'm like, what's he trying to give me? Like your stuff has been so weak, it ain't even been close to get me to go over the edge. And then when you say it, I'm like, I drive home like, dude, I'm maturing.
And then days like this are big setbacks.
No, this was a result of last night.
Let's go to Antonio in Oakland.
People say,
hey, what's up, buddy? Did you hear Goo this morning? He's hot. What do you think about Goo being hot?
About Goo getting hot?
Yeah,
he didn't hear it.
Yeah, he did.
I don't know, man. But Andy Reid, I don't think he should win for it, but he's always trying to be aggressive and stuff, man. And the Raiders and Chiefs, they are the Niner rivals, man. It's hard to pick who I want to win, but, Travis Kelce had 4 touchdowns in one game like Al Bundy did, and he will not do that against the Niners in 2 weeks. Fred Warner's going to be all on him, man.
Hey, real quick.
Wow.
How far back do you have to go to add up 4 touchdowns from George Kittle? Maybe like mid-season last year?
Man, they're not even throwing him the ball.
He's not getting open.
He got some.
Kelsey's got that nose. Thanks a lot, Antonio. Kelsey's got a nose for the ball that Kittle doesn't. That's obvious.
Well, let's put the rat on the table.
Mm-hmm.
Kelsey's got a quarterback way better than Jimmy, who right now is good Jimmy. Come on, Steiny. You're a product of your quarterback, man. Kittle did fumble, and how dare you come in there? He fumbled.
He did fumble.
Yeah, he did. It happens.
Oh, now you know what? It can't happen when you only catch 2 balls a game. You can't fumble every third time you touch the ball.
What was the Raiders' defensive coordinator, a brother, by the way? What's he do? Double Kelsey! Make the others beat. You do it in Madden.
They did double him.
How's he open coach, coordinator? They got one dude. Take him away.
Because he's that
double.
Good.
I just don't. That's the stuff that's. I need a podcast.
888
dumb coaching.
888. You have a 3-hour radio show.
Used to be 4.
888-957-9570. What has gotten in to Daryl the Guru Johnson. Pick something he said that you disagree with and call in. I know that'll jam up the lines.
People are agreeing with me with these coaching decisions. You're making it seem like, again, an alien.
Give me one.
Drew Down on Twitch.
What'd he say? Well,
That's why it bothers me so much. Yeah. LDO Espinoza. Guru's right.
About what?
Everything.
No. Yeah. Maybe one thing.
Coaches being ultra aggressive. And last night the Raiders and Chiefs
criticized. Are we really criticized? See, that's where I think sometimes
I'm lit. Come on, man.
I mean, can I?
Yeah,
I got to keep it 100.
Yeah, 100.
Like you said in the first segment that basically you ripped coaches being aggressive. And I just don't think, are you really killing coaches for being aggressive? I would think we all like that, right?
No, we all like it when it comes to play calling. If that aggressive, that's what I like. Not these, I'm going to show everybody I'm the smartest man in the room. That's what I don't like. In Kansas City, Steiny, I'm telling you, they should have went up 8. That's one. And the Raiders, lucky, after you just smoked the lead, lucky to be tied, you're going to go for 2 and then don't get it. Football gods made you lose that game. Oh, and then I didn't add this. Jacobs on my fantasy team, 158 yards, gashing the Chiefs. 4th and 1, you throw a bomb.
Now we're getting to the
31,
bottom.
you throw.
It's all covered.
I won the fantasy by 40
points. You won fantasy, you bet. Between those two, that's what shapes your sports opinion.
See, that's the guy I'm not.
888-957-9570. But only if you agree with Matt Steinmetz. Hey, the 49ers. Oh, no, it's not to read. 1257. Hey, you know who this is all sponsored by? Enova International.
Brought to you by On Deck Small Business Loans. When you own a small business, sometimes you need funds fast. So go to OnDeck.com, America's largest online small business lender. OnDeck makes it easy to apply in minutes. Apply for your loan today at OnDeck.com.
Are you thinking about getting a new TV this week at prime prices? Maybe a Samsung, LG, or a Sony? Before you click, you should check out Video Only, because they've got below prime deals. That's right, top-rated TVs at better than online prices. Curbside pickup or home delivery are available. Don't click before you call Video Only, because if you do, you'll be sorry.
The roar of our engines, the pump of our heartbeats, the pedal to our metal, the sparks that ignite us, the pistons that push us, the passions that drive us. From the feelings that move us to the places that pull us on the roads that unite us. With nearly 6,000 stores and over 17,000 auto care centers, Napa has America's largest network of parts and care, here to keep you firing on all cylinders.
When I can't sleep, my mind just races. I think about work, the kids, but I don't think about taking melatonin because I'm afraid I'll feel groggy in the morning.
ZzzQuil Pure Z's Gummies has an optimal dose of melatonin for no next day grogginess, so you can fall asleep naturally and wake up feeling refreshed. ZzzQuil Pure Z's Gummies for better sleep like never before. And try Pure Z Sleep plus Next Day Energy with melatonin plus extended release B vitamins.
California, you deserve more. And with United Healthcare, you'll get more. Annual enrollment is October 15th through December 7th. So call United Healthcare today. With the United Healthcare Medicare Advantage Plan, you get more from your Medicare dollar, now including better than ever dental, vision, over-the-counter, and prescription drug coverage. Call United Healthcare at 1-888-CALL-UHC today and speak with a licensed sales agent. Benefits, features, and/or devices vary by plan and area. Limitations and exclusions apply.
Alice at 97.3 is celebrating the return of Alice in Winterland. Friday, December 2nd at the SAP Center in San Jose. Starring John Mayer, One Republic.
See you at Alice in Winterland.
Matt Nathanson. Plus more to be added. Tickets on sale now at Ticketmaster. Get everything Alice in Winterland at radioalice.com.
Don't waste your time trying to sell your old car. Donate it to Cars for Kids. It's the easiest and fastest way to donate your car and get a tax deduction. Donate online at carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Are you seeing the telomeres here?
Come here, look at the scope.
Dr. Ocasio's lab startup just discovered a gene therapy breakthrough.
The cells have already doubled.
He needs a fleet of research assistants before this breakthrough breaks them.
We need lab techs, research assistants.
Indeed can help him hire great people fast.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. We instantly connect you with quality candidates whose resumes on Indeed match your job description. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
When you can't stop, there's Vicks VapoRub. Vicks VapoRub sends powerful medicated Vicks vapors right to the source of your... so you can experience cough relief and breathe easier. Generations of families have trusted Vicks VapoRub to help relieve the worst cold symptoms. So next time you have a cough, reach for the Vicks VapoRub. Vicks VapoRub. Cough relieving is believing.
Let me guess. Unknown caller? You could reduce the number of unwanted calls and emails with online privacy protection. The latest innovation from Discover will help regularly remove your personal info, like your name and address, from 10 popular people search websites that could sell your data. And we'll do it for free. Activate in the Discover app. See terms and learn more at discover.com/online privacy protection.
What's your retirement look like? With Fidelity Income Planning, a dedicated advisor can help you create a flexible income strategy to grow and protect your wealth so you can stop worrying about the future and enjoy whatever comes next. Investment minimums apply. Fidelity Brokerage Services, member NYSE SIPC.
Hey, Becky, what about this beat for your next song?
It's cool, but I'm into faster stuff lately. Like Xfinity that gives me beyond gig speeds.
Got it. What about this then?
It sounds powerful, just like Xfinity. Because its supersonic Wi-Fi has 3 times the bandwidth, you can connect hundreds of devices at once.
That's what I call power.
Unbeatable internet from Xfinity. Made to do anything so you can do anything.
Get the Xfinity Supersonic Bundle with unlimited gig speed internet, Wi-Fi equipment included, and a free 4K streaming box. All for $50 a month with a 2-year internet rate guarantee and no annual contract when you add Xfinity Mobile with unlimited data at regular rates. Go to Xfinity.com/gig, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store today. Limited time offer. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and autopay. New Gigabit Extra internet customers only. Taxes and fees extra and subject to change. Xfinity Mobile requires post-pay Xfinity internet. Reduced speeds after 20 gigabytes wireless usage. After 24 months, regular rates apply. Requires compatible Xfinity gateway.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMC FM at HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Oh, my God.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Steiny Guru with you. Ross Tucker coming up in a half hour. 95.7 The Game's an Odyssey insider. All around good guy. Oh, by the way, I forgot to bring this up. Boy, 49ers, man, are they struggling without Trent Williams? Well, you can really see how he's missed. Oh my God. How do they even function without him? You know what I think?
Give it to me.
You know what I think? Maybe he's Iverson. Maybe he doesn't make players around him better.
No, it's
maybe he's the chemistry issue. Nah. Maybe it's addition by subtraction.
They just stepped up with him out, but I did think about all that success because Carolina's got a playoff defense. They don't have a playoff team, but guys have stepped up. I got to salute Steiny because you are right. He is the best offensive lineman they have, but I was shocked that they ran the ball so thoroughly. Here we go again. I react to new information. They didn't miss Mitchell last Sunday. Now, all of a sudden, you got guys making catches, running backs making catches, Tevin Coleman, and the guy that, I have on my fantasy team, Jeff Wilson Jr., running his ass off. You got people turning on me. I don't appreciate it. And can I shout somebody out before we get into it? Know your teammates. Know who you work with.
Yes, that's a
Guess what I found out today? Our guy, Craig Valentino.
What about him?
Played in a Rose Bowl.
No, he
didn't. And he went to Tennyson High School and went to UW. That supersedes your D3 and anything we have here from... I don't think Bonte played at SF State. I don't know where Shasky went. Damon went to Indiana, probably intramurals, and Ray didn't play. Willard and Dibs. I don't think Dibs reffed. I don't think Willard played. And you know my story. But, dude, UW. He played in there. Look at you. Like, give him credit. You didn't know that. We got to know our teammates. And Lucas didn't play. He played baseball. Our producer played baseball.
D3.
Yeah.
Nobody has more respect for Division I athletes than I do. Nobody.
So when you hear that
Because it
news
was a
about
level-
Craig.
Because it was a level I couldn't get to.
That's
Are
sweet.
you happy to hear that?
Yeah. But what about Craig
but see-
specifically? He was running back.
I guess. I mean,
Did he get a ring?
It feels
They
like
lost that
it feels
game.
like I'm going to take your word for it right now. So, sure.
Craig, that's impressive.
I mean, he's sitting right there. I could ask him. Go
Craig,
ahead.
did you get a ring?
Yes, that's the one thing that's in my mama's mail
It's in her
mail
safe.
safe thing box. But yes, I did. I got a ring.
Give me your. What year was this, and who'd you play? Come on.
This was 2000. Well, the Rose Bowl was 2001, but the 2000 season with Neuheisel. That's one of my favorite things is Drew Brees doesn't have a Rose Bowl ring. I'll tell you that because he lost to us.
What were your numbers that game?
Oh, I was waving a towel.
What do you mean?
McCaw.
I was fourth string. I was like waving my towel.
No special teams?
Yeah, no. And actually, I wasn't running back. I was a receiver.
Gotcha.
So, but I was waving my towel. But at the end of the day, I got my ring.
You got a scholarship.
Yeah, I had a scholarship to play football and run track.
Nice.
Craig, next time somebody
nice.
asks you that, say you got about 8 catches.
Yeah. No, that's the there's YouTube now, bro. They're like, Craig, I never saw you. Yes.
But dude, that's big. Yeah. I would have lied a little bit.
Well, you do. You do lie about a lot of times about your career. So, but you know what? And you know me. I have to be literal. I have to be literal because of my mother and father.
Yeah.
I was right. He didn't play in the Rose Bowl.
You were wrong.
No, he didn't.
Yeah, dude, anytime you get a scholarship to a
Waving
D1,
the towel does not play.
ML Carr.
That's not playing.
Yeah, please.
He did get some
His
minutes
mama
in
is
that
watching
series.
his ring. That's dope. I look at him different now. I might buy him a soda or something.
See, that's what's wrong with our society. But if we would have found out that he's an artist,
I would have did
and he's an unbelievable sculptor,
Oh, man.
you'd probably be like, "Oh man, remind me not to talk to him."
Steiny, I would please.
That's
I
a shame.
Do art. Hey, musicians and artists, people that do the other stuff, I respect that too.
Let's go with Dean. Dean's in Walnut Creek. What's up, Dean? How you doing, man?
Hey, D, I mean, Steiny, I agree with you, but, we're giving the coaches too much airtime here. Put some blame on Derek. The guy doesn't know how to throw the ball away. How many sacks did he stop the drive? Big, huge losses. Let's put some blame on Derek, not the coaching.
All right.
How about that?
Thanks, Dean. Yeah, Derek.
Derek took credit for it. He said, I told the coaches, let's go for 2. I put up the 2. Yeah, how'd that work out, D?
Sometimes I get a kick out of you, man. What are you looking at?
Daryl the Groupie Johnson.
It's funny. And I'll just
Groupie, I know Groupie.
pull back the curtain. It's due. Sometimes I look up and I can tell when you're a million miles away, even for just a few seconds.
No,
but I still get a kick out of you. Like especially today, I'm telling you, I got blindsided like Jordan Poole.
No, please stop.
No, you didn't come at me, really. Thank goodness. What's going on, Dre? Is that Dre? Oh, Tracy. Wait, I'm sorry. Who is this?
Hey, what's up, guys?
Hey.
Can you hear me?
Oh, loud and clear.
Man, this is Tracy from Tracy. Hey, Steiny, you were supposed to give me a bid on painting that house, but that's okay. I'm the contractor.
Yeah. I remember.
I just want to let you guys know, you know what?
What happened, Tracy?
We'll put him back on. All right, let's get off the coaches because 50-50.
You know how I feel. I know how you feel.
Yeah. You feel more strongly about it than I do.
Mm-hmm.
Which back to the Niners. You want to go back to the Niners? Dude, you want to talk about Draymond Green's mom?
We can do both, but let's start with the Niners. I don't think we gave him enough love yesterday. I mean, 3-2, Steiny. And my question to you, real quick.
Wait a minute.
Oh,
I'm sorry to interrupt.
Yeah,
that's right. Okay, see, okay.
I love when you this time.
I was looking on my notebook, and I was like, All right, we'll talk some Niners, and I have talking points because that's what I do. I work, I prep.
Yeah,
and I forgot though, but saw it on my list. Guru has 3 reasons why the 49ers can win it all.
Yeah.
Is that correct?
Yes, no doubt.
And this is coming, 1 week after you called for Shanahan's firing? Or 2 weeks?
Yeah. And
it's 2 weeks
okay,
since.
Yeah.
Okay.
Interesting you bring that up because in that same conversation, sir, I still said they were going to the playoffs. My question to people and this is why I can just defend myself and don't need an attorney, is they were just right there last year. And you got mad at me because I had so much venom on losing to Chicago, on losing to Denver in the fashion that they did. But right now, everybody can see they got the best defense in the NFL. If you want to go Dallas, either Dallas or the Niners, that defense is still there. Okay, I'm not even going injuries.
Is this one of the reasons?
Yeah,
their defense?
Yeah, oh, no doubt. The defense is one.
Because we could. Okay, let's do this.
Defense is one.
Do you want a sound bed?
Yeah, and give me a sound bed.
Yeah. All right, let's start over. Guru's got 3 reasons why the San Francisco 49ers are going to win it all.
They got a top 2 defense in the NFL.
All right.
This is the same defense that got Robert Saleh a head coaching job for the 3-2 Jets, oh, by the way. Okay? So this shouldn't shock anybody. And this is what I was thinking last night before I went to bed. Then, number 2.
Oh, hold on. Let me build it up, buddy. Yeah. Build it up. All right, Guru, number 1 reason that the San Francisco 49ers can win the Super Bowl, their defense, obviously spearheaded by Nick Bosa. We'll find out more on his status later this week. Number 2.
Jimmy Garoppolo has already played in big games and a Super Bowl, and now, to me, looks like he's trying to make a conscious effort to throw the ball downfield. And what I mean by that, Steiny, is I personally have seen more 50-50 balls thrown for Jimmy Garoppolo, and that's what this new NFL is about.
Okay.
Just you can get a flag, you can get Tevin Coleman making a great catch one week, it could be another running back the other. He's already proven if all the other stuff is right, I can guide you to the spot. So Jimmy Garoppolo, I feel like, is in football shape. That's my second reason.
See, I got to tell you, I'm impressed by that one. And the reason I'm impressed by that one is because you've seen something, because you're a student of the game, that Jimmy Garoppolo's taking a little more chances.
Have you noticed that, or is that why you're saying that too?
No, what I'm saying is, okay, there might be something there.
Okay.
I'm not sure. Maybe, but okay. So I like that one. You're assuming that that's going to benefit the 49ers, the 50-50 play.
No doubt. And a big part of that, again, is the flag. The flags are incredible. And Steiny, if I were coaching, you didn't ask and I'm veering off, I would throw it 3 times just because you may get that flag. But I like what I'm seeing from Jimmy.
All right, fair enough.
Okay.
And number 3, the third reason why Darryl the Guru Johnson thinks the San Francisco 49ers can win it all.
This is big. Norm and I, Pops, we had breakfast over this conversation. DNA. The style
DNA
and the
Lounge.
fiber. Wow, that used to be my spot. The fiber of this team is physicality. It may get some guys hurt. They may drop. This is the most physical team, one of them, in the NFL. And I just been thinking, okay, you would be a fool, Goo, to say after 4 weeks this team's going to the Super Bowl, the NFC Championship. How I see the landscape of the NFC is one of the teams that I got you up there with, Dallas. You already beat them on the road at their house last year. Now, they could be better than last year. Things change. But the physicality from the San Francisco 49ers is something teams got to deal with week in, week out. And, Steiny, I'm just telling you, they're here to last. And they got you said Trent Williams is gone. I was Halloween frightened. I said, oh, Lord. I'm not saying they're not going to miss him, but 2 weeks, they have not lost a game without him. They're physical. And do I got to give that to Kyle Shanahan? And maybe that's something.
Well, you can't, because he's fired on your team.
Okay. Oh, well,
he's not the coach on your team.
Okay.
You had him fired.
But I'm trying to be an adult here. I'm trying to be an adult because he's really not fired. And I can admit when I err.
But what about the idea of Jimmy Garoppolo taking more chances and throwing down the field more? That's Shanahan, right?
To be honest with you, Steiny, I'm going to those summer sound bites, and when he first came back and said, I'm running what's called, I would like to do that more, I think that's more on him. But if I sound like a hater, which I'm not, now you know I'm not, if you feel like, Goo, you know what? You're robbing Kyle of that credit. You got to give that to somebody's putting that in his ear. And if you want to put that at Kyle's doorstep, I'm here. I can't even argue that. But I think Jimmy's doing what Jimmy wants to do just because of how everything jumped off, and he's taking chances.
I'm not convinced that honestly, you saying, he looks like a little bit different of a quarterback the last couple weeks, 2 weeks.
Yeah.
I'm not willing to say you're wrong. No. I'm going to need to see a little more.
Okay.
Of it. You might be right.
And I'm with
you. You might have detected a trend that's starting, and now I got to see, because I think at some point we're not really going to want that guy that we think we want.
That's interesting.
But that's all right.
Yeah.
But that's all right.
And no turnovers the last 2 weeks, and he's been great on third down.
And I agree with this statement too. And and people know how I feel about the schedule. I had to tell this to Jack Del Rio when they were 5-1.
I remember that interview. I really do remember that interview.
I do too. Niners have had a cupcake schedule. They really have. Again, they got to play who's on the schedule. I'm not saying, but their schedule's been a joke.
You played the Super Bowl champs.
They stink.
But see that,
but they're not
bias.
right. No, they should have been good, but they're not a very good team right now. We know that. So they're the Super Bowl champs, but it's just like it's different teams.
So
they're clearly not as motivated. They're clearly at the start of a championship
hangover. They got some guys
hangover.
out on O-line, and Beckham may be coming back. I think he's going to re-sign with them. So let me ask you this when you say that, Steiny, because I'm kind of shocked.
What do you mean?
I'm not saying
Why would you be shocked? Look at the teams they've played.
Yeah, because they've lost 2 of them.
Right, but
I came in here raising holy hell.
Has their schedule been easy or hard? Come on.
Denver and the Rams, and I know you. See, this
I'm
is when
to
you
ask you
turn
one more
into
time.
me. This
Has
is when
the
you turn it into
49ers
me.
been scheduled? Well, that's what but we can't move on if we're not agreeing. Or at least me. All I said was the 49ers schedule's been easy. Very easy.
Okay, and what I would say to that is outside of Denver and the Rams, who I have. See, we didn't know what Denver was going to look
that's the thing.
like.
You're basing it on the reputation coming into the season, and now it's clear.
Well, it ain't clear. I still
right
got
now,
Denver
both
making
those teams are bad teams.
Yeah, I'll give you that.
They're bad teams right now.
I'll give you that.
So the 49ers have gotten to play them when they're terrible.
Okay, I'll give you that. But I thought you were going to go to a bigger point and say, Goo, they've had this cupcake schedule and still yet have dropped 2 games. And the 2 games were to Chicago and to a team that they had to Denver.
Right.
And I was in here barking like, even if on a bad day, you shouldn't lose to those teams, but they have. But what I'm watching, and you could say, Goo, it's early, you're overreacting. I'm not. This is why you and I we didn't go 15 rounds, Matt. I said it's Super Bowl or bust for this team with Garoppolo under center because you got 19. You can go watch where you went to the Super Bowl.
Why did we go 15 rounds if you said Super Bowl or bust?
I caught myself. We didn't. We were on the same page.
That's your opinion.
Yeah, no, and last year where they were 3-5, I left them for dead, and they got to the NFC Championship game and should have went to another Super Bowl. So this shouldn't be we shouldn't be surprised that they're hot right now. Won these last couple ball games.
I agree,
and I expect it to continue.
And
they got Atlanta. Anything can happen. Al Pacino, Jamie Foxx, any given Sunday. But man, if Jimmy keeps playing like this, especially on third down, or the Niners. Like, man.
831. Hey, Steiny.
That's New York.
No, it's not. Hey, Steiny, just check Jimmy's YPA numbers. They don't lie. Haters I guess what he's saying is
he's throwing it farther down on yards per attempt.
No, he's not throwing it. I think what he's saying is Jimmy's still just dumping the ball off. And it's, I'm not a Jimmy hater. I don't know why he would say that.
I know you're not.
So
I'll tell you if you were.
He wasn't clear on the Comcast business.
Speaking of Jimmy, how many? Since we're 5 weeks in, let's put the rat on the table. How many teams do you think that were interested in Jimmy, got scared because of the shoulder surgery? How many do you think they're looking at like, damn, we should have got him?
No.
Not one?
Nope.
Not the Washington Commanders?
No.
You just hurt Rivera.
You know why I don't think that? because it's my story and I'm sticking to it. I think they were asking for 2 second-round picks or something crazy, and they made.
So they didn't really want them
put
gone.
an offer out there that was just ludicrous.
Wow!
Like they did not really want to trade Jimmy Garoppolo, and teams didn't really want to trade for him, and because of that, they had to bite the bullet. Whether it was luck or they kind of had something up their sleeve, not really sure, but
we'll have no way of knowing.
I'm looking at The Athletic today, sports site.
Yeah.
Tim Kawakami wrote a story with the headline, Keeping Garoppolo saved the season.
No. And now, if it really jumped off like you said, then that's smarts. If they were asking too much on purpose, knowing that they wouldn't get that, what's that mean? He remains in town. I'll give one up to the Niners brass for that. Because, Steiny, I'm telling you, I really mean this. The day Trey Lance went out and we found out he would not quarterback another down, this would be the Brock Purdy era. And I don't think they would have. I can't rob the kid of anything, but just imagine the state of Niner football had you not retained the services of Jimmy Garoppolo. Like, where's this thing going?
I don't know. They're running it back, and they made the NFC Championship game last year. Can they get that far? Can they get over the hump and get into the Super Bowl?
Okay, you're going to tell me to slow down, Bobby Valentino, old R&B artist.
But
let's say they get back to the NFC.
Craig Valentino.
Well, that's what
he's the more important Valentino.
What's
we just
up,
found
Craig?
that out.
Hey, is Jimmy playing for something in regard to his tenure with the 49ers? Do you if you went on back to the NFC Championship game?
I don't think he's coming back.
We've heard this before. Not saying you're wrong.
Because he's a free agent. He'll be a free agent.
No doubt.
The 49ers won't be able to kind of stick it to him.
But can he be Jimmy somewhere else without Kyle?
Why not?
I don't know. Something I think about.
Great coaches can really help quarterbacks. Jose's in Oakland. He says Guru's on to something. This ought to be good.
Hey, guys. Good afternoon.
Hey.
Guru, for starters, I have to say, as far as Cowboy fans, you're probably the only one I actually like.
There you go.
I like your passion in a way.
You're my guy.
Mainly because I can relate to it. As far as Jimmy, you know what? From what I have seen, he's just letting the ball go. He figures, you know what? I got nothing to lose.
Right.
Whether I win or lose, the Niners didn't want me here. At the end of the year, I'm either going to be holding the Lombardi. The Super Bowl trophy, or I'm just going to be going out of town. Either way, he's probably going to be out of here because I don't think he'll want to come back, whether he was traded. I think he's just playing to prove a point and to show other teams what he can actually do. And I think that some of the teams that passed on him are probably thinking, man, we couldn't miss on that one.
Yeah, that's
what I said. I wouldn't let it pass in.
Well, wow. Why you run him off? That's my guy.
He made a good point, and I could tell because I'm a radio veteran and a professional.
Oh, my God.
He was going to step in it.
Yeah. 408 on the Xfinity mobile text line, Steiny. Guru's on to something or on something? I got to give him a 4.
415, Steiny, if Jimmy takes them to the Super Bowl
on, Steiny.
And they win, do they attempt to re-sign Jimmy? Yes.
Oh.
What part is Steiny, don't you understand? No. Any attempt to re-sign Jimmy, yes or no? I think they'll try.
He would be a fool, right.
But why would he want to come back?
So
why would he want to come back?
You knowing he's mad or feeling some type of way right now.
Here's the reason why sports talk is fascinating in the Bay right now, ladies and gentlemen.
Don't
this
tell
is what I do.
Greg Gumbel that. He said he's never listened to one ounce. He hates it.
Who?
The CBS announcer, Brian Gumbel's brother. He hates them. Yeah, Greg. He hates them.
Well, he's no Brian. Brian.
Right. Anyway, go ahead.
He's been in Bryant's shadows forever. Right. He's still bitter about it. He's angry.
I read the article. You know what? I got to get alive.
He should piggyback with Draymond Green. Get to some anger. So there's only the two most important figures right now in Bay Area sports. There's an issue. We don't know what they think.
That's deep.
What's Jordan Poole thinking? We don't know. What's Jimmy Garoppolo really? We don't know. For all we know, Jimmy Garoppolo is like, I wouldn't come back here come hell or high water. I just don't have to go sing it from the mountaintops.
Okay.
For all we know, Jordan Poole went in calm, cool, and collected to Bob Myers' office and said, you know what? I don't expect you to trade Draymond, but I can't work with him. So can you try to trade me? Maybe.
Sometimes you're okay, sometimes you're special. Let me just say this. In both those examples, I feel like the word leverage was in both. The more Jimmy wins, do you think he has leverage in regard to... And Trey,
no,
they could use Trey's not ready. Trey, we want to save you for yourself.
Over the 49ers?
Yeah, right.
No.
Okay, you want to say bye-bye to this?
I think,
if they get back to it.
I think Jimmy Garoppolo has, the minute Trey Lance broke his ankle, Jimmy Garoppolo acquired all the leverage.
Then I don't need glasses. Now, how about Jordan Poole? Hold on before you answer. After Sunday's presser, when Kerr said Jordan, obviously his decision, is going to be a big part of that was Steiny, I don't want this. To me, that was like, I'm thinking if I get something about Dre not in a Warrior uniform, I will go back to that sound. That's how that went off to me. I could be totally wrong, but to me, if Jordan wants, that was leverage.
I don't think you're wrong. I don't think you're wrong.
I couldn't believe the ways Steve ain't no dummy, Steiny.
Look, I think. Let me ask, and you know what? We got Ross Tucker coming up, but we can talk about this in the 2:00 hour. And is there any Warrior fan out there that really believes Steve Kerr is not sick of Draymond Green? Is there any Warrior fan out there who'd say, Steiny, they're fine. Steve likes Draymond. He doesn't mind him. Come on.
Wow.
I mean, Steve Kerr's been saying in many different ways, Draymond is such a pain that he just weighs on an organization. Like, I'm not saying they can't win another title, although I don't think they will. But it's becoming more and more obvious how tired of all this Steve Kerr's becoming. Hey, we got Ross Tucker on the other side, and he is among our favorites. The 49ers defense does it again. Holding an opponent to under 20 points, get continuing reaction with, let me tell you something, I've been listening to this podcast, and I like it a lot. The 415ers podcast happens to be a couple guys I know and respect. Evan Giddings, Mark Grandy. They bring you along as they analyze what went right and what went wrong. Follow the 415ers on the Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts. Ross Tucker coming up next.
Are you thinking about getting a new TV this week at prime prices? Maybe a Samsung, LG, or a Sony? Before you click, you should check out Video Only because they've got below prime deals. That's right. Top-rated TVs at better than online prices. Curbside pickup or home delivery are available. Don't click before you call Video Only because if you do, you'll be sorry.
Do you think all premium fuels are the same? Well, your engine doesn't. Shell V-Power Nitro Plus helps keep your engine running like new because it's engineered to defend against 4 main engine threats: gunk, wear, corrosion, and friction. So next time, choose Shell's most advanced fuel ever. It's fuel for thought. In engines that continuously use Shell V-Power Nitro Plus premium gasoline.
Do you have neuropathy? Are you experiencing numbness, tingling, and pain that just won't stop? Are you taking dangerous drugs that have serious side effects and never fix the pain? If so, please listen to this message. Neuropathy is a serious, progressive condition that only gets worse if not treated properly. Call SF Bay Wellness at 844-94-NERVE to get back to doing the things you want to do. There is no drug, exercise, or surgery that can heal nerves. Don't wait until your condition gets worse and stops you from living your life fully. SF Bay Wellness has a time-tested, proven track record of helping hundreds of patients to improve and reverse their neuropathy. If you're ready to regain your independence, contact SF Bay Wellness at 844-94-NERVE. Call now for your $99 neuropathy special and receive a personal treatment plan that is tailored to your needs. Call 844-94-NERVE. That's 844-94-NERVE and start to enjoy life again.
Now it's time for the closer of the week. Presented by LiftMaster and RNS Doors. Turn your garage into the envy of the neighborhood. Visit rnsdoors.com.
The closer of the week is Tevin Coleman, who scored a touchdown on the ground and one in the air.
Spilling in, Tevin Coleman, the veteran. He's back with the Niners, and he's back in the end zone.
Recently, my garage door opener was not working. I was in need of a closer. I was put in touch with RNS Doors, and they hooked me up with a brand new garage door opener from LiftMaster. With LiftMaster's MyQ connectivity, my garage door opener can be controlled right from my smartphone. You'll know when a door or gate has been left open and can close it with a tap, no matter where I am. Be one of the first 10 callers and receive 20% off a LiftMaster garage door opener when you purchase a premium garage door.
Call 1-800-FIX-A-DOOR. That's 800-FIX-A-DOOR. Or visit rsdoors.com. R&S Doors. Look for the red truck.
Diabetes, high blood pressure, anxiety meds, everyone's on them. If you're a 50-year-old male, maybe a bit porky, and you may even have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term insurance may only cost you about $200 a month. Call Term Provider. Speak with Big Lou at 800-200-1966. Big Lou will find a term life policy for you even if you have type 2 diabetes, are overweight, or have high blood pressure. Term Provider has helped thousands of people like you who think they can't afford term life insurance. To buy $1 million of affordable term life for you, all you need to do is call Big Lou at 800-200-1966. Lou will make sure the scales are tipped in your favor. Call 800-200-1966. Big Lou will answer your call and work to fit you into a term life policy that you can afford. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds too. Call 800-200-1966. 800-200-1966.
Kirby is your driveway mechanic. They bring the shop to you with brake replacements, oil changes, washes, and so much more. Get $50 off your first oil change with code OIL50 at Kirby.com. That's CURBEE.com and use code OIL50.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. But not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Without the ones like you who work tirelessly to keep things running, everything would suddenly stop. Hospitals, factories, schools, and power plants, they all depend on you. No matter the weather, emergency, or time of day, you're the ones who get it done. At Grainger, we're here for you 24/7 with supplies and solutions for every industry and access to product specialists ready to help. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
By now, you know that sound. It's the sound of the Home Depot. But what about those sounds? Those are the sounds of a Samsung bespoke laundry set, washing and drying a full load in under an hour, making this the sound of savings on top brand appliances. Save up to $1,052 on a new Samsung bespoke laundry set at the Home Depot. How doers get more done. Offer valid September 29th through October 19th. U.S. only. See store or online for details.
I'm with you, Guru.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All righty, on the line, Odyssey NFL insider Ross Tucker. Insider calls are presented by BetQL. Download the free BetQL app right now and get instant access to the industry's most advanced suite of sports betting tools right at your fingertips. Ross, what's going on? Here's where I'm going to start, my friend. Last couple weeks, the 49ers offense has really started to click, and common denominator, no Trent Williams. Is this a case of addition by subtraction?
Steiny, you crack me up, man. What did he do to you? You hate him.
No, I don't. Sometimes I can be a contrarian. That's all.
No, you know what? I do think I understand what the point.
No, I'm messing around totally, by the way. But go ahead.
No, I know, but I think there is something to be said for how much of a difference does, one lineman in this case make? And I think a lot of the credit goes to the coaching staff because they're basically on their third left tackle now, right?
Yeah.
Man.
It's impressive. Very impressive. But a lot of that, you can, no matter what your personnel is week to week, that's what makes football so interesting, right? Like every week, each team has their own injuries they have to deal with. Like this week, the Niners don't have Emmanuel Mosley. I don't know if they'll have Bosa or not. And it sort of changes what you do. It changes how your strategy is for the game. They spent all day Monday and Tuesday coming up with a plan. And they got to be like, well, we probably don't have this guy. So how does that affect this coverage? And how does it affect this? It's really, I just feel like as opposed to these other sports, there's just a lot of strategy that goes into it and a lot of trying to make sure you're putting your team in the best chance to succeed against the opponent that week.
Ross, always good to talk to you, man. I know we're 5 weeks in and every week is its own season. And here I am telling Steiny and the listeners, when I watch the Cowboys defense and I watch the Niners defense, I know this, Ross, and I feel this to my heart. These are the two best defenses in the NFL. Now, something can happen and things can change. And I think of the Dallas Cowboys D-line. Parsons has DeMarcus Lawrence. I don't know if Bosa has enough help, but if I were to ask you how you played the game, how would you determine which defense you would take? Well, how would you answer that?
It's a good question. They're both playing extremely well. You're right. I would probably lean Dallas right now because of the Mosley injury. I think that hurts. I think Dallas is healthier on the defensive side of the ball than is the Niners. One guy can make a decent difference when they're a pretty good player like that. But you're right. I mean, they're both playing extremely well on that side of the ball. I think the Eagles' defense is a little bit better than they're getting credit for. But I do think Dallas and San Francisco have been lights out.
Ross Tucker joining us on 95.7 The Game. Ross, we talked a lot before you came on about the Kansas City Las Vegas game, and here's where I'm at. Okay, KC scores to make it 30-23 with 7.5 left. Andy Reid goes for 2. As he goes for 2, I'm thinking, I wouldn't do that. But I can see kind of what he's going for. He can put the game away, essentially, is what he's thinking. They miss. Here come the Raiders, whatever. Like, to me, there's a difference between a wrong decision and a wrong hunch. And I just, what was your call on that one?
I thought it was absolutely the right decision. Absolutely.
Wow.
Because
I can see both sides, is what I'm saying.
Yeah, no, I mean, you can make an argument, right, that if you just kick the extra point, you go up by 8, they got to score a touchdown, and they got to hit the 2-point conversion. But even if they do that, then they tie and you keep going. I'd rather go for 2, try to make it a 9-point game and go up 2 scores. Because the reality is, if you don't get it, like they didn't, the other team, in a lot of instances, is just going to kick the extra point to tie it anyway. So it didn't really hurt you that much.
Right.
I've heard people explain the math. You can go either way on that one. I like the idea of trying to make it a 2-score game and taking your chances with, okay, maybe they do go for 2. Then they have to get it. And by the way, even if the Raiders do go for 2, then we have enough time to get a field goal, and we have 4 downs to get it because we're down by 1.
Ross, I went the other way with that because I felt like the 2-point conversion in my mind is another score in itself. So you were up 2 scores, but I hear you. I want to ask you about Jimmy Garoppolo because, again, it's no shocker. This guy's played in the Super Bowl and 2 NFC championship games, and I'm getting ahead of myself, Ross, but let's just say the Niners go on to get back to the NFC championship game. I just asked Matt, how could the Niners brass, especially with Trey getting back and rehabbing, how would you be so proud to where you wouldn't approach him about coming back as a Niner quarterback? Now, if he says, I want to come back, that's a different story. But my God, Ross, I'm like, I would send him something in the mail, a letter, like, this works. We need you.
Yeah, I don't think there should be any predetermined notions now about what happens at the quarterback position in San Francisco, because I think it's going to play out the rest of this year. If Jimmy keeps playing well, they keep winning, they get back to NFC Championship or further, I think you stick with them, and I think maybe you move on from Trey Lance. I mean, Trey Lance hasn't proven that he can play well or stay healthy. I mean, I think it would be really risky to move on from Jimmy at that point. I don't know how you do that to the locker room if you go to back-to-back NFC Championship games and then move on from a guy for a kid that's a total unknown at this point.
Yeah,
That's
Ross Tucker
wild.
joined us on 95.7. Yeah, the way I would look at that, Ross, if I were the Niners even, is, you know what? That decision's going to make itself. Let's just kind of see what happens. Hey, I got to ask you this, Ross. Obviously, we're out here in the Bay with the Golden State Warriors flagship. Can I assume you saw the Draymond Green video?
I did, yeah. I did.
Just, you know, you were a professional athlete inside a professional NFL locker room. When you saw the video, what did you think?
You know, it's interesting because the fact that I don't envision there being that many fights in basketball and not having a helmet on, for whatever reason, makes me view it a little bit differently. Because, I mean, I had a situation where I got in a fight with LeVar Arrington.
Oh.
And I thought I was getting the better of it. Next thing I know, he got my helmet off, and he swung it at me as hard as he could. If it would have hit me in the head, I would have died. And we didn't really have that much of an issue afterwards. I mean, a couple guys told him it was unacceptable, but we just kind of moved on because fights are, like, somewhat common in football.
Right.
I don't know what it's like in basketball, and it definitely looked different. I got to tell you, though, you know, the Poole kid was the first one to make physical contact.
Oh,
right?
man.
It looks to me like Draymond got in his face, Poole pushed him, and then Draymond hit him. What I don't really understand, because I don't follow it that closely, have we ever gotten clarity on what the issue was in the first place? Somebody was saying that they didn't like Poole's jokes about his last name or something?
Conventional wisdom out here is that Jordan Poole's pretty cocky. He's a pretty cocky player, got his first ring last year. Draymond's kind of the old school. Poole's about to get paid, and I think Draymond is trying to kind of send a message that, look, you know, you haven't arrived yet, kid. Something like that.
Interesting. Okay. Yeah, I mean, that was a heck of a punch. And I'm curious to see what ends up happening with it.
Yeah,
they
me
haven't
too.
found out who leaked it yet, right?
Nope. Yeah, no, you're right. It's gonna be...
So, Ross, let me ask you this, because LeVar Arrington, he's still a big boy, so I'm glad he didn't connect with that one. If you're Jordan Poole, and I'm with you because this is not football, this is not the NHL, Ross, can you honestly put yourself in his shoes and say, you know what, Goo, I could come back and be his teammate? Because I've told the listeners in Steiny, and I don't want this to happen, but I mean it, I could never come back from that. I'm a meme. All these, you know, they're having fun with it. I just wouldn't want to look at him anymore. How do you see it?
It's a really good question. I'm probably the wrong person to ask because I would just be trying to figure out how I could pop him back real bad. Like I have a streak in me that you guys like don't know, but all I could think about is how I would get him back, which is probably not the right way to go about it, but that's just my mentality. I think it depends on what the organization, the other guys, especially what Draymond say to him. You know, I mean, if Draymond has no remorse, then it's an issue. If Draymond apologizes, I think it can actually bring them closer together. Whatever. I don't know what it's like in life, but when you get in a fight with somebody, somehow you're like boys after that.
Right.
But Ross, Steiny says this. He says that wasn't. I'm sorry. He says that wasn't a fight.
I don't know. I mean, it was kind of a fight. Poole pushed him.
Yeah.
Draymond.
My wife says the same thing.
Would it be a fight if Draymond was a worse puncher? I don't know.
I mean,
man,
the fact that they're teammates and Draymond did it I don't know. It's a fascinating debate out here. I know that, Ross.
Yeah, it is. I think it is fascinating, and we'll see how it sorts itself out. But I think what Guru's saying is right. Things won't be the same between those two guys.
Man,
it'll either be better because they talked it out and they got it out, and they move on stronger together through conflict, or it'll be worse, like Guru said.
Right. Hey, Ross, thanks as always. Really appreciate it, man.
Absolutely. See you, dude.
All right. That was Odyssey NFL insider Ross Tucker. Insider Calls presented by BetQL. Download the free BetQL app right now and get instant access to the industry's most advanced suite of sports betting tools right at your fingertips.
You ever, and I'm being honest, because I remember Ed Lackman. I feel like I know him. Stuff in your past. Have you ever had a relationship to where one thing happened and then that was the end of it? And I know we're 50-year-old men, but Steiny, I only have one in my life to where I couldn't come back from it. And I'd like to share it with you, but I'm asking you.
Go ahead. I'll think about it, but I don't think so. But go ahead.
I had a guy in Sacramento that I worked with, and I would go to his home every day. We were single every day after work. This was my buddy, Brian, and Italian. And this dude was great, met his family from San Jose, Steiny. Make a long story short, one night we go out drinking, and we're driving home. And somebody else was driving us home. And as we were driving, some people were crossing, young black women were crossing the street late night, and we had to stop the car. And when we stopped the car, the person driving stopped the car. He almost hit the people. He stopped, and he said, effing the N-word. So I'm sitting here like, man, I got years of good Brian.
Right.
But for you to say that, and I know alcohol sometimes is true serum or whatever, my point is I had to make a judgment at that point. It don't haunt me, but I couldn't come back, and normally we would have put the Dukes up.
Right.
I gave him a pass, but it was it. And he contacted me to the Roosters came home, but Steiny, I told him why I couldn't, and
right.
And I think, did I get it wrong, or was he telling me really deep down, some people told me I was wrong. But that was one that I said, we're done.
See, that's one where I wouldn't assign a right or wrong to the way you were feeling after that. Like, there isn't a right or wrong because it's a feeling. That's my...
And it was if you would have heard it, it was like, oh, my, I just couldn't shake it, man.
You know what I mean? Like, this is where I can't imagine.
Okay.
Like, I can't. But
do you have somebody wronged you though, and you said I'm done?
I bet it's happened, but for me, I would just like walk away and that's it. You know what I mean? Okay. I wouldn't make a big to-do out of it. I'd just be like, you know what happened? You know what he did? He's done. Like, and no malice. Yeah. I'm just not going to deal with him anymore. Let's go to Ryan. Ryan's in Redwood City. Hey, Ryan, how are you, man?
Great. Thanks for taking my call.
Sure. Uh-oh. Now, Ryan, something happened. Something happened.
No.
And this is look, and I'm gonna advance this story just for a minute here with Draymond. And I'm gonna follow up on this. This is the last text we got on the Xfinity mobile text line. It wasn't a fight. It was a face-to-face sucker punch. That's exactly the way I feel. And I made a joke of it this morning, but I mean, if Steven Jackson calls something a sucker punch, it's a sucker punch.
Right. And you're citing him because he played
and he's been
a dog.
Like this, yes.
But my wife said what Ross said.
And I
what do you think Jordan feels?
That.
Do you think Jordan thinks it was a real punch or a fight?
That's the thing.
Okay.
Jordan's got to feel the way Jordan Poole feels. But everybody would feel differently. I looked at that and said, that was completely uncalled for, and Draymond is completely out of line. All right, so Draymond we don't know where we're at right now with this issue. Draymond apologized to the media. But let me tell you what happened yesterday, and again, people may not think this is a big deal, but it's like, I do think it's a big deal, especially because we played the cut about Draymond worried about his family, has to see Poole's family at the ring, blah, 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 blah. That's what Draymond Green's mom said on Twitter. That wasn't a sucker punch. Dre didn't aggressively go to Poole. His hands were down. Man to man, you go over to talk, to ask, what's up? What'd you say? What did you say? Got shoved and reacted. End of story. Now, today she put out a tweet basically saying, hey, I'm out. And she deleted her account. Yeah. So she clearly took a lot of heat for that. And if it was personal, that stinks. But I vehemently disagree with her also. But I wouldn't resort to name calling or anything. It's Draymond Green's mother. And on the one hand, like, this is one of those things. This is why it's so fascinating. On the one hand, I'm 58. I know it's a mother sticking up for her son.
Right.
But I also have had my mom occasionally tell me, that's unacceptable, son.
Right.
You have to make right. You have to make it right. So I'm not getting in any name calling, but I completely disagree with that.
Wow, man, it's heavy.
Completely.
And I'll say this, again, put myself in Jordan Poole's shoes. Steiny, if I haven't talked since this went down, guess what? Tonight after the game, I ain't gonna, like, if I'm Draymond, I think that's a bad sign. Because 2 weeks, the humiliation part of him being on camera, getting knocked out by his teammate, I don't think there's no cologne that you have for that part of it, Steiny. So if I haven't talked, there's that's how mad I am, and maybe I hope I'm wrong. But again, like I say, I just wonder how much of Draymond's future he holds in his hand, and if his representation is went to the team and said, "Hey, it's got to be him or me."
I mean, Draymond Green's mom getting involved in this isn't good. And I was saying to Guru, I was like, do we even know anything about Jordan Poole's mom?
Right.
Family situation.
Right.
So now Jordan Poole's mom may see that.
I hear you.
You know what it is, Goo? We got ourselves an AAU team here in the Bay, maybe.
I don't know.
Parents involved, playing time issues, money. What do you think's going to happen? What do you think's going to happen, Goo? Right now, nothing's been announced. They're taking time apart. It feels like we're at a pause, but it feels like something's going to happen.
And I always share with you
what
my
do you
heart.
think it is?
Okay, with you guys, my heart.
All right.
He gets suspended, and he's not there ring night.
All right.
That's what I think's going to happen.
But you're not going to be more...
He remains a warrior.
All right.
Poole talks at some point before opening night, but Draymond is not there, and they announce a suspension for Dre.
5-10 games, 20?
Maybe 15 to 20.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. There's one other thing.
And I think I could...
Does Jordan Poole get his extension?
Oh, there's no doubt.
Okay.
Yeah, that's coming. After Steve Kerr made those comments, now it's up to Jordan. Will he take it?
Gotcha.
So when you say he gets it, it's offered. Will he take it? And imagine if they offer and he says, you know what? I'll wait. Oh, if I'm Joe Lacob, I'm like, oh, my goodness.
It's an interesting point.
Yep.
A lot of people out there are talking about Draymond Green. Let me ask Warrior fans this at 888-957-9570. That's also the number for the Xfinity mobile text line. Do you have to do something? You're Joe Lacob. You're not even Myers.
Okay.
You're not even Kerr. You're Joe Lacob.
Light years.
What do you do? You know exactly what happened. I don't have to reset it. You're a Warrior fan, so you've been around long enough to know who Draymond Green is, who Jordan Poole is, et cetera, et cetera. We're at a point where there's a pause in this situation. You're Joe Lacob. What do you do? Try and hope it blows over? Fine Draymond, don't suspend him. Suspend Draymond. Trade Draymond. Cut Draymond. Keep your hands off. There's no template for this. I don't know what you do, Goo.
But Joe has to send a message. And you know what I wouldn't want to hear is in-house. It's out-house now. Everybody has to know that you dealt with him or any player with these severe actions. You have to send a message, Steiny. And that's why yesterday, the clip we sent out, me talking to you about right now, there is no message. Besides what we all know, it's bad, but what are the consequences?
Right. I don't know. Like, if I just asked myself the question I asked you, and I don't know what I would do. Now, I haven't spent 3 to 5 days mulling on it, and it specifically like Lacob and Myers and Kerr have, and only they know everything about Draymond's history. We don't. We only know some of it. We don't know some other stuff that may not be great.
Right.
But then again, we also may not know some stuff that he does that he would get positive reinforcement. We don't see all the good stuff he does either.
Right.
If we're going to
that's real.
Talk that way. So, let me take the I don't know what I would do. What would you do? What do you do, if anything, with Draymond Green? Hey, get at the heart of the NFL with the Inside the Huddle podcast. Former offensive lineman Brian Baldinger, NFL insider Jason La Canfora. They team up with the man who pulls no punches, Carl Dukes. New episodes every Tuesday and Thursday. Follow In the Huddle on the free Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Are you thinking about getting a new TV this week at prime prices? Maybe a Samsung, LG, or a Sony? Before you click, you should check out Video Only, because they've got below prime deals. That's right, top-rated TVs at better than online prices. Curbside pickup or home delivery are available. Don't click before you call Video Only, because if you do, you'll be sorry.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cards for Kids. 1-877 Cards for Kids. Donate your car today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Donate your car today at carsforkids.org. Your car, running or not, can be picked up as soon as the next day. No title, no problem. Call 877-CARS-FOR-KIDS or go online at carsforkids.org to donate today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
Gorgeous gaming, stunning streams, unbelievable bandwidth. It's another Lifestyles of Gagillionaires. Meet the AT&T Fiber customers winning at life with hyper gig speeds. Meet Gagillionaire Terry. While his love of streaming horror movies has him constantly on the edge of his seat, his internet bill won't give him a scare.
Oh, don't go in there. I'm telling you.
Because since Terry upgraded to AT&T Fiber with hyper gig speeds, he doesn't worry about data caps or equipment fees.
Come on, man. The door's open for a reason.
And best yet, he also doesn't stress about a price increase at 12 months, because with the amazing Gagillionaire lifestyle comes an exquisite sense of tranquility. Most of the time. Live like a Gagillionaire. Get straightforward pricing with AT&T Fiber. Internet that upgrades everything. No data caps, no equipment fees, and no price increase at 12 months.
Limited availability in select areas. Visit att.com/hypergig for details.
Attention, guys. By now, you should know that when it comes to meal enhancement pills, most of these contain the same ingredients that are repackaged over and over again. Why take the same old when you can perform in the bedroom with confidence at the highest level? That's why Noxitril needs to be on your bedstand. If you thought that the little blue pill works well, wait till you try Noxitril. It's like Viagra on steroids. Thousands of men each week have switched from that prescription blue pill to Noxitril. That's because Noxitril is automatic. No need to worry anymore. When it's time to perform, we've You've got this. Explosive results you can count on with no side effects, no stuffy nose. We want every man to try Noxitril, so call now and take advantage of our special free bottle offer today. Oh, and as a reminder, please use the Noxitril dose as directed. It's that strong.
Call right now and get your free supply. Call 800-486-1608. That's 800-486-1608. It's like Viagra on steroids. Improve your sex life with your free supply. Call 800-486-1608. That's 1-800-486-1608.
When people have a craving to explore new and traditional Asian cuisines, they head to P.F. Chang's, where scratch-made dishes come from the 2,000-year-old tradition of wok cooking. P.F. Chang's wanted to explore new possibilities for their website. They turned to AmericanEagle.com. AmericanEagle.com re-architected P.F. Chang's website, integrating multiple third-party systems to create a unified digital experience. The results? Improved page speed and performance, personalized content based on users' location, intuitive online ordering, an increase in organic search visibility, and a 40% increase in new users. For scratch-made Asian cuisine, visit your local P.F. Chang's or go to pfchangs.com for website design, development, digital marketing, and hosting that produce efficiency, revenue, and results. Visit AmericanEagle.com. P.F. Chang's and AmericanEagle.com. Another example of the best businesses in the world, turning to the best in the business for websites. Go to AmericanEagle.com or call 877-WEB-NOW1. That's 877-WEB-NOW1.
What's your retirement look like? With Fidelity Income Planning, a dedicated advisor can help you create a flexible income strategy to grow and protect your wealth so you can stop worrying about the future and enjoy whatever comes next. Investment minimums apply. Fidelity Brokerage Services member NYSE SIPC.
It's easy to think all money managers are pretty much the same, but at Fisher Investments, we're clearly different.
Different? How? You sell high commission investment products, right?
No, Fisher Investments doesn't sell any commission-based investment products.
Well, you must earn commissions on trades.
Nope, never at Fisher. We're a fiduciary, obligated to act in our client's best interest. It's the highest standard of care for a financial advisor.
How do you know what's in their best interest?
We get to know our clients and then tailor a portfolio based on their goals and needs.
But you probably sneak in some hidden and layered fees.
No, we have one transparent management fee structured so we do better when our clients do better.
Wow, you really do look out for your clients.
That's because our top priority is helping them achieve a comfortable retirement. It might be why most of our clients come from other money managers. Visit FisherInvestments.com to find out why investors like you switch to us. Fisher Investments. Clearly different money management.
Investments and securities involve the risk of loss.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMC FM and HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
First I was on Goo's team, and then I was on Steiny's team, and now I don't know which way I'm going.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Hey, man, you know one reason I like doing a show with you? Or maybe just it's a show, but I guess specifically with you. That's just like two guys talking at a bar or something. And we'll talk about this, that, and the other thing, but if something comes up, you can just bring it up.
Not a subject we run away from. It doesn't have to
take all day. Let me tell you something. Davante Adams should get no punishment and no fine.
He pushed the guy, though.
He watched the video from the back. The guy essentially walked right in front of him. He didn't see him.
So I don't want a suspension at all. He apologized, but Steiny, he was angry.
Okay,
from the loss.
Okay,
and you just shoved the dude who's now went to the doctor. He went to the hospital.
It was a parry.
My neck and my back. He about to get some chicken.
No, he's not. He's getting nothing.
An NFL player. I'm doing my job or credentials.
He walked. It was almost like Davante Adams didn't even see him until contact was made.
Well, he looked right at him and pushed him out the way.
He didn't notice him till he was like right up on him.
How are you not going to notice anybody that you push?
Because you're looking down because you're mad.
Okay. Then he looks up with the shield on.
And somebody's right in his face.
Okay.
And he's got to push him to get by him.
Trash. Wow, Steiny, I'm shocked.
Trash?
Your turn. Man.
See, there's a context to everything.
You're changing on me, man.
All right, let's just do it. Evan, your thoughts.
Here we go.
I don't have a problem with the push. I have a problem with his quote-unquote apology after the game to nobody. On Twitter, he didn't go apologize to that guy he shoved to the ground.
But he did. They've had a mic at his locker. He said to whoever that was, I apologize.
Yeah, exactly. Called him whoever that was.
Yeah. Wow. Wow. You guys are tough, man. Yeah.
Let's go to Ryan. Ryan's in Redwood City. Man, it's our show. We can talk about any sports topic we want.
What are they saying?
I don't know. Oh, they didn't say anything.
Somebody said
What's
we
up,
deserve
Ryan?
a raise. Jonathan Reamer.
Well, that's a fact.
Yeah.
Hey, what's up, Ryan?
Thanks for taking my call. Really enjoy you guys on the radio.
Thank you.
Really
Thanks.
enjoy it. Thank you very much for your commentary on everything.
Sure.
But, Steiny, you played a lot of street ball, got to call your own fouls. Stuff happens all the time. I haven't heard you talk about your experiences in the real world. That's how it goes down.
No.
We don't know what Poole said. We don't know. But, I've seen that 10 times in the real world. Dude's got his eye swollen shut because he got popped. Still playing, saving face, right? It's done. The game's still going on. We only got 10 people on the court. One person leaves. We got no game. I know you have experiences. Please share.
Thanks, Ryan. I appreciate the call.
Ryan.
I've never seen anything like that. Usually, the fights that I've seen in pickup basketball, there's at least a period of time where there's a square off, where there's an understanding one way
I'm in a fight.
and
We're in
the
a fight.
other
Yes, sir.
that it's going down.
Yes, sir.
And this is what I was kind of saying yesterday.
Selly Sales going down.
I mean, that's the way I feel. Now, here's one thing I saw on a pickup court. It was one of the scariest things I ever saw. Uh-oh. Just a sucker. Remember, you ever see that photo of Jabbar hitting Kent Benson?
Dude, it's incredible.
Well, what happened on the play before was Kent Benson elbowed him in the stomach.
Kareem dropped him. I forgot about that one.
Yeah, I saw a guy get dropped like that in a pickup
in
game.
Milwaukee.
Never saw it coming. And
he dropped him.
And the guy just blacked out.
But to that dude's
he woke
credit,
up, he didn't know his name.
That was a sucker punch.
Yes.
Yeah.
And Draymond's was right there.
Yeah.
It was a cheapie. Even Steven Jackson says it was a sucker punch.
You don't do the little homies like that, bruh.
Let's go to Let's go to Jimmy. Jimmy's in San Francisco. Hey, Jimmy, how you doing?
He needs to just step up and just say, hey, you know what, that's my guy. We can deal with this whenever other time, but we focus on championship.
Who needs to say that?
Poole.
He doesn't need to. It'd be great if he did.
He doesn't need to, but it's better interest for the team that he's on. To rock the boat, how it seems like he's going to rock the boat, to me, that's counterproductive for the team.
Okay, but what happens
if Draymond does get traded, or they let Draymond go and keep Poole, whatever, and then we get beat in the playoffs or some crap like that because we didn't have Draymond?
Well, let me ask you this.
Yeah.
I forgot what I was going to say. But why can't I think of it? You got me. Keep him on the line because I forget what I was going to say.
It's about the principalities, Smokey. It's about the principle. It ain't about are we going to lose the chip or.
I just totally lost my train of thought.
And you can't blame me.
Hold on, keep Jimmy there because
yesterday that happened to you, or that was me, and I was in the boss's office.
We can't get rid of Draymond.
Oh, senior moment.
What? No, I had a senior moment.
Yeah.
Somewhat embarrassing.
Yeah.
So he said, I know.
You got
Johnny. How would you feel if you were Jordan Poole? Could you just turn your other cheek?
That's all.
Like you're saying Jordan Poole needs to do. There it is.
Yeah.
Tape delay radio. You really think he could?
Yeah. Why couldn't he? It was a punch between two fellas. It wasn't a knockout like y'all keep saying. If you got knocked out, yes, I understand that. That somebody got to wake you up. Okay, cool. But it was a punch between two. And again, we don't know what Poole said. Poole could have said, "Motherfucker, your time is over. I'm getting all the money this year. You out of here in a few months anyway. Are you out of here next year anyway?" He could have said something real hurtful to the man. Who knows?
Thanks for the call.
Everybody, and I'm just going back to my wife, Ross, the streets, the sector of people. And Steiny, I'm from the Union. I've been around the block. Little Mike, Big Mike. The people that say it was warranted because Jordan put his hands on Trey. Like, do you think the Warriors... Dude, do you know Bob Myers was in on that? That's, like...
That is
interesting. Why was he that close?
Well, I don't think he was that close.
But
But here's what I thought.
He saw Jordan at the moment that hammer landed. That jackhammer landed, and he was right there to...
Here's actually what it seemed like to me.
Man.
And then, yes, I will draw a conclusion that may not be correct. So if you look at the fight after the punch, you got to kind of focus on it, but Bob Myers was the first guy in.
Yep.
And he came running in from off where the frame shot was. All right, so that we know. All right, well, I'll give it to you. You know what Matt Steinmetz is thinking now after taking in all the information.
Give it to me.
Okay, so one thing we now know, because Draymond acknowledged it, was he was in a dark space and a bad headspace coming into practice. You know what? If Draymond's in a bad mood, everybody knows about it. That video to me led me to believe it or not, Myers was keeping an eye on Draymond that practice because he kind of knew Draymond was
unhinged,
possibly volatile. Think about that. Far-fetched? Actually, it doesn't matter if it's far-fetched or not. It doesn't hurt anybody.
Well, kudos to Bob, but my thing is, for Dre never doing this before, how would you know that you would have to be looking out for him to do something like that?
Well, he cursed out Steve Kerr.
Well, no,
And clearly there's been many things that haven't gotten out that he's done.
Like David West. Dude, I reread his tweet. He was hot how it was handled. Guys, what did he say on the side? He called him a name. He was mad at what his former team.
Let me ask you this:
how they handled that on that video.
Okay,
I saw that when I saw Miss Green tweet because she retweeted that tweet.
I'm just saying, who knows? Who knows?
When does this go away?
Well, that's the other thing. Like somebody just said, he like David West criticized the way the Warriors handled it. We don't know how they've handled it yet. We're in the process of learning how they're handling it, but they haven't handled it yet. It hasn't come to a resolution or a conclusion. So in that way, can we really judge anything yet?
Man, your guess is as good as mine, Steiny.
So I don't want to. Well, let's go to Fred in Richmond. What's going on, Fred? How you doing, man?
What's going on, y'all?
Hey.
I got a theory. I
love it.
I think this was the best thing that the Warriors could ask for, truthfully, because Jordan Poole and Wiggins gonna get paid, and they just gonna give Draymond the leftovers. He's a made Warrior. I really believe he's gonna humble himself, and he's gonna take or accept whatever the Warriors offer him because he knows he can't go nowhere else and play with two snipers like Clay and Steph. So therefore, he's just going to have to humble himself and accept a lesser money. He's made more money than he was expected to make as a pro anyway. So I really believe everything will work itself out. The media is going to keep this going. I mean, it's going to get resolved, but every day we're going to talk about it. I mean, in the barbershops.
Hey, Fred, let me ask you this. You're Joe Lacob right now. What do you do?
As Joe Lacob now, you suspending 5 games. You make a mockery of him and don't let him accept his ring on ring night. That's about all you can really do because he's embarrassed. Draymond Green, as a man, he's embarrassed. Don't think that he's not feeling some type of way because he knows real people out there like Tristan Thompson would have whooped this, you know what? You know what I mean? You know, so at the end of the day, he's going to humble himself.
Yeah, good stuff, Fred. Appreciate it. 5 games, I mean, that's level-headed. By the way,
I told you a couple.
You brought this up. I'd forgotten about this. That Akron football squad.
Oh, yeah. Dre was barking at the team before the game. He was having fun.
He was having fun.
But it wasn't about him that day.
But, well, that's the thing. In case you don't know, there was a football game,
Michigan State.
No, it was
Michigan State in Akron. At Michigan State. He was in the end zone.
Go ahead.
With his family, with his folks. And in the real time, he got into it with one of the players verbally. So one of the football players for Akron, there's video, he had to be held back, but that's Dre being Dre, and it's all good. It's why you love him, junkyard dog. But now
he's
I'm like
33 years old, chirping at a 19-year-old who's playing a college football game. Like, what are you doing?
I understand.
You're 33. Here's the other thing that I was thinking after I saw
Barkley threw a dude through a window.
Well,
some guys run hot.
Right, but what I'm saying, that was something happened. Like, what did Draymond Green, who's a spectator at a game, he's not even in the game.
But that's you always come to, and I'm not comparing myself to Draymond. Guru, you don't play, but I feel like it. A guy that's in the league that is the team's
Here's the other thing.
heartbeat, Steiny, I don't think you cut that off. That's all.
How about this? Here's the other thing I was thinking as I was watching the video of Draymond Green chirping at an Akron player.
Who's nice.
Vintage Draymond.
Yeah.
It's Akron.
Yeah.
Akron.
Ah, man.
It's not Ohio State. It's not Michigan. It's Akron.
Wow.
Come on, man.
Yeah.
All right.
And I got to say this from the Xfinity mobile text line. Guru 415, Barkley didn't throw a teammate through the window.
True.
And there you go. Hey, what about Brandon Jennings' tweet? You see that last night?
I did. Why don't you tell people who haven't?
Remember I told you there was rumors that Tristan Thompson and Draymond got into it, and Tristan had gave him a two-piece or something, and Dre didn't respond back with this energy. So I had heard that, but Brandon tweeted that, like where it was at and what was in front of LeBron and Drake. So I'm like, man, this is getting ugly, but it ain't ugly is what Dre did. And that's the bottom line. So we'll see how this goes. What's your gut tell you right now? Do you think we hear Jordan tonight after the game?
Goodness gracious.
Or is this going to, Steiny, if I'm Jordan again, and we have nothing to do with what the kid's going to do, I could not come back from you humiliating me. And that's what this is. So for all, it's dub on mine all day. Put yourself in Jordan Poole's shoes. And again, I keep going to this, my friend. What do you really think Steve Kerr was saying when he talked about Jordan Poole's future? Never before had he put it on that thick about this is our future.
I think there's meaning to that.
If you're Draymond Green, do you think you're thinking about I could be wearing another jersey?
Put it this way. 6 months ago, if you would have asked me, is Jordan Poole going to get an extension, I'd say, you know what? I bet they're going to play it all out. If I had to bet right now, I would say, I'll bet he's getting an extension.
All right.
Now, I'm not saying this changed things, but it might have been a little salt and pepper to throw onto the stew, perhaps. But yes, I do think Jordan Poole's going to have an extension in the next week. And obviously the Warriors are going to get asked about it, and they'll probably say, no, there's not a connection. We love Jordan from day one. Adam's in San Francisco. How's it going, Adam? What's up? All right, let's go to Tony in Belmont. Hey, Tony, what's going on, man?
Hello?
Hey, Tony, how are you?
Oh, it's Tawny.
Oh, Tawny, what's up?
You have the right person.
No,
Hi, how are you guys?
Hey.
We're good.
I'm working and I'm listening to this, and I've just been so frustrated with this whole thing.
Talk to me.
I'm sorry, but it's so frustrating. I'm sorry. You know, I saw the video, obviously, and before I saw the video, I was like, okay, what happened? You know, you're kind of speculating and like, okay. But as soon as I saw that video, it was like, there's no doubt in my mind. The two of them are whatever. They're shit talking. Draymond comes over, and you know what everybody's missing? It was like, oh, Jordan Poole pushed him, and so Draymond has this right to just punch him. What they're missing is Draymond came right up to his face and pushed his chest onto Jordan. It's like, I'm sorry, I'm trying to think what I would do if that had happened, and I would have done the same thing. Like, hey, man, like, get out of my face. Like, what more was going to happen, right? So that in itself is physical. So Draymond could have pushed back. He could have said, hey, man, you better not push me. Then that,
Yeah, I'm with you. Tony, you're speaking my language.
Man.
I basically agree with everything she said.
And can I say something? Of course we can. We got
in a crazy way, Jordan Poole pushing Draymond was Poole's way of saying, look, I'm going to try to de-escalate the situation because I feel like punching you right in the face.
Or, Steiny, I've been around the block. Or Dre, that was him putting you on notice when I put my head in your chest and I was in your space. This about to go down. So I'll say this about that. Jordan's probably a lover, not a fighter. That he'll never get snuck like that again. Okay, it's not boxing.
Yeah.
But 2, for the people in the back, they need to hear this.
Yeah.
We are a sports station. This is the biggest sports story in the nation. To the trolls in the back that think we like or get off or made this happen, this is a story if you're in Tennessee, Chattanooga. So for the people saying,
Chattanooga, Tennessee.
Tennessee, Chattanooga. No, it's Tennessee, Chattanooga.
That's the University of Tennessee at Chattanooga.
Well,
but
now I feel like if you not left that where I left it at, they would have got that. But
they absolutely would have gotten it. But I'm trying to inject some humor here.
Right. But we're not making this up. This is news, people. This ain't fun.
So who?
For the people in the...
Who are you talking?
Keep talking.
Be more specific.
The people on everywhere. Other shows I hear. Like, this is news. Big news. Nobody's happy this happened. But
it doesn't hurt.
Well,
it doesn't hurt our business.
I don't. I would work for the Inquirer if that was it.
Be honest.
Yeah.
Let's take accountability.
It's content.
Of course it's...
But I never call you like, hey.
It's fascinating.
Anybody get hit?
Just like Garoppolo, Trey Lance was fascinating.
That was still
this
fascinating.
is sports.
Yeah.
It's what I've devoted my life to.
Don't be one of them people that think where you're hearing it. Don't kill the messenger.
Who cares? Don't give those people power. You have the power. You know your feelings. You have the power. Yeah. So, okay. Sticks and stones may break your bones, but names will never hurt you.
That's my line.
Okay, you mean you copied it first before me? Okay,
but I use it still. It's got to die down.
Oh, I mean, yeah. Do I even want to take Bud?
Yeah.
Do you see what he's what?
Oh no, that was my leg. But the take Bud. We don't run from anything. Damn it.
Well, all right. All right, Bud. Go ahead.
What we got, Bud?
Hey, how you guys doing today?
All right.
I was listening in. I've been listening in since I was in Vallejo. I'm already in San Francisco now. I've been waiting to get this off, man. I see everyone has a different definition of a sucker punch. Because a sucker punch is when you blindsided. Right or wrong?
All right,
let's hear him out. Yeah, let's hear him out.
How about this? Cheap shot.
He ain't the only one, Steiny.
Okay, a cheap shot, but I mean, he seen it coming because he obviously pushed him. He knew where Draymond was at. And then you can't tell a grown man how to deal with disrespect.
Wow.
What about the part, like, do you think that Jordan Poole expected Draymond Green to do what he did?
Of course not. He would have had his hands up. He wasn't prepared.
Do you think Draymond knew Poole wasn't prepared?
I don't know. I feel it was a reaction. Every action, there's a reaction.
All right. Yeah, fair enough.
And there are people that feel like, Steiny, again, that wasn't a sucker punch.
Yeah, I thought it was.
I'll never change my view on it.
What is it?
That if I'm with Rutherford or my best bud, Silk Basie, Dodger
49
Pete,
Frankie,
all that.
He's not on your Mount Rushmore?
I just said him.
No, but you had made 4 before that.
So get better.
There's only 4 on Mount Rushmore.
Messy. What if he's listening like, "Goo, you did leave me out."
He probably is because he's sick.
Yeah, but listen, you know I love it. My thing is, if we got into it, they would never have to worry about me firing on them.
Right.
And you're going to say what? Oh, Jordan and Dre ain't best friends, but they're teammates. And I'm sorry, to me, you just don't cross the line. Now,
so
somebody tweeted it. Yeah.
As far as you're concerned.
Yeah. This ain't good radio.
We agree on that.
I totally agree.
We agree on that.
And I've been around. Somebody said, if you've been around, you don't got to say it, baby. Xfinity Mobile text line.
Chances.
On the morning roast, I guess Dre was doing a listen now. But this could be some more news about how he was in the mind frame. Dre, he was doing a podcast and Pat Bev was late. And the interview got shortened and they didn't do the podcast. So Could that qualify as what had Dre? What you laughing at? No, I'm saying
Pat Bev was late for a podcast,
And
so
then they got
Draymond punched Jordan Poole.
Oh, that's how that sounds. But
Oh,
yeah,
my God.
I'll take that. But something to that
No,
effect.
I'm laughing at
Yeah,
Michael
no.
Irvin. I like that soundbite. Tell you.
Dude, man, this is. Yeah, we don't make this up, man.
Oh man.
If I dropped you like that in front of everybody, say we were at a bowling alley, or to put honestly, could you come back to do the show with me? I would never work with you again, Steiny. I know you think, the people out there listening, you think I'm lying. I could never, because we would have to get down and wrestle, clear the desk every time you saw me.
It's a hypothetical. I don't know how I'd ask.
That punch he laid
I think
on
it would
Jordan
be very
Poole.
hard for me to
Okay.
work with you again.
And you might take a week off.
Oh, I would try to milk it for
Yeah.
sure.
Yeah.
But wait, I was thinking you punched me. Okay, so I punched you to get a week off.
No, well,
if I punched you,
yeah,
forget. Okay, and you're gonna have to deal with it on your own. I'm
Yeah.
fired. We know
Well,
that.
yeah,
I
okay,
mean, I'm
got it.
fired.
Yeah.
Especially
Even
if I
it
do
was
it
outside,
like
if it wasn't.
no, we're talking about it's a workplace.
Yeah.
Same. Yeah, at that point I'm fired. So now you don't get a week off. In fact, our boss goes, "Get in there and finish the show.
Look.
Finish the show solo."
Oh, that.
Let's go to Alvin in Richmond. What's up, Alvin? Yeah, quickly.
Hey, can you guys hear me?
Yes, sir. Hey, Alvin, I'm going to tell you what. I can give you 30 seconds now or a minute on the other side.
hold it, Alvin.
Your choice.
You can give me a minute on the other
There
side.
you go.
Fair enough.
Yeah, we can hear him
Alvin
out.
on the other side on 95.7, The Game.
Are you thinking about getting a new TV this week at prime prices? Maybe a Samsung, LG, or a Sony? Before you click, you should check out Video Only because they've got below prime deals. That's right. Top-rated TVs at better than online prices. Curbside pickup or home delivery are available. Don't click before you call Video Only, because if you do, you'll be sorry.
Listen, could Robert change your life?
At the age of 55, I started putting on weight, and I got to the weight of about 210 pounds. Always hungry. The heavier I got, the less energy I had. And about 6 months ago, I started taking the Andro 400, and I started realizing I had more energy. I felt better, and my mind was clearer, and I started losing weight. I went from my max weight was 215, and now I'm down to 176. My waist size has dropped from a 38 to a 32, and I've lost these big love handles I had on my side, and I just look a lot slimmer.
Since 2004, Andro 400 has helped men lose belly fat, gain energy, and to look and feel their best. Go to andro400.com for more true testimonials, before and after photos, and special discounts. Only available on andro400.com. andro400.com.
Do you have neuropathy? Are you experiencing numbness, tingling, and pain that just won't stop? Are you taking dangerous drugs that have serious side effects and never fix the pain? If so, please listen to this message. Neuropathy is a serious, progressive condition that only gets worse if not treated properly. Call SF Bay Wellness at 844-94-NERVE to get back to doing the things you want to do. There is no drug, exercise, or surgery that can heal nerves. Don't wait until your condition gets worse and stops you from living your life fully. SF Bay Wellness has a time-tested, proven track record of helping hundreds of patients to improve and reverse their neuropathy. If you're ready to regain your independence, contact SF Bay Wellness at 844-94-NERVE. Call now for your $99 neuropathy special and receive a personal treatment plan that is tailored to your needs. Call 844-94-NERVE. That's 844-94-NERVE and start to enjoy life again.
Chest up, engage your core, dig
At
deep.
Misty's gym, boot camp gets pretty close to the real thing. She wants to spot a personal trainer with a military background.
I can cover this week's boot camp, but we need someone stacked. Isn't your cousin a Marine?
Indeed can help her hire great people fast.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. We instantly connect you with quality candidates whose resumes on Indeed match your job description. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
Main wreck is on the south side of the tracks. Report of male driver, late 20s, severe injuries.
Copy that.
Can you see the vehicle?
No, it's way up there. I heard a witness say the stop arm was down, but he tried to beat the train anyway.
Too many drivers are killed crossing railroad tracks, even though they know a train is approaching. What they don't know is, even after it breaks, a train can take up to a mile to stop.
Requesting ambulance stretcher to shuttle crash victim back to the road.
Copy.
Stop. Trains can't. Paid for by NHTSA.
Kirby is your driveway mechanic. They bring the shop to you with brake replacements, oil changes, washes, and so much more. Get $50 off your first oil change with code OIL50 at Kirby.com. That's CURBEE.com and use code OIL50.
Get in zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today? Thinking about gas mileage. You know, an oil change with full synthetic oil like Valvoline Advance can help your engine get more miles. Right now, you can get 5 quarts with an STP Extended Life oil filter for only $36.99. Find your solution for better fuel efficiency today at any of our 6,200 stores or on AutoZone.com.
Get in zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
Prescription products require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if a prescription is appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for full details and important safety information. Subscription required. Refund available for 60 days after purchase.
Hey guys, did you know there's a generic form of Viagra that works just the same but is 90% cheaper? And you can get it online? Just go to 4hims.com/joy. You'll get a free medical consultation, discreet shipping if prescribed, a 100% online process, and trusted generic alternatives to the biggest brands at 90% off. That's right, get generic for Viagra, the same active ingredient as brand name Viagra, but 90% cheaper. It's the same medication you get from your doctor, but with zero copay, no expensive appointments, and no awkward face-to-face conversations. Results are guaranteed or your money back. To start your free online visit, you need to go to this exclusive address, 4hims.com/joy. That's 4hims.com/joy for your free online visit. FORHIMS.com/JOY.
In San Francisco today, we'll find cloudy conditions, highs around 60.
Weather brought to you by one thing. Don't buy plastic toys for your pet. Instead, look for natural materials like cotton, rope, wood, or bamboo. Join Odyssey, and together, each of us doing one thing makes a greener tomorrow.
I said what I said.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Okay.
That's Florio V. Bonte.
Yeah, I know. Hey, I finally found somebody who's a worse gambler than you.
What do you mean worse? I don't gamble that much.
He's worse. From the text line, the 415, Guru, if you two threw down, I'd put my money on Steiny.
Oh, right. Now I get you.
I mean, that guy's a worse gambler.
Remember, I just ran down.
What the hell did you just do there?
What you did to me, omitting 49er Frankie out of the guys. So Ron T and I, that's my buddy. That's my. Can you have 20 best friends? I think I got them. What?
I'd rather have 20 than 5 because you can't whittle that down.
Okay.
So it's Ron T.
Yeah, Reg.
It's Relaford.
Mello.
49er Tony.
Frankie,
sorry, Frankie.
Big Pete, Dodger Pete.
Big Pete, obviously. And who was the other one?
Mello.
Relaford. Somebody, you got to put out somebody.
Yeah, Kane, June. Remember you met Kane.
All right.
Yeah.
Ron T. You know what? Let me in on this decision.
Yeah, he's a Niner fan.
We're working on Guru's Mount Rushmore of friends. Unfortunately, he's got 5 good ones. Ron T, Relaford, 49er Frankie, Big Pete, and of course, Mello.
And Kane.
We're going to be, that's 6.
Yeah, Kane.
All right, well, we're going to be eliminating 2 of those friends this week on 95.7 The Game, because you can only have 4 on Mount Rushmore.
And I said June, too. Yeah.
He's out.
Yeah. He ain't tripping.
Okay. Suzette is in Oakland.
What happened to our guy?
Oh, thank you. Suzette, okay, right.
See,
thank you.
Because I've been a caller. I know
it was Alvin, right?
Yeah,
Alvin in Richmond. Alvin, I'd never forget about you. What's up, my man?
All right, I appreciate it. You guys have an awesome show.
Thank you.
I just want to tell you, the Jordan Poole issue, I think Jordan Poole holds all the cards in his hand. I think the Warriors are not saying anything, saying that they're keeping it in-house simply because they cannot come out and publicly say Jordan Poole has given us an ultimatum. And I think that's what's going on.
Wow.
You know what, Austin?
Wow, we
I'm
hadn't
sorry,
heard that.
Alvin, my bad. Thank you very much for the call.
Have not heard that, Steiny.
Here's where I think Alvin, I agree with Alvin. That might be what's happening, but there are a lot of other scenarios that could be happening.
Okay. Give us one.
One would be Draymond Green with no okay. I'll just do a million.
Okay.
One would be Joe Lacob says, get this guy off our team, and if we cannot trade him by opening night, we're going to waive him.
Okay, wow.
And I'll bite the bullet.
Okay.
Boom.
Yeah.
Steve Kerr may have told Joe Lacob, I can't coach him anymore. What's the word? He's tearing us apart.
All right, okay.
Something like that.
I'll give you a 3
and
for who that
everybody's saying, well, let's just look. We don't have to make a decision immediately. Let's let cooler heads prevail for a little bit. And in reality, they don't have a time limit on anything. But again, and I'm with Alvin.
Going into the season, though, Steiny.
No, they got a week. And that's where I do agree with
Tomorrow's the
Alvin.
anniversary of it.
Like something could be going on right now.
No doubt, man.
That we don't know about. And probably is. Let's go to, now we'll go to Suzette.
Yeah, hey.
Hey, Suzette, how you doing?
Good afternoon. Just giving my dog some snacks here.
Oh, okay.
I'm calling in because, I've been listening to you guys for over a week on this stuff. And I think, unfortunately, what happened was with the front office and Steve Kerr, because some things have been swept under the rug so many times.
Yes.
And this video got exposed, that the gravity of the situation just blew up in their face. And I'm just wondering if Joe Lacob even knew about this seriousness of the punch until the video came out. And then one last thing. In regards to Jordan Poole, who's to say that he was chirping at Draymond? You know what I mean? To start this all up. And maybe he's just tired, and a lot of people around there's tired, and it just happened, and it's karma, and this went down, and I support whatever they do, but I think something definitely has to be done.
Thanks for the call. Appreciate it. Crazy stuff. But I do think they're going over ways to handle it, Goo. Yeah. I think, but I do think, and I guess the phrase is sweep it under the rug. Do we really believe that when they came out and acknowledged the fight before the video came out,
which was Thursday,
do we believe at that point they wouldn't have suspended Draymond Green because they said something about a Saturday practice he might be back?
No doubt. So there's no doubt in my mind that's how I would have jumped off.
Okay. So
and Dre would have played the last game on Sunday.
And with all due respect, as you're the organization, okay, that's what you're going to do. All
right.
You send him home, that practice, the next practice, although he came in that day, apologized. Friday was an off day. Boom, he's back at practice Saturday. Dare I ask, what's Jordan Poole's role in all this? Does it matter?
Interesting. Wow. Because he's become...
Was he really going to do... Were the Warriors really going to do that? Until they say...
If I had to guess, yes. That's where the ship was going. And now this man has turned into a sympathetic figure. Not that he was trying for that. A video is worth 1,000 words, Tiny. And this... it's not the Ray Rice thing, but it's the Ray Rice thing when the NFL was only going to give him 2 games. Then the world saw the video, the act, and all hell broke loose, man. I don't want to use the word I can't wait, but it's what Willard and Dibs said this morning on the changeover. This is, how can you not think about this? Like when I watched the game tonight, all I'm thinking about, they got a game tonight. I'm thinking about this. And Dame Dollar from the town, Sabrani Park, I'm saying, did you hear what he said? Not he was choosing. Yeah. That you got to have you can't get caught like that.
And
there is some of me now that is like, you did, go on wifey, you did push, the man put his head on your chest so you knew And again,
listen,
we ain't in the street.
I'm not saying those people don't.
Okay, right.
They don't have a right to their opinion.
Right.
What I'm saying is, I disagree, and on this particular issue, it's running 3 or 4 to 1.
Okay.
So, and just because Damian Lillard says, well, maybe he should have been ready for it.
And he's not the only one, but yeah. Ross even said
that's what Damian Lillard
push
said.
him?
And Steven Jackson said
no doubt.
It was a sucker punch.
Yeah.
And
Brookfield,
according to you,
my bad.
according to you,
thanks, Otis.
No.
Yeah.
There's many players around the league that are saying what Draymond did was BS.
Oh yeah, no doubt.
Right.
Yeah.
So I get it. There's probably a minority of people that say, hey,
ex-NBA players I've talked to.
Exactly.
I never used that line.
Well, you didn't talk to him, literally.
Well, some were on the horn.
Nobody talks on the phone anymore.
Dude, that is I do. Yeah.
Let's go to like Shaka, our guy in Berkeley. Shaka said it says Poole should have been ready for that
Shaka's
punch.
an OG style.
But okay. We know that's part of the argument.
All right.
I disagree with it. I think most people disagree with it. Some agree with it. So what's the point of talking about it anymore?
Okay. Because now the people like Shaka that think he should have been ready for it, or Ross or my wife, on the other hand, they feel like the punishment should be, y'all get back out there, Dre shouldn't be suspended. That is where, it still don't justify you getting swung on in the workplace. And I'm sorry. What did Steven Jackson say? I'm riding with him and you on this one. It was a sucker punch.
So here's my question, Goo. What if
Looney said he got to earn the trust back? So that tells you it wasn't a fight. If the man has to earn the trust back, Looney's telling you what they think of what went down.
So let me ask you this. Let's say
Damon's from Brookfield.
Let's say Poole was more ready for the punch.
Okay.
Does that mean whatever Draymond should never get? Then no way should he be suspended.
No, that would qualify to me. You're asking me is a fight, and then there's nothing to talk about here. Two dudes got into it.
Gotcha. Let's real quick go to Adam. Hey, what's going on, Adam? How you doing, man? Adam. Go on.
Can I say something else?
Yes.
And somebody just brought this up to Johnny 2 times on YouTube. We talked about Kerr's comments or the backhanded comments or who he's kind of siding with when he said Jordan Poole in the future. What about, here we go, I just said it. Looney's was, if you read, but now people can say, Guru, you're doing too much. I'm not trying to. But if you read what Draymond lost, sometimes you can't get that trust back.
You're right.
And if I were to ask Looney, well, how does one get the trust back during an 82-game season? Because it ain't like 10 fights happen a year. What could one do?
I'll tell you what one could do is keep your mouth shut for once in your life. Toe the company line.
So all that stuff has to be changed. What if Dre says, I can't do that? I got to be who I am. And I would understand that.
Well, and then I think the Warriors at a point would say, or might be at the point where they say, Draymond, you cannot continue acting the way you're acting.
But that's never happened.
Well, but there's always a first time for everything. Right. Always a first time. We kind of got into this the other day, and I kind of wanted to elaborate it on a little bit. Like, I get it. You can't tell Draymond anything. Draymond's not introspective. The last person he'll look at is himself. But, yes, but there's also a time when sometimes you come to Jesus.
Right. When you don't want to.
Right. So we can't rob Draymond of the opportunity for this to be his own last
that's
straw.
Deep. But then if you got another player who's your future
he's
saying,
earn it.
I can't do it or I don't want to do it, then what do you do? Then you
got a problem.
Okay, right, no doubt.
Well, they got a problem now anyway, I think.
So who's got the? I'm being honest. Before this fight jumped off, if I said who's got more, who do you think's more attractive to the Warriors? There's no way somebody would say a guy 10 years younger that could get you 25 to 30 a game.
I think John Dickinson thinks Draymond Green.
Oh, wow. I didn't hear JD say that's my guy.
I think so. But I think there's people that would say if you got to make a choice, it's got to be Draymond. Absolutely.
To stay?
Yes.
Oh.
Yes.
I forget the fight. I disagree with that.
Well.
Yeah. I think Jordan Poole's a future 1 or 2.
Yes.
Okay.
Well, no, but that's not the point.
Okay.
Okay. Like, I agree. It's an easy decision for me.
Gotcha.
I'm taking Poole over Draymond. What I'm saying is there are people that would take Draymond.
Okay, gotcha.
That's all I'm saying. Yeah. we disagree.
Now, do we know if that team is right here in the Bay after Steve Kerr saying that Jordan Poole is a big part of the future? Which was not shocking, but to say it out loud with the way that the circumstances are, I was like, he's saying something else with that.
I agree.
How many days to the 7th? Is it the 16th or 17th for Poole's extension?
17th. 17th. Let's go. Let's go to Tim. Our buddy Tim in Raleigh, North Carolina, Tobacco Road.
What's up, guys? I appreciate y'all getting me in. I just wanted to make a comment real quick, guys. I think what all of these fake gangsters and tough guys calling and saying how he should have been ready, the biggest thing y'all missing, and Guru, you bringing it up, you're not going to be ready for a teammate.
That's all.
And I think with disrespecting Jordan Poole, saying he's not a fighter, he's not this, I guarantee you, if Jordan Poole was at the park in the streets of Milwaukee, where he grew up, his reaction would have been totally different with a guy putting his chin in his face like that. So you guys, Jordan pushed him and looked off to the right, like, man, get out of here. And you guys are all, and then he gets cold cocked. So all of these, his mom, Dre mom, and his big mouth ass mom, and everybody else trying to protect him and saying the guy should have been ready. I played sports all my life. I have never, ever, if I ever got into it with a teammate, they kind of pushed him off that way, I would have never thought they could come at me with a kill shot. If the guy would have connected with his temple, Jordan Poole is seriously hurt.
Okay, you know what? Timmy, thank you. Let me take it a step further. What would the reaction be? All right?
Yeah.
If Draymond Green walks over, like he walked over, got in his space, exactly like he did, or put his head in his chest or below his chin.
Right, leaning on him.
And Jordan Poole did the equivalent of what Draymond did. In other words, Jordan Poole's reaction from Draymond getting in his space was to essentially knock Draymond out.
Yeah.
Do you think?
Oh no, Draymond would be sympathetic. No, because he started it.
What I'm saying is, Jordan Poole would be absolutely criticized at this point.
I don't think so.
Oh, I think so.
That head, because that sweaty head on your chest.
Right, it was too big of a response.
No, Steiny, that would have been the response.
Yeah, I don't think so.
Yeah, man.
You're talking about the response from people.
From Jordan Poole, yeah. And, Steiny, nobody would have been Jordan Poole. There would have been no sucker punch at that.
I disagree.
You don't go put your head on the next man's body like that without wanting to get down.
Well, then.
And that's what.
Well, then you don't push a guy like Jordan Poole.
And
so where are you on this?
If you the scenario you get.
No, let's talk about the scenario that happened. Was it a sucker punch?
Yeah, there's no doubt it was.
Okay. Now,
but I'm not mad. Hold on. I'm not mad at the people that say, my wife, they keep going there, that Jordan pushed him. That's street stuff. This is the sanctity of a basketball gym with your brethren.
So what I'm saying is, had Draymond walked over like he did what he did, and Poole responded just like Draymond and knocked the guy out in some way, we would all be saying Jordan Poole escalated that way beyond control.
I'll tell you what, Matt, I'll meet you halfway and say there would have been some of that, but it wouldn't have been, Draymond was looking at what he was doing, and he was doing something. But when Jordan pushed him off to get his space and then looked off and then caught one and got dropped, that's heavy.
Yeah.
Hey, can I ask you another question?
Mm-hmm.
You know, they got the NBA 2K game.
No.
So they got the updates now.
Never played it.
Steiny, you could make yourself. But they got Jordan Poole with a black eye. How the hell did he not have a mark on his face? That's what I'm looking at him like, dude, you took that punch and there's nothing that people would even think you've been in the fight. Lucky. That's all.
Trucker EQ in Hayward.
Tell them to blow the horn.
Trucker EQ.
What's going on, fellas?
Are you really?
First time. I show you guys are the truth.
Hey,
You know what I'm saying?
are you driving a truck, really?
No, I'm not right now.
Okay. Oh, okay.
I'm a Class A driver. I've been doing it in Hayward for the last 25 years.
Fair enough. All right, all you.
Jordan, this is the thing. We don't have any kind of the voice when it comes down to the listening part of it. Jordan Poole, I'm guaranteed, just because of him, he was jarring the whole practice. You got to look at this. It's just we got the last piece of it. He was jarring the whole practice, and this is a big boy game. And the thing is, the positive of this, Jordan Poole is going to play out of his mind because he doesn't want to look weak. He doesn't want to look weak. He's going to play out of his mind. And Dre's going to do the same. He's going to make sure that he plays because he knows he knows that just because I don't think that he would have done this if if it wouldn't have come out, the visual part. But the thing is, Dre's going to play out of his mind just because he's on a contract year. He's got to play. This is going to work for us, for all the Warriors out there. We're going to be able to play with this stuff. Jordan's going to have to suck it up, and he's going to do it because he's going to get
All right, thanks, Trucker EQ. I appreciate it.
Yeah.
There's just something about saying, Jordan's got to suck it up.
Well, let's be honest here, Steiny.
Yeah.
Is that what the Warriors were saying before the video came out? When they expected Dre back Saturday?
Maybe.
And I want to hear what Barkley, I want to hear what Shaq. Hey,
here's the other thing. What do you think about this?
Okay.
I don't, here's one reason that I don't care what Poole said. You know why? You can't, you know what? It's like
blaming the victim.
No, it's like, hey, Draymond, you want to champion yourself as the best talker, as the mind game guy, as I can mess with anybody and I do it. And I can insult anybody, and I can get under any opponent's skin.
They don't love you like
Guess
that.
what? Jordan Poole just did you. He just did you. How many guys have gotten under Draymond Green's skin? The answer is very few.
But was it worth it?
No, it's the
it worth
question.
it?
No, I'm not. This isn't about Jordan Poole.
All right.
This isn't about Jordan Poole. This is about, hey, Draymond. For whatever reason, this Jordan Poole, he KO'd your ass in trash talking, which you pride yourself on. He got you at your own game. You couldn't maintain your composure. You know how when you were standing next to Blake Griffin and you could get under his skin and you could do it to Westbrook and you did it to all the superstars, all the great ones. Guess what? This 23-year-old from Milwaukee, he's a little tougher than you thought, ain't he? A little tougher than you thought, because you know why? He out-talked you.
Yeah.
Now deal with it. He couldn't deal with it, and he had to get physical. That's what happened.
Okay. I love listen, I'm going to disagree because I'm going to say this. But what about the reports that Dre was already pissed off? So
What's new?
No,
What's new?
But those are reports.
But what does that?
He said it.
Okay, so what?
So I guess
like,
you
that
can't
is a
give
big
Jordan
giant.
the trophy of you out-talked Draymond. Draymond was already, well, you could have.
So Draymond never came to a game
I'm
upset?
I'm not buying that.
Thank you.
I'm not justifying that. I'm just saying Dre was already in a mood.
Dre ain't the best trash talker in the league anymore. That's the bottom line. Little Jordan Poole got you, big fella.
I don't think
little Jordan Poole with a slingshot to Goliath.
I don't think Jordan's. I know you said it ain't about Poole.
I'm not saying he shouldn't be proud of it, but you know what? We know.
Yeah.
We know JP set you. Let me tell you what.
After the game tonight.
Jordan Poole. Let me tell you who loves Jordan Poole. Every fan of every other NBA team. Because he got under Draymond's skin, and now people are going to be going to Draymond.
Sean John on YouTube real quick says, Guru, keep it accurate. He didn't KO him. He knocked him down. I don't care if he didn't KO. That was enough. That's a punch. Hey, did you watch that Leonard Hagler fight?
How can you listen to Draymond Green as a leader ever again if you're on the Golden State Warriors?
And you know what? I'm not saying. What I want to ask Looney, how does one gain that trust back?
Time.
Winning?
No.
When's season 2 coming out too?
No. Absolutely not.
Did he
winning? Winning doesn't cure this, and I'll tell you why. How much time we got here?
This is not a lot.
Got about 45 seconds.
Ooh, it's going to be tough.
We can pick it up tomorrow.
No, it's too good.
No, save it.
I'm going to forget it by tomorrow.
Yeah. Dude, your sweater. You look like you're on the yard.
So this is what it's like. It's like the guy you play golf with, and he's got a bad temper, and he throws his clubs, and he's a menace. And then he gets a birdie, and he's like, hey, everything's good, guys. And you've got to play with him and be like.
You know people like that?
No, I don't, actually, but I've seen other people like that. How much we got now?
Yeah, I'm telling you this.
Peter King, 5 o'clock. Got 20 seconds, Steiny.
Oh, still got 20.
Oh, you still can finish it.
I think I can't remember.
Yeah, dude, had fun.
Sucker punch,
baseball,
cheap
night.
shot.
Padres, Dodgers. Who you got? Padres, Dodgers, Yankees, Guardians.
Phillies beat them all.
Yeah, my Phillies.
Yeah, Eagles too.
My Phillies and Padres.
Look
I
at
like the Dodgers too. We got to go.
Are you thinking about getting a new TV this week at prime prices? Maybe a Samsung, LG, or a Sony? Before you click, you should check out Video Only, because they've got below prime deals. That's right, top-rated TVs at better than online prices. Curbside pickup or home delivery are available. Don't click before you call Video Only, because if you do, you'll be sorry.
Do you think all premium fuels are the same? Well, your engine doesn't. Shell V-Power Nitro Plus helps keep your engine running like new, because it's engineered to defend against 4 main engine threats: gunk, wear, corrosion, and friction. So next time, choose Shell's most advanced fuel ever. It's fuel for thought. In engines that continuously use Shell V-Power Nitro Plus premium gasoline.
Everything, our farm, our stand, our pop-up shop, it really all started when we discovered the benefits of local, raw honey for our family.
And then we decided to turn it into a business.
We were looking for something to help us get up and running.
So we got the Chase Business Complete Banking Account.
It's more than a bank account. It comes with Quick Accept, which lets us take card payments anytime, anywhere in the U.S. using the Chase mobile app. Plus, we get same-day deposits at no extra cost. For us, it's more than honey. It's about sharing a little sweetness with the world.
Get the Chase Business Complete Banking Account with the essentials you need to help get your business going. Learn more at chase.com/business-complete-banking. Chase for business. Make more of what's yours. Quick Accept is not available in U.S. territories. Enrollment required. Usage subject to approval. Same-day deposits available for payments before 8 p.m. Eastern Time, Sunday to Friday. Fees and rates apply for checking and processing. Limitations and restrictions apply. Participants compensated. Merchant services provided by Payment Tech LLC and WePay Inc. Subsidiaries of J.P. Morgan Chase Bank and a member FDIC.
Hi, this is George with Left Coast Buyers. We buy properties all over California. If you own a house or an apartment building and want to sell it fast at a great price, call us at 925-434-5000. We can pay cash and close in as little as 7 days. We buy properties in any condition, any price range, and can help you in any situation. Do you own a property that is run down and needs thousands of dollars in repairs? Are you out of time, money, and energy? Let us help. Are you looking for an easy way to get top dollar for your property and sell on your terms and timeline? Well, call Left Coast Buyers now at 925-434-5000. We can solve any problem. We buy divorce houses, inherited houses. We even buy vacant houses and abandoned houses. Do you have a tenant who hasn't paid rent? Are you behind on property taxes, mortgage payments, or even facing a foreclosure? Even if you're just nervous about capital gains or an upcoming recession, we've seen it all. So if you or someone you know owns a property and needs to sell, call Left Coast Buyers at 925-434-5000. That's 925-434-5000.
Golfers, now at the Golf Mart, it's time to hit faster, longer, and straighter with Titleist. The new TSR drivers are designed to maximize distance and elevate your performance. Titleist TSR driver, pushing for perfection every day. Come into the Golf Mart for the new Titleist TSR drivers and get custom fit for free today. Can't make it in store? Visit us online at worldwidegolfshops.com. The Golf Mart, home of the 90-day satisfaction guarantee and family owned and operated since 1984.
Locked On Warriors is a daily podcast covering your favorite team, the defending world champion Golden State Warriors. I'm your host, Cyrus Softs, and every Monday through Friday, Locked On Warriors brings you all of the biggest Warriors stories in around 30 minutes. We cover Stephen Curry and the dynasty that is one of the greatest teams in the history of this beautiful game. Listen to the Locked On Warriors podcast every day on the Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
I had a nighttime routine for my frequent heartburn. I would drink milk, I would sleep upright with more pillows, but that painful burning stayed. So I made Prilosec OTC part of my morning routine. With just one pill in the morning, Prilosec OTC prevents excess acid production, blocking heartburn day and night. Now I have a new nighttime routine. I call it sleeping.
One pill, 24 hours, zero heartburn. With Prilosec OTC. It's possible while taking Prilosec OTC. Use as directed for 14 days to treat frequent heartburn, not for immediate relief.
Is there a calculator that can't compute in your kitchen drawer? Recycle it at Staples. A shredder that won't shred under your bed? Or a collection of cables cluttering up your closet? Recycle them now at Staples. With Staples Free Tech Takeback, we'll recycle your old tech free. Plus, rewards members get $5 back in rewards. So if you have modems, mice, and mobile phones making a mess of your home, recycle them now at Staples. Limit 1 reward per month. Redeemable in-store only. Exclusions apply. Visit staples.com/recycling for details.
2000, 2008, 2022. When it comes to the economy, those are some scary years. .com crash, housing crash, and the roller coaster we're going through right now. It's a dangerous time to not know your numbers. But over 31,000 businesses have the confidence and clarity they need because they rely on NetSuite by Oracle, the #1 cloud financial system. NetSuite gives you visibility and control of financials, inventory, HR, planning, and budgeting. Manage risk, get reliable forecasts, improve margins. Everything you need all in one place. So, how do you prepare for uncertain times? The answer, NetSuite. NetSuite helps you identify rising costs, automate your business processes, and easily see where to save money. That's why 93% of customers say they improved their visibility and control when they upgraded to NetSuite. What are you waiting for? NetSuite is offering a one-of-a-kind flexible financing program. Head to netsuite.com/radar. netsuite.com/radar.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMC FM at HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app. Live from the corner of Broadway and Battery, you're listening to Damon Bruce and Ray Ratto on 95.7 The Game. Brought to you by BMW Fairfield.
So how would you actually go about hitting an NFL quarterback? Because it doesn't seem like players understand how to do it. It doesn't even seem like quarterbacks understand how they should be hit. It doesn't seem like NFL officials totally understand how quarterbacks should be hit. And we, well, maybe not me, but you, as football fans, one week are totally outraged by how violent quarterbacks get hit, and then totally outraged the next week on how gently they still get laid down on the turf, yet flags still come on out. That was on display last night in the Monday Night Football game. Oh, Raiders, you can take them out of you can take them out of the Bay Area, but there's just something about the Raiders that forever lingers, and we'll get into all that. Welcome. It's good to have you here today. It's great to have Larry Krueger back in for Ray Ratto, and it really is like a problem that the NFL has now. There is a desire to protect quarterbacks, which is getting in the way of defenders plying their trade that they are paid to ply. I mean, how could you possibly have a job that says I'm supposed to hit quarterbacks, and then that is almost being outlawed in real time?
I know. I mean, it's and now there's so many different things wrong with it. If you're a young athletic quarterback, a la Tua Tagovailoa, say that 5 times fast, you can get slammed to the turf with authority. And yet, if you're Tom Brady at 45, if you get dropped to the turf in a way that's even like exponentially, significantly softer than that, Grady Jarrett's drawn a penalty. So where is the line? And I think if you're a defensive lineman or a linebacker or blitzer, I mean, heck, Nick Bosa talked about it this week. He's like, he almost like wants to, these guys are now so cognizant of the penalty flags that anytime they fall to the ground around the quarterback, they try to kind of like back away, like, hey, not me. Like, I'm not touching him. Like, fearful of drawing that flag just from being in the neighborhood of the quarterback's knees. You can't go low. You can't go high. So you got a strike zone that's like from the mid-thigh to about the rib cage. And you better not hit him with authority. You better not go down in a heap.
And
otherwise,
when you are taking him down, you better twist your body in a half gainer to make sure that you do not land on this quarterback now, because they are officiating landing on quarterbacks with full body weight as if that isn't a part of tackling someone everywhere else on the football field. It is something else. And I'll tell you, Chris Kasurek, who is one of the best position coaches in football, the 49ers defensive line position coach, it's amazing how frequently the 49ers actually do get to the quarterback, especially just over the last couple weeks. What do they got, 13 sacks over the last few weeks? But they're not drawing this seen far too often penalty in the league. So that's one of the things that the 49ers, another one of the things that the 49ers defense really has going for it. They've figured out a way to hit a quarterback, pressure a quarterback often, and not pick up what seems to be an epidemic of some ticky-tack fouls and flags around this league. And we had another one last night as Kansas City had a strip sack overturned when the referee decided that Chris Jones came down with his full body weight on Derek Carr, who was fumbling the ball in real time for sure. And at that point in time, you could tell that Chris Jones was more interested in going after that fumble than how he landed on top of anyone, which he should be.
Yeah.
Ball on the ground. Go get the ball. That's part of the game. And the ref, Carl Cheffers,
Yep.
Chiefers? Is it Cheffers?
Cheffers, yep.
Like, he basically gave up the GOAT with his post-game quote that he was given to the pool reporter when he said, and I got to read this, the quarterback is in the pocket. He's in a passing posture. He gets full protection of all the aspects of what we give a quarterback in a passing posture. This is what he told the pool reporter. My ruling was the defender landed on him with full body weight. The quarterback is protected from being tackled with full body weight. Larry, we now have a league where officials feel it is their job to protect quarterbacks as much as it is the quarterback's offensive line job to protect that quarterback. And the reason why is because
money.
There are 25 quarterbacks making at least $25 million this year. It is a positional investment that owners have basically changed the rules to protect that asset.
I wasn't even talking about that money. I was talking about the money that's lost if it's your backup quarterback going against another team's backup quarterback as opposed to your starter against some other team's starter. You know, if this game was Brock Purdy and going up against Desmond Ridder, it probably doesn't get as good a ratings as Jimmy G going up against Marcus Mariota. And even those are not great comparisons, but you see what I'm saying. And if it ever happened in a playoff game or a Super Bowl, the difference in revenue would probably be significant. So the quarterbacks are the meal ticket, so they're going to protect them. But what we have right now is just nobody knows. So ultimately, do what you, instead of the quarterback must go down, he must go down hard. The quarterback must go down, but he must not go down hard. You know what I mean?
Right.
That's the new rule. I mean, think of the Ram-Niner game. Nick Bosa rushed Matthew Stafford, got him in his arms, and just kind of flinged him to the ground. He didn't land on him, but he flinged him to the ground kind of hard. Harder than Grady Jarrett flinged Tom Brady to the ground. But Jarrett then fumbled, he lost his footing and stumbled over the top of Brady. It wasn't like driving Brady into the turf. He just was above Brady. And boom, he gets the penalty. And it's now we're asking 330-pound defensive tackles to have body control of NFL wide receivers.
I know what roughing the passer is.
Charles Martin against Jim McMahon once upon a time.
When you got a hit list and you're literally crossing numbers off your towel with a Sharpie. Yeah, I know what roughing the quarterback is. There's the famous Potter Stewart quote. Potter Stewart was an associate justice of the Supreme Court from like the 50s to the early 80s. And in his famous obscenity case, He gave the non-definition of obscenity, which I think fits better than anything that could actually try to define it. He basically says, I can't define it, but I know it when I see it. I can't define what roughing the quarterback really is because it comes in different shapes, sizes, and colors. But I know it when I see it. I absolutely know what a dirty play on a quarterback looks like other than a play on a quarterback that is routine in a football game that is just one guy trying to make a play. And the roughing the passer is the only rule in the NFL rule book where the referee is actually coached by the league to always err on the side of caution. So right there, it's set up to fail. And I think, as we talk about, instead of us, I thought we'd have a little difference on the show today, Larry. Instead of us just bringing up the problem and harping on it, we try to come up with maybe a solution. And this is a really hard problem to solve. I think this play has to be reviewable now. I think they absolutely have to decide.
Because they've created nuance.
Yes, they have to decide that this is a reviewable play because trying to judge intent in real time is a hard thing to do. When a football player is walking into a tunnel and bumps into a cameraman, this whole Davante Adams thing, like that happened.
Well, he didn't bump into him.
But I know. But that happened. That happened at the speed of walking.
Right.
And you got a million different opinions as to what really happened.
And what the hell's that guy going? I mean, come on, man. You're going to the hospital?
I'm sorry.
You're going to the hospital?
Yeah.
Really? You go look at that again. And then say, was that hospital worthy? That guy was in his 20s.
I got people who are like, he could have hit his head. He could have had whiplash. He fell on his fanny. You know what Davante Adams really did wrong? Because there is a second angle, another video, if you will, that shows that guy walked into Davante Adams' path without either of them seeing the other. Like Davante's kind of looking at the tip of his cleats as he's walking off in defeat. This guy's got his head up his rear end, and they bump into each other, and Davante definitely puts his arms out and gives him a shove.
It was offensive PI?
You know what Davante Adams' only mistake was? His truly only mistake was not helping the guy up. That was the mistake. He should have just said, man, I'm sorry, I didn't see you there, help him up, and I don't think we have anything to talk about.
No, I think you're right.
That was his real mistake, but to invoke the police, file a police report, and go to the hospital, like this guy, I hope that his ambulance crashed on the way to the hospital so he could know what a real medical emergency looked like.
Seriously, that's bad karma, man. That's bad karma.
And someone here already on the YouTube text line saying, there's nothing wrong with trying to get paid. Yes, there is. Yes, there is. Yes, there is.
It's called exploitation.
It's awful. It's awful to think of everything as how can I get your money for this total accident? It's a douchebag mentality. And your father should be ashamed of you.
Who was that guy? And it's that kind of thinking that permeates our society.
Oh, totally. Who was that guy that we worked at with Byline 20 years ago? Who's in the sales department? Who's like his other job was filing completely frivolous lawsuits. Like he had 15 frivolous lawsuits going at all times. He's like, hey, if 2 of these pay off, that's a really good payday for me. He knew they were. I mean, there's just people who.
Chris Cohan, I think, was like that once upon a time.
Oh man,
former owner of the Warriors.
Yeah, he sucks too.
He sued a bunch of people.
Again, if this sounds good to you, you suck. I mean, I don't know any other way to say it. If this sounds good to you, if you're comfortable with this idea of thinking you as a human being suck and are part of the problem, will never be part of the solution. Luckily, Larry and I are part of everyone's solution. We are going to talk you through all your sports conundrums over the next few hours. And Peter King is going to join us at 5 o'clock. We're looking forward to all of that. It's good to have you here today. Damon and Ratto with Larry in. We are brought to you by BMW Fairfield, now open in the Fairfield Auto Mall. And we'll let you know that the Warriors are back on tonight, baby. Here they come on 95.7 The Game. They got the Portland Trailblazers in town at Chase Center for a preseason warm-up. As the season gets closer, we'll let you know that the opening night is October 18th. You can go ahead and click and roll, oh my, on Warriors.com right now or call 888-GSW-HOOP. Representatives indeed standing by. Oh, Raiders. Choice to go for 2 last night. I mean, I don't hate the choice. You got to get it when you decide to do it. And I don't even know if then it was the right choice. We got a lot to talk about.
We're at the 4th down play.
We got a lot to talk about. Damon and Ratto with Larry in this Tuesday afternoon on 95.7 The Game.
Dr. Trudy Fleer here with the 5G Home Recovery Podcast. Let's discuss a very real existential threat to internet speed. It's a big one. Ready? T-Mobile Home Internet. It lags. Now, what is lag? Lag is a delay in data being transmitted across the internet. For example, you're hitting that hot drop, the parachute cuts out, you've got an unsuspecting bot in your sights, and lag! You were actually eliminated 10 seconds ago. Nobody deserves that. So stop letting T-Mobile Home Internet ruin everything and switch to Xfinity. Learn more at xfinity.com/TMOFax.
Get an amazing value on Xfinity Internet with unlimited data included. Switch for $55 a month for 2 full years with no annual contract required and no equipment fees for 24 months. Go to xfinity.com/TMOFax, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store to learn more. Requires paperless billing and autopay. Ends 10/17/22. Restrictions apply. New fast internet and xFi Complete customers only. xFi Gateway required. Taxes and fees extra and subject to change. After 24 months, regular rates apply to all services and devices.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today. 1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Donate your car today at carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K. Your car, running or not, can be picked up as soon as the next day. You'll get a maximum tax deduction and a vacation voucher.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
The following is an attorney advertisement. If you get sidelined by a workplace injury, the workers' compensation attorneys at Boxer & Gerson can help get you back in the game. Our team of skilled attorneys will fight by your side for the treatment and compensation you deserve. We care about justice for injured workers. That's what makes us Northern California's premier workers' comp law firm. Call Boxer & Gerson at 510-345-2341 or visit boxerlaw.com for a free consultation. Boxer & Gerson, your life is worth the fight.
O'Reilly Auto Parts specializes in keeping your car on the road. Not sure how much life is left in your battery? Our professional parts people will test it for free. If it does need to be replaced, we'll help you find just the right one to fit your car. Our Superstart batteries are built to handle even the toughest conditions. Visit O'Reilly Auto Parts today.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
The award-winning documentary Beyond Homeless, Finding Hope offers real hope for transforming homelessness in San Francisco. Watch at beyondhomeless.org.
As you know, sports teams plan well ahead of the next season. If you're thinking of remodeling your home, consider the same strategy. Talk with your designer or builder now about your next project. Golden State Window and Door has new inventory coming online. Milgard, Anderson, and Marvin. See Golden State Window and Door's wide variety of accessories at convenient showrooms across the Bay Area or goldenstatelumber.com. Since 1954, Golden State. When you succeed, we succeed.
Realtors abide by a code of ethics. This is Article 9 in action. Beth, a first-time homebuyer, knew nothing about the home buying process, except that she wanted to buy a home. But her realtor had the expertise to make sure Beth understood every document, even giving her copies to review with her lawyer so Beth could close on her first home with confidence. Complicated things explained in simple terms. The difference between an agent and a realtor is real. Realtors are members of the National Association of Realtors. That's who we are.
Chest up, engage your core, dig
At Misty's gym, boot camp gets pretty close to the real thing. She wants to spot a personal trainer with a military background.
I can cover this week's boot camp, but we need someone staff. Isn't your cousin a Marine?
Indeed can help her hire great people fast.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. We instantly connect you with quality candidates whose resumes on Indeed match your job description. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
Kelley Blue Book is the one-stop shop for pricing, fixing, selling, and instant cash offering. Instant Cash Offer is exactly what it sounds like. An official offer to buy or trade your car. Just enter your VIN or license plate, answer a few questions about your car's history, and what kind of condition it's in. In minutes, you'll receive an offer to sell or trade your car that you can be sure is fair. Then choose a dealer to purchase your car and schedule a time to meet. For all of the it's, KBB.com.
What's your retirement look like? With Fidelity Income Planning, a dedicated advisor can help you create a flexible income strategy to grow and protect your wealth so you can stop worrying about the future and enjoy whatever comes next. Investment minimums apply. Fidelity Brokerage Services, member NYSE SIPC.
Now back to Damon and Ratto on 95.7 The Game. Brought to you by BMW Fairfield. Now open in the Fairfield Auto Mall. Visit BMWFairfield.com today to book your visit.
So they keep on telling me that Damon and Ratto now streams for the kids, for the people. But what do you know? Today, a man of the people joins us. Larry Krueger is with us once again, wearing a collared shirt.
Look at that.
Wife dress you today?
Dress myself today.
Nice.
Dress myself most days.
Nice.
Most days.
We are we're brought to you by BMW Fairfield, now open in the Fairfield Auto Mall. Visit BMWFairfieldtoday.com. BMWFairfield.com to book your visit. You can book a visit to come and check us out on Twitch or on YouTube on our 95.7 The page, 95.7 The Game page. I just said hello to the chatters. Lots of different languages being used today on the chat line, and there's this weird pop-up ad for some porn channel. It's really weird. The internet's just a weird place. I don't know what to tell you.
It's the porn bots rule the YouTube from time to time.
Lots of bots. You got bot problems where you are?
They've been known to creep in, but you can get rid of them pretty quickly.
Well, again, I can't define it, but I know it when I see it.
Yeah.
We're talking obscenity, we're talking pornography, and we're talking about roughing the passer. My goodness. It is. It ain't easy to be an NFL official. It's a hard game to officiate. I mean, it's getting to the point, though, where, if the league really seriously wants to protect its quarterback investment, yet still play the sport of football in a way that it's recognizable to all of us, you either have to put size and weight restrictions on defensive players now. And, you're not allowed to play on the line of scrimmage if you're over 6'6" and 290 pounds. I don't know what to tell you. You're going to need to make humans smaller, faster, and weaker, which football will never be looking for unless it's ruled in. Or they've got to have an element of video review. And what I think, get Sean Salisbury to do this. I love Sean Salisbury, and Sean believes in the game.
From the football hour, that Sean Salisbury?
Our very own Sean Salisbury.
The former Trojan?
Yes, the one. Get him to be the NFL's official on roughing, because he was a quarterback. He loves quarterbacks, but not as much as he loves the sport of football and the way it needs to be played. I've heard Josh Allen. I've heard Tom Brady say on the record, it's getting it's a little out of balance the way that quarterbacks are being officiated. Quarterbacks think that they're being laid down too gently on the turf at times, or in a way that where a normal play is now considered a straight up personal foul, and
they're officiating the contact. That's the other part of it. They're officiating who's getting hit and what the contact looks like. Remember the Drew Brees, Ahmad Brooks play from a couple years ago in the Dome? Yeah. Where Brees was going forward, Brooks was going by him, and Brooks clubbed him around the shoulder pads, and it kind of creeped up near the neck, but never got there. But he was going one way, and Brees was running the other way, and so Brees literally got leveled. And they officiated a personal foul against Ahmad Brooks when he hit him in the strike zone, stayed away from the head, stayed away from the neck.
Wasn't on the face mask.
Wasn't on the face, wasn't low, wasn't high, but they officiated the contact. And then they also officiate who's getting hit. So the 45-year-old Golden Boy, he's gonna get personal fouls called against defensive linemen that Trey Lance probably would not have had, or Justin Fields, if he gets sacked on the exact same play, probably the flag doesn't come out because those guys are more athletic and they're younger and more capable.
A couple of years ago, I saw a montage that some Ravens fan put together about look at the hits that Lamar Jackson is allowed to take as opposed to every other quarterback in football. I mean, it was just, play after play of just guys leveling Lamar Jackson.
Well, and then there's another angle to this thing. Lamar, when he takes off as a runner, you can hit him as a runner, but you still can't hit the Tom Brady's of the world as a runner. You still can't hit the fragile pocket passer guy at all if he's a runner, but you can smoke Lamar as a runner.
And look, I understand that different guys' reputations, just by human nature, get them officiated differently, but it can't be that different. It can't be different rules for different guys, and different actions create different results across the board. Like, the referees have to stop officiating this guy this way and then that guy the other way. I mean, it just has to stop. It has to be uniform across the board.
Right. Josh Allen is thick. Jared Goff is thin. But
doesn't matter.
They shouldn't. So you can't officiate contact, because if I hit Josh Allen, he ain't going anywhere. But if you hit Jared Goff the exact same way, he may go flying. So that can't be part of the equation, but it is.
Somebody here on the Xfinity mobile text line from the 408 says, "What are we going to put flags on quarterbacks? Flag football rules at the quarterback position?" As lame as that sounds, there'd almost be more integrity to it. Because let me tell you what's going to happen here, Larry. Because every single coach in football is an evil, diabolical, vindictive loophole searcher. That's what they do. They're looking to get in between the rules for what is best for them. I mean, you might have been offended by Greg Williams saying affect the head. Believe me, every single 49ers defensive coordinator was preaching, go destroy the other team's most crucial players in the most crucial moment any chance you get to do it. That's football. It ain't nice. It ain't friendly. Affect the head is what the league has always been about from a defensive standpoint. Pretty much across the board. This league is going to get coaches who get so frustrated by picking up unreasonable flags for sacking the quarterback, they're going to turn around to their defensive ends and say, let me tell you, we're probably, every single time you sack a quarterback, going to get called for a flag anyways. So the next time you hit a quarterback, land with 120% of your weight on top of him. Like, seriously, go get your money's worth. Bury him. Hurt him. Because we're going to draw the 15-yard penalty even if you do it cleanly. Even if you wrap him around his hips and lay him down on his side, you're still going to get a flag. So you might as well get the player out of the game. That's what's going to happen. That's the pendulum swing that the NFL is creating with its over-officious position on hitting the quarterback. They're going to get more quarterbacks actually hurt, I think, than protected in the end, because defensive coordinators are just going to say, you know what, bury him.
Wait until we haven't even seen this really get pushed to the absurd. It's going to get pushed to the absurd when one starting caliber quarterback who has a really weak backup team qualifies for the Super Bowl without him. And we have to watch a backup quarterback play in the Super Bowl. The reaction to that is going to be something like we've never seen, because it's going to cost the NFL money, and it's going to hurt them and become a discussion point and a debate topic.
I don't think it does, though. I mean,
the Super Bowl stage, maybe for 2 weeks.
Who's not going to the Super Bowl party to watch the Super Bowl? No matter who, it's laundry.
Imagine this, though.
People are rooting for laundry.
Imagine the Niners and Chiefs have a rematch in the Super Bowl, and Patrick Mahomes gets clotheslined, and it's Chad Henne time.
I like the Niners' chances.
And it's the Niners and Garoppolo against the Chiefs and Chad Henne, and you got 2 weeks to talk about it. Imagine what... I would say this. If they really want to make an impact, make it so you cannot land on the quarterback at all, in any way. You can't land. You can two-hand shiver him, you can throw him down, but you cannot land on the quarterback. That would be the only thing I could think of that would be more severe than what they've already done.
It feels like there has been an overcorrection to a problem that exists more conceptually than in reality. I mean, I'm not looking at a league that is missing important starting quarterbacks week after week after week after week. Like, I'm not seeing that. Are you?
No, but they might argue that their rules have prevented it.
But did they? I mean, here's the thing. If we knew how to prevent sports injuries, they'd never happen. You know, I mean, like, if we honestly knew X, Y, and Z equals the outcome you're looking for, well, then X, Y, and Z would be in full effect in every single locker room and every single league all the time. It's sports. Guys get hurt. Full contact sports played at the highest level. You know, would it suck if the Chiefs had to go to the Super Bowl without Patrick Mahomes? Sure, but it ain't my problem. It's not my problem. And let me tell you, Patrick Mahomes or not, it's the Super Bowl. They're going to get a massive audience, no matter who shows up.
But their numbers show that if they're starting quarterbacks out, less people watch. And I don't even need to see those numbers to know that that's probably true. That's almost assuredly true. It's almost a definite. But the question is,
I don't know what has ever equaled. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you.
I was going to say, what do you do about it? Like, what do you do for teams like the 49ers who have built their team around defensive line play?
I've never believed in the argument. This is why people aren't watching. Like everyone. Well, the protest of the anthem. Then Colin Kaepernick offends me. Then Black Lives Matter offends me. Then the fact that they're putting all these social media messages on the back of helmets and in the end zones. Like all these people who say I'm never watching football again are part of the same audience that grows every single year a football game is played. I mean, the amount of complaining on the internet saying I'll never are the same people who are searching, how do I get Amazon for the Thursday night game?
Right.
Yeah, I mean, like, it's just blowhard after blowhard telling you what they're about to do, and then they never do it. People are going to show up to watch no matter what the hell happens. There's nothing that drives football fans away. That has been improved. I mean, you got all these people saying, oh, look what happened to Tua. Oh, my God. Oh, my God, look what happened the second week in a row. I'm never watching again. You didn't even turn the game off. You didn't even turn the game off that offended you so much. Not a single person stopped watching Dolphins-Bengals that Thursday night. Not a single person.
Yeah, what would kill the NFL? Only probably if they eliminated gambling and fantasy. If they eliminated all forms of gambling, that might hurt the NFL. Because I'll say this, though. What makes the NFL popular? Gambling, violence, appointment television. I think those are three.
And we just love football. I mean, there's like a pure, actual, nothing wrong with it.
We know where it's going to be.
Yeah.
And we know how violent it's going to be. And we can wager on it.
Yeah.
And we can wager on it big, or we can wager on it like fantasy, like penny ante gambling. And so people already like it less because of the less violence, but we all can kind of come to grips with, hey, you know what? If you really care about the players, it was somewhat of a guilty pleasure for us anyway. I guess we still like football. We'd rather see it with big hits because it's more exciting. There's more of an element of danger with the big hits. But we all love it to a degree, and we care about the good health of the players to some degree. At least we do in theory, and so we can come to grips with, it's less violent. Okay, it's still violent, but it's less violent.
But you're lying to yourselves. I mean, it's like, or we have to tell each other lies. Look at it this way: if you're a football fan, you're compartmentalizing an awful lot of civilized society to be a football fan. That's just the way it is. It's a way to, I can't make you feel better about your bloodlust. It's not up to me. That's for you to figure out. I love it. I'm here for the biggest, nastiest hits you can put all over the field. I'm sorry. I would have 100% been the guy in the Roman Coliseum, been like, what, lions versus humans today? Like,
what
bring
time?
on the Tigers.
What time?
Yeah. A double header?
It's there is a show on one of the Spanish channels called Alarma, and it is, I don't speak Spanish, and I never even took Spanish, so I don't even speak even any Spanish, but the drastic nature of what they will show on the footage is so drastic that you'll see stuff that, you would never see on network TV, you would never see on local TV, but you see it on Alarma. So it's like, hey, when I'm flipping by there, I'm like, hey, maybe I'll see what's on there for, a car runs into a crowd of people. We actually see all the people getting run over. Where you would never see that here on regular television. They would somehow turn your eyes away, or some news editor would say, you know what, we can't show that. Well, they'll show it on Alarma TV, so guess what?
What you're about to see contains graphic footage that could be triggering for some people. And oh, by the way, there's also someone smoking in the background, and smoking is now, you need a warning that there could be smoke.
What's amazing is I'm sitting there, I'm watching the Dahmer thing.
Right.
This Dahmer thing on Netflix. Finally, Jillian's like, all right, everyone's talking about it. We'll watch it. She's all done with. There's a genre out there which she hates to admit she loves. She loves these crime murder genres. She does, but she hates to admit it. And she finally
this person disappeared, but could it have been the husband?
Right. So the
Dateline
right before Dahmer comes on, up in the left-hand corner, they're like,
we need to warn you that there's a little smoking in this episode.
There's a guy chopping up people and eating them in this episode. The cigarette isn't the problem.
Yeah. Take your cool offensives and get the hell out of here. I'm not as offended by your camel lights anymore. Somebody just got eaten.
We need to warn you that there's some smoking in this episode. Yeah, there's also cannibalism in the episode. There's no cannibalism warning.
There need to be more of those.
But here's
more
the thing,
cannibalism warnings.
I clicked on Dahmer. Like, whatever happens after that, it's my fault, right? I turned it on.
Seriously.
Some people, Damon, what you said on the show offended me. You don't have the right to an unoffended life. I don't know what to tell you. Congratulations. You finally found a one show that hasn't so scrubbed itself sanitary free of being interesting.
Being offended is like a booming industry in America.
Are you kidding me? It's dude, I'm offended. I'm a victim.
Right.
These are things that when I was growing up, like you would never claim to be either. It was a sign of weakness. Now it's like a point of privilege.
Now it's like, you haven't really lived until you've been offended.
Well, stick around because
give it time.
Yeah,
give it time.
We're on till 6 o'clock. We'll come up with it before it's all said and done. I mean, you and I, we're two scandalous guys with pasts that are so deeply offended people. Oh, how do you let those monsters on the radio?
Seriously, the fact we're even within an arm's distance of a microphone at all is.
Here's the thing. Here's why. Because we're more interesting than anyone who's ever been offended. That's why. You're welcome, America. You need Damon and Larry at times. And then again,
that's offensive right there.
That is somebody just got deeply offended by that. How about the Raiders deciding to go for two there?
I'm offended by the Raiders' stupidity.
Were you offended? Oh, my goodness. Here's the thing. Like,
why are you going up top on 4th and 1 when your back is a monster?
Okay, so two different things. Let's start with that. Let's start with the final play of the game. You are looking at 4th and 1. Josh Jacobs is literally running like he's back at Alabama. I mean, he looks
like the best back in the league last night.
He's Derrick Henry. He's Derrick Henry in a Raiders uniform last night, and on 4th and 1, you're going yoinks away, and what even makes the yoinks away that much more embarrassing is you got two Raiders running into each other and Derek Carr overthrowing their location by about 10 yards.
Begging for a penalty. I was offended he was begging for the penalty.
I was deeply offended. I was so offended.
What are you throwing up your arms for? Yes, my two receivers ran into the... If you even see two receivers in the same neighborhood, something has gone horribly wrong. To see them actually collide on the biggest play of the game, that might be the biggest gaffe I've seen in the NFL this year.
It was bad. I mean, it was a bad look. There was no doubt. To call a pass play there was bad. The pass play that was called was bad.
They're not even rookies. You're talking about Hunter Renfrow, who's a great route runner, and Devontae Adams, who's probably the NFL's best route runner. And they collided.
Look, the Raiders are now 1-4 with 4 losses by a combined total of 14 points. They are. I mean, the Raiders really are officially like the best 1-4 team in the NFL. I don't mean to say
Absolutely.
that. I don't mean to say that in a derogatory way. They are the best 1-4 team that you'll probably ever run into. They fall to 1-4 with a choice that is interesting to say the least. And, there is a choice there. You score. It is 29-30 now. You can kick the point, and there's about 4 minutes left to play. And honestly, there's probably too much time there. But you got to tie it up. Like, analytics, I think, is the enemy of what guts are telling coaches. And they err on the analytics. And they said that basically the analytics said it was a coin flip. And Josh McDaniels made the coin flip that I'm going to try to take the lead right here and right now because I don't trust my defense to stay in front of the Raiders or in front of the Chiefs, and I don't trust our offense to maybe get it back into field goal range.
I didn't get it, though, because if you kick the extra point, yeah, field goal beats you. But guess what? If you go for two, I don't know, a field goal beats you.
Yeah, a field goal still beats you.
So what are you doing?
Well, you're trying to take the lead here and now, and then we'll get off the field, and then we got to take some. We'll be the ones killing the clock to win the game.
Because your defense is going to stop Mahomes and Kelsey and Clyde Edwards-Helaire and Andy Reid. Really? Really? That was bad. That was bad.
It was a bad call. It was a bad choice. But again, Josh Jacobs pounds that in. It's 31-30, and Josh McDaniels had the Raiders defense held on as being, heralded as a riverboat gambler, and that's the kind of muy agresivo coach that Raider fans have been dying for. Like, had it worked out, the man's a genius. It didn't work out. The game ended terribly for the Raiders. Okay. So it looks bad.
Josh Jacobs, you want to know what Josh Jacobs' average per carry was last night?
Oh, it was like 7 yards. I mean, he was
7.3 yards a carry.
Yeah, you might want to give it to him on fourth and short.
He's having a career night. Hand him the ball. Not only that, he had several runs where he got kind of stonewalled, kind of bounced back, and he had so much energy and electricity in his legs. He had 2 or 3 runs where he got stonewalled and then had like a second effort and like busted off a new run. It was like he was having a career night, and you didn't hand him the ball.
The funny thing is the Raiders defense actually kind of got the stop it needed at the end.
Yeah, amazingly.
And it just didn't work out. I mean, you can take the Raiders out of Oakland, but there's still a lot of those Oakland Raiders left in Las Vegas. They have changed the coach. They have changed the wide receiver. They're a better team, but man, when the chips are down, there is no team that pees down its own leg quite like the Raiders. It's something else, and it doesn't seem to matter who's in the helmet. It just,
they're up 17-0, weren't they?
They were up 17-0. They gagged that one away, no doubt. I've just been told by Lucas that he has run into a guest that was unexpected, but he put in a call to Festus Ezeli. And with the Warriors playing a little bit later on tonight, with the development of James Wiseman being something that we want to talk to Festus about, and of course, those locker room dynamics that have defined the Golden State Warriors early on here between Draymond and Jordan Poole, it might be very interesting to say hello to Festus. So we're going to do that, and then we're going to come on back, take your calls. What the hell happened to Hunter Renfrow? Like, he was really good, and then he forgot how to play football. It's very weird what's happening with him.
You know what happened to him?
What?
I put him on the Krugerrands fantasy squad. And
the kiss of death.
The
kiss of death.
That's the ultimate kiss of death.
It is Damon and Ratto here on 95.7 The Game with Larry Krueger in for Ray today and later on this week. And we are brought to you by Fremont Bank, full-service banking, no compromises. Festus Ezeli is going to hop on with us next just for a little bit on 95.7 The Game.
Do you think all premium fuels are the same? Well, your engine doesn't. Shell V-Power Nitro Plus helps keep your engine running like new because it's engineered to defend against 4 main engine threats: gunk, wear, corrosion, and friction. So next time, choose Shell's most advanced fuel ever. It's fuel for thought. In engines that continuously use Shell V-Power Nitro Plus premium gasoline.
It's easy to think all money managers are pretty much the same. But at Fisher Investments, we're clearly different.
Different? How? You sell high-commission investment products, right?
No. Fisher Investments doesn't sell any commission-based investment products.
Well, you must earn commissions on trades.
Nope, never at Fisher. We're a fiduciary, obligated to act in our client's best interest. It's the highest standard of care for a financial advisor.
How do you know what's in their best interest?
We get to know our clients and then tailor a portfolio based on their goals and needs.
But you probably sneak in some hidden and layered fees.
No, we have one transparent management fee, structured so we do better when our clients do better.
Wow, you really do look out for your clients.
That's because our top priority is helping them achieve a comfortable retirement. It might be why most of our clients come from other money managers. Visit FisherInvestments.com to find out why investors like you switch to us. Fisher Investments. Clearly different money management.
Investments and securities involve the risk of loss.
Kirby is your driveway mechanic. They bring the shop to you with brake replacements, oil changes, washes, and so much more. Get $50 off your first oil change with code OIL50 at Kirby.com. That's CURBEE.com and use code OIL50. From carriage house to glass aluminum doors, R&S Doors has a full line of commercial and residential garage doors and gates to suit anyone's taste and budget. Visit rsdoors.com. R&S Doors. Look for the red truck.
If you own a business, this has been a bumpy ride. From pandemic to inflation, I'm sure you could use a break. If your business has 5 or more employees and survived COVID, you might be eligible to receive a payroll tax refund of up to $26,000 per employee. The challenge is getting your hands on it. Hi, I'm Howard Mackler, and that's why I founded GetRefunds.com to cut through the red tape and get you the money. The team of tax attorneys we have put together are highly trained in this little-known payroll tax refund program. We do all the work, charge not a dime up front, and simply share a percentage of the cash that we get for you. Businesses of all types can qualify, including those that took PPP, nonprofits, and even those that had increases in sales. We have helped return over $1 billion to businesses, and we can help you too. Just go to getrefunds.com/sports, click on Qualify Me, and answer a few questions. This payroll tax refund is only available for a limited period of time. Don't lose out on up to $26,000 per employee. Go to getrefunds.com/sports. That's getrefunds.com/sports.
Your most valuable asset is your time. So why should buying a car eat up your whole day? At BMW of Fairfield, we value your time as much as you do. So once you've decided on your next car and how you want to buy it, we'll have you behind the wheel of your ultimate driving machine and on your way home within 1 hour. There is a better way. Experience it for yourself at BMW of Fairfield. One price, one person, 1 hour.
Neuropathy pain? Call Dr. Robert Dees, DC, 925-393-0100.
Everything, our farm, our stand, our pop-up shop, it really all started when we discovered the benefits of local, raw honey for our family.
And then we decided to turn it into a business.
We were looking for something to help us get up and running.
So we got the Chase Business Complete Banking Account.
It's more than a bank account. It comes with Quick Accept, which lets us take card payments anytime, anywhere in the U.S. using the Chase mobile app. Plus, we get same-day deposits at no extra cost. For us, it's more than honey. It's about sharing a little sweetness with the world.
Get the Chase Business Complete Banking Account with the essentials you need to help get your business going. Learn more at chase.com/business-complete-banking. Chase for Business. Make more of what's yours. Quick Accept is not available in U.S. territories. Enrollment required. Usage subject to approval. Same-day deposits available for payments before 8 p.m. Eastern Time, Sunday to Friday. Fees and rates apply for checking and processing. Limitations and restrictions apply. Participants compensated. Merchant services provided by Payment Tech LLC and WePay Inc. Subsidiaries of J.P. Morgan Chase Bank and a member FDIC.
Is there something really absurd that skeeves you out?
Getting a paper cut on my eyeball.
A fear you can't shake.
I'm going to leak ocular fluid down my cheeks. It's going to go into my mouth and I will perish.
Whatever scares you, I want to talk about it. Join me, Larry Mullins, on my new podcast, Your Weirdest Fears. Listen and subscribe to Your Weirdest Fears on the Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts from.
Kansas City Steak Company, another AmericanEagle.com success story. Started in 1932 as a family-owned butcher shop, today they're a leading distributor of superior all-American steaks delivered right to your door, ready for the grill and your taste buds. When it came to their website, an average site wouldn't do. They chose AmericanEagle.com to take their website to the next level. With a dramatic increase in competition and a softening market demand, they had two challenges: improve their brand presence and message, and produce a positive return. AmericanEagle.com got to work and executed usability feasibility studies, and detailed audits of site experience, digital assets, and marketing. The result? An integrated digital marketing and customer experience plan, organic traffic increase of 20%, and a long-term roadmap for success. If you love great steaks, go to kansascitysteaks.com for website design, development, and online solutions that bring efficiency and results. Visit AmericanEagle.com. If you need a results-driven website, call the team at AmericanEagle.com at 877-WEBNOW1. That's 877-WEBNOW1.
Now back to Damon and Ratto, brought to you by BMW Fairfield on 95.7 The Game.
Well, welcome to you. Welcome back. If you're on hold, just stay right there. We're going to come on back and start taking calls in a matter of moments. But a late addition to today's guest lineup, we're very happy to welcome in Festus Ezeli, who's actually got the night off. He's not going to be doing any pre or post for this Warriors preseason game tonight against the Portland Trailblazers, but he's nice enough to stop on by here. It's Damon and Ratto on 95.7 The Game. Ray is not here this week. Larry Kruger in for Ray Ratto. And Festus, it is a pleasure to have you on. It's been a long time since we've had the pleasure to say hello. How are you? How was your summer? How was the off season?
Damon and Larry, what's going on, fellas? My off season has been pretty spectacular, to be honest, but very short, which is a good problem to have after a championship.
It's always nice when it's a short off season for an NBA player, because that means last season probably went very, very well. And obviously it did go very well, Festus, for the Warriors, but getting off the launching pad for this year has not gone well. I am sure that you have been asked more times than you already care to be asked about the video and what Draymond did to Jordan Poole, but it's obviously one of the reasons why we wanted to have you on today, because you know more about NBA locker room culture, trust in teammates than Larry and I ever could. So when the whole thing happened, how did you feel about it? And then how did you feel about it after you saw the video?
First thing I thought is, I wonder what Jordan Poole says. Because, and not to laugh about it, because like it's one of those things. I think if anybody's ever been in the NBA locker room, they understand that, you know, playing a sport and being on the team together, we're all brothers, right? And even that brotherhood never goes away. Even now that I'm on the commentary side, I still have a brotherhood with these guys. And so Draymond has always been the agitator. And to see him in a situation like that, I've never known him to be someone to throw a punch. I've only ever known him as a guy who chips at people. And then when you fight, there's like a lot of pushing. So that was something that it felt out of character for him. So, you know, there's, even in listening to the interviews and talking, it's just understanding that, you know, it must have just really been a bad day for Draymond, you know, and we all are, you know, we're all guilty of things like that. I'm definitely not somebody who's going to sit here on my high horse and reprimand him for it. I don't think it was the right thing to do as a leader, but at the end of the day, like, you know, sometimes our emotions get the best of us. And so I saw that video, and I was really more upset about the fact that the video got out, because if you sat there and you scrutinized every detail of practice from, you know, all the teams, I'll speak from the locker rooms I've been in, there's a lot of those kind of situations. That's not for the public to sit there and judge. It's actually supposed to be between the team. And so this is going to be a tough road for the Warriors to navigate, but if there's any team that can navigate it, especially with Steve Kerr and Steph Curry at the helm, I think that the Golden State Warriors can handle this.
You know, there's a lot of unknowns. We don't know the background in their relationship, and we don't know exactly what led to it. But I agree. To me, the fight, and I guess maybe I'm in a smaller minority of people that I don't like. When I first heard there was fisticuffs, and then I saw it, I didn't have any. I didn't change from like, oh, there was fisticuffs, and then I saw the punch and thought, wow, this is on a totally different level. I know what fisticuffs looks like, and I felt like that's what I was expecting to see. It was a little bit more on the power side. It was more of a power punch than like a typical fight between non-fighters, which oftentimes is a slap fight. But beyond all that, Festus, what should Golden State do? I mean, what should they do with Draymond? Do you trade him? Do you cut him? Do you fine him? Do you suspend him? What is the proper thing to do?
after a punch in a fight. I mean, listen, like I said, I am definitely not someone to sit here and act like that's something that's above any. Like, I've been in a game where my emotions got the best of me, and they didn't trade me after I did something. So that's a situation that it is a tricky situation because you have a leader in Draymond Green, and I feel like this action maybe it affects the way people view the Warriors, but I don't think it affects the way you view Draymond, because Draymond has always been a guy who's an agitator, right? They have to mend their relationships. You know, their relationship has to be mended in some way, at least enough for them to go play a game, because at the end of the day, you have a job to do. The Warriors need to win, and you need both Draymond and Jordan Poole at this current moment with the team and the makeup that they have to win games. So I think that they just, they have to figure out a way. As brothers, we all get on each other's nerves. I'm sure you guys have family that you guys get into fights. You figure out a way to kiss and make up, and y'all get to doing what you need to do. And because at the end of the day, everybody else in the NBA, this is what I saw. I saw everybody else in the NBA being excited to see the Warriors have some issue, because this has been a moral, like a high character organization for such a long time. And what is the thing that can break this team down? It's something where they feel like, okay, well, the players themselves have to break this down, because the trades haven't affected them. Kevin Durant leaving has not affected them. They still won a championship. So what can we do, and what can happen to break this dynasty down? Because we don't stand a chance of winning. This is how I see it anyway. And so everybody got excited because they saw, oh, well, this could be the thing. I don't think this is going to be the thing. I think that Steve Kerr, Steph Curry, Draymond Green is a leader. He's a born leader, and when the time comes, I've seen him play his best basketball after making, being suspended in a Game 5 of in the finals. So I just say that this is just going to be one of those tests. The adversity came early in the season, which you don't expect it to after a championship season, but you grow and you show your true character in moments like this. So I think this is just an opportunity for everybody to understand who the Golden State Warriors are. And it's going to be a good challenge for Bob Myers to be able to manage a situation like this. Also, because it is public, right? You have everybody scrutinizing what the decision is, or whatever the reprimand is going to be. Everybody's going to be scrutinizing it. So that's a thing for Bob Myers and Steve Kerr to handle. And then it's going to be a little bit of a dark cloud for a little while, because everybody's going to be talking about it. But once the games start and the Warriors start doing what the Warriors do, I think it's going to be old news really quickly.
Tip it off and beat the Lakers on opening night. This is probably in the rearview mirror quickly, indeed. Festus Ezeli, nice enough to join us here on 95.7 The Game. How much is on Steph's plate to get this team through this? How do you think Steph, if he were, judge and jury all by himself, how do you think Steph Curry would handle this?
If Steph Curry were a judge and jury, it's kind of funny, because I think this is a new situation for everybody in the situation, right? Like, this is a new territory for Draymond, because Draymond is usually the guy who has to, sit there and be one of the guys who helps mend the situation. No, now he's on the other side. So Steph has to step out, and he has to be the vocal leader here. And Steph always he usually leads by action, but this is going to be a chance for him to grow. And every year is always, there was the funny joke about, Steph going to Bob Myers and saying, hey, you need to pay me more. I need more money to having to deal with stuff like this. This is just another thing in the Warriors. I think this is just another moment that they have to figure out how to grow. This is for everybody. This is for Clay. This is for Kevon Looney. This is for a moment for people to step out of their comfort zones and be leaders in this moment, especially with Draymond being out. They have a short off season, or they had a short off season, but they also had a short training camp. And all this is more stress on the team, because they have to, instead of working on their sets and working on plays and getting ready for the season, they're having to deal with this drama. And then not having Draymond there, who's one of the best playmakers on the team, it's going to affect the team for a little while. But last season, they dealt with some drama. They lost players. They've got players back. They dealt with all the drama. And they have deposited a lot of trust in me. So I understand that I'm not going to bet against the Golden State Warriors. I'm not going to bet against Steph Curry and his leadership. I'm not going to bet against Andre Iguodala or Steve Kerr. This team has proven too much to me for me to just lose hope after one incident.
It's a really interesting thing, because we don't see it a lot, and there's so many dynamics, and the players have a lot of control in the NBA, and probably rightfully so. That being said, who ultimately do you think, Festus, ought to decide Draymond's fate? I mean, should Jordan Poole have any say in this? Is this a Joe Lacob call? Is this a Myers call? Steph is the best player on the team, and you could argue the leader of the team. Is it Steph's call? Is it the players' vote? I mean, who do you think should determine Draymond's fate going forward here?
This team has always been one there's a bunch of leaders on this team. And so with the veterans, they sit together and they make decisions like this all the time. Like I said, I think this is going to be one of those things where the team is going to make decisions. And they sit together and everybody hears each other out. But then ultimately it falls down to, Steve Kerr to make the decision of what he's going to do with his team. And then Bob Myers and him are going to come together, and that's just what it is. I don't think that this is something where Joe Lacob has to be involved. That's not, this is a team, and this happened within the team. Like I talk about the brotherhood and the things that we go through. So Draymond has apologized as much as I've heard is that he's apologized, which he's probably going to have to do a little bit more apologizing. I say let them fight one more time, to be honest, because I think Jordan Poole might want to get him back too, but this is just one of those things where the leaders are going to have to make the decision. I think that Steve Kerr is one of those people, and they'll sit down, and this is something that could have been handled way differently if it wasn't public knowledge. But because it is public knowledge now, it almost it's like you have to appease the judge and jury that is the fans, and so that's a tough place to be, and that's something that's new for the Golden State Warriors as a franchise.
Yeah, I mean, this is one of the real kinks in the armor that we've seen from this franchise, and that video leak is obviously a concern for the Warriors. When you don't know who stepped outside of the circle of trust, it makes everyone start looking at each other a little differently in the circle, and that's an issue that they're investigating, obviously, as we go on here. Festus Ezeli, nice enough to join us. By the way, we're close enough to the top of the hour. Just got to pause real quick. Welcome, everyone, to 4 o'clock.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco. Always live on Twitch, YouTube, and the free Odyssey app. Damn well better be free.
So, Festus, obviously, huge expectations for the Warriors. I mean, nothing less than a repeat is going to make anyone around here happy. I think that they actually got it in them. I think that they won their next title a year too early. I think they were a year ahead of schedule. And with Clay finally now more than 12 months removed from catastrophic injuries, I think we're going to get a better version of him. I think Jordan Poole is a phenomenal player and hopefully continues along that track. There's a youth movement. Iguodala's back. It should be a very good year for the Golden State Warriors. And that finally brings us to James Wiseman.
I was just about to say, you can't forget the big fella. Why everybody just want to forget the big fellas? What's going on with that, man?
Well, here's the thing. This is the team that invented small ball. So they're like, we don't even need big fellas, but they do. And if you got one, you got a weapon.
That has never been true. There's never been true that they didn't need a big guy. Okay? Kevon Looney came out and played out of his mind.
He did.
This past postseason, past year in general. He played all 82 games last year, one of 6 players to do that. And Andrew Wiggins was rebounding like an animal in the playoffs. And so these are two things, and these two guys really, really stepped it up. But they still need a big man. The championship that they've won, even the one that we lost together, they needed big man, and the big man to get to that point. So James Wiseman is going to be such a great addition for this team, a big guy in the middle that can run, that is extremely skilled. He's going to make Steph's job a lot easier. You see the lobs. I miss seeing those, the pick and rolls for lobs, especially even Draymond. That's the part I wanted to see, and I'm excited about. I really don't want to talk about this drama anymore. I want to see Klay Thompson come back for his second year. I want to see the addition of JaMychal Green, the evolution of Jordan Poole, Andrew Wiggins. Let's see him keep developing because he is still 26 years old. I don't think people forget that as well. You know, you got Kevon Looney coming back. What's he going to do with the addition of Wiseman? There are so many moving pieces. You got DiVincenzo. I hope I'm saying that properly, but you have him as a new addition. So how is he going to fit in that role? You know, especially with the loss of GP. How is the team going to continue evolving? How is Steph's leadership going to continue to evolve? And these are all the things and all the pieces that you have to look at with, and the things that get me excited as I'm looking at the NBA season, because you also have other teams that are re-upping. You have the Lakers, you have the Clippers, you have teams who are coming in. Sacramento Kings took one of our coaches. How are they going to look? They look pretty good so far. So the Brooklyn Nets, that's another team on the other side. Obviously, Milwaukee. All these are the different movements and the pieces in the NBA season that you get excited about. So I really hate talking about the drama. That's not me. That's not what I want to. That's not what I want to do. I joined the NBC broadcast team so I could talk hoops, talk basketball, and talk about these guys that I love so much. So this team is going to be fine, and I can't wait to see them compete again.
Well, no pity for the Warriors, that's for sure. No one's about to throw this team a pity party, and the only element is feeling bad for Bonte Hill trying to keep up with you guys dressing. I mean, that's where I feel. What are your forget about James Wiseman? What are your expectations for Bonte Hill in year 3?
Bonte Hill, he is going to be the superstar of the show. I predict him winning MVP of our pregame and post.
Emmy? Are we calling Emmy? Is this an Emmy for a local Emmy for Bonte?
Bonte has been he is my Steph Curry. He is the guy who I set the pick and roll with him, and I dive to the rim, and he throws it up right next to the rim, and all I have to do is just dunk it. So he's been such a great help for me, especially transitioning into this new role and learning a new skill. I just, for the past couple of years, I was working so hard to get back to basketball, and this came and fell in my lap, and I started doing it. I realized that I loved it. So having him, having Chris Mullins, having Darrell right there with me, Kerrith Burke, Grant Liffman, who left and went to join the Atlanta Hawks. But, this team with Monty Poole especially, these are all people who have made this transition so seamless for me. And one of the reasons why I decided to come back this season, I'm actually moving to San Francisco tomorrow, and I'll be there for the first game on the 18th. So this team has been phenomenal. If you put me next to any good people and have me work with them, I have a great time. So I look forward to all the antics and all the TikToks, like Chris Mullins says, because I keep trying to get Chris Mullins to do a dance on TikTok. I think I'm going to get him this year.
Oh, man. Anytime you're hanging with Mully and Bonte, you're going to have a good time. Hey, this, to me, is one of the most fun teams to watch in basketball. In fact, the NBA GM survey was out this week, and they asked the GMs, who's the most fun team to watch in the league? And they said the Warriors, 52%. Memphis was second at 28%. Who is Festus? Who's the most fun player for you to watch on this current edition of the Warriors? Who's obviously anybody would love to watch Steph, but
except for Steph,
outside of Steph, who would you say is the most fun player for you to watch?
This season, I went through so many different emotions watching Klay Thompson because I felt like his return was almost like it was symbolic for me. It's like because you understand that I've been through the journey of having injuries myself. And so with that, I think Klay Thompson was the person just watching his growth, how he continued to deal with, not being able to move like he wanted to at first, and then eventually just breaking through and just continuing having this mindset that never, I feel like he just never wavered. He was frustrated at times, like you always want to play well, but eventually just having that consistency to keep showing up and eventually being one of the reasons why this team won a championship, especially, that does not happen. It doesn't happen that you have an injury and come back into a season and expect to play well. He had 2 consecutive back-to-back injuries, subsequent injuries, and after that, he came back and they expected him to be the piece to help the team go win a championship. That's insane. But for him, it was what he expected of himself, and watching him through the journey that last season was very special. And obviously watching them, the Splash Brothers, back together, that was really cool as well. But then also this season you have James Wiseman coming back, so that's who I'm going to be excited watching because I have 2 guards. I don't know if Bonte Hill is a guard, but I have Darrell Wright and Chris Mullin, who are always talking about the guards. So now I got a big man to talk about, and that's all I'll be talking about the whole season is James Wiseman and all the big men and what that battle of the big is going to look like now that we have a legitimate threat in the middle of the paint.
So you tried to make a comeback in 2021. You got some run in the G League with the Westchester Knicks. One of the reasons why people have always been drawn to you, Festus, is because you're a real person. And you talk about vulnerabilities. Like you don't just shine when the sun is out and everything's good. You talk about when things have gone bad. What was it like to finally process that your playing days were behind you? Was that a tough thing to go through, or was the long road back sort of the wind up you needed to watch your playing days kind of end?
I don't think any basketball player ever feels like their playing days are over, right? So we all still feel like we can play. I think that the long road back has taught me a lot of stuff, a lot of things. There's so much about my recovery journey that I can take and use in my next phase of life, especially even taking on this new challenge right now with commentary and broadcasting and doing all the things. But I have learned to appreciate the journey more than ever before. You know, what people don't understand about my journey is I was in a wheelchair for 6 months. And that in itself is something that taught me so much. I just never knew what it was like to be in a situation like that. I needed people's help to go to the bathroom and get food and all the things. So I appreciate all the things I'm able to do. Whether I can play basketball or not play basketball anymore, there's still a way for me to affect winning or affect the team that I'm in. There's always opportunities for me to take advantage of, which has been the story of my life so far. I came from Nigeria at 15 years old and started playing basketball at 16. And with the way my journey has gone, you have no idea what it is that you can accomplish when you have the vision and you continue to stay positive, be a good person, and work hard. So, yes, I might not be able to play right now, but who knows what tomorrow holds.
Who was the first person to ever put a basketball in your hand, and how much did that person change your life?
Well, my uncle found a basketball team, an AAU team, in the back of a newspaper. At the time, I lived in Yuba City, Northern California. So that's the way we found the basketball team the first time, and I went to this team, and I tried to play. I knew nothing about the rules. My first basketball basket was against my own team because I didn't know the rules. I didn't know at halftime you switch sides of the court. And that's where I started, very humble beginnings. And the only thing I could credit the rest of this journey to is faith, a lot of hard work, but just also being, a lot of people, good people coming into my life and really just believing in me as a human. So I say that all the time, and I say this story because for this next phase of my life, starting new, I'm really excited to see what else God has in store for me and what else I can accomplish.
Well, let me tell you, man, I know you're passing the buck and trying to compliment a lot of people for getting you where you are, but you're clearly a man of character and have an awful lot to do with where you are and who you are, got you through all these phases of your life. And I tell you, since you're moving to San Francisco, maybe you come on by the studio one day and do a show with us so we can really get into you, your career, what's next. We'd love to have you in studio sometime, Festus.
Don't threaten me with a good time. I'm ready.
There you go. Well, it'll probably be Ray, so I don't know how good of a time it'll be, but we'll make it work out for you. We'd love to have you in, Festus. Thanks so much for joining us today. It was great to catch up with you.
Thank you guys for having me. And everybody, let's show some love to our brother Draymond Green right now, especially because everybody is really on his case. But you got to understand that everybody's human and we all make mistakes. So I'm excited for this team to get our brother back, for Jordan Poole and Draymond Green to kiss and make up, and for the Warriors to be back doing what the Warriors do.
Festus Ezeli. That's a good guy right there. That's Absolutely. A hell of a teammate right there. It's a man of character. Sports don't build character. They reveal it. That guy's character just drips out of him.
And he wanted to be a doctor. He went to Jesuit High School up in Sac for a year and stayed with his uncle. They was thinking about being a physician.
Dude, he got into Vanderbilt. Yeah, they don't just let people into Vanderbilt, okay? Like, you have
Seriously,
to be
very good academic school.
Really, really smart to get into Vandy. Oh, and there's the other question I should ask and be like, so as a Vanderbilt guy, do you even follow the football team? Or are you more like a are you about them Vandy boys going to the College World Series every year?
Yeah. But maybe he's got a poster of Will Perdue somewhere in his house.
Hey, who doesn't, If you are on hold, I'm sorry we left you there for so long, but Festus is an absolute charmer. And it was great to catch up with him. And I think it's very interesting when he says, gives Draymond a little love. And if you're a Warriors fan and you want to do that, it's time, I guess, to start doing it. Obviously, he put himself directly in the crosshairs of media scrutiny, but it's up to Jordan Poole now. Draymond made his move. Jordan Poole eventually going to make his move to either make sure that this is in the past quickly or it lingers. Their on-court demeanor with each other is going to be microanalyzed. And since we're going to see the Warriors on the court tonight, let me just ask a question. Is Klay Thompson going to be on the court tonight. We have yet to see him. So
GP2 will be there.
Yeah, that's right. But you got the wrong jersey on.
Yeah.
Them's the breaks. Damon and Larry here. It's Damon and Ratto on 95.7 The Game. Good to have Larry in. If you're looking for all the best 49ers content, you've come to the right place. We got Peter King at 5 o'clock, and you can find everything we do on the 49ers just by texting the word 49ers to 20357. You hit that subscribe button, and boom, that Odyssey app will take care of you.
At Harris Ranch, we do beef, just like we've done for over 50 years. Beef that's raised locally right here in California. Tender steaks, awesome burgers, and California classics like tri-tip roast. The flavor you crave, the quality you trust time after delicious time. Come on, it's time to get out and grill. Harris Ranch, we do beef. Legendary beef. Legendary quality.
Do you have 3 ex-wives and your current trophy wife wants a life insurance policy 3 times the size of the policies you had to purchase for your previous mistakes? If so, you need to call Big Lou at Term Provider, 800-200-1966. Big Lou is intimately familiar with your problems, and if you're 50 or 60 years old and in reasonably good health, a $1 million policy should only cost about $100 to $200 per month. Big Lou may have a solution for your previous policies as well. You may even save enough money to lighten the load on your new $1 million policy. Remember, call Big Lou. He's like you, except he's only on number 2. Call Term Provider at 800-200-1966. That's 800-200-1966 for $1 million in term life insurance that you can live with. Call Big Lou at 800-200-1966. 800-200-1966.
Attention, guys. By now, you should know that when it comes to meal enhancement pills, most of these contain the same ingredients that are repackaged over and over again. Why take the same old when you can perform in the bedroom with confidence at the highest level? That's why Noxitril needs to be on your bedstand. If you thought that the little blue pill works well, wait till you try Noxitril. It's like Viagra on steroids. Thousands of men each week have switched from that prescription blue pill to Noxitril. That's because Noxitril is automatic. No need to worry anymore. When it's time to perform, we've got this. Explosive results you can count on with no side effects, no stuffy nose. We want every man to try Noxitril, so call now and take advantage of our special free bottle offer today. Oh, and as a reminder, please use the Noxitril dose as directed. It's that strong.
Call right now and get your free supply. Call 800-486-1608. That's 800-486-1608. It's like Viagra on steroids. Improve your sex life with your free supply. Call 800-486-1608. That's 1-800-486-1608.
I had a nighttime routine for my frequent heartburn. I would drink milk. I would sleep upright with more pillows. But that painful burning stayed. So I made Prilosec OTC part of my morning routine. With just 1 pill in the morning, Prilosec OTC prevents excess acid production, blocking heartburn day and night. Now I have a new nighttime routine. I call it sleeping.
1 pill, 24 hours, 0 heartburn. With Prilosec OTC. It's possible while taking Prilosec OTC. Use as directed for 14 days to treat frequent heartburn, not for immediate relief.
We tried Dynovite nutritional supplement, and after a couple of weeks, we noticed a big difference. Our little Gizmo's coat was shinier, and there was a lot less scratching and shedding.
My dog smelled and scratched constantly. We bathed and sprayed her, took her to the vet, but no results. Now, a little Dynovite in her food helps Bella keep her beautiful coat with no scratching or smell.
Happier, healthier with every bite. Over 1 million pets helped with Dynovite.
Do you think all premium fuels are the same? Well, your engine doesn't. Shell V-Power Nitro Plus helps keep your engine running like new because it's engineered to defend against 4 main engine threats: gunk, wear, corrosion, and friction. So next time, choose Shell's most advanced fuel ever. It's fuel for thought. In engines that continuously use Shell V-Power Nitro Plus premium gasoline.
Okay, 3 more climbers, 7 loggers.
Ted's sustainably sourced logging company is growing a new branch.
What about truck driver contracts?
Which means a new HR manager will be the first hire to fall.
Then we'll need to staff up the warehouse.
Indeed can help him hire great people fast.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. You can schedule and conduct virtual interviews all from your employer dashboard. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
Remember when you were told bigger is better? Well, that's just simply not the case. Do you want a big bill? No. A big burden? No. What about a big bulky tank water heater taking up space in your basement? No, I didn't think so. What you do want is to make all of those things smaller. Navien tankless water heaters are more efficient and take up less space than outdated bulky tanks, with cutting-edge features that improve safety, simplify processes, and increase capabilities. Once you go Navien, you'll never go back. Learn more at tanklessmadesimple.com.
Ray Magliozzi here for eBay Motors. So you have to drive 300 miles to your cousin's wedding. Okay, so it's his fourth. But you know what they say, fourth time's the charm. Well, here's the problem. Your tires are as bald as I am. But lucky for you, eBay Motors has tires for just about every make and model. Plus wheels, lug nuts, jack stands, and more. 122 million parts. Do they have tissues? Oh, good, because I'm definitely a crier. Get the right parts at the right prices. eBay Motors. Let's ride.
In Concord, it'll be clear tonight with a low of 55.
Weather brought to you by one thing. Cut up six-pack rings and reduce your use of plastic to help keep it out of our waterways and oceans. Join Odyssey, and together each of us doing one thing makes a greener tomorrow.
Now back to Damon and Ratto, brought to you by BMW Fairfield on 95.7 The Game.
Well, let me tell you, you're not going to get a lot of postseason baseball here because there's no real team other than the Dodgers, who don't play until tonight, to update you about that we think you care about. However, Yordan Alvarez just walked off the Houston Astros, who were trailing the Seattle Mariners, and a home run gives Houston an 8-7 win in Game 1 of their ALDS. So
and it was 7-3. It was 7-3 Mariners, and Yordan Alvarez, the former Dodger prospect, just hit one out. 7-3 became 7-5. Now 8-7 walk-off. Astros win Game 1.
Nearly the same thing happened with the Phillies today.
Yeah,
Phillies almost gagged one away.
Phillies led 7-1 in the fifth.
Yeah, and I believe won, 7-6?
7-6.
Yeah, nail-biter against Atlanta when it was all said and done. So there you go. Baseball playoffs, indeed, they are underway. But what's more important around here is that the Warriors are getting back underway. And someone here on the Xfinity Mobile text line from 415 says, dude, Damon, get it through your hot take head. All right, first of all, I'm the opposite of hot takes. Honestly. If you really said who's a hot take artist, I don't think I fit. I'm not even in the team picture. I guarantee you I'd be more successful if I offered more hot takes, but I'm too freaking reasonable. So I don't think I'm a hot take head. Yeah. David, you're a shock jock. You don't know nothing. I'm not a shock jock. I'm just good at what I do. Says Jordan Poole doesn't have to do a damn thing for you or anyone, now or at any point regarding what happens. Silence is golden. Not in this case. Silence is going to be destructive. I'm not saying that Jordan Poole has to really do anything other than pretend for the sake of the team, for the sake of making this go away, that Draymond and he rock together. It's cool. It's called a mitzvah. Do a mitzvah for somebody. You go out of your way to do something that is a blessing for the other guy. Jordan Poole makes the season nice and smooth if he just puts his arm around Draymond once. You're right. Does he have to do it? No, he doesn't have to do a damn thing. But the pro that I think he is, the player that I think he is, and hopefully the man that he is going to see that it is up to him to defuse this bomb for the Warriors, probably more than anyone else other than Draymond Green never doing something like this again. So for you to just say silence is golden, I think you got that all wrong. I think making sure this is behind them is golden. And whatever steps you got to take, honest ones, dishonest ones, those are the right steps to take, because what is better for the whole? What is better for the group? A sense of kumbaya before we really get going here. Don't you think?
I mean, silence could be viewed as a very aggressive move. if public silence is also combined with some kind of demand behind the scenes. What if he's silent about it, but goes to Myers and say, you know what, trade him?
Well, no. First of all, the man put 4 banners in the arena. They're not trading Draymond Green. Like they could. No, they couldn't. They're not trading Draymond Green.
They could.
To who for what?
I'm just saying he has value, and they could trade him.
There's no more value that Draymond could present to any team other than the Golden State Warriors, which means they can't come out ahead of that trade.
Well, he has the most value to the Warriors. But let's just say the Warriors internally thought, you know what, Draymond's a pain in the ass. And we don't want, and he's in decline. And we're just kind of looking for an out anyway. And now we got an out.
You want to know how this ends? I'll tell you how it ends. Draymond plays out this year. He then exercises his player option for next year. And at the end of next year, Draymond Green will have played his last game with the Golden State Warriors, probably regardless of outcome. I think that they will be ready to move on after this contract. He's not getting another contract with the Warriors. I don't think he is.
All the more reason to move him. Because now you're getting something.
But I think he actually represents more value in his final 2 years on the roster than he would in assets you get back from him, and then he's somewhere else. Where, first of all,
if Jordan Poole's okay with him and if they mend fences, but what if this is too much? What if this is too much and Jordan Poole says, you know what, I'm not mad at him, but all things being equal, I'd rather him not be here.
All right, well,
and he says that to Myers.
Well, then but here's the thing. So if Jordan,
you don't
Poole
think
really
Myers could get an offer? He could get several offers.
If Jordan Poole feels that way, he needs to let Bob know before Monday. And the extension that he is, I think, going to sign before Monday.
What if he doesn't want to wear that? What if he doesn't want to wear that burden? But what if he wants him out, but he doesn't want to wear it publicly? He's totally within his rights to want him out and to not want to wear it publicly. And why would you, as the Warrior team, put that on him publicly? That's gonna be a divisive influence on the fan base. Some people are going to side with Draymond. Some people are going to side with Jordan. But what if Jordan just says to Myers, you know what? I'm trying to get beyond this. I want to get beyond this, but really I can't get beyond this. And I'd like you to move him.
All right, so now you're talking about roster business. So in order
He's movable.
In order for me to do that level of business for you, Jordan, you have to let us know that at the end of this year you're not hitting the open market, highest bidder, I'll see you. You know, that if you do want us to exercise the process of trading Draymond Green, you need to exercise your right wrist as you sign this contract extension before we can do that. I would need a multi-year commitment for Jordan Poole before I built the roster in Jordan Poole's future vision. You know what I mean?
Isn't Poole using the October 17th deadline as kind of a leverage point to get an extension? I'm expecting him to have an extension maybe in the next 5 or 6 days.
Well, no, I do too. But if you're also Jordan Poole, you could be the guy who's just saying, I'm not going to sign an extension. I'm going to become an unrestricted free agent, and there is no greater chance of top dollar coming my way than free agency. So
what if Jordan Poole gives the Warriors maybe not a sweetheart deal, but just signs long term, and he does it in the next day or two, and then within a couple days they announce that they're trading Draymond Green to the Pistons?
Well, then Jordan Poole's got crazy power that you didn't think he had before the punch. You know, I mean, like he all of a sudden this man is elevated to the biggest voice in the room beyond Steph Curry's.
Well, maybe none of us would believe it, but what if the Warriors came out and just said, hey, you know what? Jordan didn't ask us to do this. We just chose to do this.
Okay, well, no one would believe them. But here's the deal. So if you are going to trade Draymond Green, which I wanted to say definitively they are not about to do, but if you were, the Detroit Pistons would be the one way to do it.
Get him out of the conference.
Get him out of the conference.
Banish him. It's like almost like a banishment.
Put him on a team there that he doesn't matter on.
He won't ever win the title on.
Let me tell you, Draymond Green and the Memphis Grizzlies,
that's a problem.
Would be a problem for the Warriors. Draymond Green to the Los Angeles Clippers. The Los Angeles Clippers are 1,000% winning the NBA championship this year if he's a Los Angeles Clipper. I think the Warriors understand that Draymond still matters in the 16-game postseason more than he matters in the 82-game regular season, and they just want him here for that run.
But here's the thing. Do they need him anymore? You have Jonathan Kuminga, who's probably, I thought, demonstrated last year, he's probably more of a 4 than a 3. I don't see a 3, a small forward's game in Kuminga's game. I see a guy who's going to play power forward. He's going to play an undersized power forward role. So since you got Kuminga there, heck, the way Kerr sounded about Kuminga, optimistic he sounded about Kuminga, he sounded like he's ready to throw Kuminga in the starting lineup. All I'm saying is, if there was any element of the Warriors who was tired of Draymond Green, he just gave you an out to trade him, and he probably still has significant value.
I think the out is no future business, but he'll represent more value to the Warriors as a rostered player than he would be as an asset that you. I mean, what are you getting back for Draymond? What are you getting back?
That part's he's $25 million worth of players, or somewhere close to it, because that's the NBA rules, and he makes $25 million. So if you trade him to the Pistons, I looked at it this morning, you could get, now just who knows what the Pistons would be willing to offer, but you could get.
Why would the Pistons, who aren't anywhere close to being a playoff team,
because they
want Draymond Green?
Because he is synonymous with winning, and they've got a room full of young guys who don't know how to win.
But he's synonymous with a winning formula. Draymond ain't.
You don't think he's the key cog in winning? I think
he's the key cog in the way that this team is built. Draymond being the alpha dog on any team is a team that ain't going to the playoffs, dude.
I hear, as far as scorer, but he still does all the dirty work. They've got Cade Cunningham. They've got some nice pieces in Detroit. All I'm saying, you could take Alec Burks, Sadiq Bey, and Nerlens Noel, and that works on the trade machine.
But
you get a shot blocker.
But the roster's full. I mean, there's just
I know you'd have to maneuver some things around. I'm just saying, if you wanted
they're not trading Draymond.
If you wanted to, you have a replacement right there, ready for an increase in minutes in Jonathan Kuminga. And Patrick Baldwin, according to what I've read, has been very, very impressive. So you got two young power forwards that are sitting right there. They have never been in a better position to move Draymond Green than they are today, if they wanted to do it.
I just don't believe it's going to happen. I don't believe that anyone over there has the conviction to do that. And I do believe that would rub Steph Curry the wrong way, and not rubbing Steph Curry the wrong way is the only way to go about business if you're the Golden State Warriors. There's no one who unlocks Curry's game.
You don't think Steph or any of the guys are done? You don't think anybody? Kerr sounded like exhausted by this whole thing. Like, if you guys only knew the facts that I know, you would be in a different place. This is a player that has habitually stepped over the line. He's a terrific player. He's my favorite player. I'm not advocating trading him. I'm just saying, if they chose that path, they've got a lot of different options, and there's a lot of different deals that they could make.
I think the timeline is better met with 2 more years of Draymond, 2 more years of developing Kuminga, Moody, and Cunningham, all the up-and-comers. And that's going to be the time to move. I do believe Draymond is in his final contract with the Warriors right now. He may not have been before the punch, but that is where he lives now, just the way that I'm looking at it. Draymond as a piece on a Warrior team in the playoffs represents more value to the Warriors than Draymond could ever get back for them in terms of assets. So I think they're just riding this one out.
Yeah.
I think they're riding this one out. And somebody said, Damon, I don't mean to come across as John Dickinson, but it's going to be Jordan Poole would be a restricted free agent next year. But here's the thing. If you don't lock up Jordan Poole now, it gives another NBA team the opportunity to put the poison pill contract in front of him that the Warriors simply cannot meet. Hey, Jordan Poole, the Orlando Magic want to give you $180 million.
Match it. You could match it and trade him down the road.
By the time the Warriors match that with the tax, he would be a $500 million a year player. He'd be a $500 million player.
It's not a scenario they want.
No. 888-957-9570. Priest in Palo Alto, who I know has been talking to Larry and I for years. How are you, Priest?
I'm all right. Thanks for taking my call, guys. Hey, listen, man. You're right, Damon. I mean, trade Draymond over a punch. Listen, if you play basketball on any team, any length of time, and at this level, you've been hitting people. Listen, these are grown men with testosterone coming out of their eyelids. I'm just saying, man, let's move on past this because there's two things Jordan Poole wants the most. It's a new contract and another championship ring. Draymond plays a big part in that. And I'm just saying, these young cats, while they are ready to get minutes during the regular season, they've never carried a team through a 16 game to a playoff series season. So they need to be able to go through that once more, where they play major minutes in it before you start dumping that on their plate. I think Draymond stays here until Draymond is ready to leave. Then I think he goes, or they mutually come to an agreement.
I agree with an awful lot of what you say there, Priest, but here's the thing. Draymond has abdicated the timeline now. The timeline, Draymond's going to leave when Draymond wants to leave, is no longer how this works. That's what the punch really cost Draymond Green. Draymond is now on the time of this franchise more than he is on just permanently borrowed time because of all the laundry I helped hang in the rafters.
Well, and nobody in the history of the Warrior basketball has ever they haven't gone to the finish line with anybody ever. I mean, can you think of anybody that they've gone to the finish line with ever?
Adonal Foyle.
I mean, hardly anybody. I mean, you think of all the greatest players that we've all rooted for the last 4 decades. None of them finished with the Warriors.
By the way, was Foyle a career Warrior? Did he have a cup of coffee?
No, he went to Orlando.
Okay, all right.
Was he in Orlando?
Yeah, didn't he back up like Tree Rollins or something?
I think he was in Orlando. But I'm not saying they should trade him. And I get people on the text line here who are like, dude, who's this idiot filling in for Ratto?
Hey, that's our idiot.
I mean, I'm just saying.
You're just thinking out loud.
No, they're acting like this punch was more than a punch. So I'm just going off of the tone of Steve Kerr's voice and how they sound like they're at wit's end. I don't care. I don't have to live with the guy. He's one of my favorite players. I know he's a key cog to winning. I've been saying it for the last 5 or 6 years. They don't win any titles with Draymond. I'm also in that category.
Without Draymond.
Without him. I don't think they win without him going forward. I'm just saying, if they have Kuminga. Kuminga's a lottery pick. Kuminga could be a star. He really is. Draymond Green, I think most people think has talk to whoever you want, but 1, 2, 3 years, somewhere in that window.
Right. I actually think the Warriors are set up well here. That's the thing. Though, do you want Draymond for this year? The answer is yes. Do you want Draymond for next year? The answer becomes maybe. Do you want Draymond 3 years from now? I'm going to say, no, you probably don't. So the Warriors, I think, are just on track to end this with Draymond, with dignity, the right way, 2 years from now, at the end of his player option. I think that's where it ends. I think that's where it does end.
I don't know that what you said, though, to Priest, I don't know that this action changes. I don't think he was going to get to call his own shots. And then this action now has prevented that. Right. I don't think he was calling his own shot either way.
There's really only one untouchable.
Right.
Let's be totally honest.
Yeah.
And we love Clay with his captain's hat on his boat, and there's no doubt that Andrew Wiggins is on total scholarship now. He's not going anywhere. It's Steph. That's it. Steph's the one guy who literally gets to turn around to Joe Lacob and say, could you go paint my house? That's it.
Steph might be able to make the call on this, even though it's Kerr's team and Myers is the GM and Lacob owns it. You're gonna move off of Draymond while Steph's there? No, probably not. Not if Steph doesn't want it. But what if Steph was like, you know what? I see everything, good and bad. I see the team. I love Draymond. I'll always love Draymond. But you know what? The negatives we've now at that point where the negatives outweigh the positives. And if he just said that, they could be in a totally different spot. as far as how they approach this thing. I think it's going to be interesting to see where it goes.
Jordan Poole walks into Bob Myers' office and says, it's time to get rid of Draymond Green. Bob Myers is going to say, slow your roll, son. Steph Curry does it. It's a whole other ballgame.
Right.
I'll give you that.
Yeah.
I don't think Steph Curry would ever do that.
I don't either, but I was shocked. What shocked me more than the punch was Kerr's the voice and his reaction to it seems so. I mean, obviously he's outraged by the leak as well.
I think Steve,
but Steve seems like he's at his wit's end.
Steve now compartmentalizes how he feels about Draymond Green to deal with Draymond Green. I think Steve, in many ways, admires him as a player and as a contributor and as someone who has done very well from him. But I don't think Steve is enamored with the person that Draymond is. Steve is, a little bit older and more mature than I think he is inclined to like from Draymond at times. I think there's a part of him that really does like the guy. I think there's another part of Steve that is such a killer competitor himself. He's never going to forget that Draymond told Steve to. Well, you know what he told him in that Oklahoma locker room. He invited Steve to.
It's on YouTube and Twitch.
YouTube and Twitch. I'm just making a inviting gesture towards my crotch. That's what he told Steve to do in that locker room.
What if Steve feels like he'll never change? What if? Because clearly there has to be a change from Draymond. But I think Steve also
understands that is part of the man's attribute, and this is my junkyard dog who sometimes will even bite me. I'm willing to live with it.
Are they willing to live with it?
They're about to.
They don't sound like. Do they sound like they're willing to live with it? Doesn't sound like it.
I mean, it doesn't sound like it, but ultimately, I think they do sound like it. I do think they live with it.
I think they live with it too, but not based on the way it sounds.
This is Dave calling from Berkeley. Dave, you're on 95.7 The Game.
Hey, what's going on? What's going on, Bruce? Great show. Hey, I wanted to just put it like this, man. Give me 1 minute. If I was Kurt, I would just go in there like this. I would use my Draymond voice. Like, man, you seem like you got 1 foot in the dough and 1 foot with the new media, man. If you want to help us get a 5th championship or not, is yay, get your ass on line. If not, then go in and get out, man. Just put it to it like that. And then I bet you this, I don't care how skinny Poole is, I bet you Draymond wouldn't come at Latrell Sprewell like that, because during practice, you feel me, because Sprewell wouldn't got a 2x4 and set the whole thing straight, you feel me? But great show, man. Take care.
Thank you. Thanks very much, man. I appreciate it.
There's a bullying element, too, because you got Draymond's a bigger guy.
He is.
I always felt like Ron Artest watching the Malice in the Palace was a classic bully as well. You know, Ben Wallace was up in your grill. You didn't have a whole lot to. You're laying on the scorer's table. You didn't do jack. But wait, some teenage kid in the 19th row hit me with an ice cube. Where is he? I'm gonna kill that guy. You know what I mean? It's like he showed great restraint when Ben Wallace was there, but not as much for the 2 kids in the 19th row. I'm just saying, what if Jordan Poole was Charles Oakley? You know, was Draymond still dropping him?
No chance.
There's a little bit of a bullying element to this thing.
Yeah. No, I would totally agree with that. And I do think, you know, if you really wanted to be like, if you wanted to do something to make Draymond hurt a little, Joe Lacob should just say, hey, man, enough of the podcast. Like, do you ever want to consider us re-signing you? Do you really want to end your career with the Golden State Warriors? Why don't you wait to be a broadcaster and dump all this new media stuff right off at the doorstep? Because I really don't care what kind of numbers you're getting with Colin Cowherd. I just want you playing basketball.
You're bothered by that podcast, aren't you?
No, here's the thing. I'm actually not, because there's nothing, to me, better to, like, what would you rather have? After a road game, a guy out in a visiting town, drinking, going out to a bar, carousing with women, getting himself in trouble, exposing himself to whatever temptations could come in a city, or have him sitting in his hotel room recording a podcast? To me, the podcast is the lesser of two evils. But man, Draymond's got a mouth on him. And what could, you know, like, you want, Jordan Poole got hurt by Draymond Green. You want a little eye for an eye here? What would hurt Draymond Green? Well, you're not going to say, all right, you two boys go outside and fight. Put him in the yard and let him fight it out. Yeah, Festus did.
Yeah, maybe at halftime of tonight's game.
They're not going to put him in the yard and let him fight it out. It's just, that's not going to happen. But how about this?
I'll be there for it if it is.
Just play basketball. Give up your podcast. Just knock it off. Stop talking. Start playing again. Focus all your energy onto your healing. Whatever you need to do, whatever went wrong, whatever made your day bad. Man, we got a little bit more of this. Peter King at 5 o'clock, because the NFL is indeed king. So stick around. Much more coming up. Damon and Larry here. It's Damon and Ratto on 95.7 The Game, brought to you by Fremont Bank. Full service banking, no compromises.
This is your time to cash in at Cash Creek Casino Resort. To rock and to roll. Over the hills and bluffs. Go all out or go all in. With 4 stars and rising stars. Now we do more than ever, so you can do as much or as little as you want. It's your time to cash in at Cash Creek Casino Resort.
Hey, Becky, what about this beat for your next song?
It's cool, but I'm into faster stuff lately. Like Xfinity that gives me beyond gig speeds.
Got it. What about this then?
It sounds powerful, just like Xfinity. Because its supersonic Wi-Fi has 3 times the bandwidth, you can connect hundreds of devices at once.
That's what I call power.
Unbeatable internet from Xfinity. Made to do anything so you can do anything.
Get the Xfinity Supersonic Bundle with unlimited gig speed internet, Wi-Fi equipment included, and a free 4K streaming box. All for $50 a month with a 2-year internet rate guarantee and no annual contract when you add Xfinity Mobile with unlimited data at regular rates. Go to Xfinity.com/gig, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store today. Limited time offer. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and autopay. New Gigabit Extra internet customers only. Taxes and fees extra and subject to change. Xfinity Mobile requires post-pay Xfinity internet. Reduced speeds after 20 gigabytes wireless usage. After 24 months, regular rates apply. Requires compatible Xfinity gateway.
Everything, our farm, our stand, our pop-up shop, it really all started when we discovered the benefits of local, raw honey for our family.
And then we decided to turn it into a business.
We were looking for something to help us get up and running.
So we got the Chase Business Complete Banking Account.
It's more than a bank account. It comes with Quick Accept, which lets us take card payments anytime, anywhere in the U.S. using the Chase mobile app. Plus, we get same-day deposits at no extra cost. For us, it's more than honey. It's about sharing a little sweetness with the world.
Get the Chase Business Complete Banking Account with the essentials you need to help get your business going. Learn more at chase.com/business-complete-banking. Chase for business. Make more of what's yours. Quick Accept is not available in U.S. territories. Enrollment required. Usage subject to approval. Same-day deposits available for payments before 8 p.m. Eastern Time, Sunday to Friday. Fees and rates apply for checking and processing. Limitations and restrictions apply. Participants compensated. Merchant services provided by Payment Tech LLC and WePay Inc. Subsidiaries of J.P. Morgan Chase Bank and a member FDIC.
Why spend hours negotiating with a car salesman to get the best price for a vehicle you want to buy? At BMW of Fairfield, we give you our very best, most competitive price right up front. By eliminating the price negotiation process, we create a comfortable environment that helps our guests enjoy an experience that's often hostile and difficult at other dealerships. There is a better way. Experience it for yourself at BMW of Fairfield. One price, one person, 1 hour.
California, you deserve more. And with United Healthcare, you'll get more. Annual enrollment is October 15th through December 7th. So call United Healthcare today. With the United Healthcare Medicare Advantage Plan, you get more from your Medicare dollar, now including better than ever dental, vision, over-the-counter, and prescription drug coverage. Call United Healthcare at 1-888-CALL-UHC today and speak with a licensed sales agent. Benefits, features, and/or devices vary by plan and area. Limitations and exclusions apply.
O'Reilly. Protect your vehicle's engine with Syntec and O'Reilly Auto Parts. Syntec Premium Full Synthetic Motor Oil is formulated for today's engines to dissipate heat and reduce friction and wear. Right now, get 5 quarts of Syntec Full Synthetic and a MicroGuard Select Oil Filter for just $33.99. Try Syntec today, exclusively at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Are you thinking about getting a new TV this week at prime prices? Maybe a Samsung, LG, or a Sony? Before you click, you should check out Video Only. Because they've got below prime deals. That's right. Top-rated TVs at better than online prices. Curbside pickup or home delivery are available. Don't click before you call video only, because if you do, you'll be sorry.
Today's Throwback Thought is brought to you by Kentucky Fried Chicken. Let's take some callers. Tony from Houston. Any throwbacks for us?
Yeah, hi. I remember when you could get a whole meal for just $6. But now?
You still can with KFC's two-piece drum and thigh combo. Crispy chicken, mashed potatoes, a biscuit, and a drink for just $6.
Is this an ad?
Thanks, Tony. Order KFC's two-piece drum and thigh combo on the KFC app for just $6. That's finger licking good. Price and participation may vary. Limited time offer. Tax extra.
The roar of our engines, the pump of our heartbeats, the pedal to our metal, the sparks that ignite us, the pistons that push us, the passions that drive us. From the feelings that move us to the places that pull us on the roads that unite us. With nearly 6,000 stores and over 17,000 auto care centers, Napa has America's largest network of parts and care, here to keep you firing on all cylinders.
Now back to Damon and Ratto, brought to you by BMW Fairfield on 95.7 The Game.
I love old radio war stories. We won't talk about them on the air, though. Good times, good times. Peter King is going to be joining us in just a little bit. We're going to go over NFL Week 5, a convincing win for the 49ers in Carolina. How you go about hitting an NFL quarterback, I'm not sure anybody knows these days. And crazy thing about Tuesday means you're just 48 hours away from the start of Week 6 of the NFL season already. So lots coming up with Peter King at 5 o'clock here on 95.7 The Game. Meanwhile, our friend Larry Krueger in for Raymond Ratto today and throughout this week. I know John Dickinson's going to be in for a couple days. You're in this week. I think you're back on Monday, too. Yep. Look at Ray turning into a week vacation into 3 more days on the back end. It's a savvy move from Raymond, if you don't mind me saying. Let's go and say hello, though, before we turn our full attention to Peter King at 5 o'clock, to Mark in San Francisco. Hello, Mark. You're on with Damon and Larry.
What's up, guys? To me, I just think this is blown way out of proportion. I don't think this is going to impact anything. I think the only thing that can derail the Warriors season is a Steph Curry season-ending injury. I still think they're the best team in the league, top to bottom. Obviously, it's between, I think, Poole is the only one that should be able to deal and forgive Draymond. I don't think the organization should step in. And, guys, I really do think that nothing really is going to get in their way. And you think about, like, say, you look at my buddy's cousin covered the Lakers with Shaq and Kobe Lakers. Those guys hated each other when they played against each other. I know they made amends after their careers, but they fought every time. Really didn't make a difference. They still went to 3-peat with the 4 straight NBA Finals. You look at a guy like, I say, Jimmy Butler in acquired taste, fought teammates in Minnesota, in Philly. He challenged Spoelstra to a fight. He's still the leader of the Heat. So I just think this is nothing. I think this is obviously the video getting out makes it a big thing, but these fights and issues happen all the time, but whoever leaked it out is really the culprit, and I think they're going to end up finding out. And bottom line is, guys, I think Draymond doesn't see himself finishing in as a Warrior. One of my buddies told me he's already bought 2 mansions in L.A. He's got the TNT gig. He's got the, as you mentioned, the Cowher gig. So I think secretly he would rather be in L.A. with the Lakers, and I think that's what he ends up doing after next year anyway. I don't think he had any intention of finishing with the Warriors, because him and LeBron are so clutch. Plus, he's a clutch client. So I just want to get your thoughts on that overall. I just don't think this impacts anything. As long as they're healthy, they're still going to win it all, in my opinion. Thanks.
I mean, what do the Lakers look like a year from now, 2 years from now? And why would you necessarily be going to that team for sure? Who knows what Draymond's real desires are? There are a lot of people who buy homes in Los Angeles who have the money to do so. It's a great investment.
KD lives there. Doesn't he live in Malibu, right?
Look at it this way. These guys there is enough cash for top-tiered paid players in the NBA where they can live in multiple places. They've got money to live.
The Lakers are a train wreck. They lost 50 games last year, didn't they?
Yeah, Does Draymond Green want to be a Laker? I don't know. Do the Lakers really want to add Draymond Green, getting older by the day, to an already aging team that's got what might they be written all over them? I mean, trying to predict what the Lakers are going to be at the All-Star game sounds like fool's gold to me. What the Lakers are going to be 2 years from now? Like, good luck with that.
They were 33 and 49 last year. They were 31 games behind Phoenix in the West. I don't know. There's no, to me, the only thing that's doomed for failure for sure in life is the Lakers and their cap situation. They've got Westbrook, totally untradeable. LeBron's getting older. He's hurt all the time. AD's getting older. He's hurt all the time. LeBron forced that trade for Westbrook. Now they got a bunch of nothing. I'd be shocked if Draymond Green. Now, I know he likes LeBron. I'm sure he would love playing in Southern Cal with a team like the Lakers, an iconic franchise. But Draymond's about winning. He ain't winning there. Not going to win there.
Yeah, I don't know if that's as assured as some people try to make it out to be. What?
They're in a bad spot.
They really, well, they had one way out of this, and it was a way out of it that it would have so gutted the roster that it would have taken patience to get through with it, and LeBron's not in any position to be patient. What LeBron is doing, Larry, is he's treading water in a market that works around him very well for all of his business dealings until he gets one more go with his son wherever. And then they're going to be a little bit of a package deal. Who wants Bronny James and LeBron? And maybe whatever that team is the team that also signs Draymond Green? I don't know. But
that sounds like a circus.
That's 1,000% what's going to happen.
Yeah. Well, I mean, how good's Bronny? Last time I checked, he was 5'11".
Well, that's the thing.
Is he like 6 feet now?
He's
6'2"?
not good enough to probably get straight up drafted, which means you want to sign LeBron James to his final contract. You also give a roster spot to his son, who is maybe on the fringe of being a real NBA player at some point in his life, but he's not going to be his dad. I mean, you want to talk about big shoes to fill? It's hard to try to be. By the way,
is he in this upcoming draft, or is it 2024?
I think it's 2024.
I'll look at NBADraft.net to see exactly where they're projecting.
Imagine the pressure that comes with being LeBron James's kid,
or being the coach of LeBron and LeBron's kid.
That first time you're just airing out Bronny because you didn't like the way he finished a play. LeBron looks at you like, you don't yell at my kid like that.
Right. Don't you talk to my kid that way. Yeah, that's a nightmare. That would not be a
He's 6'8".
He's 6'8"?
6'8".
He was 5'11" like 2 years ago.
Well, teenagers grow. What can I tell you?
6'8"? Are you serious?
A guy here on the text line is telling me he's 6'8".
That's like David Robinson growth at the Naval Academy. That's like almost unheard of. I
don't know.
I would say that can't be right.
Is.
That can't be right.
We'll find out. And another person says, Bryce James is 6'8". Bronny is 6'4".
Even 6'4". That's okay. Maybe.
He better have a 3 in his pocket.
Oh, he better be incredible. It's the NBA.
Gabriel calling from Napa. Hello, Gabriel.
Hello, friends. Who cares, frankly, or we can beat it up for the last 10 days about what Draymond did or didn't do, what Jordan thinks. A year ago or 9 months ago, we were all talking about how are Bob and Steve and Joe going to make this decision about these guys that need to be extended. Draymond Green did you a massive favor, and if you really want to be ballsy, trade Draymond Green directly to the Lakers. He played 46 games last year. Can you imagine Draymond Green, LeBron James, and Bronny, who's maybe a mid-level college player, 2 years from now? Bring it. I love it. Bring it and take an expiring contract or two and celebrate all day. If nothing else, it makes made for TV, must-watch television.
Look, Gabriel, thank you for calling and thank you for listening, man. I don't want to cut you off here, but I have to, only because Peter King is coming up soon. But Draymond Green is not about to be traded. I mean, I cannot stress that.
You don't think?
I can't stress that enough. No, Larry, I'm as sure of it as I love my children. They are not about to trade in this year. Draymond Green they're trying to repeat as NBA champions. Not happening. Not happening. Not happening. Highlight it, italicize it, underline it. It ain't happening. It's just not.
So what is all this melodrama for 5 days about how this person feels and that person feels?
I think it's a little performative.
What are we talking about?
I think it's a little performative, and Steve and Bob want to always look like, the concerned citizens that they are, and they want to say everything as correctly as possible in America's singularly most politically correct market there is. I also think they want to make sure that Jordan Poole understands, we're on Team Jordan Poole on this one, but Draymond Green is also on the team, Jordan. What are we kidding?
I'm not advocating for it. I'm just saying I gotta think it's been discussed, and I think they could do it if they wanted to do it. It's not like he's an untradeable asset. He's an asset that people can speculate about, but he's tradable. He's totally tradable if they wanted to cross that bridge. I agree. This is not the discussion we thought we were going to be having. But, man, when you hear Kerr talk about this, he sounds like there's nothing that can change his mind. Like he's really upset about this and really he's seen 20 fights in his NBA career, but something about this is worse. And I don't know that there's anything that Draymond can say. So it's a matter of show me. And if you said to Steve Kerr, hey, is Draymond going to cross the line again? If he looks you in the eye and says, absolutely, he's going to cross the line again, then you got to ask yourself the question, how are you going to react when he crosses the line again? What's the punishment going to be? Are you okay with that? Is that the world you want to coach in? I don't know. I don't know what his stance is. I love the player. I think he's an underrated player.
The minute the Warriors are willing to admit the juice is no longer worth the squeeze, why would any other team say, yeah, go get him? I mean, to me, that is the huge... I wouldn't be surprised if, honestly, Draymond Green played this year, picked up his player option for next year, and then maybe retired.
Well, he's got a whole second career waiting for him anytime he wants. So.
And incredibly lucrative, probably getting to the point of being more lucrative than returning to the court. The amount of money that broadcasters are making around major televised sports these days is gargantuan. Look at the guaranteed money that they're saying is waiting for Tom Brady when he wraps it up. Draymond Green is already doing business with TNT. I just think that he also maybe even... Look, Draymond's really smart too, and he knows that being in a less than ready to win situation in another uniform is when, the triple single really gets to be the nickname, and it gets awkward. So I don't think that...
Do you think this whole thing has cost him his options?
Yes, absolutely. He has fewer options now than before.
Can he be a GM? Can he be a coach in the future? Because I think those were totally on the table for him before this. I don't know that he could be a GM or a coach at this point.
I think he's too much of a big mouth to be either. You got to keep your own counsel when you're both of those. So I don't know if he could do that. By the way, I want to welcome everyone, first of all, to your 5 o'clock hour on this beautiful Tuesday afternoon.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco. Always live on Twitch, YouTube, and the free Odyssey app. Damn well better be free.
And I guess I need to let you know, Peter King, that's the last you're going to hear from Ray Ratto this afternoon. I've got Larry Krueger in with me today, and it's always good to have the king of NFL media stop on by for his weekly chat here on 95.7 The Game. Peter, hello. How you doing?
Well, good to be with you guys. And by the way, did you just hear what Bob Costas said on the Yankees-Cleveland playoff game?
No.
About Aaron Judge?
No. We'd love to. Have you shared?
There will be some active bidding. He was talking about Aaron Judge. He said, there will be some active bidding, including from the San Francisco Giants, the team he grew up rooting for. I thought that was interesting with the well-connected Mr. Costas.
It is interesting. I would also say that Bob is a big Yankees fan, so he's probably just putting it out in the world that the Yankees better get their money up because the Giants might be coming.
I don't know. I know Bob very, very well, and he would not be saying something if there wasn't some kernel in there. I don't think it has anything to do with the Yankees. But, I mean, who knows? We'll see. But I've always thought the one thing that we don't know about Aaron Judge, and I live in Brooklyn, and I'm a huge baseball fan. And the one thing about Aaron Judge is he is not one time, not once, since negotiations broke down early last spring, he's not one time said, man, I love the Yankees. I hope I play the rest of my career with them.
I've noticed that. I've noticed that too.
If you're Aaron Judge, I guess my question is, do you love living in New York? You're a California kid. You grew up in, I don't know, I guess kind of a small town in California. You grew up loving the Giants. I would bet, and this is just an absolute guess/bet, even though the Giants are, one of the kings of analytics now in Major League Baseball, I would just bet that there is a good chance that inside their organization, they will make a big play for Aaron Judge. Now, I would also bet that the Yankees will outbid anybody by $5 million a year. The question is, do you want to play for the Yankees for $45 million a year, or the Giants, or somebody else? Who knows? In a more peaceful, placid environment for $40 million a year. And again, look, I have no knowledge about any of this. I just have been observing Aaron Judge all year, and he's had 100 chances to say, man, I want to be Mickey Mantle. I want to play my career with the Yankees. He hasn't said it. He hasn't even come close to saying it.
Now, you're not trying to speak this into reality as a Red Sox fan, are you?
No. No, I know. The Red Sox, I would love to see the Red Sox sign him. I mean, and look.
Get that Wade Boggs revenge from all those years ago. This is for Johnny Damon. We finally get a guy.
But honestly, you know what? This guy is an absolute class guy. If he wants to sign with the Yankees, good for him. I don't care what he does, honestly. I mean, obviously, whatever happens. He deserves to choose exactly what he wants to do. But I just find it interesting that he's not once said, man, I want to play the rest of my career with the Yankees. But anyway, we'll see.
Peter King, our Major League Baseball insider. That's all the time we have this week. Peter, thank you so very much. Now, hey, so here's the deal. Every single week of this NFL season, it has felt like the San Francisco 49ers were off to a less than ideal start. But honestly, looking at where they're sitting right now, how they're playing, even with injuries remaining ever present an issue, it feels like the bad start has turned into a pretty gosh darn good start, all things considered.
I mean, the reason it's a great start for them is because I think early on in this season, when, early in game 2, when, they had the very strange, and not strange, but the very unfortunate incident of losing their starting quarterback. And yet there's no other team in football where you could say, well, the backup quarterback actually might win more games for him this year than the starting quarterback, because the starting quarterback is an unknown X factor. But be that as it may, whatever it is, the thing that really interests me about the 49ers right now is the depth that has been built, by a good personnel staff, by a good general manager, and obviously by Kyle Shanahan. This is a team that has had some really big issues and big injuries, and they've responded to those injuries so far anyway very well. I had a note in my column this week about, since 2019, this is the 4th year where they've had this weird 2-game Eastern time zone road trip where, remember, the first year in 2019 they stayed in Youngstown, and the last 3 years they've stayed at the Greenbrier in West Virginia, this beautiful, very, very old, but incredibly well-kept resort in the middle of nowhere, West Virginia, that at one point was the emergency nuclear bunker for the United States government.
Yep.
But anyway, be that as it may. So now they swept their 2 Eastern games in 2019, swept them in 2020, and swept them in 2021, and now, they've won the first one and certainly are favored to win the second one against Atlanta this year. So if you're Kyle Shanahan and John Lynch, you are begging the league office every year, give us 2 straight Eastern time zone games so we can do this. But I just think right now when I look at this team, it's almost a little bit like the way Brian Daboll is with the Giants. You just find a way. And this is a very talented team that hasn't really been, killed by injuries on the offensive side of the ball. And who knows, in the next 2 or 3 weeks, they may have to score 30 points instead of instead of their defense maybe winning all these games. They might have to be a little bit more explosive on offense. And I think this team can be, if need be.
Yeah. Falcons this week, Chiefs looming next week down in Santa Clara. Looking at this division, if we back away from the micro and try to take a little bit more of a macro view of the division, what do you see? What do you see? Do you see the 49ers commandeering this division? And of the other 3 teams, who's the team that you think is most likely to challenge them in the years ahead?
Well, in the years ahead, I don't know. Because quite honestly, one of the worst things about the injury to Trey Lance is that we still have no idea if he's a player. I mean, how can you know? The guy, essentially has hardly played football. I shouldn't say that, but he hasn't played very much football since he graduated from high school. And I know that sounds weird, but just look at the record. He's played 1 year of Division I AA or whatever it's called now. And his first 2 years in the NFL, you simply do not know enough about him to have the ultra confidence in him. Let's just talk about this year just for a second, and I'll tell you a little bit of what I think. First of all, I think the Seahawks are a really, really interesting team. But, they probably have the most explosive offense in the division, but far and away they have the worst defense. Yeah, it's amazing to me that basically they're allowing now through 5 games, they're allowing 31 points a game, and through 5 games, the 49ers are allowing 12 points a game. And so I don't know how they're going to be all that competitive in the division. The Cardinals, I just don't trust the Cardinals. Imagine a team, losing 8 consecutive home games in what had been, until a couple of years ago, one of the best 5 home field advantages in football. They morphed into a really good home field advantage team. And now I think there's immense skepticism long-term on both Kingsbury, and a little bit less in Kyler Murray, but a lot in Cliff Kingsbury. And then the Rams offensive line is terrible. And I don't know. I don't know how you fix that in 1 year. I just don't. Their offensive line is from hunger. So, I think the 49ers are the best team in the division and might be the best team in the division by 3 games by the end of the year. And look, anybody who's got Sean McVay and Matthew Stafford and Cooper Kupp, you're going to win a bunch of games. But their offensive line is very damaged, and I just don't think that they can challenge for the division title right now.
since we're talking with Peter King about other challengers, I was in the middle of asking a question to Michael Irvin when he busted in with what he thought was the appropriate answer. I want to play it for you. The Eagles are the maybe most interesting team out there. The Giants are certainly interesting. Dallas is good. Minnesota's good.
The Eagles and the Niners. That's right now. That's what we see. We go, hey, boy, that's what we see right now. Let's just be real. Let's get all that other mess out the way. Let's get all the other mess out the way. Here's what this thing has boiled down to, and I love it.
Cowboys, Eagles, Niners, as far as Michael is concerned, are the only real threatening teams in the NFC. Would you agree?
It's week 5. Nothing is won on October 11th. It's a long season. It's a 17-game season. There's 12 games left. I am laughing my rear end off at all of these people burying the Green Bay Packers. It's a riot to watch and to listen to. It's ridiculous. Do you think that Aaron Rodgers is going to stink and they're going to be 8-9? I mean, he is taking a while to get comfortable with a lot of new offensive players.
I guess the question should be, though, do you think that those wide receivers are going to turn it around that? I think Aaron Rodgers is going to be a stud, but I think he's going to watch drop passes all year long.
Well, we'll see. Maybe. But all I know is that I'm just telling you, I think Romeo Doubs is going to be in the top 3 for Rookie of the Year in the NFL for Offensive Rookie of the Year. This guy is going to be a force in the NFL. I can't tell you what week it's going to happen, anything like that, but Aaron Rodgers' favorite receiver usually catches a lot of balls and usually has some star power along with him. I mean, if Davante Adams had been drafted by the New York Giants, he wouldn't be Davante Adams today, okay? And so a lot of times, it depends where you go and all that. But I'm just saying, I'm not saying I don't care what it looks like on October 11th. Obviously, you'd rather be in the pennant race on October 11th than be 2-3, obviously. But all I'm saying is, we'll see. We'll see. I think it's ridiculous to sit here and say on this day, well, Tampa's really struggling. Their points per game are way down, so there's no way they're going to do it. It's Tom friggin' Brady. It's Mike Evans. They have a good offense, okay, and potentially a very good defense, with the exception of 1 week this year. So I don't know. Michael might be right. He could very well be right. The Cowboys' defense is fantastic. San Francisco's defense is fantastic. Now they're taking a few hits to it, but I think it's almost fruitless on October 11th to say, well, here's what we're going to see all year. We don't know.
Matt Rule got dumped, and now today there's lots of rumors about Christian McCaffrey, Robbie Anderson, DJ Moore, Brian Burns, Derek Brown, all terrific players in my opinion. Are you surprised that we don't see more trades in the NFL? And do you think that the Carolina Panthers, who I think only have like 3 or 4 draft picks on the board for next year's draft, do you think they will offload these players on the contending teams around this league? Or, trades just typically don't happen in the NFL, Peter, but there's some, Derek Brown is an awesome defensive tackle, and I think Brian Burns is his equal as an end. So, and McCaffrey, we know what McCaffrey is. Is there going to be a market?
I don't know why you would trade a guy like Brian Burns. I think it's absurd. And I think most young players, when you talk about trading them, and I understand it's interesting and it's fodder for the rumor mill, and definitely, if I'm Scott Fitterer, the Panthers general manager, I'm listening to everybody. And this is going to probably sound idiotic, but I would mostly listen when the subject of Christian McCaffrey comes up. Because, look, McCaffrey was solid as a rock his first 3 years. He was one of the 3 or 4 biggest offensive weapons in football by the end of his third year. But in year 4, he missed 13 games due to injury. And in year 5, he missed 10 games due to injury. He's been banged up a little bit this year, but he's played every game. And he's been good, but not great. So I think the question becomes right now, if you can dump Christian McCaffrey's contract, and if somebody wants Christian McCaffrey and will give you, say, let's just say a 2 and a 4 next year, I take it, because you're not going anywhere this year. And the recent history of Christian McCaffrey is that he's going to probably get hurt. So I think that is number one. But all these other players, when you start trading these other guys for whatever you can get for them, I wouldn't trade either one of those defensive guys on the front seven for anything less than a 1. And I don't think, first-round picks who play pretty well in the NFL are sort of like beautiful cars you've just driven off the lot. It doesn't matter how good a shape the car is in. Once you drive a car off the lot, it's not worth what it was worth 10 minutes ago.
Depreciation is real. Let's just relate this to what our audience wants to hear. Should the 49ers make a play for Christian McCaffrey?
I wouldn't if I were them. The only way I would do it is if it didn't cost very much and if they weren't worried very much about the cap implications. Because I think unless the Panthers are going to pick up some of his money, okay, and to me, he's got a lot of money left over in the last 3 years of his deal. He's got, I read it somewhere today, his salary is 12, 12, and 12 over the next 3 years. It's you have to ask yourself, if the Panthers are going to pick up a chunk of the money and you don't have to worry about any of things like the workout bonus or the prorated bonus, and you're willing to take on 12, 12, and 12 over the next 3 years, maybe you do it, but I wouldn't do it for big compensation. That's for sure.
Peter King here on 95.7 The Game. We have highlighted in this week at least 3 to 4 that roughing the passer call is hard to sell. What can honestly be done to correct the roughing the passer situation we're seeing come up so frequently? How about just making it reviewable?
The way the NFL works is that Walt Anderson, who, whatever his title is, basically is the supervisor of officials. And Walt Anderson will essentially tell his referees, who are mostly the guys who call roughing the passer, will tell them that nothing has changed in terms of the rules in the NFL. Roughing the passer is not a different penalty than it used to be. So, he's going to tell them, essentially, don't call it any different than you always have. Now, unstated in that will be, he's going to tell Carl Cheffers and Jerome Boger, call it the way you always have. And if Carl Cheffers and Jerome Boger can say that that's the way I always would have called it, honestly, I don't think they should be referees in the NFL. And so, to me, I kind of look at it. I view what happened in Week 5, I view something else as being a lot more serious, okay? And I'm going to give you a 49er angle to this, okay? Just imagine if on the first offensive snap of the 49ers game in Atlanta on Sunday, Jimmy Garoppolo gets driven to the turf, and it takes him 20 seconds to get up, and he gets up and he walks slowly back to the huddle, and they try to go on. Well, that is what happened to Teddy Bridgewater on Sunday for the Miami Dolphins against the Jets. And the spotter upstairs, the injury spotter upstairs, who has the power to say, take that guy out of the game, he can't play anymore, because I saw some ataxia or some, I saw some punch drunkenness in Teddy Bridgewater. Okay, he could call Jimmy Garoppolo. Any of those guys could call any player out of the game for the rest of the game. And that's what happened to Teddy Bridgewater the other day, even though he showed no signs on any of the replays of being wobbly, woozy, punch drunk. And when he walked into the locker room, they did every concussion test on him, and there was nothing wrong with him.
So is this PR for Tua?
Might be. But the only thing I'm saying is everybody, including me, hailed this new rule last Saturday as being a great decision. Anybody who's woozy, who can't stand, who is, has to be helped from the field, he's done, which is absolutely the case. But I can tell you, not a soul had to help Teddy Bridgewater off the field, had to help him in any way. There was no sign of any mental instability. Now, it could be maybe the camera was off him for 5 seconds, and the spotter upstairs saw something that nobody has seen. But the NFL has not said that. The spotter has not spoken. We don't know. The only point I'm making is this is a great rule, but it's also a rule that needs to be absolutely unequivocally transparent. And right now, after that game on Sunday, I'm going to ask you this question. If you're the Miami Dolphins and you get on the airplane having lost to the Jets on Sunday, a game you absolutely thought that you were going to win, and you probably would have won with decent quarterbacking. If you're the Miami Dolphins, you got on that plane and you landed in Florida on Sunday night having no idea why Teddy Bridgewater was taken out of that game and couldn't play anymore. So all I'm saying is that let's just say, for the sake of argument, let's just say that the Miami Dolphins lose a playoff spot at the end of the year by one game. Let's just say. What do you think they're going to be thinking on January 10th? We got screwed by some nameless, faceless guy sitting in the press box in the Meadowlands who declared our quarterback out of the game, and he shouldn't have been declared out of the game. So all I can say is this: be careful what you wish for, NFL.
Wild Monday night game. Raiders had a 17-0 lead, and they wind up losing. They had a 4th and 1, late, and they had two incredible route-running wide receivers run into each other.
Yeah.
While they had a tremendous back sitting in the backfield who's maybe having a career night. What do you make of the two teams we saw last night? The Raiders clearly are better than their record, and the Chiefs, depending on what week you catch them, sometimes they look like the best team in the league. Sometimes they don't look like they're the best team in the league.
Look, the Kansas City defensively, you can make some hay on them. That's why I think Buffalo has a really good chance to go in there and win on Sunday. I don't know, but I mean, Buffalo is better with Von Miller now because I think they have a chance to stop Patrick Mahomes better than they did last January. The Raiders, that was obviously a weird football game. And, I thought it was an okay call by Josh McDaniels with a running back who's running for 7 yards a carry, having a career game, thinking that they had a crease on that defensive front that they could take advantage of. And, they failed. That's the way life goes. Sometimes you make a call and it doesn't work. As far as the two guys running into each other, I mean, that can't happen. That just can't happen. It reminded me in Denver when last Thursday when the back judge basically collided with a receiver, one of three defensive backs rather, for Indianapolis, allowing the longest Russell Wilson play of the day to happen. And look, you have some plays in every game that you want to have back. They obviously want to have that back. But, look, the Raiders, it's bizarre to me they're 1-4. Bizarre. They're so much better than that, I think. And last night, I think you really started to see a little bit more of the Chandler Jones-Max Crosby duo that you thought you were going to see from opening day but hadn't. I don't think the Raiders are dead. I mean, it's a long year, and it's really hard to come back from 1-4. But I think the Raiders are powerful enough to go on a run.
You don't think the league is going to get involved in any Devontae Adams cameraman shove, do you?
Oh, they might. They might suspend him for a week. That wouldn't shock me. But I'm just talking long haul, even if he misses one game. I mean, I just think the Raiders have a lot of weapons, and Josh Jacobs is emerging now as a top 5 back. And the one thing that you wouldn't really think of Josh McDaniels from his time in New England because he had Brady, and he wanted to throw the ball, that was they always wanted to emphasize the run and be a great running team. Maybe not first over Brady, but it was very, very close because they thought by bleeding the clock, running the ball, that's the best way to win, and they almost did it in Kansas City last night.
Peter, if we didn't ask you, you'd be the only person all week we didn't ask about it. What'd you think of the Draymond Green, Jordan Poole video?
3 thoughts. I know nothing about the NBA. I really do, but number one, if I were an employee of the Golden State Warriors, let me start by saying, number one, if I ran the Golden State Warriors, whoever released that would never work for me again. This is not a private enterprise that this is not a public enterprise that, in essence, everybody has the right to know and deserves to know. That bothered me a lot. It didn't bother me as much as the punch. But I think as far as the punch goes, I understand there's a lot of great emotion involved in things like the ring ceremony and all that stuff. This team's got to draw a line in the sand and suspend Draymond Green for some number of games. If he doesn't get to be there for the ring ceremony, tough marbles. Really. He needs to be sent away for a while, whether to go to anger management or whatever. And then number 3, if he doesn't accept it, if he's not good with it, I think you trade him. And I'm sure that a team that is so desperate to win, let's say the Knicks, let's say the Nets, I don't know who, but there's got to be a team out there that would pay something significant for Draymond Green. But I don't know how you suspend a guy for 3 exhibition games and have him come back and everybody sings Kumbaya. That was one of the most brutal things I've ever seen. And he did it to a teammate. Just, I don't know. It's outrageous.
I love that you used the phrase tough marbles on today's show. I love that you are now an NBA insider, our American League East insider, and we also dabble in football with Peter King, a man for all seasons. Thank you so very, very much, Peter. Have a great night.
All right, guys. Take care.
Thanks, Peter.
There's our guy right there, Peter King. He opens on the Yankees. Hey, he's telling you right now he doesn't know anything about Giants general manager Pete Petula, but Aaron Judge could be coming.
Aaron Judge could be coming. That's how we started with Peter. Going inside information with Bob Costas, who was broadcasting. Well, Peter's such a big wig, such a big name. Will that become viral? Will Peter's statement on Aaron Judge become viral? Or because he's dabbling in a different sport, will they say, no, what? He's an insider, but he's not a baseball insider.
It's probably not going to trend. Yeah. Although, let's see what we do with it. Clickbait is what we do, right? Actually, it's not. It's not what we do. It might be what our producers do.
That's Shock Jock on 95.7 The Game had him on.
That's Shock Jock Peter King. Yeah. But so we wrapped up with basketball. We started with baseball and a whole lot of NFL in between there. Tough marbles.
Peter said trade. Peter did mention trade.
He also said trade him to the Brooklyn Nets, which obviously he doesn't even know what happened with Kevin Durant. That ain't happening, Peter. But God bless.
The Knicks, though.
I'll tell you, though, what he did share. I mean, what's the very first thing he went to? It's the sanctity of that practice, the sanctity of the locker room. And the very first thing Peter King thought about is whoever released that video needs to be fired immediately. And believe me, the Warriors are turning every stone over that they can to find out who that person is. And that person is going to have a world of hurt brought down upon them should they be identified.
Well, they're going to have a new career is what they're going to have.
But I can see how Joe Lacob would take it to all right, how many charges can we actually press? How about NBA copyright and distribution media rules here? How many different ways can we put a charge on this guy that is going to ruin them legally with fees again? I kind
of wonder about it though, Damon, because can you make a private person a public figure through this whole thing?
Through litigation?
Of course. I mean, through litigation you clearly could, but I mean, how does that play if you take a private figure, somebody who's nobody knows their name, and you make them the source of ridicule by releasing their name?
I mean, if you want to go ahead and John Doe the person, Jane Doe the person, whoever it may be, fine. But I think that the Warriors are so pissed about this that wouldn't be they wouldn't hesitate to put this person on Front Street. By the way, we do have some notes from Anthony Slater, considering we, after an hour of the best of 95.7 The Game, are bringing you tonight's Golden State Warrior game against the Trailblazers from Chase Center. That's happening tonight. Another preseason game. And Klay Thompson, according to Anthony Slater, Klay did scrimmage today, although he will not be making his preseason debut tonight. Friday night will be the night you see him in the preseason, and he will be ready for the season opener against the Lakers next week. I was wondering if Klay Thompson was going to be so slow played that we actually didn't get a preseason game out of him before the Lakers started. I thought, how are you going to do that? You got to get him some run out there. So Klay Thompson going to play on Friday night and then play in the opener against the Lakers. Draymond Green, now I want to say his name. Draymond Green remains away from the Warriors tonight. Steve Kerr declined to give any updated timeline on Draymond's return pregame, but said he will be discussing it postgame. By the way, Andre Iguodala apparently won't be ready for the start of the regular season. Again, they brought Andre Iguodala back on such a handshake agreement. So here's the deal. You're literally the 14th guy, the 15th guy on the roster. We're not going to ask you to suit up for more than 40 games this year, Andre. That they've got a...
Pack your clubs. You'll be playing quite a bit.
Exactly. Tee times, probably more common than tip time for Andre Iguodala as the last guy. He's an assistant coach who might play. That's what he is. He's an assistant coach who might play, and there's no way they're running him out there more than 35 times.
Nor should they.
And that's, by the way, it's exactly the neighborhood Andre wants to live in. There's no doubt. Save me for a postseason appearance. Dabble with me in the postseason. Hardly use me in the regular season. And I am the most important bench voice that this team could have in a year where they're going to need an important bench voice. Andre Iguodala's job became more important the day after the Draymond punch than it was before the punch.
Absolutely. A veteran influence, a guy who's seen it all, been there, done that. Also, a couple Niner notes. They released Marlon Mack today, and they signed a kicker, Sam Sloman, to the practice squad. So maybe Robbie Gould won't be ready to kick after getting the knee contusion, because he was probably the best tackler on the Niner kickoff coverage unit.
How sure of a tackler is Sam Sloman would be my follow-up question. Exactly. I don't care what his field goal percentage is. Can he rap?
Yeah. Sam Sloman playing middle backer.
Hey. Shore it up on special teams there, 49ers, and your year could go very, very well. Look, I'll say this. The Niners, they really are. They're sitting pretty well after 5 weeks at 3-2 in sole possession of first place in the NFC West. Rams, Seahawks, Cardinals, all lost on Sunday. You know, the Rams are betting on patchworking an offensive line and getting back in rhythm. The Seahawks are betting on Geno Smith has the cheat code for the remainder of the year. The Cardinals are banking on Cliff Kingsbury's not about to get exposed, and
Chandler Jones
and Kyler Murray, who is wearing like Lane Bryant ladies green pantsuits.
I saw that
on the way in. Now is going to lime green. Yeah,
yeah.
But that's a ladies pantsuit, I think. Or are there pockets on the back of that? I feel like we have a Michael Scott office situation here. I really need to see what he looks like when DeAndre Hopkins comes back, because that might be a team to be considered once again. You know, I'm not
maybe
ready.
They'll be the opposite. Last year they started fast, finished slow. Maybe they'll start slow and finish fast.
Not ready to count them out, not yet. But this is a very well-positioned 49er team, in spite of the fact, Larry, it seems like the Niners are the only NFL team, and maybe even the only team in sports, that literally loses a significant player every single time they play.
They do. They have so far this year.
It's ridiculous. It's ridiculous how often injuries knock on the 49ers' door, not to just be an overnight house guest, but to stay a month. Eli Mitchell, you lose him in week 1. Trey Lance, you lose him in week 2. Week 3, you lose Trent Williams. Week 4, without even seeing the injuries to Armstead or Kinlaw, they're gone. Nick Bosa, he's gone now. And Emmanuel Mosley, done for the year for sure. We are all on Nick Bosa watch the rest of this week, and I'm just going to say right now, unless he is, hey, diddle diddle, my groin is fit as a fiddle. Just a miracle. Like, the soothing salt ponds at the Greenbrier cured. I'm 100% just sitting him down.
Oh, absolutely.
Against the Atlanta Falcons.
He's Kansas City. Wait for Kansas City. Him and Trent.
And even then, I mean, I am waiting a week extra to bring that guy back. That's how important he is to the grand scheme of things.
No question. I was going to ask Peter about the Niner D, but it is early in the year. But I'm looking at their number 1 in total defense, number 1 in points allowed, number 1 in yards allowed per play, number 1 in rush yards allowed per play, number 1 in passing touchdowns, number 1 in sacks, number 1 in first downs allowed. When do we ask the question, when's it appropriate to ask if the 2022 49er defense is right there with, a half dozen of the greatest defenses, 02 Bucks,
I'll tell you when the right time.
Ravens, 85 Bears, 84 Niners, 86 Giants?
After they have punched their postseason ticket, after they are qualified for the playoffs, we can start asking questions like that. I
think it's next week, actually.
Well, no, I don't think it's...
If they shut down Kansas City's offense...
It's in Kansas City. So that's the thing. So Kansas City is going to represent a huge challenge that is unlike any challenge that they've been challenged by so far this year.
Right.
They come out of that with still that many number ones next to that many categories. All right, we can talk. We can talk about where they are on the where do you think. But then there is an awful lot of football left beyond that. And the amount of things that can change quickly in this league... It's enough to choke a horse. So, what if I told you, and after all that happened, Mooney Ward, Fred Warner, Nick Bosa, they never came back, and it just all went wrong. I mean, that could all happen. So let's not ask all-time greatness questions about anything yet. It is week 5, for goodness sakes. When we come on back, one more segment. We'd love you to be a quick part of it. 888-957-9570. A couple of lingering calls on there. Good stuff from Peter King. Thanks so much to him for stopping on by. It's Damon and Ratto with Larry Kruger in. We're brought to you by Fremont Bank, full service banking, no compromises.
Brought to you by On Deck Small Business Loans.
When you own a small business, sometimes you need funds fast. So go to OnDeck.com, America's largest online small business lender. OnDeck makes it easy to apply in minutes. Apply for your loan today at OnDeck.com.
If you own a business, this has been a bumpy ride. From pandemic to inflation, I'm sure you could use a break. If your business has 5 or more employees and survived COVID, you might be eligible to receive a payroll tax refund of up to $26,000 per employee. The challenge is getting your hands on it. Hi, I'm Howard Mackler, and that's why I founded GetRefunds.com to cut through the red tape and get you the money. The team of tax attorneys we have put together are highly trained in this little-known payroll tax refund program. We do all the work, charge not a dime up front, and simply share a percentage of the cash that we get for you. Businesses of all types can qualify, including those that took PPP, nonprofits, and even those that had increases in sales. We have helped return over $1 billion to businesses, and we can help you too. Just go to getrefunds.com/sports, click on Qualify Me, and answer a few questions. This payroll tax refund is only available for a limited period of time. Don't lose out on up to $26,000 per employee. Go to getrefunds.com/sports. That's getrefunds.com/sports.
Do you think all premium fuels are the same? Well, your engine doesn't. Shell V-Power Nitro Plus helps keep your engine running like new because it's engineered to defend against 4 main engine threats: gunk, wear, corrosion, and friction. So next time, choose Shell's most advanced fuel ever. It's fuel for thought. In engines that continuously use Shell V-Power Nitro Plus premium gasoline.
Gorgeous gaming, stunning streams, unbelievable bandwidth. It's another Lifestyles of Gagillionaires. Meet the AT&T Fiber customers winning at life with hyper gig speeds. Meet Gagillionaire Terry. While his love of streaming horror movies has him constantly on the edge of his seat, his internet bill won't give him a scare.
Oh, don't go in there. I'm telling you.
Because since Terry upgraded to AT&T Fiber with hyper gig speeds, he doesn't worry about data caps or equipment fees.
Come on, man. The door's open for a reason.
And best yet, he also doesn't stress about a price increase at 12 months, because with the amazing Gagillionaire lifestyle comes an exquisite sense of tranquility. Most of the time. Live like a Gagillionaire. Get straightforward pricing with AT&T Fiber. Internet that upgrades everything. No data caps, no equipment fees, and no price increase at 12 months.
Limited availability in select areas. Visit att.com/hypergig for details.
At BMW of Fairfield, our guests work with one client advisor through the entire transaction. No handoffs to multiple car salesmen. No waiting for a finance manager to take you to a back room. Client advisors at BMW of Fairfield are thoroughly trained in every aspect of the process, so they can lead you efficiently and effectively through the purchase from start to finish. There is a better way. Experience it for yourself at BMW of Fairfield. One price, one person, 1 hour.
Everything, our farm, our stand, our pop-up shop, it really all started when we discovered the benefits of local, raw honey for our family.
And then we decided to turn it into a business.
We were looking for something to help us get up and running.
So we got the Chase Business Complete Banking Account.
It's more than a bank account. It comes with Quick Accept, which lets us take card payments anytime, anywhere in the U.S. using the Chase mobile app. Plus, we get same-day deposits at no extra cost. For us, it's more than honey. It's about sharing a little sweetness with the world.
Get the Chase Business Complete Banking Account with the essentials you need to help get your business going. Learn more at chase.com/business-complete-banking. Chase for business. Make more of what's yours. Quick Accept is not available in U.S. territories. Enrollment required. Usage subject to approval. Same-day deposits available for payments before 8 p.m. Eastern Time, Sunday to Friday. Fees and rates apply for checking and processing. Limitations and restrictions apply. Participants compensated. Merchant services provided by Payment Tech LLC and WePay Inc. Subsidiaries of J.P. Morgan Chase Bank and a member FDIC.
I studied Spanish in college and never got fluent. But then I tried Babbel.
Want the most effective way to learn another language? In just 15 minutes a day, Babbel's bite-sized lessons will have you learning another language in as little as 3 weeks.
Babbel gets you speaking quickly about things you actually talk about in the real world.
University studies have shown that using Babbel for 15 hours is equivalent to a semester of college Spanish. If you want to learn a new language, there's no better way than Babbel. Go to Babbel.com to try Babbel for free. That's BABBEL.com.
Anywhere fans go to cheer on their team, there are behind-the-scenes MVPs, ensuring everything is game day ready. We see you, Joe, fixing seats so every fan can enjoy every game. And Allie, who keeps her stadium running smoothly from the moment the first game starts to the last play of the season. At Grainger, you're our MVPs, and we're always here for you with supplies and solutions for every industry and 24/7 customer support. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today? Thinking about gas mileage. A bottle of Gum Out Fuel Injector Cleaner can clean your entire system and help your engine get more MPGs. Right now, you can get 2 bottles for only $7. A great deal to help you go a good deal farther. Find Gum Out Fuel Injector Cleaner and everything you need for better fuel efficiency at any of our 6,200 stores.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
What's your retirement look like? With Fidelity Income Planning, a dedicated advisor can help you create a flexible income strategy to grow and protect your wealth so you can stop worrying about the future and enjoy whatever comes next. Investment minimums apply. Fidelity Brokerage Services, member NYSE SIPC.
Here's what happened today on The Game. Presented by the County of Santa Clara. The morning roast from 6 to 9.
The advanced analytics, it's jumped the shark. At some point, the game I'm watching has to matter. Right. None of these things seem to matter anymore.
Willard and Dibs from 9 to noon.
Everyone is so turned off by the video went public. We've got a leak. How on earth are the Warriors unable to figure this out?
Steiny and Guru from noon to 3.
It still don't justify you getting swung on in the workplace. And I'm sorry. What did Steven Jackson say? I'm riding with him. He was a sucker punch.
And Damon and Ratto from 3 to 6.
No, but they might argue that their rules have prevented it. But did they? I mean, here's the thing. If we knew how to prevent sports injuries, they'd never happen.
The best of the game, presented by the County of Santa Clara. Book a COVID-19 booster shot now at sccfreevax.org or call 211. Now back to Damon and Ratto, brought to you by BMW Fairfield on 95.7 The Game.
Larry, as always, it is an absolute pleasure. We'll see you again Friday. You're back in.
Absolutely. See you Friday.
Fantastic. We'll get you ready for a little 49ers and Falcons. We'll start pregame at 3 o'clock on Friday. Sounds good to me. Just like old habits.
Red and gold wrap, little oysters Rockefeller.
Oyster Krugerfeller down at the Sam's Chowder House. Lobster rolls until I had to start paying for them. And then I was like, damn, I'll have the burger. This is Jack in Oakland. Jack, you're on 95.7 The Game. Hello.
Hello, how you guys doing?
Very well.
Okay, I was going to ask you if Draymond Green is going to be officiated differently this year. What do you think about the referees?
I mean, I think Draymond always gets a quicker whistle. He has completely blown the benefit of the doubt with, I think, the entire uniformed NBA refereeing crew. He gets and look, he's earned it. He's earned the quick whistle. I've never seen a guy play this much defense without ever committing a foul in my life. I mean, he is the ultimate crybaby in terms of, I didn't do that. He rarely knows how to walk away, which is another one of those, come on, Draymond, you should be better than that by now. Veterans learn. Why don't you?
He gets I don't know, it's a weird phenomenon, right? Because on one hand, everybody knows his rep, so like he surprises nobody. But then like late in the year, especially sometimes around the playoffs, he seems like he comes emotionally unglued and they give him a wide berth. So I don't know how I would describe
like crazy like a thought. Well, that's I think
that doesn't seem like sometimes he says things and he gets to a level that like other players never could get to, and he's almost given license to be there.
Stan Van Gundy, maybe it was Jeff Van Gundy, but brought up the fact in the NBA Finals or in the NBA playoffs that Draymond, once he gets that first tech, he essentially from there on out like dares you to throw me out. Like, I bet you don't have the stones to tech me up twice and toss me.
Right.
And does that work for his favor? Maybe. I don't know. Like, my whole point is, Why don't you just not pick up that first tech? Why don't you not give free throws away and just play the best defense you can and just shut up a little? Like, I never understood why he had to be such a malcontent with every official in the name of you catch more bees with honey than you do vinegar.
I think deep down there's a respect because he plays the game the right way. I think there's a respect. I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong by that, but to me it seems like he is given a wide berth, and he gets to a level that is just like, are you kidding me? He's not getting teed. But I just think there's some respect for the way he goes about his business as far as playing the game of basketball. I think people understand he's one of the smartest players in the league.
We're wrapping today up with Tom in Berkeley. What do you got, Tom?
Hey, thanks for taking the call.
Yes, sir.
So, I had a couple comments. One about the Warriors. I just think, and it's been said, didn't you have Festus on for a minute?
That was Peter King, but very similar.
Maybe I was listening to the different station. Wasn't Festus from the Warriors interviewed on 95.7?
Tom, what do you got? What do you got other than what's on the air?
My point is, I'm telling you that you had Festus on, and he was.
Oh, Festus! I thought you said Steph. Yes, we did have Festus on.
Yeah, my point is, whatever he said was just spot on. That the Warriors thrive on adversity. They're going to fix this, and if anything, it's going to make them stronger. So, I mean, I just think people are overreacting. Another piece, Jordan Poole needs to learn some martial arts or something, and if somebody comes up and is attacking you or putting their chest in your face, you got to know how to retreat with strength.
Oh, protect yourself at all times from Tom in Berkeley. Keep your guard up. Yeah.
Little Cobra Kai there.
I think what Jordan Poole needs to learn is nothing from this incident, and Draymond needs to learn how to not punch teammates. That's where I think the problem.
That would have been awesome if Steve Kerr had gone to the microphone and just said, hey, look, Jordan needs to learn to sweep the leg.
Jordan,
sweep the leg.
Duck and move. Float like a butterfly, sting like a bee. Come on, Jordan. I thought men from Ann Arbor knew how to get out of a fight. Apparently those East Lansing guys know, but Ann Arbor, you need to do better.
Sweep the leg.
I'll just tell you, Jordan Poole got clocked, and he's okay. That's good news. Jordan Poole obviously didn't have any ramifications of the incident. He played very well against the Lakers. We'll see how the Warriors play tonight. And then afterwards, Steve Kerr told us he'd give us a little bit of an update on Draymond.
Portland tonight.
Yeah, it's Portland. What did I say?
Oh, you said Lakers.
Oh, my bad. He did play well against the Lakers.
He did.
So let's see how he plays against Portland tonight. Thanks so much to, I thought I heard him say, Steph. No, that was Festus. Thank you to Festus Ezeli for joining us. Thank you to Peter King for joining us, our American League East NBA NFL correspondent. Thank you very much, Larry Kruger, for joining us.
Absolutely.
Thank you so much to Lucas and Mark Grandy for joining us. And tomorrow, John Dickinson will be joining us here on 95.7 The Game. Stay tuned for 1 hour of Best Of, followed by Warriors preseason basketball. Please do remember that sports don't build character. They reveal it.
And like that, he's gone.
Cache Creek Casino Resort is the place for the biggest names and the very best in live entertainment. On November 5th, catch multi-gram